Known as the underworld's enchantress, Lkesia has an innocent and saintly appearance like a princess, but her personality is extremely cruel. She can use the axe in her hand to chop off the head of anyone who dares to touch her. Before being such an arrogant and cruel young lady, Lkesia was once a saintly person, always loved by everyone when she lived in the orphanage. But with her special background, she quickly attracted all the slave hunters. They ruthlessly burned down her orphanage, once again pushing her to the brink of the abyss. Later, when she became an enchantress, she learned that she once had a fairy mother who was unfortunately experimented on by some guys in a large family, causing her to die. Too angry at the nobles who had ruined her life, she quickly had her subordinate Hada make her a shrinking potion like Conan so she could be adopted by the noble, thereby learning everything. After drinking the shrinking potion, in a not-so-coincidental encounter, she was adopted by Duke Kieran as his adopted daughter, and her story began from there. The opening image shows a beautiful young woman with golden hair, wearing a gorgeous dress. She is the enchantress Lkesia, the queen of the underworld, and the most beautiful flower. Her footsteps leave behind an enchanting scent. A gentle smile with a bit of refined elegance appears on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes are as red as roses. People call her an enchantress for a reason. But with a face like a flower, things are not as everyone thinks. Her nature is extremely cruel. Lkesia is ruthless and sharp like rose thorns. She is also likened to beautiful but poisonous night. Butterflies. Because of her beautiful face, her personality is not liked by everyone. She can crush any flower that she likes. Anything that is not to her liking will be destroyed. Among the roses, Lkesia is like a noble young lady. This beauty cannot be described on her face. In the underworld, everyone feels uncomfortable because of her. But they can only bow before the beauty and power of Lkesia. A smile will appear on the corner of her mouth. She looks up ahead. With this face any boy would be willing to die for her. But even so, everything good did not happen as she wished. Someone important to the emperor suddenly disappeared, one day. Newspapers are constantly being distributed along with people's whispers and discussions. A series of rumors arose before her sudden disappearance. As a beautiful noble lady under one person and above 10,000 people, she was arrested and imprisoned, held by the heretical inquisitor in the dark dungeon under the Holy See. That is not just the worst thing for her. She was now completely betrayed by the animal she raised. The ending for her was not as beautiful as she imagined, being eaten alive by the flesh-eating animals she raised. They only gave a hypothesis. But even so, the story continues to be told. No one knows the truth behind it. The scene switches to a simple little house but full of warmth. Even if they knew the truth, they would not believe it. But that is just the beginning of the next story. Lkesia herself could not believe her eyes. One morning waking up, a little girl hugged her cheeks and sighed in frustration. Unexpectedly it came to this. The image shows a little beauty quickly blending into nature. Butterflies constantly surrounding her as if they are praising her as the queen, the most beautiful woman in the world. A notorious villain who only lives to satisfy her arrogance, and the story is gradually being told. I, the main character in all the grand events and incidents. A scream echoed from inside the house. The beautiful girl with golden hair and red eyes angrily shouted, "What the hell is this?" Lkesia could not accept that she had become a 5-year-old child. But what is the real reason behind that story? Let us follow. There is a complex story behind why I fell into this situation. Time has shifted to a month ago. At this time inside Lkesia's mansion, her angry voice rang out, "What?" Sitting on the high chair looking down below, everything must succumb to Lkesia's beauty, she asked coquettishly. The Basilian family secretly adopted a child. Slender fingers slowly placed down on the table. A warm voice quickly rang out, "Yes, I have confirmed it." The young man's face shone brightly, smiling as he reported everything to her. The Basilian family directly concealed the identity, and visited the orphanage. A delicate face with gentle features. This young man is the dog person, Hada, Lkesia's subordinate and intelligence. Looking at this appearance is enough to see how beautiful he is. He is like a little puppy standing in front of her and happily saying his thoughts. So, Hada has a plan for someone here. She was a little surprised when she heard that and looked up at him. "What is it?" His eyes became brighter. He happily put his hand forward to inform her, disguised as the head of the orphanage, and approached the count. When he only said that, Lkesia coldly interrupted him, "No." Her face became extremely cold and slowly stood up. She did not forget to teach him. Temporary approach. Can't collect the information I want. Hearing her say these things, he immediately looked bored and continued to ask her again, "Then what to do? Is there a better way?" She nodded to signal him, "Yes." Her face now bloomed with a playful smile. She smiled and announced, "I will directly turn into a child and become the adopted daughter of the Count family." Hearing these words from her own mouth, Hada became extremely worried. He hurriedly hugged his face with his hands and sighed, "Yes, that is too dangerous, Miss Lkesia." She calmly picked up her hat and stood up to announce, "It is not the first or second time I have encountered danger." At this time, she quickly remembered the servants there, and at the same time she had her own calculations in her head. She spoke again to him, "The servants of the Basilian family are famous for being loyal and tight-lipped." It seems that Lkesia is extremely determined with this intention of hers. She quickly picked up the hat on her hand and examined it carefully. "It is better for me to enter myself." Speaking of this, she slowly turned her head to look at Hada and smiled to comfort his worried mood. "There is nothing I can't do, right? Finally found the traces of those who destroyed my life." She also gradually recounted her own story, "The only reason that makes me so reckless. She has wounds in her heart that no one can know, stories that only she understands, is to avenge those who destroyed my happiness. My mother was a crazy fairy. She left this world after giving birth to me. She only knows everything through stories." The image appears when Lkesia was just a baby. Her mother hugged her in her arms. "I inherited power from such a mother, and was abandoned in the world of fairies from birth." She continued to step outside. At this time the moonlight was high. Looking up at the full moon right in front of her, she thought to herself, "The secret of my birth. I do not know anything about it." Time has shifted to 5 years ago, Lkesia slowly recounted. "On my 15th birthday, everyone around quickly stood around her, as if they wanted to share the joy of her birthday. Lkesia, they held a white cake as beautiful as her appearance. Everyone constantly surrounded her, smiling and congratulating, 'Happy birthday,' but on Lkesia's face, she did not seem to care about these things. Until then, I did not know I was a fairy." Looking at the big beautiful cake right in front of her, she became extremely touched looking at this cake and surprisingly made a wish. Remembering something important, she immediately looked up at the head of the orphanage and worriedly asked, "Our orphanage's finances are not much. Where did the head of the orphanage get this cake?" She laughed when she heard that and replied, "Why are you worried about this kid?" Outside, a beautiful butterfly quickly flew to the window as if wanting to share the joy. "I lived very happily at the orphanage." The head of the orphanage gently smiled and stroked her head. "Thank you for being born and being by our side, Lkesia." She immediately became touched when she heard these words and looked up at her. Head of the orphanage, her story is gradually being told. "I do not have parents. In return, I have a loving head of the orphanage and my friends. All good things must come to an end." But, her eyes witnessed the scene of the butterfly flying towards her neck. Her face became extremely serious. "Everything changed after I awakened my fairy power." It seemed that her body quickly had a change. She hugged her chest and cried out in pain. Seeing her look strange, the head of the orphanage worriedly ran over and called her name, "Lkesia." Outside the orphanage at this time, uninvited guests quickly appeared. These 3 guys stood on high observing everything inside the house. They quickly discussed with each other. "Found it. It seems that the information is true. The price for a newly awakened fairy is very good." One of them quickly held a torch in his hand and slowly moved forward. He turned his head and informed his comrades, "Let us start hunting." A cruel plan was hatched. The flames constantly engulfed and burned the entire place. In the human world, mysterious creatures like fairies are only trading objects. The scene here became extremely tragic. They were very evil when doing all these things. The hunters who were looking for that power attacked the orphanage. Outside the orphanage was burning fiercely. Lkesia sat there alone with a look of despair. She recounted in helplessness, "And I am the only survivor." Looking up at the place that had taken care of her from childhood to adulthood was being destroyed right in front of her. Her face became extremely helpless and she shouted, "No." Looking at everyone who was constantly being burned by the flames in despair, Lkesia could only hug her face helplessly. At this time her eyes were only filled with hatred. "It is all my fault. I am the one who caused everyone to die. If I were not a fairy then everyone would have." Thinking of this made her dare not think any further. She helplessly looked up ahead and kept shouting in despair, "And so, I lost everything. Everything is getting worse and worse in her life. My life is full of pain, despair, and being chased by hunters." She became extremely helpless and kept running away while all of them chased after her. Her past was spent in despair. She ran forward while crying helplessly. Occasionally she looked down at the skinny fingers right in front of her. "No place welcomes me." There were days when she was so exhausted that she wanted to give up everything. She walked barefoot forward, to survive. Power. After a long period of suffering, this time she completely transformed into a different person. She completely gained the power and beauty for herself. She could avenge all those who had suffered. Because of her, seeing her holding the weapon and moving forward, the guy right in front of her became extremely desperate. That is all the information I know from the fairy hunt. This person's voice became extremely desperate. He kept begging helplessly, I have said everything, please spare my life. But she can't easily let it go. All the suffering she had to endure, she will gradually return it all, use the fairy power to avenge. She quickly raised her weapon forward. A shrill scream kept ringing out. This hunter became extremely scared. It turned out that she was still kind and did not kill him. This guy heard that she spared him. He hurriedly turned his head and ran away quickly with fear. Lkesia looked at his back with very strange eyes. After mastering her power, I began to look for the culprits who destroyed my life. The time at this time was late at night. She looked up ahead. The moon was still as full as ever. The fairy hunters are just puppets. Clearly there are people behind directing. The figure of the little girl kneeling down at the foot of the orphanage was quickly revealed. At this time Lkesia secretly swore in her heart, I will not spare anyone. For that reason, I chose to become a villain. But things are not as simple as she thought. After many years of chasing, I discovered, she constantly stood in front of the hunter. A story has finally been revealed. My mother's madness was a fairy experiment. The opening image shows the image of two mothers and daughters very close as if there is a binding link to each other. Because of inheriting that blood, my power is different from ordinary fairies. The deeper she searched, the more she understood an issue, and there are rumors that one of the three great noble families of the Palan Empire conducted cruel experiments on fairies. Lkesia let go of her hands. She continued to look up ahead, but I can't touch the gas clan, so I found another way. Finally the opportunity came. Lekesia's face at this time became extremely pensive. She looked up ahead and thought, it really is Basilian. A snake symbol with the image of a noble quickly appeared in her head, one of the three great nobles of the Palan Empire, said to be the most secret family because there is very little information about them. The image this time is a tall young man, even though he is a great noble, but no one knows the face of Count Basilian. All members of the family rarely participate in foreign activities. Thinking of this, Lkesia became extremely hesitant and did not know what to do right. While she was still immersed in her thoughts, a small butterfly seemed to fly in to guide her. People only know that the countess passed away a few years ago, and the successor among the three sons has been determined. The image of all three sons with red eyes quickly appeared in her head. Such a secret family is the place I suspect the most. Although there are three sons, they still go to adopt a child. This makes her extremely curious. Returning to reality, Lkesia continued to hesitate and think, not from another noble family, but from an orphanage. Something is not normal. At this time a thought quickly appeared in her head. They may adopt a child to do some experiments. The image appearing before her eyes is the image of a butterfly being brutally stabbed by a sword. Hearing her plan, Hada became extremely worried. He hurriedly spoke. But it is too risky. I object, Miss Lkesia. The information known is very little. We do not know what dangers are waiting for you. Hearing him say that, she laughed. Her face became extremely mysterious. Hada, do not forget the promise when you are in trouble. Hearing this from her, he could only sigh helplessly. I know, I will make a potion to make the young lady smaller. Hearing him agree to her condition, she became completely happy. She did not forget to remember it is 10 years old, making me too small will not be easy to collect information. Then she continued to ask him, the count personally came to the orphanage, right? He nodded to confirm with her that it was certain. Inside the wooden house, Lkesia looked at the small face in the mirror. She angrily thought, really crazy. At this time she was Cheisha, that is her nickname. She is only 5 years old. She continued to look at herself. The more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. She angrily thought, I do not know if there is something wrong with the medicine. But I have become a child who can't even speak clearly. Moreover, a month has passed since I came to the orphanage, but there is still no news about Count Basilian. But more importantly, Lkesia was extremely bored when looking at the pile of dirty things on the ground. The little girl angrily thought, more than anything, I have reached my limit when living in such a messy cradle. While still complaining, the little girl unconsciously recalled her happy orphanage before. The orphanage I used to live in when I was young was very clean and cared about our meals. But this orphanage was beyond the little girl's imagination. She continued to look at the head of the orphanage who was constantly holding gold, and what made the little girl even more angry was that the children around here kept bothering her. Already, these kids are too annoying. these kids kept teasing and teasing her. It is mine, they kept throwing paper at her and teasing, hey little thing, this made the little girl very angry. The more she thought, the more she could not stand it, the little girl cried and hugged her head and kept screaming, it has been a month, when will it finally come? While the little girl was still hugging her head and crying, a voice quickly rang out, hey, hurry outside. The voices of the little boys and girls quickly ran outside, they kept announcing to each other, a noble is coming, there is even a big and cool carriage. Lkesia sat on the side and quickly noticed these words. The little girl's eyes quickly lit up with surprise, noble. Thinking of her plan, the little girl quickly picked up her skirt and stood up to go outside. While walking, the little girl thought to herself, could it be? At this time, the little girl was looking forward to the person who came called a noble. Could it be? The little girl slowly opened the door and stepped outside. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lkesia was startled and opened her eyes wide with unbelievable surprise. That. The little girl quickly looked at the luxurious and large horses standing still there, good thoroughbred horses. Then the little girl quickly noticed the gilded carriage that was continuing to move forward, luxurious carriage. In addition, there was a servant standing right next to her and respectfully opening the door. This made the little girl very expectant, and the servant had dignity. Lkesia's eyes immediately became more sparkling, she continued to look up ahead and surprisingly thought, then that man. At this time, she was thinking of a hypothesis, is the head of Basilian, Count Kieran Basilian. The man was slowly taking steps forward with a serious look. He has a very cold face, but with this handsome face, AD would like to give him 10 points no buts. He continued to step slowly and surely forward. Lkesia looked at the boy with a cold face and dignified style who was moving forward. The little girl quickly thought, no mistake. Kieran quickly looked up at the children in the orphanage. He slowly announced, I am here to adopt a child. The little girl immediately became very expectant and thought, that person must be Count Basilian. At this time, she became very happy and thought, one of the 3 great nobles of the Palan Empire. Thinking of this, Lkesia had a very happy smile. The head of the orphanage saw that the distinguished guest had arrived to welcome her. She hurriedly stepped forward and introduced, oh, of course, please come in and have some tea. The little girl on the side saw the head of the orphanage's attitude like that and was speechless. It really did not waste the wait, looks difficult. Contrary to the head of the orphanage's friendly attitude, he became very cold. He looked up ahead and announced, no, wasting time. His eyes coldly glanced down at all the children around here. His cold voice rang out, I will see right here, seeing that he was a very cold and scary person. All the children in the orphanage immediately trembled and hugged each other in fear. Lkesia on the side saw these things and immediately became happy, the little girl happily thought. Finally, realizing that her opportunity was approaching, the little girl quickly pushed up trying to let him see. In her head she had her own thoughts, at all costs, get the Count's attention. If you only know how to stand here trembling then get out of the way. But the little girl's body was too small compared to her peers. This made it a bit difficult for her to approach Kieran. The little girl worriedly thought, he looks very anxious. If this continues, he won't see me. After a very careful observation, he boredly turned around and left. I have seen and there is no child I want. I am leaving. The head of the orphanage saw that her cash cow had left and immediately hurriedly turned around and said to him, yes, you can wait a bit. While he was preparing to leave, a voice quickly shouted, wait. Hearing the small voice ring out, the two were startled and slowly turned their heads back with confused eyes. There was no other way. Lkesia had to lift the bread and shout, me. At this time, the little girl thought desperately, no, can't leave like this. The little girl kept waving the bread and said to him, I am here, take me with you. At this time, the little girl angrily thought, I have been waiting for you for a whole month. The little girl's steps quickly took fast steps forward. It seemed that the little girl wanted to leave with Kieran right now and now. After seeing Lkesia, his eyes became even colder and he questioned the little girl, why should I take you with me? The little girl was still holding the blood bread in her hand. She brought bread to prepare for this moment. Hearing his question, the little girl quickly threw the blood bread down to the ground. The little girl surprisingly called out, seriously, can't you see? The little girl became very confident, stood with her arms crossed and said to him, because I am Ishi Tua. What she meant was that she was very cute. But it seemed that this trick was not effective compared to him. He still looked at her with very cold eyes as if he did not care about these things, but the little girl could not give up so easily. She told herself, to be chosen, there is only this way. The little girl continued to look at the other children in the orphanage who were constantly trembling and crying when they saw Kieran. The count deliberately exuded murderous intent. Probably looking for a child who can withstand it. Thinking of this made her even more sure. The little girl continued to look ahead and then was immersed in her own thoughts, which means the count needs a fearless child. A thought appeared in the little girl's head. How is it? Is this enough to take me away? Suddenly at this moment, he laughed confusingly. You. It seemed that he had become a different person. He slowly sat down right in front of Lkesia. His voice was much gentler. What is your name? Lkesia was very calm. She looked up at Kieran and repeated her name to him. Chaisha, call me Chaisha. Hearing this name, his face suddenly changed. He very seriously and coldly asked again in confusion, the same. Seeing his attitude look strange, this made the little girl a bit confused. She still did not understand what was happening. What do you mean? He gently picked up the little girl in his arms and announced, okay. He smiled and said to the head of the orphanage, I will take this child. Lkesia calmly looked at Kieran's face, who was smiling at her. At this time, his face had become very warm. He smiled and said to the little girl, from now on, I am your father, Chaisha. Seeing that his attitude had turned 180 degrees, this made the little girl even more confused. She did not know what to say in this case. What is it? Why is the attitude suddenly different? The little girl hurriedly replied, yes, yes. The little girl reassured herself, surely it is okay, right. Immediately after that, Kieran picked up Lkesia into the carriage and slowly left the orphanage. The head of the orphanage in the back kept bowing. You be careful. The other children immediately saw him and were scared and wanted to cry. The wheels of the carriage continued to roll on a new journey for Lkesia. The little girl was sitting on Kieran's lap. The little girl thought a little angrily. It is so uncomfortable, sitting on someone else's lap like this. Seeing that the little girl was still struggling, he looked surprised. You are squirming too much. Lkesia was startled and confused when she heard that. Kieran smiled and asked the little girl as if teasing, still not used to father, Chaisha. The little girl laughed and hurriedly shook her head to explain, no. Remembering something, he immediately took out something and announced to the little girl, father has prepared something for Chaisha. The little girl looked forward to it a bit. Then she was immersed in her own thoughts. What is it? Why does he look like a delicate person? He quickly gave a gift in front of the little girl. Here, a gift for you. He quickly put two strange bracelets on the little girl's hand. Looking at these two bracelets, the little girl immediately became desperate. She still did not understand what the hell was going on with this guy. Is not this a magic control bracelet? The little girl's face tried to suppress the anger in her heart. She quickly glanced at Kieran sitting quietly there. Also, how could he easily accept me? He was still coldly looking at her as if probing. He wants to confirm if I have turned into a child, right? The little girl quickly remembered the medicine that Hada had once made for her. But once you drink the medicine made by the beast man Hada, it is not easy to be detected. The power of mysterious creatures like beast men is different from magic, so. Lkesia immediately became obedient like normal children. She smiled and said to him, thank you, so pretty, but Chaisha feels a bit heavy, she secretly determined in her heart. I will take advantage of it in reverse. At this time, she had her own calculations. What does it feel like, when becoming a sorcerer wearing a magic control bracelet on a good child, seeing that she did not have any strange movements? Kieran gave a forced smile. There was no other way. He hurriedly took off the bracelet for the little girl and explained, not this one, I must have been wrong, I will give you a better bracelet later. The little girl looked sulky when she heard that, but in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief as if she had passed the crisis. I have passed one level for now. It seems that Kieran is very pleased with this child. He smiled and said to the little girl, Chaisha, if you want anything, just tell me anytime. The little girl was a little curious when she heard that and asked, what if I want? He laughed and continued to announce to the little girl, I will give you everything. His hand quickly reached out to the little girl. He said warmly, in return, I also have something I need Chaisha to do. He gently lifted the little girl's head and moved closer. Just one thing. The little girl's face became very surprised and did not understand what was going on. He continued to say very confusing words to the little girl. Just do as I say. His face at this time became very strange and stared at the little girl. How is it? Easy, right? Looking at this face of his, Lkesia also felt a bit scared and confused. The little girl looked up at Kieran and thought, what is this ominous feeling? Surely, his adoption has a purpose. The little girl continued to look at his face. At this time different thoughts appeared in her head. Indeed, the fairy experimenter is Count Basilian. While the carriage was continuing to move forward, a voice slowly rang out, "Excuse me, we will check for a moment." A group of soldiers stood next to the two people's carriage. Lkesia was surprised to see this and thought, "Holy night, why is there a sudden check?" Kieran also coldly glanced and asked, "What is wrong?" The two guards hurriedly explained that. Their faces became very serious and announced, "We are hunting the villain Lkesia." The little girl sitting on the side heard her name and was startled in surprise. "Me." The little girl's face immediately became normal again. The little girl sighed and continued to look ahead and then was immersed in her own thoughts. "Also, I have been hiding for a month. Considering the trouble I have caused, being hunted is also obvious, but checking civilians is not a bit too much." Hearing the guards say these words, Kieran was also surprised and asked, "Speaking of which, Lkesia has been quite quiet recently." The little girl was startled and surprised when she heard that. "Kieran knows me." The little girl continued to look up at Kieran's contemplative face. This made the little girl quite surprised. It seemed that he grasped her actions. The underworld is a place where people who have been abandoned by this society gather. Why would Kieran pay attention to someone in the underworld like me? Feeling that they had gossiped a bit too much, these two guards hurriedly spoke, "Very sorry, but please let us check your identity." Kieran coldly replied to these two people, "Do not want to." These two people were a bit embarrassed when they heard him say that and hurriedly explained, "Before confirming your identity, we can't let you pass. Please get out of the carriage." Hearing these words, he became even more stubborn. He coldly said to the two people, "Do not want to." Hearing him say these words made them even more surprised. At this time a very strange smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth and he gently hugged Lkesia in his arms. "Because I want to keep secret the fact that I adopted my daughter." His eyes became very scary but stared at these people and declared, "So, everyone, forget it all." A stream of purple magic quickly appeared, making the little girl quickly understand the problem. This magic. At the same time both guards seemed to have been hypnotized. These two people quickly said in unison, "Yes, I understand." The little girl stood in the back and watched everything. The little girl surprisingly thought, "Is dark magic?" The carriage continued to move forward, only this time Lkesia had become very confused. The little girl surprisingly thought, "Hack magic is forbidden in the Empire. But Basilian, one of the great nobles, is a black magician. What the hell is this situation?" Seeing that the little girl looked so scared, Kieran gently hugged the little girl in his arms. "Sorry for letting you see this, Chesha." He continued to stroke the little girl's head. "If they did not bother me, I would have let it go." He continued to snap his fingers and then ordered, "Since this is the case, let us leave here quickly." Magic completely surrounded this carriage quickly. It seemed that he was preparing to use teleportation. Time continued to change. Lkesia looked at the mountain in the distance. A light breeze blew by. The little girl quickly held her hair. In the blink of an eye she was standing in another place. This is also hack magic, right? Since he has been discovered as a hack magician, he does not even bother to hide it anymore. The little girl and Kieran continued to move forward step by step. "So, this place." Looking at the huge mansion and the soldiers standing in straight rows guarding this place, the little girl gradually understood something. "Is the Basilian Count mansion." He continued to lead the little girl towards the huge castle that was a bit dark right in front of her. He introduced, "Welcome to the Castle of Snakes." He stepped forward step by step. He gently reached out to support Lkesia, "My daughter." The image appears in a deserted scene with few people. A man quickly runs forward as if something important has happened. Next is a dart that quickly shoots out from the front as if assassinating this man. A shrill scream. Along with this scream, the guy from before was lying on the ground. In the meantime, a man was gradually moving forward step by step towards him. Turning his head back and seeing the scene of this man appearing, he became very worried and hurriedly stammered, You. His desperate voice rang out, "Inquisitor, heretic." Contrary to his stammering words, Hilon was still very calm, possessing white hair and red eyes. Hilon is the heretical inquisitor of the holy nation Hildred. Hilon held his weapon and gradually moved towards this poor man. He continued to ask in a scary voice, "Once you have come into contact with forbidden power, you must have prepared yourself, right?" A shrill scream kept ringing out. The unlucky guy was completely logged out in Hilon's hands. When he had just finished dealing with this pile of corpses, a group of people quickly stepped forward and worriedly called his name, Lord Hilon. After hearing this group of people recount everything, His eyes became very cold. He glanced at his subordinates. What about the enchantress? Seeing that his attitude looked strange, the subordinates hurriedly reported everything. Not yet, although we have conducted a check, we have not obtained any information. He quietly held the small weapon in his hand when he heard that, no information. The image that appears is the image of Lkesia. She stepped forward step by step. A strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Hilon. She gently pressed him down to the ground and announced, "You are my prey." Then she continued to lean down and gently kiss him on the neck. So. Her words kept ringing in his ears like a warning, "Do not waste your life." Thinking back to this, Hilon became very pensive. He looked up at the full moon right in front of him. He was very curious about the girl who had disappeared strangely. Where has she disappeared to, Lkesia? The scene switches to a house with luxurious beds. At the same time, Lkesia was still tossing and turning in bed. She could not sleep and kept staring ahead. Seeing that the little girl looked hard to sleep, Kieran laughed and hurriedly put his hand on the little girl to comfort her. "I will put you to sleep tonight too." The little girl was a bit uncomfortable, but she still nodded in agreement. Yes, although the little girl was very angry at these actions. "I am going crazy." The little girl remembered everything when she moved to the mansion. The little girl walked step by step towards the long corridor. The image that appears is Lkesia quickly sitting in Kieran's lap. He was still happily working as if nothing had happened, and the little girl was always angrily staring at this foster father. "I want to escape from this body as soon as possible. Because of him, I can't do anything. Do not even mention investigating." Thinking of this, the little girl thought a bit angrily, "Could it be that he has recognized my identity and is playing me?" The little girl unconsciously remembered the comic book that she had once read. The image that appears is a wolf aiming at Little Red Riding Hood. The wolf saw Little Red Riding Hood as very delicious, and the little girl was still reaching out to it and shouting, "Stop!" Kieran's warm voice slowly rang out asking the little girl, "Interesting, right, Chaisha?" The little girl continued to look at his happy face while he was putting her to sleep. Even so, surely, he is hiding something. A thought appeared in the little girl's head, because Kieran is a black magician. In the little girl's head she quickly thought of a noble symbol, in the Great Lock where religion has a great influence. Hack magic is strictly controlled because of the holy nation Hildred. In Lkesia's head, she thought of the scene of a man standing in the middle of a flock of crows constantly flying in the air. The Great Empire is also a place under the strong control of the holy nation. Any hack magician who uses power contrary to God's will, and what must come will come, they will receive the death penalty as soon as they are discovered. The image of the guillotine quickly appeared. But not only Kieran, there are still two dangerous characters who have not yet revealed themselves, even if it is Kieran, a master with the ability to control the mind. Thinking of this, the little girl's face became very serious. She quickly glanced at Kieran's face. "When life is threatened." He smiled softly at the little girl. It seemed that he wanted to coax the little girl to sleep, and the little girl was still immersed in her own thoughts. Ordinary people would have no reason to use black magic. This made Lkesia even more determined. She clenched her hand and decided, "I have to find out what his plan is." Seeing that the little girl was still unable to sleep, Kieran laughed softly and asked the little girl, "Are you still not asleep, or should I sing a lullaby?" The little girl stared at him angrily and thought, "Quickly reveal your inner self. What is the point of acting like a father?" His songs kept ringing out. The small room was filled with gentle songs, but this did not calm Lkesia down. She was even more angry. "Really singing, heaven. It is so bad. If you are going to sing, sing well, this tone-deaf guy." The little girl gradually closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. "If only, this was my mother's lullaby." The little girl quickly fell asleep. A person quickly appeared in her dream. It can be guessed that her mother appeared. "I have no memory of the time before I was admitted to the orphanage. I have no memory of the time before I was admitted to the orphanage." Kieran smiled softly when he saw that the little girl had fallen asleep. The little girl was still a bit confused. This chaotic rhythm can't be a lullaby. Even though she thought like that, she finally fell into a deep sleep. "But I do not know why my eyes slowly." After a long period of time, a gentle voice rang out, "Did you sleep well, Chaisha?" The little girl heard her name being called and, seeing that the little girl had woken up, Kieran smiled and announced to the little girl, "Just in time, there is something very interesting outside." While Lkesia was still not understanding what was going on, he quickly picked up the little girl and went outside. "Look." The little girl surprisingly looked outside in the direction he was pointing. The little girl continued to look at the fountain in front of her. He smiled and announced, "Your brothers have returned." The image of 3 young masters quickly appeared, slowly entering the palace. Lkesia looked closely at the faces of these 3 people. She looked at them in surprise and thought, those are the 3 Basilian brothers. The image of the oldest boy among them quickly appeared in her head. I know very little information about these 3 brothers. The eldest son is 13 years old this year. Next is a boy with different golden hair along with a boy who seems smaller, and I only just learned that the twins under the eldest son are 11 years old. Kieran smiled and announced to the little girl, then let us go to work, Lkesia. The little girl reluctantly agreed, yes, although the little girl was a bit angry and thought, why does he keep taking me to work? I need time alone. After entering a large room filled with luxurious things, Kieran gently placed the little girl on the table and instructed, you sit here. A strange smile bloomed on his face, then he slowly took the sword and went outside. He did not forget to announce, I have to go out for a bit today, Lkesia, can you be alone? Lkesia was still sleepy. She was thinking about the words he had just said to her. She suddenly realized something. Immediately she was happy like a child. She quickly laughed and nodded in agreement, yes. At this time, the little girl had become very happy. She kept happily sitting there and laughing loudly. Finally, I am alone. While the little girl was still happy, he quickly announced, come in. The door was slowly opened. A person quickly stepped forward. He continued to welcome back, Belzian. A boy with a cold face quickly stepped inside. This boy is none other than the eldest son of the Basilian family, Basilian. He continued to ask him, nothing special. Hearing this question, he quickly glanced at Lkesia with surprised eyes. After seeing the little girl, his eyes quickly changed with a very cold and uncomfortable look. He did not care about the little girl. He coldly said to his father, it seems it is time you need to go to the Black Forest. Hearing this, he seemed to nod in agreement with his eldest son. Indeed, even if you did not say it, I was planning to. Seeing his judgmental look, Lkesia was a little uncomfortable. She angrily looked at him with a disgusted face. Why does he keep staring at me? Moreover, the Black Forest. In her head, she quickly thought of a very dangerous Black Forest. She suddenly understood everything. The Black Forest is rumored to be a place where sunlight cannot penetrate during the day and monsters live, and even many strange things happen, although no one enters or leaves. Thinking of this, she was immersed in her own thoughts. The fact that the Castle of Snakes is located in the middle of the Black Forest contributes to the mystery of the Basilian family. But this makes her even more confused. Why did Kieran come to such a place? After finishing talking, Belzian quickly turned around and left. He did not forget to say goodbye. Then I will take my leave. Before he could step outside, Kieran laughed and continued to ask him, looks a lot like it, right? Hearing this sentence, he was startled and confused. But he quickly fell silent and did not reply. Perhaps he was immersed in his own thoughts. Immediately after that, he turned back and coldly announced, if you want to go crazy, then go crazy alone. His voice became very scary. Do not drag innocent people into this. Witnessing this whole scene made Lkesia become very confused. She could not believe this family was so strange. The atmosphere is so tense. Are they really father and son? Kieran saw that the eldest had left and laughed and explained to the little girl, because the eldest is a bit cold, so you are surprised, right? Hearing this, the little girl quickly nodded in response. It is okay. He saw that the little girl was so obedient. He smiled gently and stroked the little girl's head. Then okay, I am leaving and coming back. The little girl quickly put on a bored face in front of him. He continued to step out of the door. He did not forget to remind, even if it is late, I will be back by tomorrow morning. You go to sleep first. The little girl quickly walked towards her bedroom. Yes, but in her head she had her own thoughts, that she was about to say something, father, but the little girl laughed and continued to look up ahead and asked Kieran with an innocent look, who do I look like? The little girl was immersed in her own thoughts. The words just now, anyone who hears it will find it suspicious. Immediately after hearing these questions from her, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. Just looking at his face was enough to feel scared. He did not respond. The little girl continued to look at him with expectant eyes. This is the second time Kieran has said that I look like someone. He was still calmly immersed in his own thoughts. Looks like it, so she remembered everything, at the orphanage. The scene just now when Kieran chatted with Belzian was all heard by her. Looks a lot like it, right, and in front of Belzian. This made Lkesia quickly remember the time they chatted in the carriage. Speaking of which, Lkesia has been quite quiet recently. He even made her a bit confused. He even directly mentioned her name. Thinking of this, Lekesia's face quickly appeared with a very serious face with sharp eyes. Perhaps the adoption of me, a fairy, is not random, but under the guise of a scary enchantress. Lkesia is currently still a lovely little girl, she asked herself, what is his purpose, Kieran? Lkesia used an innocent face, she looked up ahead and smiled and asked, who do I look like? Kieran heard these words and quickly fell silent. After a long period of silence, he slowly spoke, that thing. He smiled gently and leaned down to stroke the little girl's hair and instructed, I will let you know when I get back. Speaking of this, he immediately stood up and did not forget to scare the little girl. In return, you have to obediently wait for me to come back. Seeing that there was not much time left, Kieran quickly turned around and left. See you again. The little girl happily waved goodbye like a child. Yes. Immediately after he left, Lekesia's face quickly changed. A strange smile bloomed on her face. There is definitely something. Do you think I do not know? Thinking of this made her even happier. She continued to step forward and happily made a decision. Obediently wait, not a chance. Today will be the day I mess up the Count's mansion. The more she thought about her purpose today, the more she liked it. She laughed loudly and ran forward. I will collect all the information and then I will say goodbye to this place. Realizing that there was a strange shadow behind her, she was startled and confused. She slowly turned her head back. There is someone. As soon as she turned her head back, a mysterious person quickly used his hand to cover her mouth, making her immediately panic. This person's eyes became very fierce. This strange person kept loudly teaching, you better obediently follow me. If you make a sound, you will die on the spot. Lkesia met this kidnapping scene for the first time and was speechless. She did not know what to say in this case. Why now? Very quickly, time shifted to the morning of the next day. A kidnapper quickly stood at the carriage waiting. He surprisingly praised, faster than I thought. The one who had just kidnapped the little girl smiled and announced, damn it, let us quickly leave this spooky place. Hearing this, his teammate looked confused. He surprisingly turned his head and asked, is the target still all right? Hearing this, the green-haired guy quickly laughed confusingly. Of course, why would Basilian ask to kidnap this brat? They continued to look at Lkesia, who was lying there quietly inside in frustration. Their voices kept ringing out. I heard that they are searching everywhere to find her. I thought she would be special, but she looks very normal. The little girl on these two robbers kept talking to each other happily, but does not she look like someone? The guy laughed and replied, yeah, it seems I have seen her somewhere before. These two guys continued to look at the little girl's angry face, red eyes, golden hair. Oh my god, I feel like I am about to remember but I can't. At this time, the scarred-faced guy looked at the little girl. He quickly recognized the little girl, Enchantress Lkesia. The other guy quickly looked at the little girl. But the little girl's face at this time had become very calm. She acted as if nothing had happened. What is it? More perceptive than I thought, because I have been everywhere. Even if I turn into a child, there are still people who can recognize me. The little girl prepared to use her power to destroy these two guys. Indeed, these two can't be allowed to live. The little girl was still planning to step forward to destroy these two guys. Farewell. Before the little girl could take action, a voice slowly rang out, hey. You guys. Hearing this, the little girl quickly startled and stopped. A boy with golden hair holding an umbrella slowly stepped forward and smiled and asked, what are you doing? The boy quickly held the umbrella and stepped forward with a very gloomy face. It seems that this person is the second son of the Basilian family. Possessing the same appearance as his brother, he smiled and asked, this is the first time I have seen you guys. He is the third son of the Basilian family, Basilian. The two kidnappers heard this and quickly shielded Lekesia's face and hurriedly explained, Master, we came to deliver flowers. One of the other guys also laughed and said, Yes, we are about to leave now. The little girl looked at the guy who was still standing in front of her. That child is the third child in this house. The kidnapper worriedly asked again, do you need anything? The scarred-faced guy saw Ishul walk past him and became even more confused and shouted, you, before he could finish his sentence. He coldly ordered, shut up. He continued to use scary eyes to look at Lkesia right in front of him. It is not delivering flowers, it is my adopted younger sister, moreover. He quickly moved closer to the little girl's face and assessed, pretty, this is the first time I have seen someone as beautiful as me. The little girl heard this and was speechless and looked at him. Narcissistic. Seeing that the little girl was still stubborn and did not shed a tear, he was quite surprised and continued to pinch the little girl's cheek. Amazing, kidnapped but not crying. Is she stupid? The little girl was even more angry when she heard these things, this bastard. The two kidnappers quickly looked at each other, a plan was hatched in their heads, one of them hurriedly turned around and informed his comrade, hey. There was no other way, they quickly took their swords and rushed straight towards the two people, their desperate voices rang out, you two die. Ishmael heard these noises and calmly stood holding the umbrella there as if nothing had happened. A loud noise rang out, all the bouquets of flowers around here quickly flew up, only the sound of their screams became very deafening. One of the kidnappers was preparing to die under his hands, he was still calmly speaking, I was going to wait for this child to cry and call for help. His power has to be said to be not to be trifled with. He quickly flew into the air and loudly taught these two kidnappers, you guys want to die too much, then I can't help it. After a loud noise rang out, he coldly announced, farewell, these two guys quickly logged out, Ishmael quickly held her and walked towards Lkesia who was sitting in the middle of the flowers shielding her. The scene at this time had become very grotesque, his voice slowly rang out asking the little girl, still not crying, huh? However, there was a bit of blood on his face, but he did not care about these things. He gently used the umbrella to shield the little girl, still not crying, huh? Until now, when he was examining, he gave a very strange smile, his eyes were red and he asked Lkesia again, when will you cry, little sister? But the little girl was still very calm, she looked up at him and could not say a word, then she quickly was immersed in her own thoughts, really, this family is full of crazy people. Time very quickly shifted to another luxurious room, Belzian was still seriously working in his room. Hearing a strange movement outside the door, he quickly looked up ahead and announced, come in. At this moment, a boy slowly stepped inside, Ishmael's joyful voice rang out loudly, brother. He continued to carry Lkesia in his arms and happily asked again, have you ever seen this cute thing? Hearing this, he surprisingly looked up at him, you mean? He laughed and happily pointed at the little girl's face, then happily announced, I want this thing. Contrary to his excited attitude, Belzian had become very serious, he coldly asked him, did you find it and bring it back, why are you doing something pointless? The little girl surprisingly looked up at him, the little girl was a bit angry, what, this kid knows I was kidnapped, I did not expect anything from this family. But, it is too heartless. Ishmael continued to move closer and pressed his hand on Lkesia's cheek and teased, is not it better to have this cute and beautiful thing in our house, the kid is even fearless. Too suitable for the Basilian family. This time the boy continued to move towards the little girl, right, this made the little girl very uncomfortable, but she could not do anything other than angrily biting her teeth and cursing secretly. In her heart, want to die. He heard this and sighed in response to the little girl, the problem is not about adopting a daughter, he heard this and laughed and nodded as if he had anticipated these things. I know, but it is also interesting. Thinking of this, he became very serious and looked up ahead and asked again, the Count's eccentricity, are you planning to participate too? Ishmael heard this and laughed, he did not seem to be afraid of Belzian's questions, he continued to announce, I did not think to that extent. He quickly reached out to stroke this little sister's head, but having a sister like this is also not bad, this made the little girl very angry, who are you talking about? He kept the same cold face, he sighed in frustration, you are also crazy, he continued to look at Lkesia and instruct. The little girl tried to force a smile, she quickly explained, I like it here, in other words, she wanted to be here, although the little girl was a bit angry and thought. What are you talking about, how can I leave if I have not started yet? Hearing this answer of hers, Belzian became very confused, he surprisingly asked the little girl again, like being here, why? The little girl quickly looked up at him, at this time the little girl was a bit confused and did not know how to explain it reasonably to this demanding and strange brother. I have never thought about it. There was no other way, Lkesia transformed like a child, she laughed and hurriedly explained to the two people, I like father, although this reason is a bit cheesy. But the little girl had no other way, but, it is okay to make up a reason. He heard this reason from her and surprisingly sighed in response, what else is this? Is this kid also crazy? Ishmael changed his attitude after hearing this. He looked at her with a judgmental look, that is right, likes father huh, looks pretty but her brain has problems. The little girl heard this and angrily bit her teeth and thought. Leave me alone, you are their father. Hearing this confirmation from the little girl, Belzian became very calm, he spoke and asked the little girl again, you do not know what will happen to you when you stay here. That is what you mean, right? Then he continued to look at Ishul and then informed him, Ishul, you also know, right, about the Count's plan. He quickly nodded in agreement, yes. His voice became very angry and announced, reviving the dead, that disgusting act. The little girl heard this and was startled and confused and could not believe her ears. What, revive, the dead? Right at the moment the little girl did not understand what was happening, but in her head a thought appeared, life and death belong to God's power. The image of a coffin appeared in a very dark scene as a strange ritual. In other words, rejecting death is an act against God, so the performer must pay a heavy price. Thinking of this made Lkesia become very surprised when she thought of the image of a man who had done all these things, so resurrection magic is forbidden magic in the black magician world. A high-level hack magician like the Count can't not know this. The more she thought, the more confused she became and asked, what the hell is he thinking? While the little girl was still thinking, Ishul's voice slowly rang out. But brother. He laughed happily and continued to move towards Lkesia his eyes became very pensive. He did not know what to do. Right, that is right, I also do not agree with that disgusting act. While the two people were still talking, a voice slowly rang out, that is bad. Hearing this voice, Belzian opened his eyes in fear. Kieran slowly stepped inside the room. He smiled and chatted, my lovely children, when father is not here. All three people quickly looked back. He looked very scary at this time with a smile on his face. What are you guys talking about? Kieran slowly stepped inside the room. He smiled and chatted, my lovely children, when father is not here. All three people quickly looked back. He looked very scary at this time with a smile on his face. What are you guys talking about? His voice kept ringing out asking his three children, if only you had told father. Lkesia looked at his face and immediately became serious. She was immersed in her own thoughts. Kieran is planning to use resurrection magic. Could it be? It is because of that. Time has shifted back a long time. About 15 years ago, two beautiful people met in the forest. It is said that Count Basilian accidentally met a woman in the Black Forest and fell in love with her. This girl was also pampered by him and brought back to his palace. The Count loved her intensely, even though he did not know why she was in the Black Forest. Or what her identity was. The Count must have loved her so much that he personally went to the Emperor and ennobled her so he could marry her. Next is the image of the two people living happily together inside the castle. They lived in harmony and had 3 sons together. It was thought that that happy life would last forever, but all good things must come to an end. One day, the Countess suddenly passed away. She completely left this world. Standing in front of the coffin of his deceased wife, Kieran became very desperate and sat there quietly for a long time. The cause of death was not revealed. However, after the death of his wife, the Count, a person who already rarely interacted with the outside world, he did not step outside, but isolated himself in the castle even more. His eyes became very scary to the point of being red. A very strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That was before adopting a child. He continued to look at Lekesia's lovely face right in front of him, and the little girl was still immersed in her own thoughts, and to revive. But there was one thing that made her very confused. But, if it was simply for a sacrifice, why was he so picky? As soon as she saw Kieran come back, Belzian very seriously clenched his hand and spoke. You have lost your mind. Kieran heard this and smiled, took the handkerchief on his son's hand and left. He walked back to his room and smiled as if nothing had happened. My sons are already close to their younger sister. This father is so happy. He continued to look at Lkesia, who was still standing quietly there. He smiled and chatted with the little girl. My condition is a bit strange. Are you surprised? Because I missed Chaisha so much, I immediately came back from the Black Forest. While the little girl had not understood what was going on, Kieran quickly picked up the little girl high, making the little girl a bit startled and confused. He continued to call. Chaisha, Chaisha, my daughter. His face had become very strange. He quickly moved closer to the little girl's face. How could I use Chaisha as a sacrifice? It is absurd. You do not need to listen to the nonsense from your brothers. I only want one thing from Chaisha. Lkesia heard this and was a bit surprised and looked up at him. What is it? Hearing this, the little girl was a bit confused and thought, wants one thing. Finally I get to hear the real reason. He whispered a sentence in the little girl's ear. Bring. His next sentence seemed to freeze the little girl in place. The crown of the fairy queen here for me. That was the first time she heard such strange words. Kieran smiled very scarily on his face. He announced, let us go to the holy nation together, Chaisha. The story is gradually being told. The crown of the fairy queen, the image of a very beautiful flower crown is revealed, the item that the fairy queen offered to the holy king when praising God. This crown is the sacred object of the holy nation Hildred. There is very little information about its use or power. But a child was quickly revealed on the screen, only a pure child under 5 years old, the holy king of the empire and the Tin clan can touch the crown. At that time many priests kept arguing with each other, but because this item was created by fairies, an existence of heresy, there was a fierce debate about whether the crown of the fairy queen was worth preserving as a sacred object. And the story has gradually come to an end. After a long period of struggle, it was finally removed from the sacred object. The image of the crown woven with flowers quickly appeared for everyone to see. She announced that this crown will be given to the child who proves their loyalty during the prayer. Thinking of this, Lkesia lay on the bed. She quickly was immersed in her own thoughts. It is the prayer for the little saint that will be held in a few months. So the count is looking for a child to participate. At this time, the little girl became very serious and was immersed in her own thoughts. Is it to get the crown of the fairy queen, although I know about it thanks to rumors from the underworld? But I do not want it at all. What is Kieran planning to do with that crown? The little girl quickly remembered the words that Kieran had said to her earlier. Do not worry, I will do everything I can to get it for The image of herself when she grew up was revealed, making the little girl a bit embarrassed, but the little girl's face became very confused. She did not know what to do right. I do not want to. I won't pray even if I die. Terrible. Lkesia thought of this and hesitated. The little girl did not know what to do in this case. She quickly was immersed in her own thoughts. Moreover, the Holy Knight and the Inquisitor are also stationed in the Holy Nation. Between the image of the full moon night, she remembered the shape of Hilon appearing. This made her a bit thoughtful. If I go there and bump into that man. His eyes became very sharp and stared ahead. This made the little girl even more scared. There is a high chance I will die. The more she thought, the more helpless she became. At this time the situation was hanging by a thread. The little girl could only lie and roll from side to side and frustratedly cry out. I, a person from the underworld and a fairy who are treated as heretics, are enemies who can't coexist with the holy nation. Kieran is a black magician. He must be the same as me. So why does he keep mentioning the holy nation? This made the little girl very angry. She quickly jumped out of bed and immediately made a decision. I must escape from here. I would rather he threaten me like before. So a plan to escape was hatched in Lkesia's head. She opened the door and stepped outside to check if anyone was guarding or not. Then she scouted the situation. Knowing the count's purpose, there was no reason to stay here anymore. If the adoption of me is for the prayer, then it must have nothing to do with the fairy experiment. The goal is an item of the fairy clan. I am a bit uncomfortable, but life is more important. The little girl quickly bit a rose in her mouth and made a decision. I have to run away from here before something happens. I have prepared an invisibility flower for times like this. And so Lkesia quickly became invisible and ran forward quickly. She did not forget to pray, stay healthy, Basilian. The invisibility rose that the little girl did not notice had fallen to the ground below. At the same time, at this moment, a foot quickly touched the rose with surprise. A person in the back noticed a strange smell and surprisingly spoke to himself, the scent of flowers. Lkesia was running away and heard these words. She was startled. The little girl could not foresee these things. He slowly leaned down to pick up the petals that were falling on the ground below. His face at this time had become very surprised. He observed this flower and asked himself, why are there flowers in the mansion? He is the second son of the Basilian family, Karha Basilian. Lkesia was holding the invisibility flower in her mouth. She was very angry and did not know what to say in this case. She tried to instruct herself, damn it. Why now? Run quickly, before I am discovered. A long time passed. After periods of trying, Lkesia finally came out of the mansion. The little girl was panting, very tired, and thought, finally escaped. She had become very desperate when she remembered the scene of her holding the rose and escaping in front of Karha. How is that kid's intuition so sharp? Even on the way to escape, the little girl stumbled and dropped the invisibility rose in her mouth. She even lost the galing between her teeth. It almost became a big deal. The little girl quickly made a decision. I have to get out quickly. As soon as the little girl turned her head back, she was startled to see Karha standing there looking at her with strange eyes. This made the little girl become very scared and think, when did this kid catch up? There was no other way. The little girl could only. Then he continued to look at the little girl and asked again, never mind, it is late. Why are you still outside? The little girl heard this and hurriedly explained to him. I am going for a walk. He quickly hesitated to think about something. Then he continued to hold the invisibility rose that the little girl had used. His face had become very serious and he asked again, "Is this flower yours? I picked it up on the way here." The little girl heard this and was still about to say something but did not know how to explain. Karha continued to look at the rose on his hand. "I seem to smell a similar scent." He continued to move closer to the little girl to sniff. "You stand still a bit." The little girl saw this and immediately became scared and worried that everything would be revealed. "Yes." Karha quickly bowed his head and continuously sniffed his nose towards Lekesia's hair to see if there was anything suspicious. This made the little girl very confused and thought, What are you doing?" The little girl's face became very worried and was constantly sweating. How could this be happening? While the two people were still silent and no one spoke to anyone, it seemed that there was a strange movement around here that startled both of them. Looking at the doorbell that was still constantly ringing, Karha sighed and announced, "It seems to be an uninvited guest." Lkesia was still not understanding what had happened. She continued to look up ahead. Suddenly she was picked up in a strange way. He quickly used his hand to carry the little girl out of the gate. "Now let us go check the city gate. You hold the flower." Time very quickly shifted to late at night outside the city gate. Everything here was very deserted. A man angrily yelled to the point of being crazy, "Where did you get that arrogant habit?" It seemed that he could not stand this anger and kept screaming. "A noble receives an order and has this attitude." Kieran became very tired and used his hand to stroke his hair and replied to him, "Count Rudin, why did not you come here during the day?" Then he continued to announce, "Please read the imperial order." He heard this and gritted his teeth very angrily. There was no other way. He stood there madly cursing. "Count Basilian must come to the palace immediately after receiving the request. This is the emperor's order. Disobedience will be considered treason." This time the two people Karha along with Lkesia were gradually moving out to observe the situation, and also, Count Rudin's voice angrily announced loudly, "The newly adopted daughter of the family, Chasha Basilian, must also come to the palace." The little girl was moving forward and heard these words and was startled and surprised. "Even me?" Hearing these requests made Kieran completely angry and stared at him. The little girl felt a bad premonition. "I have a bad feeling about this." Count Rudin's voice kept ringing out as if he was giving orders, "And also the adopted daughter of the family, Chasha Basilian, must also enter the palace." Kieran heard these words and immediately became serious and stared ahead. Lkesia on the side listened to all these things. She had become very confused and angrily thought, "What a logical imperial order. Immediately leave for the capital in the middle of the night. And even take me along." Speaking of this, he quickly turned around and climbed into the carriage and did not forget to teach, "Do not leave late." After seeing him leave, Kieran laughed surprisingly and mocked, "At midnight like this is really rude." There was no other way. Kieran quickly turned around and went inside. He slowly asked, "Anyway, because someone disappeared, this father is very worried." He continued to look at Lkesia, who was still sitting obediently on Karha's hand. "Right, Chasha." The little girl heard this and was startled in fear. "He knows I disappeared." He gently moved closer and picked up the little girl high, making the little girl surprised. His face had become very sulky. He moved closer to the little girl and announced, "I was very surprised when I did not see Chasha in the bedroom. I even thought someone had kidnapped Chasha. I was even planning to release the hunting dogs to find you." Hearing this, she became very confused and did not understand what this man was. "Why is he so attached to me?" He continued to look at Karha standing there. "So you went for a walk with your brother?" The little girl quickly nodded in agreement. Yes. He bowed and greeted his father. Then he sighed and suddenly said some very confusing words, too ashamed to act. His face had become very ugly. He kept pointing at his father, "The same way you treated mother." His voice kept ringing out asking his father, "Because that child looks like mother, is that why you are like this?" Lkesia heard. Thinking of this made her even more confused. She surprisingly thought, "Is it like the dead countess?" This made the little girl become very confused. She remembered Belzian's cold eyes when he looked at her. Is there a need to be this extra? Then she continued to look at Karha, who was still looking at his father with disgusted eyes. "Even if it is like it is only like the hair color." The little girl quickly thought back to her beauty, her face like a flower and her charming beauty, because the beauty of fairies is created from illusions. In reality, humans can't do this. After hearing these words, Kieran was not angry. On the contrary, a very strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently held Lkesia and turned around to go inside. He did not forget to announce, "I have found Chasha, everyone prepare." Suddenly his face became serious to the point of being very strange. He continued to hold the little girl in his arms and turned his back to walk away. He slowly declared, "To the royal palace." Very quickly the scene shifted to the afternoon of the next day. The place filled with luxurious lights and extravagance is the royal palace. Kieran sat on the long chair. He looked at the surrounding situation and surprisingly assessed, the royal palace is still the same. Remembering something important, he surprisingly asked Count Rudin, so, when will we be able to meet His Majesty? He heard this and coldly declared, please wait patiently. Then he continued to announce, before meeting His Majesty, there is one. Before he could finish his sentence, the door slowly opened, along with a voice slowly ringing out. You have come at the right time. Lkesia heard this voice and was a bit startled. She realized that something was not right. The door was gradually opening to reveal a man with white hair and a face like a flower. Count Rudin's voice quickly rang out, let me introduce, this person is a knight of the holy nation Hildred. His voice was full of pride, Lord Hilon. He slowly stepped inside with a very cold and calm face. After seeing this familiar face, the little girl had become very confused and scared. She did not know what to say in this case. Hilon, why is he here? A thought appeared in the little girl's head, the leader of the heretical inquisitor, Hilon. She knows this person better than anyone else. The heretical inquisitor is directly under the holy nation. Hildred. The image of a royal palace symbol quickly appeared. Only 13 people are qualified to become inquisitors. They are a powerful group, holding the power of immediate trial and the power of amnesty. Next is the image of the residence of all of them inside the large and magnificent royal palace, as the highest-ranking clergyman, second only to the Holy King and the cardinals. They are secretly operating in many places to restore the order of the continent. Appearing along with it is Hilon's very cold appearance and expression. Among them, only Hilon is able to handle the chain of condemnation. In Hildred, he is praised as the proof of God. Lkesia became extremely serious, staring at him as she delved into her own past thoughts. Before becoming a child, she was always chased by Hilon. She continued to look at him, who was still talking to Count Rudin. The Inquisitor of Heretics is a secret identity. She knew that he usually disguised himself as a holy knight, but she did not expect to meet him here. This made her extremely worried. Could it be that he recognized that she had become small? As soon as he turned his head to look at Lkesia, his eyes became very strange. Catching his gaze, she hurriedly looked away in fear. He quickly became serious, continuing to look at the two of them as if thinking about something. This time, he went straight towards the two of them, causing her to be startled and afraid, not knowing what to do. His hand slowly reached forward, which made her even more panicked as she thought, what is it? Why is he suddenly coming towards me? Do not come here, you crazy person. Just as he was reaching out to touch Lkesia, a hand stopped him in time. Fortunately, Kieran quickly stopped this in time. He smiled and spoke to him, noble holy knight. His face suddenly became strangely cold, and he questioned him again, what is your business with my daughter? Hearing this, he hurriedly retracted his hand and bowed his head, apologizing, this child looks like someone I know. Hearing this, he became even more upset, and he kept asking him, looks like a child who is only 5 years old, I am curious to know who that person is. Hearing his words, Count Rudin became extremely angry. He rushed forward and kept shouting warnings. Be careful with your words and actions, Count Basilian, this is a holy knight of the First Order. Kieran chuckled upon hearing this, turned his head, and looked at him, is that so? Why do not you introduce yourself? He quickly introduced his name, I am Kieran Basilian. But his face did not have many words like that, he stared coldly ahead, I am Hilon. Hearing him introduce himself so briefly, he nodded in understanding. Then he quickly looked at him and asked, what brings the holy knight to the royal palace? I thought I would have time to get close to His Majesty. His face became very calm as he glanced in another direction and announced everything. I am the one who requested His Majesty to summon you here, Count, to determine the identity of the child participating in the minor coming-of-age prayer. Then he continued to look at Lkesia, who was still sitting obediently there, so, I would appreciate it if you could excuse us for a moment. Hearing that these people were going to touch the little girl, he became even colder. His eyes seemed to want to devour him alive, and he questioned him, determine the identity. Does the city-state also suddenly conduct identity verification like this? His eyes became extremely sharp, and he did not seem afraid of his attitude at all. He also did not forget to announce, to ensure that there is no interference from external factors. This is unavoidable. An image of a flower crown of the elf race quickly appeared, and Hilon continued to announce, in particular, the gift for this prayer ceremony is a sacred object. The Count also knows that we need to be careful. The two used each other's attitudes to create pressure for each other, please cooperate. Hearing these words, Kieran could only sigh in frustration. But his eyes were still as terrifying as ever. He coldly glanced at Hilon and did not forget to threaten him, having said that, "There is nothing I can do, but do not let anything like what happened just now happen again." Seeing Lkesia still sitting on the side listening to the entire story of the two, he smiled and approached the little girl and rubbed her head. "Chesha, call Dad if anything happens. And call me if you miss Dad too." The little girl quickly nodded in understanding. Yes. Seeing that he was about to leave made her even more desperate as she thought continuously, "No, do not go, I do not like being alone with Hilon." Before he left, he did not forget to whisper a few words into her ear, and, "Do you remember what Dad told you?" The image of the elf's flower crown quickly appeared, and his voice became very scary. "Just do one thing right, today, Chesha must not make a mistake." After finishing the necessary instructions, Kieran slowly turned around and left. He also did not forget to say goodbye. After seeing her adoptive father leave, Lkesia became very scared. She was confused and sank into her own thoughts. "In the end, only the two of us are left." She continued to look at Hilon standing right in front of her and then sank into her own thoughts. What does he want to determine? If he recognizes me, how should I answer? Seeing him still approaching her, this made her extremely confused. She tried to appear calm. Coming. After looking closely at Lkesia's face, Hilon slowly spoke to her. "No matter how I look at it, you look very similar." Hearing this, the little girl was startled and turned her head to look at him. He bent down and knelt on one knee in front of her. "Perhaps a man appeared while I did not know." Hearing these words from him, the little girl became very confused. "What?" His face became very suspicious and asked again, "Are you Lkesia's daughter?" Hearing these words, the little girl was speechless and did not know how to explain to this crazy person. The little girl angrily stared at his face, thinking, "What the hell are you talking about?" He still looked at her with a silent, contemplative expression. His face became very suspicious and asked again, "Are you Lkesia's daughter?" Hearing these words, the little girl was speechless and did not know how to explain to this crazy person. Lkesia continued to look at Hilon and was very speechless, not knowing what to say in this situation. What is he asking about anyway? The little girl angrily looked at his calm face, which was still waiting for her answer. "What crazy things are you saying?" The story gradually unfolded. The harsh fate between me and Hilon had lasted for a long time. The image appeared when Lkesia encountered him standing there in a dark forest. She raised her head to look at him with an innocent face. At that time she was too naive to know anything. The first time they met was when the fate of both of them was changing dramatically. I was too tired of running away. Hilon at that time was just a young man with many prospects in the future. Hilon was expected to become a knight trainee of the Empire. In the pitch-black scene, Lkesia spoke a few words to him. I asked him for something. Her voice kept echoing in the pitch-black scene. "Please kill me." A gust of wind quickly blew through here. But of course, if he really did it, there would be no Lkesia of the present. Of course, he did not listen to my request. After the short meeting, time passed. We walked on our own paths. Lkesia, after succeeding, became an extremely beautiful and powerful witch. Don't die in vain, but things got worse and worse. Now we fell into an awkward relationship, the pursuer and the pursued. The image of Hilon slowly took step by step forward, and she also went on a path opposite to his. But if we die, both of them thought that they had to die at the hands of the other. Between us there was still an indefinable relationship. Returning to reality, Lkesia became extremely angry when she stared at Hilon right in front of her, but meeting some man, seeing that the little girl did not answer, Hilon could only reluctantly stand up and say some incomprehensible words. "It seems it is still too early for you to answer this question." Then he gently sat next to the little girl. "Then I will ask your name." The little girl calmly read her name, Chesha. He continued to ask her different questions. "Chesha, were you forced to participate in the prayer?" Hearing this, the little girl was surprised to look at him. Puppy, then she slowly replied, "No." His face became very serious, and he continued to speak to the little girl. "I am asking if you were forced to participate in the prayer. If so, I can help you." Lkesia heard these words from him and sighed a little bored. The little girl quickly replied, "No need." Hearing the little girl's refusal, Hilon could only nod in agreement. "Okay, that is good then." Suddenly he became strangely silent, then he slowly spoke, "I will ask again." His face became very serious. It seemed that he only cared about Lkesia. "Your biological mother, does she have bright blonde hair and red eyes, or have you ever seen butterflies or flowers?" The little girl was surprised and turned her head to look at him with a confused look. "Anything is fine. Tell me what you remember about your biological mother. Lekesia's face became more unpleasant, and the little girl quickly replied to him, I do not know, although the little girl became extremely angry and thought. What is this, you are talking about me again, quickly finish asking about the prayer. Seeing that the little girl refused to speak, he could only sigh and quickly make a decision, if that is the case. Seeing him unbutton his shirt, Lkesia immediately looked panicked and hurriedly backed away. The little girl blushed and thought, what is it? The little girl became very confused with this man. She did not understand what Hilon intended to do with her. What is wrong with him? Is his brain not working properly? Why is he suddenly taking off his clothes? But he was still very calm doing his actions. He completely took off his shirt and bared his chest right in front of the little girl. Seeing this scene made the little girl very confused. Crazy, really crazy. The little girl hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands and kept screaming. Hilon slowly spoke to the little girl, you. At this time the little girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at him. His face became very calm. He showed the little girl an image of a rose mark on his chest. Have you ever seen this pattern before? The little girl stared at this strange rose pattern. Immediately after, she quickly recognized her own pattern. Because of that thing, it is what I used to engrave on him. While the little girl did not know how to explain, Kieran at this time slowly walked in. He coldly asked, what is this? His face at this time became very scary. He continued to step forward and kept questioning angrily, are you courting death, Hilon? He continued to put his hands in his pockets and step forward, mocking, what despicable tricks is the Holy Knight playing in front of a 5-year-old child? Hilon sighed and quickly explained. I am just asking. Hearing this, he became even more angry and questioned him, taking off your shirt to ask. He did not know how to answer these words. With just a glance, Kieran quickly recognized the pattern on his body. He surprisingly asked, that pattern is the mark of a witch, why do not you remove it? Is not it normal for the Holy Knight to cut off the flesh to remove the heretical symbol? He quickly put on his shirt, then he looked up at Kieran, Lkesia. He did not answer Hilon's words, he just continued to look at him, you, doing this kind of thing with my daughter just to ask about the whereabouts of the witch. This made him very angry, and he quickly grabbed the candle on the table angrily. He raised it straight towards him and kept shouting threats, Chesha has nothing to do with the witch, do not challenge my patience, and it is better not to meet again. Right next to her, Lkesia became very confused. She did not know what to do in this situation. She just knew how to sit there quietly and think, the atmosphere is too tense. Are they really going to fight? Seeing the situation going too far from the original data, Hilon just sighed and quickly explained everything to him again so that he could understand better. Each child participating in the prayer ceremony will be arranged for a knight to escort. His voice kept echoing, and I was assigned to become a knight to escort the Count Basilian's family. Kieran chuckled disdainfully upon hearing him say that. Then he continued to announce to the two of them, I will escort the two of you to the holy nation safely. Hearing this, he immediately asked him again, escort. Not supervise. He quickly stepped forward and announced to him, whatever you think. But it seemed that Hilon was not a pushover either. He used his cold eyes to glance at him and announce, also, I think you should pay attention to your behavior. Count, are not there people watching? The two quickly passed each other with an appearance that no one liked. Well, we will meet again on the day we go to the holy nation. Witnessing all these scenes, Lkesia sighed in relief after seeing that everything was over. Thanks to Kieran's intervention, things ended quickly, but Kieran not only knows me, but also knows about my mark. The little girl quickly glanced at Kieran who was sitting there contemplating, and she called out, Dad. Hearing this call, he turned his head to look at the little girl with a surprised and somewhat confused look. The little girl quickly ran over and slowly reached out her hand towards him, carry me, although the little girl had her own calculations in her head at this moment. I can't escape anyway, I will temporarily cooperate and see how it goes. Kieran heard the little girl say that and just smiled gently, slowly lowering himself to pick her up. After getting into her father's arms, the little girl was a little confused and surprised to ask again, but where did Dad go? He was surprised to hear that and looked at the little girl. Then he chuckled and slowly recounted, Dad went to see the Emperor, Your Majesty. Time had shifted to a few minutes ago inside the luxurious royal room, a voice slowly echoed, Thank you for coming, Count Basilian. This man was the Emperor of the Palan Empire. He smiled and announced, I apologize for suddenly summoning you like this. Remembering something, he continued to turn his head to look at Kieran and asked again, That is right, have you greeted the Holy Knight Hildred yet? He was a little surprised to hear that, and suddenly his facial muscles became serious, and he asked him again, "Holy Knight?" His face became eerily silent, just looking at his eyes was enough to feel haunted. Seeing that his eyes were a little scary, the emperor surprisingly asked him again, "Count, is there a problem?" He silently continued to look at him and asked again, "Your Majesty must be clear." This time he slowly took a step forward, and his hands quickly reached out towards the emperor and grabbed his collar tightly. Kieran was not afraid when he was the emperor, the king of an empire, but his eyes became very angry and questioned him. "That bastard is an inquisitor of heretics." The more he said, the angrier he became, and he kept questioning him, "What is your Majesty's intention in giving my daughter to an inquisitor of heretics?" Returning to reality, after closing his story, Kieran smiled and spoke to the little girl, "It has been a long time since we met, so we had a very pleasant conversation. But I was afraid that Chesha was waiting, so Dad quickly came back to see you." Hearing this, the little girl was a little scared and hurriedly asked again, "So, do I have to meet His Majesty too?" He chuckled upon hearing that and gently announced to the little girl, "No need, why would Chesha go to see that old pig?" The little girl was immediately speechless after hearing these words. He quickly carried Lkesia out the door and talked, "Since we are here, let us take a walk around the royal palace with Dad." The little girl hugged her father's neck and thought, "I think I just heard something terrible." Very quickly, the two father and daughter strolled to the outside. The scenery here became very beautiful with long roads built very luxuriously. Kieran smiled with interest and spoke to Lkesia. "If you like something, tell Dad, Dad will do the same at home for you." The little girl quickly nodded in understanding, "Yes." Suddenly at this moment, he suddenly became strange. He continued to turn his head to look at the little girl. "But, my Chesha, what did you talk about with the knight?" The little girl chuckled and recounted everything to him. "The knight asked me if I had a puppy." He was startled and surprised to hear that. Then the little girl continued to ask again, "And I said I did not. Did I do well, Dad?" He was speechless at the sight of this and thought, being too honest does not help. He nodded in praise, "Yes, you did very well." He continued to ask the little girl again, "Did the knight not say anything strange?" The little girl looked at his expression, then she quickly sank into her own thoughts. He is still worried about that. Lkesia quickly brought her little hands gradually forward. She sank into her own thoughts. "It has to be like that. He is afraid that because of Hilon, I won't be able to participate in the prayer. And is anxious whether the Count family will be viewed in a negative light, or take this opportunity to try to be closer to him." Thinking of this, she gently used her small hands to touch Kieran's hair, causing him to be a little surprised. The little girl continued to call out, "Dad." In a certain moment, a gentle breeze quickly blew past. It seemed that he was frozen by this scene. The little girl smiled gently and announced, "Chesha stands by Dad's side." She also did not forget to comfort her father's mood, "So, do not worry, Dad." Kieran suddenly became silent and could not say a word in front of this scene. The two continued to move forward. The two of them walked in the royal courtyard for a long time. After that, his next words surprised Lkesia and widened her eyes. He smiled and continued to look at the little girl, "You do not have to resemble everything." Saying this, he raised his head and looked in another direction. His voice had some intention, like that. This made the little girl very confused. Very quickly, time had shifted to a few days later in an extremely large palace. That was the mansion of the Basilian family. Lkesia took step by step forward and kept strolling in the large garden. "There are still 3 months until the youth prayer, so we decided to stay in the capital until then." Walking in the heart of the palace made the little girl even more happy. "It is so peaceful." The little girl's face became very happy. She sank into her own thoughts. After returning from the royal palace, Kieran is often away from home. Maybe it is because of the matter in the garden. The little girl remembered the scene that day. Kieran smiled and spoke to the little girl in a very sentimental tone. "Even this matter, you do not have to resemble so much." The little girl looked surprisingly at the smile on his face. "It is the first time I have seen that look of Kieran." Returning to reality, the little girl continued to walk forward and then turned her head to look back. In her head different thoughts kept emerging. "I am curious to know what the Countess is like. And in order to investigate more about Kieran, who knows too much about me, I decided to postpone escaping from here. However, we left the Count's territory for a while. So it is not easy, at least here I can find out something." While the little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts, Ishul quickly appeared behind her. He smiled and greeted, "Hello, little sister." The little girl was startled and surprised to turn her head back. Seeing that the little girl looked so surprised, Karha slowly stepped forward and asked the little girl, "How was the royal palace?" Ishul also seemed curious. Was the prayer safe? Seeing both of them quickly appear, the little girl, Lkesia, continued to look at her two twin brothers. After Kieran, now the twins, both of them kept talking to the little girl, making the little girl even more desperate and turned away. "Please leave me alone." Time very quickly shifted to the evening. The voices of the two older brothers kept echoing in the little girl's ears. "Little one." All of this was observed by Belzian from above. His face became very contemplative. He quickly sank into his own thoughts. In the end, that child was allowed to participate in the prayer. This made him very embarrassed. He sighed and did not know what to do. What should I do now? His helpless voice kept echoing as if he was looking for a way out for himself. "Mother." The story also gradually unfolded. My peaceful family collapsed along with my mother's sudden illness. Inside the warm little house, a voice slowly echoed, "Belzian." A pair of slender hands gently placed their hands on his face. A gentle voice echoed, "Mother has something to ask of you." The girl lying on the sick bed had become very tired, but she still spoke to instruct her eldest son, "Kieran, your father is very sad." She gently put her hand on the cheek of this poor son and announced, "You must protect your siblings and Basilian." Although he did not want to, he had no other choice. He quickly agreed with his mother, "Yes, I will definitely protect everyone." Seeing that her eldest son obediently listened like this, she became even happier. Inside the warm little room, her voice echoed with emotion, "I am sorry for placing the responsibility on your shoulders." Her voice was gradually becoming smaller, at such a young age, and this made him even more desperate. After these instructions, his mother took her last breath. This made the family that was already happy even more desperate. His mother's death changed a lot of things. At that time, Belzian's two twin younger brothers were too small. A small hand quickly pulled his shirt. "Brother." Ishul hurriedly followed his side. He sadly spoke to his older brother, "I do not see mother." He felt very painful when he heard these words. He continued to use his eyes as if he was trying to suppress his tears. The little boy recounted everything. Karha can't smell mother's scent, and can't smell the scent of the younger sibling inside mother's womb. Belzian was immediately silent when he heard that and could not say a word. Not daring to tell his younger siblings the truth, he quickly turned away with a desperate look. My two younger siblings searched for mother everywhere because they were too young to understand what death is. Seeing that his older brother was acting like this, Ishul was very confused and hurriedly called after him, "Brother." Living without a mother for a long time, his eyes seemed to have changed. He became even more determined and looked forward. "I can't tell them." The image of black roses quickly appeared before his eyes, and more importantly, father's condition is worse than what mother said. Belzian every night caught the scene of Kieran kneeling down below the tree in extreme despair and suffering. His eyes became very desperate as if he did not need everything in this life. Father not only ignored Basilian's work, but also was indifferent to us, sitting slumped beside his dead mother. He quickly grabbed an umbrella and held it over his father. He announced to him, "Father, wake up, how long are you going to sit like that?" He still sat quietly beside his wife's grave. He did not reply. He only wanted to sit next to his wife until he died. Belzian kept comforting his spirit. Mother also would not want to see father in this state. "Father, stop and go back." Kieran at that time was only silently cold and did not say a word. Just looking at his eyes was enough to see how desperate he was. Seeing that his father had lost all his life like this, Belzian was very helpless but could not do anything. He tightly held the umbrella in his hand. He quickly made a decision. "No, it can't be like this forever." He tried to turn to another direction and shouted loudly as if he was signaling something, "You." His voice kept echoing in the pouring rain, "It is Count Basilian." The more he said, the more Belzian exploded. He angrily did not dare to believe these things. As the snake that manages the Black Forest, you still have responsibilities and obligations to do. When he finished speaking these words, suddenly Kieran had a change. He chuckled strangely, making Belzian very confused and silent. Between his wife's coffin, he chuckled loudly, very incomprehensibly. This strange laughter seemed to tear apart the silent night. It seemed that he had completely turned into a madman. He kept laughing loudly with delight when he heard the story just now. He still stood there laughing as if he did not care what was happening. Only Belzian stood there quietly looking at him, still laughing with very strange eyes. He slowly put his umbrella down. At this time, he slowly stood up. He hugged his forehead and sighed as if he had realized something. "Basilian, that is right." His attitude made him even more confused and did not know what to do. on the day that father remembered that he was Basilian, he slowly picked up the black roses in his hand and announced. Father is Count Basilian after all. His eyes became very strange, he gently hugged all these flowers into his body and smiled and asked again, can't father revive the dead? This made him even more afraid when he realized, it was the moment that marked his fall, starting his madness. A long time passed, Belzian always stood on high and observed everything, his face became very calm. After his mother's death, the count had completely become a madman. He caught the scene of Kieran constantly hugging the bouquets of roses into his body to the point of despair, being by his side, so I understand clearly, on the outside he looks fine. But no one knows how broken his soul is inside. This made him very confused. Why do you have to touch such forbidden things? The image that appeared was the image of Kieran with his face covered in blood. He slowly turned his head and called his eldest son's name, Belzian. His face became very scary when his blood had been constantly sticking on his body. Finally, father has found a way to revive your mother. This made him even more panicked. And I witnessed the whole process. Returning to reality, Belzian was trying to soothe his disturbed mood. I have to be really awake. He intends to use A very scary thought appeared in his head, then it will also be the day of doom for the Basilian family. The image of the innocent Lkesia very quickly appeared, but for him, she was just a tool for Kieran to carry out his purpose. That innocent child would also be executed for the reason of cooperating. With him, mother would not want something like this to happen either. This made him very determined to the point of clenching his fist and making a decision, but I still have not thought of a way to stop the count. He continued to look at the two twin brothers who were still continuing to talk to Lkesia. Even the twins agree with this crazy action. He continued to look at Lekesia's flowing golden hair and red eyes, and the new younger sister. This made him very surprised. She adapts better than I thought. She was still happily walking around the very large mansion. Belzian became very contemplative. He continued to look at the appearance of the little girl at the moment. He sank into his own regretful thoughts. If the younger sibling in mother's womb was born at that time, it would have looked like this, right? He unconsciously remembered the scene that the little girl had once told him, I like this place, I like Dad. This made the little boy very confused and thought, what should I do to be good? His face suddenly became strangely contemplative, I hate everything. While he was still sinking into his own thoughts, a voice came from behind, what is with that stare, Belzian? At this moment Kieran slowly stepped to behind him. Now you also have the heart to care about your younger siblings. He was startled when he heard that and realized that his father was behind him. His face suddenly became angry. He turned his head and criticized him again. Stop sneaking around like a thief and speak up, Count. Kieran chuckled when his son said that. His expression was not angry but more like a madman. The more he thought, the more angry he became. He kept teaching him, in the end, because of that despicable greed, you raised. Hearing this, Belzian became even more confused and asked again, what are you planning to do later? He chuckled when he heard that and continued to look down below. After thinking very seriously for a while, Kieran slowly announced, because father has announced to everyone about his intention to participate in the minor coming-of-age prayer. Later, all attention will be focused on our Basilian. A very mysterious black snake image quickly appeared before Belzian's eyes through his story. At that time, Basilian, who was hiding in the dark, would have to step out into the light. Hearing this, he understood his purpose. He sighed and praised, so, from now on, expanding power to the outside is a wise choice. Hearing this, a strange smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Standing on the top observing the entire story down below the grounds, he smiled and announced to his eldest son, father will think about it. Belzian felt quite uncomfortable when he heard these words. He sighed helplessly and did not know what to do. Hopeless. From the beginning he did not bother listening to me. He continued to turn his eyes to his eyes. He quickly recognized these eyes. These eyes clearly did not look towards the future of Basilian. He understood all of this better than anyone else, but about that dead past, on another side down below the mansion, Karha walked while talking. Little one, look. This beautiful flower. Ishul beside him smiled and asked Lkesia, should I carry you? The little girl wearily took step by step forward and sighed, annoying. Belzian quickly remembered the scene of his mother's dead coffin. He sank into his own thoughts, but I can't sacrifice the future for the past. He quickly remembered the words that he had promised his mother. Because of the promise with mother, at this time he slowly called out to his father, Count. Kieran quickly turned his head to look at him when his son called out. He continued to call out, I will protect this family. His eyes were very certain. He continued to raise his head to look at his father with very determined eyes, like the way that you disregard everything to do forbidden things. A determined thought as well as a purpose had been set in his head, also will disregard everything to stop father. Inside the large room, very happy voices were constantly echoing, "Little one, try eating this." Another older brother also happily spoke, "No, eat this first." Lkesia helplessly looked at her two adoptive older brothers. "It has been a few weeks since I came to the townhouse in the capital." Karha's face became very happy and brought a cookie towards the little girl. "Eat the cookie first." Even Ishul also fed her a piece of cake. "Cake is more delicious." The little girl did not know what to say in this situation. Now I am used to the care of these twins. She quickly enjoyed all the flavors of the pastries that her two close older brothers brought. These two were originally the youngest, now they have become older brothers. So they are excited, to the point of seeing me as an interesting existence. For now, I want to get their help whenever needed, so I am trying to get their goodwill. But the little girl at this time became very confused and did not know what to do next. But if it continues like this, when will I be able to investigate? While the little girl was still thinking, the servants in the back chuckled with interest and talked together. "So cute." Since the young lady came, the atmosphere in the house has gradually become happy. While the three people were still very happily laughing and joking with each other, the steward quickly stepped forward and announced to the three people, "Young lady, young masters." He continued to announce to the three brothers, "Young Master Belzian is calling everyone." The three people were surprised and turned their heads back with a confused look. The steward's voice smiled and announced, "Count and Countess Rudin are visiting." Very quickly the three people caught sight of Countess Rudin. She smiled and praised, "Young lady and young masters are so cute," while Rudin on the side angrily looked with not very friendly eyes towards the three people. Lkesia was being carried by her older brother. She looked towards him and realized something, that person. She looked closely at his stern face and judgmental eyes. Isn't he the noble who came to convey the emperor's decree last time? What is he looking for today? Countess Rudin smiled and greeted the three people. "Very happy to meet you. I am Countess Rudin. We came here because we received the imperial mandate to teach everyone etiquette." But he right next to her sighed with annoyance. It seemed that he did not want to care about these things so much. His Majesty personally welcomed the new child of the Count's family and sent us here. So think of this as an honor. Immediately after that, he immediately looked disdainful. This education should have been received by the Count's family early on. Lkesia sitting on the side quickly observed this entire emotion. The little girl surprisingly sank into her own thoughts. From the last matter, it seems that the relationship between the emperor and Kieran is not good. Indeed, the purpose is to supervise. That expression of Belzian's is probably right. They continued to look at the little girl and announced, "Then let us start with young lady Chesha, shall we?" Then he said with a grating voice, "From now on, young lady must study hard." At this moment, a very scary smile bloomed on the corner of her mouth, the young lady of the Count family. Her mocking voice kept echoing, "Can't act like when you were in the orphanage." The little girl immediately fell silent and looked at her after hearing these words. Contrary to her provocations, the little girl became extremely calm. She sank into her own thoughts, just started and already criticizing so childishly, not even worth it for me to react. Suddenly she was startled and realized something. At this moment, Karha made a move. He smiled and threatened these two illiterate people, "Hey, watch your words." He pointed his weapon at their necks and scolded loudly, "We have ears too." This made both of them very confused and scared. Witnessing these things, Ishul became extremely calm. He sighed in boredom and carried Lkesia in his arms. "These words are hard to hear, I am thinking." At this moment, a very scary smile bloomed on the corner of his mouth and declared, whether to kill or spare her life. While both of them were still causing trouble, suddenly Belzian angrily shouted and ordered his two younger brothers, Karha, Ishul. He became very angry with the previous actions of his two younger brothers. His eyes seemed to want to devour both of them alive. Seeing his older brother reacting so fiercely, the two quickly returned to normal. The two quickly glanced at each other signaling. Following that, he continued to look at the Count Rudin family. He announced to these two people, "I apologize, the two of them are still young, they do not understand things." He tried to apologize to him to let the matter go. "Please be generous and forgive this rudeness." Rudin at this time became so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was still about to mutter something, this. At this time he could not bear it anymore and loudly scolded Belzian right in front of him. In the end, both the son and the father are equally rude. Is this the family tradition of the Basilian family? he just silently listened to these words. After that, he still did not want to let it go. He continued to loudly scold, "Is Count Basilian here and letting a kid be the representative?" This made him startled and raised his head to look forward. With an unbelievable look, Count Basilian. After that, he suddenly became silent and slowly bowed his head as if confirming this again. Rudin became very disdainful of the previous actions. He slowly stood up and announced, "Now I understand how the city of snakes is run." This time he became more and more excessive. Too clear, this action is from those who grew up without a mother. Belzian could not bear it anymore after hearing these words. He quickly widened his eyes and looked forward with an unbelievable look. He and his wife quickly left this place. His scolding voice kept loudly cursing the three brothers. "I will absolutely not let this matter go. Remember to pass the word to the count." The door quickly slammed shut before the surprised eyes of everyone. Inside the house at this time, only the four brothers stood there quietly. No one said a word to anyone. Remembering something, Ishul immediately turned to Belzian and was still about to say something more. "Brother, I will immediately." Before he could finish his sentence, he calmly instructed him, "Stop." It seemed that he had suffered a great shock. He looked very desperate at this time. He spoke to his younger siblings who did not understand things. "Please." His voice became more and more desperate. "Stop it." He slowly turned around and walked towards the back before the surprised eyes of the three brothers. The door closed. The three brothers stood there and watched Belzian's back leaving with a very sad face, not knowing what more to say. Thinking of this made Ishul very self-blaming. He suddenly became strangely contemplative. Older brother was insulted, so right at this moment, the two quickly spoke to each other, angrily recalling everything that had happened. It was that woman, she caused trouble with little one first. Ishul became very angry and sighed, asking again, "Let us just write them off." Karha quickly shook his head and replied, "But if older brother finds out, he will be very angry." The little girl on this side was still sinking into her own thoughts. Why did this situation happen while Kieran was away? The little girl at this time became very confused. She remembered the scene of Count Rudin and his wife constantly covering their faces crying just now. With this matter, Basilian has inadvertently created an excuse for the emperor. That is also a problem, but more importantly, she quickly remembered his words that he had criticized those who grew up without a mother. She quickly noticed Belzian's desperate appearance after hearing that sentence. She surprisingly thought, there is no way that kid can calm down after hearing words like that. The little girl quickly remembered her unpleasant memories. Words kept echoing and made her cover her ears. That thing is like that because it has no mother. What do you know as an orphan? Get lost. Thinking of this made Lkesia very contemplative and fell into her own thoughts. Because of that tragic mood, I understand better than anyone else. She quickly waved her hand to signal her two older brothers, "Let me down." This time the little girl made a decision. "I have to go see Belzian." A thought appeared in her head. "I am already infiltrating secretly anyway. Treating him well won't hurt." Thinking of this, the little girl quickly took step by step towards Belzian's room. Looking at the door of the room being opened, the little girl was very surprised and slowly stepped inside. "Is it here?" The door was opened. The little girl quickly pulled the door open with force. The little girl's small figure quickly stepped inside this large room. Noticing a strange scent, the little girl quickly glanced in another direction. This time the little girl caught Belzian bowing his head. He sat curled up in a corner with very desperate eyes. It seemed that he was enduring a sadness of his own. It seemed that he did not care what was happening. He only knew how to cover his face and sink into his own sadness. The little girl thought surprisingly, "Is he crying?" Lkesia slowly stepped towards him. She gently spoke, "I." The little girl was like sunlight shining on his sad soul. She sat right next to him and said to him, "I will sit here for a while too." He did not react to this image. He still only curled up and sank into his own sadness. He did not want to care about anything else. "I feel like I should comfort that kid." The little girl's face still sat there quietly. This time she chose to be silent and did not say a word to him, but that was also a respect of her. "But honestly, I do not know how to do it." The little girl just sat there quietly and calmly. A long time passed. "Well, I will just sit next to him like this. Maybe it will work like it did with Hada." Right at this moment, a voice slowly echoed, "Karha and Ishul." The little girl heard him speak and slowly turned her head to look at him. His face became very sad, but he still slowly announced, "Taking action for kid carrying the name Basilian, not for you." After that, he quickly said what he was thinking in his heart to the little girl, "And I do not want you to become a Basilian. It is useless to act spoiled with me." The little girl was a little confused after hearing this. She quickly pretended to be stupid and asked again, "What is acting spoiled?" Belzian did not know what to say after hearing this sentence. Seeing that his mood was gradually getting better, Lkesia quickly gave him a flower that she had picked herself. She smiled and said, "Please accept it." A bright smile bloomed on the little girl's face. She smiled expectantly, hoping that he could accept this flower in her hand. He looked at the flower in the little girl's hand and was a little surprised. "This is..." The little girl continued to smile, looking at him. "If you smell the fragrance of the flower, your mood will get better." Hearing these words, he immediately froze and widened his eyes in disbelief. He quickly remembered a memory. His mother had once given him a rose and instructed, "Belzian." She smiled gently and gave the flower to him and comforted, "If you smell the fragrance of the flower, your mood will get better." The little girl continued to speak, "Don't be sad now." Belzian was startled and could not believe it after hearing these words. Strange tears unconsciously fell on his cheeks. He sat curled up in a corner, the tears on his red eyes constantly fell, making him tremble and weaker than ever. He quickly sat curled up in a corner, constantly crying right in front of Lkesia. After a long time of enduring grievances, he became calm again. He slowly used a handkerchief to wipe away the tears on his face and recounted to the little girl. "I only want to keep my promise with my mother. The count and the two younger siblings are all doing as I please." His desperate voice slowly echoed, "If it continues like this, Basilian will collapse." He unconsciously remembered the image of his gentle mother. It was also the first time he confided in Belzian. "But I have to protect this family, because this is the only place that preserves the memories of mother." His voice constantly echoed, "I want to protect the important things, therefore, I won't let you become a Basilian." The little girl still silently listened to him say everything. He quickly looked at the flower that the little girl had given him. "If you participate in the count's crazy plan, the family will definitely collapse. Moreover, I do not want to take advantage of an innocent child." Inside the large room, his desperate voice constantly echoed, "So young, I do not know if you understand." The little girl. Saying this, he slowly turned his head to look at the little girl and announced, "So, do not rush to become attached. I will quickly take you away from here." He also did not forget to instruct the little girl, "From now on, do not do useless things anymore." The little girl quickly nodded in understanding, "Yes." Right as Lkesia was preparing to leave, Belzian was still about to say something more. "Flower." The little girl surprisingly turned her head to look at him with a confused look. He became very calm. He continued to speak to the little girl, "Thank you." The little girl saw that he had let down his guard with her. She slowly stepped to the outside. Before leaving, she also did not forget to nod in understanding with him. Lkesia at this time had gone outside his large room. Suddenly she became unusually contemplative. She became strangely silent. It seemed that she was remembering something. She remembered the scene just now. "That was not enough to insult me." The words of Countess Rudin kept echoing in her ears. "Can't act like when you were in the orphanage." Following that were the mocking words of Rudin for Belzian, letting a kid be the representative. The little girl unconsciously remembered the sad scene of him wiping away the tears on his face. "Again taking action against a child much younger than myself." Thinking of this made the little girl immediately become strange. She slowly spoke, "That." At this moment, she was completely driven crazy. She angrily clenched her fist, looking at the front, and loudly asked again, "What an annoying situation because of this." A thought appeared in the little girl's head, making her even more determined. "It has been a long time. I have to act like a witch wants to be proper." Very quickly the scene had shifted to that night. The moon was gradually rising high. The scene had shifted to the Rudin Count's mansion. He raised a glass of red wine in his hand and chuckled loudly with delight accompanied by excitement. "It is so satisfying." He remembered the scene in the afternoon after mocking the people in the Basilian family. This made him even happier and excitedly raised the glass of wine in his hand. "Seeing that Basilian did not dare to do anything in front of me." The more he thought, the happier he became. He chuckled loudly with delight. "With receiving the imperial mandate like this, I will get a new position and territory." He quickly sank into his own delusional thoughts, thinking about the Count Basilian having to apologize to him. He chuckled excitedly and slowly raised the glass of red wine in his hand. "It is enough to feel full." Very quickly the time had shifted to the late night. The table was full of luxurious wine glasses along with different sets of documents. Rudin at this time was fast asleep, not knowing what was about to happen to him. A small step quickly came. Looking at this step, it could be easily recognized that it was Lkesia. Her long golden hair quickly appeared inside this place. She looked at him still sleeping soundly lying on the chair. She excitedly thought, "So Count Rudin is here." A very strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, daring to take advantage of us to play around. A decision was quickly set in her head. Now it is your turn. In his stupor, feeling that something was wrong, Rudin slowly woke up with a surprised face. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Before him at this time was a blood-soaked bear looking very strange. He surprisingly asked, "Who is there?" Feeling that something was painful on his body, he widened his eyes and looked forward desperately. His face clearly revealed fear and he screamed in despair. His piercing screams constantly appeared as he sank into his own illusions. Before his eyes were very scary scenes making. Right as he was still dizzy and not understanding what the hell was going on, Lkesia very quickly appeared out of here. She smiled and greeted him again. "Hello." She continued to announce, "Welcome to my illusionary region. Let us have a brief introduction. The illusionary region is a special illusionary territory that only the fairy race can create." Hearing these things made Rudin even more confused and constantly shouted with a desperate look, You. He very quickly recognized the figure of the beautiful Lkesia. He screamed in fear, "Which Lkesia?" She chuckled with delight when she heard him recognize her. A loud sound echoed. It seemed that something was being slammed down on the bottom of the table. Inside the illusionary space, Rudin became very desperate. He constantly screamed in fear helplessly. His face became very scared. He did not know what more to do in this situation. He quickly sank into his own thoughts. What the hell is going on here? The disappeared witch. Why did she appear here? No, more importantly. A desperate thought appeared in his head. Why did she come looking for me? Lkesia still sat there very calmly looking at the scene of him constantly being tortured in despair. Witnessing his pathetic appearance, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of her mouth at this moment. She excitedly thought, "What a pathetic appearance, Count." Just as I thought, playing with others in the illusionary region is the most interesting. Moreover, at least I can return to my true form in the illusionary region. Thinking of this made her a little regretful and slowly raised her hand to check the situation. But I can't maintain it for long. This made her very annoyed. It is a pity, but it has to end. Feeling that there was not much time left, Lkesia quickly extended a finger forward as if signaling something. This time something quickly fell heavily to the ground. Before Count Rudin at this time appeared the chess pieces on the chessboard, making him even more scared to the extreme. Seeing him so pathetic, she was satisfied to the point of chuckling. She surprisingly asked him again, "Oh my, you have already been caught, how boring." Her husband at this time became very cowardly. He constantly bowed down right in front of her and kept pleading, spare my life. I still have a wife and young children to take care of." Lkesia did not seem to care about his words. She calmly asked him again, "Is that so?" After that, she continued to control her illusionary world. What a coincidence. I also have a scary father and older brothers. The strings constantly rushed straight towards him attacking. This time the strings had wrapped tightly around his neck, making him even more desperate and unable to resist. His piercing screams constantly echoed, please spare my life. Why are you doing this to me?" Ignoring him struggling desperately, she slowly stood up. "Why?" Her voice constantly echoed, questioning him. What will the Count think when killing a troublesome bug? He trembled after hearing this question. He hurriedly explained, "No, I would not think anything." Lkesia heard this question and quickly took step by step towards Count Rudin. She nodded in confirmation, yes, with the same thought. Her face now became very scary. She gradually approached him and continued to ask again, "Do I need a reason to kill the Count?" He immediately became very scared. Her eyes quickly scanned over his body. She was very hesitant and asked again, "Where should I start before?" She quickly remembered his words when he had mocked her. That thing that grew up without a mother makes actions like that. Remembering this made Lkesia even more angry, but she still tried to regain her composure. She slowly raised her weapon high behind her and smiled, making a decision, indeed from the tongue. Suddenly a loud sound echoed. She heard this sound and was startled and realized that something was wrong. She noticed that the illusionary region in this place was gradually encountering strange problems. She immediately became confused. I can feel the source of power outside the illusionary region. Thinking about not being able to kill Count Rudin made her even more angry. She clenched her weapon in her hand full of anger. Damn it, still could not kill him. Everything in the illusion seemed to shatter. The fragments constantly shot out in the air. At the same time small butterflies appeared. Although she could not complete her original purpose, but even so Lkesia had no choice but to slowly take step by step forward. The more she thought about him still living leisurely made her even more angry, and she gritted her teeth. A thought appeared in her head, quick, hide. She quickly hid in a very large bookshelf even though she had used the stealth technique at this time. A footstep quickly appeared outside the door of the mansion here. The door slowly opened, a strange person stepped inside. Looking at the strange person right in front of her made Lkesia immediately freeze to the point of confusion and disbelief. She continued to look at the scene before her and confusedly thought, Kieran. He was slowly stepping inside with very cold eyes. She quickly stood in the distance observing everything. She looked at him preparing to take action against him while he was sitting on the chair. Could it be? The matter this morning has reached Kieran's ears. Even so, because he is my father, he came running. He looked at Count Rudin with very cold eyes. Suddenly he trembled strangely and kept pleading in despair, spare my life. Seeing him in so much pain, he quickly reached out his hand and snapped his fingers, causing him to escape the illusion. Immediately after escaping the illusion, Rudin was able to return to reality. He became very scared and hurriedly gasped, not caring what was happening. Noticing that someone was standing right in front of him, he slowly raised his head to look forward. His eyes became even more scared. This time the person standing before him was not the witch Lkesia. The person standing before him was Kieran. He became very panicked and hurriedly stammered, asking him, Count Basilian. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He loudly scolded him, Is it you who did this, playing with me in the illusion in the middle of the night like this? You are too arrogant. He chuckled seeing him so scared and sighed. After that he slowly spoke to ask him, What are you saying? Did you encounter a nightmare? His eyes became very scary and slowly glanced at him, like you wanted, I. His next words became very cold and announced again to him, Came here to apologize to you. He was startled and very scared after hearing this. It seemed that his body had a change to the point of being very strange. One of the black dark powers wrapped tightly around his hand, causing him to kneel down below the ground. His entire body was completely controlled. This made it impossible for him to move. He confusedly shouted, not understanding what was happening. This, black magic. Why is there such an evil power? He quickly knelt down below the ground and screamed, God will punish you. Before he could finish his sentence, Kieran quickly controlled him and slammed his head hard against the ground. He quickly used his foot to step on his head. He chuckled and mocked, The tongue of yours truly does not stop talking. He was constantly attacked, making him even more painful and constantly shout. He felt that the situation was not good and hurriedly pleaded in despair, You misunderstood. He chuckled after hearing this. He continued to ask him again, Where did I misunderstand? His face became very scary and continued to press his head hard against the bottom of the ground, abusing the imperial mandate to snoop around my house while I was away. He hurriedly, still wanting to explain something, that matter. He firmly held his cane in his hand. His voice constantly echoed, asking him again, criticizing my child for having a background from an orphanage and looking down on my children for not having a mother. At this time, Kieran looked very scary with a smile on his face. He continued to ask him again one more time, wanting Count Basilian to come here to apologize to you. At this time he realized that the coffin was about to fall. He helplessly trembled and constantly pleaded, Please spare my life. If you spare my life, I won't talk about this with anyone. He chuckled after hearing this. He nodded in understanding. Let us see. He quickly sat down on the long chair and announced again to him, like declaring a death sentence, I do not like letting you live. His eyes became very scary and announced again to him, In return, I will do it quickly, because my little daughter is at home waiting for me. A loud sound echoed. Count Rudin had completely logged out of the server. Kieran raised his scary eyes to look ahead. He slowly announced, I will do it quickly, because my little daughter is at home waiting for me. The chair down below Count Rudin's room suddenly became strangely shaky. His hands unconsciously trembled and firmly held the rope above. Seeing him tremble like that, he calmly announced, Don't be too nervous. He had completely used his magic power to control Count Rudin to hang himself. He also gave a very perverted smile, come on. Hearing this order from him, a very scary smile bloomed on his face at this time. His voice slowly echoed and called out, Count. After a loud sound echoed, the chair had fallen to the bottom of the ground. His legs quickly hovered in the air. All of these things were witnessed by Lkesia. The little girl confusedly thought, Kieran, this guy is crazier than I thought. This made her very surprised. She continued to turn her head and look in another direction. I thought he would only warn him. I did not expect him to actually kill him. At this time, the little girl had become very shaky to the point of fear. In her head different thoughts kept appearing. If there is a problem, Count Rudin would have reported the events that happened today at the Basilian mansion to the Emperor. If she continued to turn her head to peek at Kieran, who was still sitting there quietly. He was fiddling, looking at an item in his hand. I had intended to end with him being caught up in the witch's unpredictable temper, but he suddenly intervened, making everything complicated. What should I do? While the little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts, suddenly Kieran firmly held the new item in his hand. He slowly spoke, full of boredom. Time really flies fast. He continued to speak with a look full of anticipation. Chaisha is waiting for me. Lkesia heard her name and immediately became scared to the point of turning pale. The little girl just realized that now was not the time for her to sit there tensely. She confusedly ran forward very fast. This is not the time for this. The little girl quickly made a decision. I have to go back too. Very quickly the scene had shifted to a while later. The moon had risen high. The scene shifted to the Basilian family mansion. After running continuously for a long time, Lkesia quickly took each step and ran forward very fast with a hasty look. She continued to run away very fast. While running she kept turning her head to look behind her. Seeing that no one was chasing after her, she sighed with relief very lightly. The little girl told herself, I have to quickly get back to my room. While she was still thinking about what to do next, suddenly a sound echoed, Chaisha, hearing her name called. The little girl was startled and turned her head back. When the little girl turned her head back, she caught sight of Kieran slowly taking step by step towards her. The little girl turned her head to look back with a surprised look. After that she slowly spoke to ask, Dad, Dad. He quickly picked Lkesia up into his arms. At this time the little girl became very worried. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. He probably did not see me using the fairy race's power. Right. Suddenly he became strangely silent. It seemed that he was becoming more and more mysterious. Seeing that his face looked strange, the little girl surprisingly asked again. Dad, when did you come back? Right when the little girl did not understand what was happening, he quickly pressed his cheek against the little girl's cheek, making the little girl a little confused. His appearance became very excited and constantly rubbed his cheek against the little girl. He happily called out loudly, Chaisha. The little girl at this time became very confused. It was the first time she had encountered this scene. The little girl stammered and thought, wait a minute. What is going on again? That strong smell from just now, could it be that he? Lkesia looked at him with unbelievable eyes. He is drunk. He smiled and blushed, saying to the little girl, Dad's lovely Chaisha, Dad has cookies for you. He continued to press those delicious bags of cookies against her face. Don't you like it? The little girl's face became very calm. The little girl continued to look at him and speechlessly thought. He is definitely drunk. The little girl did not know how to react in this situation. Because Count Rudin also had the smell of alcohol, so I did not know. Kieran can also get drunk. His actions were so obvious that I did not realize it. The little girl quickly remembered the scene when Kieran forced Count Rudin to hang himself. This made the little girl also surprisingly thought, looking at not killing Count Rudin immediately and disguising it as a suicide. It seems that he also has his own ability to judge. Thinking of this made the little girl even more worried. Is it because I am always on guard and when I get home I unconsciously relax, so it turns out like this? Lkesia smiled and quickly said to him, I like cookies. He chuckled and nodded in understanding after hearing her say this. That is right, I thought of Chaisha, so I brought it home. He became very happy and said to the little girl, I am glad that you like it. Hearing this sentence, the little girl surprisingly raised her head to look at him with a confused look. The little girl unconsciously remembered the words that Kieran had said to Count Rudin back then, my little daughter is waiting for me at home. Thinking of this made the little girl very surprised. She slowly reached her hand forward to receive the bag of cookies in his hand. Even when I am not there, he still cares about me like his daughter. He even brought cookies home in a drunken state. Thinking of this made Lkesia a little contemplative. She quickly held the bag of cookies in her hand and then sank into her own thoughts. It has been a long time since I had the feeling of being taken care of by someone. While the little girl was still happily thinking, suddenly Kieran reached his hand towards her. He smiled and announced, Chaisha has also been found, now let us go to sleep. He gently snapped his fingers. The space here seemed to have a rotation. At this time the room had shifted to the little girl's large room. He smiled gently and announced to Lkesia, who was obediently sitting in his arms, done. Immediately after that was an appearance like a little puppy when lying next to the little girl. Dad will sleep with Chaisha. Hearing this made the little girl immediately disgusted. The little girl angrily thought, he is not changing his clothes and just going to sleep like this. He suddenly reached his hand forward and gently rubbed her head, making the little girl a little confused. His face suddenly became strangely contemplative. His eyes could captivate countless young women. Suddenly he spoke very unpleasant words. Dad should not have dealt with the one who insulted Basilian so lightly. The little girl was surprised and raised her head to look at him with a confused look. After hearing this, Kieran chuckled when standing before the little girl. Perhaps no one could understand him. He slowly sank into his own sleep. Dad is a little strange today, right? His voice constantly echoed, talking to the little girl. Sorry, I should have drank moderately, but I got completely drunk when I got home. The little girl heard this and widened her eyes, staring at him with a surprised look. The little girl continued to look at him, still sleeping soundly. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Kieran violently executed Count Rudin like that, but when he is in front of me, he acts so gently. Lkesia's eyes clearly looked at this very incomprehensible man. Kieran's eyes wanted to be always sharp when lit with malice. The little girl remembered the scene when she caught Belzian crying in the afternoon. The little girl quickly understood some problem. Now it looks like the eyes of that boy who was crying because of the innocent comfort of a child. The little girl became very pensive. It seemed that the little girl was thinking with the image of a witch. Or am I imagining things? Kieran saw the little girl constantly looking at him and was a little confused. He gently reached his hand towards the little girl's face. Chesha. After that he continued to speak. Chesha Basilian. His voice constantly echoed, looking at Chesha. That image appears in Dad's mind again, so Dad is both tired and happy. Suddenly he became strangely silent. After that he uttered only 3 words, I miss you. Immediately after this sentence, Kieran quickly sank into a deep sleep. He did not even know what he had just said. Seeing that he had sunk into a deep sleep, the little girl looked surprised. She continued to look at his appearance of sleeping soundly to the point of exhaustion. He fell asleep. The little girl's face seemed to have something calm. The little girl surprisingly sank into her thoughts. So, he has always remembered the Countess. In Lkesia's head at this time she remembered an important person to Kieran, the Countess of the Basilian family. An image quickly appeared in the little girl's head. It was the coffin of the woman with the unfortunate disease. I can't find her relics or portraits in the mansion. The servants absolutely do not reveal half a word. This made the little girl very confused, mixed with a little curiosity, as if mentioning her is taboo. The little girl suddenly understood the problem. The Basilian family had a completely different attitude than usual. The little girl quickly thought of the image of Karha. He had once told his 2 brothers that child looks like mother, so father is like that. The little girl remembered Belzian's words that he had told her this afternoon. The Count's mansion is the only place that preserves the memories of mother. The image of Kieran being very happy when standing next to his beautiful and thrifty wife. Even in this matter, you do not have to resemble so much. Lkesia could not fall asleep. She constantly sank into her own thoughts confusedly. Do I resemble her that much? Her eyes gradually glanced ahead. Even so, honestly, I do not hate that matter. It turned out that all of these things were easily accepted by the little girl. On the contrary, when she was called Basilian, the little girl remembered the call of her name by Kieran just now. Chesha Basilian. This made her a little. Thinking of this, Lkesia was startled and realized something. She thought that she was thinking too much. The little girl shook her head quickly. No, now's not the time to indulge in emotions. The little girl continued to look at Kieran, still sleeping soundly there. She quickly sat up, preparing to act. Probably because I have been in contact with the Basilians often lately. So I forgot that this is just a temporary job. It seems that Kieran is very drunk today and won't wake up. The little girl quickly summoned space to go to another place and made a decision. Let us go back to investigating. The little girl took step by step forward very determinedly. Today, I will find accurate information. The scene had shifted to another place. At the same time in the underworld, a tattered place was also displayed on the screen. Immediately after that, the door outside the bar was quickly opened. Seeing a guest enter, Hada smiled and quickly greeted, welcome, the item you want to find. Looking at the person coming right in front of him made him immediately become confused to the point of turning pale in fear. You. Immediately after that, desperate screams constantly echoed inside the bar. Let me go. If you touch me, do you think Master Lkesia will let you off? On the outside, the people walking around had become very scared. But it seemed that Hilon was not very scared by these things. He only coldly asked again, is that so? After that, he continued to speak. Then, when will that master come to save you? His face had become very cold and announced, let us wait and see, you dog of the witch. Everything around this place had become very chaotic and tragic. The scene had shifted to another place inside the library. The space door was gradually being opened. Lkesia quickly ran forward. The little girl while walking forward sank into her own thoughts. This place is Kieran's reading room. The little girl continued to put her hands forward preparing to perform her own magic tricks. After arriving in the capital, he spends most of his time here. I have been very careful with entering and exiting this place, because who knows when Kieran will appear. The little girl's face became very determined and reached her hand forward. This time I have to find something. The little girl quickly used her magic to control the butterflies to constantly fly up into the air. These butterflies quickly searched for all information related to the library here. Very quickly her minions had found a very strange book and brought it before her. The little girl surprisingly looked at the white paper clipped in this book. The little girl asked again full of confusion, "There is a piece of paper between the book." Immediately after looking inside the paper, the little girl's eyes suddenly changed. The little girl's face had become confused, not understanding what was happening. This is. Before the little girl was a report related to the witch Lkesia. This made the little girl very confused and thought, a report about me. The light very quickly shone straight towards the mansion of the Basilian family. The window was opened wide as if welcoming the sunlight. At this time it was the morning of the next day. Only Kieran was sitting there at the dining table with Lkesia, making the little girl very pressured. He smiled gently and spoke to the little girl, "Lkesia, eat this too. Do not you like vegetables? Even so, you have to eat enough nutrients." He quickly picked carrots for the little girl, but even so, the little girl still sadly nodded in understanding, yes. Right next to them, Karha became very confused. He surprisingly spoke to Ishuel, "Why are they suddenly eating breakfast together?" He also shook his head showing that he was confused after hearing that, who knows. Everyone kept speaking and discussing. It is not like we have not seen father's strange behavior before. On another side, Belzian still calmly sat and ate as usual. Lkesia also tried to pretend that nothing had happened. The little girl while eating wearily thought, "I am so worried to the point of going crazy." The little girl quickly remembered the scene last night when she had read the reports about herself. The information about me in the report. An image of Lkesia when she was young quickly appeared, from the secret about her birth. Until the image of Lkesia witnessed the entire orphanage being completely burned right before her eyes, the events during her growth. And then she was very helpless when looking at the flames burning everything, to the path that I chose. Finally, Lkesia went to seek justice with her own axe, torturing all the elf hunters. Thinking of this, the little girl cautiously glanced at him. The little girl quickly sank into her own thoughts. Why is Kieran investigating me? This is very difficult to obtain information without having a deep relationship in the underworld. The little girl quickly looked at the delicious food placed on the table. I searched all night but did not get anything more. I am already uneasy and now I have to sit at the dining table. It is so uncomfortable. While the little girl was still struggling with this food, suddenly Kieran spoke, wanting to say something. He continued to announce to his children, "Have you posted the obituary for Count Rudin yet? I heard that he died of a heart attack. What a pity." Lkesia sitting right next to him was speechless after hearing these words. The little girl surprisingly thought, a heart attack. After that, the little girl remembered each piece of information on the published newspaper. People say that for the nobility, suicide is considered a disgraceful error. On the newspaper was the obituary of Count Rudin, the one who serves the son of the great Palan Empire, and the little girl also understood everything, so they will cover up the death in this way. While the little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts, Kieran had predicted this matter when he killed Count Rudin. Suddenly Belzian slammed his fork hard against the table, making everyone freeze. Everyone on the table immediately did not understand what was happening and raised their heads to look at him. But his face had become very calm. He gently wiped the food off his mouth. Immediately after wiping, Belzian's face changed very quickly. He used scary red eyes to look at Kieran and questioned, "Why did you kill him?" Lkesia was speechless after hearing these words. She also had to praise and thought, indeed, that kid is sensitive. His angry voice echoed, warning him again, "I can handle it myself." He smiled strangely on the corner of his mouth after hearing him say that. But his face had become very serious. He continued to raise his head to look forward and said loudly, "Even if you do not directly intervene, I can still solve him in the Basilian way." Saying this made him even more angry and questioned, "Or did you have a heart to shoulder the responsibility of the family?" Kieran was his face had become very domineering. He smiled calmly and said to him, "I killed him because I liked it." He was speechless after hearing these words. He did not know what to say to this father of his. Feeling that he could not talk to his father anymore, he sighed and spoke, "Then have you settled the funeral properly?" Kieran chuckled and nodded, slowly holding the newspaper in his hand. Of course, do you need me to read it again for you to hear? He smiled strangely and slowly read the information from the newspaper in his hand quickly. And killing in secret like this, I feel a little sorry. I should have taken his head and hung it at the square. Hearing him say words like that, Belzian unconsciously remembered the scene of the words that Count Rudin had mocked him and his younger siblings, that thing that grew up without a mother. That feeling of being like that was not easy at all. While he was still thinking, suddenly he remembered something. Also, he surprisingly looked towards him after hearing that. He with a happy smile continued to look towards the little girl Lkesia and announced to his sons, "From now on, our family has a lovely little one." His face had become very strange. He continued to ask his 3 beloved sons, "I am thinking if I should bring Basilian out into the light like you said or not." His voice constantly echoed, "What do you think?" Hearing these words, Belzian immediately turned pale to the point of confusion and disbelief and looked forward. Immediately after that, he sighed and shook his head, replying, "That is what I want." He continued to raise his head to look at his father and loudly declared, "But please remember, once you bring Basilian out into the light, you need to stop actions like this." The image of a snake covered in blood quickly appeared before everyone's eyes, if not then. Before he could finish his sentence, Kieran chuckled and quickly nodded in agreement, "Okay, okay." He continued to turn away after that and announced to his 2 second sons, "We will start with the banquet organized by the Duke of Royal family. I have hired a new tutor. You guys participate in class diligently." Remembering something important, he continued to look towards his youngest son. "What about the outfits, Ishuel?" He quickly smiled and replied, "This week, I will go to the clothing store." Kieran quickly nodded in understanding when his son said that. He then slowly stood up, "Good, at that time I will free up time." He held his coat and walked out the door. He did not forget to instruct his 4 beloved children, "You guys take good care of Lkesia, and do not cause trouble." Seeing that he had left, Lkesia surprisingly thought, "It seems that Kieran is also going out today." She quickly put down the plate of food in her hand and announced to her older brothers, "I am done eating." She quickly jumped down from below the chair and announced to her brothers, "I will be in my room alone." The 2 older brothers were startled and confused and looked at the little girl. Why? She did not turn her head back and acted angry. She quickly explained and slowly walked forward, "Because I am in a turbulent mood." Karha and Ishuel were confused after hearing these words from the little girl and looked at the little girl with an unbelievable look. "What?" Immediately after returning to her beloved room, Lkesia wearily gasped. She boredly stood there quietly. The little girl's face at this time became very contemplative. The little girl quickly fell into her own thoughts. Occasionally, Kieran's scary image quickly appeared in the little girl's head. At this time the little girl had become very confused, but I think the fact that Kieran has a relationship with the underworld is not as simple as that. At that time he pretended to be pensive and spoke, "A witch, speaking of which it has been quiet lately." He continued to smile and look ahead and ask Hilon, "That pattern is the mark of the witch." After that was the information that the little girl had found inside the library that he often went to, related to the witch Lkesia. This made the little girl even more confused. Moreover, he is very interested in me, an elf. This thought had appeared in the little girl's head, making the little girl even more sure. Kieran's purpose is to revive the countess. Because of that, he has used black magic, but the little girl knew that everything was still not enough time. That was not enough. The image of the fairy race's fairy crown quickly appeared, to make up for the lacking power. He has chosen the power of the fairy race, and in the process of learning about it, the image of a pair of very scary hands quickly reached forward. There is a high chance that he has done experiments on the fairy race. Thinking of this made Lkesia very serious. The little girl quickly clenched her palm. The little girl surprisingly thought, "Have I been too lenient because I have been immersed in this family game?" Thinking that Kieran's purpose is only magic revival, this made the little girl a little angry. "How can I affirm that it is not related to the elf experiment? That is a problem that needs to be considered." Throughout the process, the little girl quickly summoned a butterfly to fly quickly forward as if searching for information. "I need help, if I want to find the connection between Kieran and the underworld. First, I will contact Hada." The image of a butterfly quickly flew very high up into the air as if understanding the little girl's orders. Looking at the flight path of this little butterfly made the little girl very surprised. The little girl's face widened, looking forward with a confused look. Seeing the butterfly on her hand quickly replied back towards her hand. This made the little girl even more surprised. "Why can't I determine the direction?" Thinking that something bad was happening, Lkesia's face suddenly became strangely serious. Could it be? She continued to look at the little butterfly constantly flying on her hand. This butterfly is created from the fairy race's power. It can track the location of the designated target. For the case that it can't track. The little girl quickly sank into her own worries. It can only be that the target has died, or has been sensed by other magic. This made the little girl even more worried and widened her eyes looking forward in the current situation. A very strange thought quickly ran through the little girl's head. Someone has touched Hada. Thinking of this made the little girl angrily grit her teeth. The little girl angrily thought, who dares? The scene that appeared was a heavy rain pouring like a downpour. The story gradually unfolded. The first time I met Hada was on a rainy day like a downpour. The image of a very scary little boy lying rolling on the road. At the same time Lkesia passed by and caught this scene. Hada was abandoned in an alley and was on the verge of life and death. The raindrops constantly fell to the bottom of the ground. The little girl quickly noticed his face. That child, after undergoing the process of experimenting to create a forever puppy, was abandoned because of side effects. He could not hide his ears and tail like other beastmen. At that time Lkesia coldly looked at him. In her head thoughts quickly appeared, a beastman belonging to the mysterious species. Looking at this appearance, it seems that someone did an experiment on him and abandoned him. She continued to look at the very pitiful Hada lying rolling on the ground. Is this matter related to the elf experiment? She very quickly sank into her own contemplative thoughts. She did not know what she should do to be right. Normally, I would ignore it, but this time she chose to save Hada's life. She used her power to summon the little butterflies to fly towards him, saving his life on that day. My temper became erratic again. After a long time of treatment, Hada had become very grateful and spoke to Lkesia. Thank you for treating me, he worriedly spoke. I do not know how to repay this favor. She surprisingly looked at his embarrassed face. A few days later, I almost could not keep Hada's life. He was very embarrassed and hurriedly scratched his head, explaining to her, sorry, because I could not help with anything. I do not remember what happened to me anymore. This made her very surprised and made a guess, perhaps due to the sequelae of the experiment. His memories were still incomplete. She quickly brought the bowl of porridge to his face and nodded in understanding. Okay. Her face at that time had become very cold, looking at him as if judging. Unfortunately, he is not useful to me. She slowly released her hand to let the little butterfly fly quickly forward. Even so, her kindness still appeared. She smiled gently and said to Hada, if you want to live here, hiding your ears and tail will be better for you. This little butterfly quickly touched his ears. His ears quickly disappeared, making him surprised to the point of disbelief. While he still had not understood the intention, Lkesia slowly turned around and left and thought, in the underworld, this is enough. I have hidden my identity. He will live well on his own. She slowly turned around and left. She also did not forget to announce, come back when you recover. Of course everything was always outside of her data, but Hada blushed, looking towards her, slowly spoke, He had become very embarrassed and hurriedly said to her, can I continue to stay here with the elf young lady? She then slowly turned her head to look towards him with a strange look. This beast man wants to swear loyalty to me. But very quickly Lkesia's face revealed a disgusted face. She angrily asked Hada again, what? This made her a little uncomfortable and thought, living alone is already hard enough. What is he saying? She coldly turned around and left and did not forget to announce, I do not intend to raise a puppy. He still quickly ran towards her to beg. After hearing that, young lady asked about the experiment. Right, after that, he quickly went straight to the point. I will help the elf young lady. I do not have information at the moment, but as soon as he touched her, she became very angry and shrugged his hand off, making him a little startled. Lkesia's face became very angry. She turned her head back and criticized him. Just because I helped you once, do you think I will continue to treat you well? I am not free enough to bring someone like you along. Saying this made her eyes become very angry. She turned her head back and loudly announced, you have mistaken the person. Get out of here quickly. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. He will probably retreat at this point, right? Hearing these very scary words from her, he suddenly became scared and slowly took step by step backwards. Hada's face clearly revealed sadness, but he had no choice but to understand her intentions. But things did not end as simply as that. Even so, Hada kept following me. Hada smiled like a little puppy, bringing a jar of herbs before Lkesia and introduced again. Look, I made this for the fairy young lady. On other days, he became even more excited holding a jar of herbs in his hand and announced again to her, "I have found information, young lady Lkesia." This made her very annoyed and thought, as if he wants to prove his worth and does not want to be abandoned again. A long time after that, Hada brought before Lkesia a very precious and beautiful piece of jewelry. He smiled and announced, "Very young lady, I made jewelry that suits young lady." She was surprised but did not know what to say when looking at the gift in his hand. Is this the nature of dogs? I will accept it and tell him straight up that he should stop. With no other choice, Lkesia had to accept the gift in his hand. She nodded and announced, "I will accept this, so from now on do not follow me." Before she could finish her sentence, he had become very happy. He excitedly cheered, "You have accepted it." Hearing his voice being so strange, she surprisingly raised her head to look at him. "What?" This time he was truly touched to the point of crying. He clenched his palm and was as obedient as a little puppy. "Finally, the fairy young lady has also accepted the things I made." His voice had become very happy and announced, "I am really very happy." She immediately fell silent and thought something after hearing these words. After that, she slowly bowed her head looking at the gift in her hand very confusedly. She suddenly realized that this was the feeling that she had not seen in a long time. After becoming a witch, it was the first time. She remembered that people constantly pointed fingers at her and cursed, "Evil witch, this damned witch." They did not care about their own mistakes, they only constantly pointed fingers at her and loudly questioned, "Is she the daughter of the?" She also could not have expected this path. After that, Hada still wholeheartedly followed me. He still pursued her like a loyal little dog. "Fairy young lady." His face had become very happy holding the jar of medicine in his arms and ran towards her announcing, "This time I have created a new type of medicine." She was a little confused and turned her head to look at him after hearing this. What? Although in her heart she had satisfaction with him, it is not bad to have a puppy by my side. She quickly made a decision that she could not regret. Finally, I decided to take in Hada. Returning to reality, Lkesia remembered all the memories with Hada. Just thinking about him being in danger, the little girl had become very angry and clenched her hand thinking, if it is the people in the underworld, there is no way they do not know what Hada means to me. Who dares to do this kind of thing? This made the little girl very angry. She quickly remembered a potion that could bring her back to her original form. If I want to save Hada, I have to return to my true form first. The problem was that the potion was in Hada's store. The little girl immediately turned her head to look outside. Thinking about the plan to escape made the little girl very hesitant and thought, if they know I disappeared, it will be a big deal for sure. I will check the situation first. Suddenly looking at the scene before her made Lkesia a little surprised, not understanding what was happening. Seeing everyone wearing cloaks walking forward, the little girl became very surprised and called out, "Brothers." The people saw that the little girl had appeared and also surprisingly called her name, Chesha. Immediately after that, Ishuel gently sat down right next to the little girl. He smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, "Because there is an urgent matter, we have to go out. When we get back we will play together, okay?" Seeing that time was getting more and more urgent, Karha quickly announced to him, "Hurry up, we have to go now." He quickly nodded in understanding after hearing that, "I know." He also did not forget to rub the little girl's head and then slowly stood up, "Okay, we are leaving and will be back." Immediately after that, she used her invisibility magic to go to Hada's store to check the situation. Witnessing the scene right before her, the little girl became very surprised and confused and looked forward. What is this? Everything around this place had become very chaotic. The little girl still did not understand what was happening and worriedly thought, why is Hada's store so messy? The first thing the little girl did was check everything around this place. The money and items were still intact. It was not a robbery. Thinking of this made the little girl's eyes become even more worried and looked forward. The little girl angrily thought, damn it. The little girl quickly remembered the beautiful memory between the two people. Standing inside the large store, Hada surprisingly shouted with an unbelievable look, "Hey, a store for me." Seeing that he looked so surprised, Lkesia chuckled and continued to hold the flower and approached him and announced, "Yes, you are so skilled, do not waste it. If you are going to do it then do it properly." He was immediately touched to the point of trembling after hearing that. This time he was so touched that he cried and constantly hugged her hand full of emotion. "Young lady Lkesia, I will turn it into the best hat store." Saying this made him become very determined and announced, "From now on, this store is Hada's #1 treasure." Returning to reality, Lkesia had become very sad looking at the hat right in front. Of her, the little girl quickly sank into her own thoughts. The store that Hada cherished has now turned into this. This made the little girl very hesitant and sighed. I will definitely make them die very miserably. The little girl quickly held the hat and went in another direction. The little girl's small hands gradually reached towards the cabinet. The little girl thought to herself in her heart, wait for me, Hada, I will come to save you right away. This time the door was opened. Lkesia had gone to another place in the scene here. The little girl quickly looked at the medicines placed differently on the cabinet, the medicine to become big. The countless medicine made it even more difficult for the little girl to struggle to find these medicines. The little girl tried to reach for the medicines placed on the cabinet. The medicine that helps the body grow in the true sense of the word. The little girl continued to take a bright red medicine right in front of her. Is it this one? This time before the little girl had pulled out a medicine with very beautiful decorative patterns. It also clearly stated the explanation about this medicine. Medicine for the little fairy young lady. But it seemed that Lkesia did not care much about this medicine. The little girl speechlessly thought, what is with the heart? Suddenly on the outside there was a strange sound making the little girl startled and surprised and turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. A familiar voice of Karha slowly echoed inside this place. What is this? He had become very surprised and slowly took step by step inside observing this situation and asked again, the store was robbed. Hearing the voice that was a little familiar, the little girl immediately became confused and thought, this voice is Karha. He continued to look towards the surroundings and then sighed and spoke. What can you get at this time? The little girl immediately became panicked. Why is he here? In the little girl's head at this time, thoughts were constantly appearing. The urgent matter that he said was something in the underworld. Could it be that not only Kieran, but all Basilian members have connections with the underworld? Thinking of this made the little girl even more worried and hurriedly removed the cap of the medicine, preparing to drink this medicine. To return to her true form. Wake up, now's not the time to stand here guessing. With Karha's beast-like sensitive instincts, he will definitely discover me. She quickly made a decision. I will drink it first. This time, Lkesia had returned to her true form. She gradually opened her eyes looking at everything around her. At this time she had become a witch just like the rumors said. She quickly turned her head to look behind her. She sighed because she felt that she was a little lucky. It is good that I took the right medicine. Feeling that she could not waste time anymore in this place, she quickly disappeared from this place and made a decision. I have to quickly run away from this place. Suddenly right at this moment there was a very strange change. Karha quickly used his weapon to slash straight forward, breaking the entire door of the secret entrance in this place. Looking at everything around, he had become very surprised. He continued to step forward and examined the situation around this place, a clothing store, but there is also a secret space. His sensitive nose seemed to be very useful. He quickly sniffed everything around this place and then surprisingly asked himself, why do I smell the same scent as little one? He quickly stepped forward. He caught sight of the empty medicine bottle on the floor, making him very confused. He quickly picked up the medicine bottle and read the label on the bottle with a confused look. Medicine for the little fairy young lady. The scene shifted to another chaotic place. A very angry voice echoed, come out now. The scene here had become very chaotic. The people around were constantly covering their heads, screaming and then shouting full of fear, Ada, demon. Lkesia angrily held her weapon in her hand and continued to take steps. The people around had become very scared with this appearance of her. Lkesia, was not she dead already? Her eyes had become very angry. She raised her head to look forward and shouted loudly at these guys who touched Hada. Her angry voice constantly echoed, come out now. Time gradually shifted back to the past. Lkesia had gone to gather information in many places, the result of investigating Hada's whereabouts in the underworld. I found out that, while I infiltrated Basilian. At the same time 3 people wearing very strange cloaks slowly took step by step forward, causing trouble in this place. The holy night has come, causing trouble in the underworld. And things were not just that, and the actions of the holy night coincided with the time that Hada disappeared. The chaotic image on his hat shop quickly appeared in her head. There is a high chance that the holy night captured Hada as a hostage, to lure me, who is missing, to show myself. Just thinking of this made Lkesia very angry to the point of destroying everything in this place. If that is the case, I only have the way to throw bait and make them crawl out themselves. The innocent people constantly fearfully ran very fast forward and screamed. Right at this moment, a voice slowly echoed from behind, wait. Lkesia turned her head back to look with a confused look. A knight quickly used his rope to suppress the weapon in her hand. He continued to take steps forward and announced, "Please stop." She became even more angry seeing him daring to openly block her attack. She stared at him. She quickly snatched her weapon out of his thing. Immediately after that she asked again, "What are you?" He calmly put his hand on his chest and slowly announced, "First, I apologize for being impolite." He quickly put his hand on his chest and smiled, introducing, "I am Jahan, a subordinate of the master. I received orders from the master to escort young lady Lkesia here." Hearing his introduction like this, she was a little surprised. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Jahan, the master's executioner, damn it, why is that master intervening at this time? The two words master quickly appeared in her head. The image of a group of people appeared leading was Jahan. Few people knew about the identity of that person. This person had a very dangerous background, possessing strength comparable to the Holy Knight, and calling the executioner his subordinate, and hands symbolizing power quickly appeared. The true master of the underworld. The image of a very peaceful place with warmth brought by the sunlight quickly appeared. The underworld was originally the territory of the great Palan Empire. But an accident unfortunately happened. The vines constantly grew to the point of being suffocating, however, because it accidentally caught a curse. The black roses quickly appeared growing all over this place. The event was also gradually being revealed, turning this land barren without a single life. This place became more and more tragic. During this time a group of people very quickly formed in this place. After that, people who could not integrate into normal society. The story was also gradually being told more clearly. A giant economy had quickly been formed. Following that was in hand that seemed to be taking over the entire market in this place. Finally, the underworld became a neutral land, a place of trade for dark forces throughout the continent. And only the master could maintain order in this place. Lkesia became very serious after hearing this. She continued to use her ice-cold eyes and raised her head to look forward. "That is what I know. Why is the master always standing on the side observing? Looking for me?" While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, not understanding what was happening, Jahan at this time slowly spoke to her. "Well, if you would like, I will show you the way now." Hearing him say these words, she became very cold and announced, "No, finding my puppy is the top priority." Jahan had become very calm after hearing these words from her. He slowly put his hand on his chest and announced, "That is a related matter." Her face had become very serious. She continued to stare at him and asked again, "You are saying the master knows Hada's whereabouts?" It seemed that all of these things had been guessed by him. He still maintained his cold face. "Here all have the master's eyes and ears." After that he quickly announced, "So, please come with me." With no other choice, Lkesia had to follow Jahan. While following him, she sank into her own thoughts. No one knows the master's official residence, but all speculate about a place. The image of a ball along with a large palace quickly appeared before her eyes, the place with the most lush greenery. Along with that were the trees constantly being grown, absorbing all the sunlight in this place. On the barren land, dust flew around all year round. The image of a sword along with the symbol of power quickly appeared, and as soon as you approached without permission, a scary thing was still happening right before everyone's eyes. The thing that welcomed right before your eyes was death. Lkesia, while walking, observed the situation of this place. She raised her head to look at the long corridor with both sides being flowers competing to bloom. Her face had become very calm looking towards the front. She surprisingly thought, on the land where even weeds can't grow, there is a garden like this. Just how rich is that master? Immediately after that, Jahan led her inside a room with a table and a chair readily available right there. He continued to announce to her, "Young lady, please talk to him." Lkesia fell silent and thought something after seeing this scene. She quickly noticed the black curtain right before her. This made her a little curious and thought, the master is behind that curtain. While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, a voice slowly echoed, which Lkesia, she heard that and seriously stared ahead. This strange person continued to greet, "This is the first time we have met directly." Hearing that this conversation seemed like it would take a long time, she calmly walked towards the chair and her table. She quickly worriedly thought, "I have only been in the same place. And I already feel heavy pressure, but I can't waver." She was still trying to reassure herself. The master continued to speak and ask her, "Do you know that your actions give everyone a headache?" Seeing that this strange person seemed to be speaking roundaboutly, she coldly went straight to the main issue. Forget the introduction, get to the main issue. Seeing that she was so straightforward, the master chuckled with satisfaction. After that this person slowly spoke and asked again, "You also know that the Holy Knight has been causing trouble in the underworld recently, right?" The image of the Holy Knight army quickly appeared in her head. The master continued to speak and recount, as you have seen, if it is a heretic, not even the holy nation will intervene. It is an unwritten principle. The strange person's voice constantly echoed in her ears, but the current situation is something that has never happened before. She coldly crossed her arms and looked up at this strange person and asked again, so. His next words made her directly freeze for a moment. Among the holy knights causing trouble here, there is a high-ranking knight related to you. She was startled and could not believe it after hearing that. What? The figure of a man familiar to her more than anyone else quickly appeared in her head. Among the high-ranking holy knights, there is only one person related to me. Very quickly she thought of the figure of the man with white hair and ice-cold eyes, Hilon. The master continued to look at her, but she was still sinking into her own thoughts. I wondered which reckless guy dared to break the principles of the underworld. Why is it Hilon? This made her feel even more confused. Even so, I will try to probe the master, maybe I will get more useful information. Lkesia chuckled and continued to look at the person in the curtain opposite. Is that so? I have not heard the details so I do not know. This person chuckled full of delight after hearing that. The image of a little butterfly quickly appeared accompanied by the image of the roses that were appeared. Don't tell me you also do not know about the mark you left in a discreet place on that holy knight's body. Hearing these words from the master, Lkesia immediately became speechless. It is definitely Hilon, she hurriedly spoke to explain, it is just that I am not sure. After that she gave a playful smile and smiled, raising her head to look forward and announced, but, you know the exact location of. The master continued to praise, I quite like you. She immediately became serious and looked at the strange person who was inside the curtain. I want you to live a long life and cause many interesting things for the underworld. The master also did not forget to announce, so, do not be too curious about me. She coldly stood there and gave an order, don't give me orders. The master sighed and replied, not an order, just advice. She also sighed and replied to him, yes, I suppose. Feeling that she had wasted too much time on this, she quickly turned around and left. She also did not forget to say again to the master, well, as long as I deal with that holy knight. That is fine, right? If the talk is over, I am going to find my puppy. Seeing her turn around and leave, the master also did not hold her back. He nodded in understanding, okay. He also did not forget to talk to her. I hope you will resolve it well, so that I do not have to call you a second time. Immediately after Lkesia stepped outside, Jahan quickly approached her and announced, I will lead you outside. She coldly walked past him, no need, I do not have time. The image of a flower quickly appeared in her head. With this matter, the culprit who kidnapped Hada, there is a high chance that it is Hilon. She quickly used her ability and made a decision, because I left a mark on Hilon. She quickly went to another place, I can use it to go find him immediately. This time she had gone to another place to search for Hilon's shadow. Looking at the scene before her made her immediately startled, her eyes widened in disbelief. Lkesia had caught the scene of Hada being tied on the ground. She worriedly called him, Hada. On another side, Hilon had also witnessed this entire scene. He surprisingly sighed and spoke to her, just for a beastman puppy, you are digging your own grave. This time both of them had quickly officially met each other. Lkesia had become very angry. She quickly spoke to warn him, this time, you have crossed the line. What is the reason you are doing this? He suddenly became strangely contemplative after hearing that. The reason. He continued to raise his head to look at the full moon and spoke. That night, the full moon was high just like today. He continued to stare at her and asked again. You still remember, right, which? Hilon's face had become very expectant and looked at Lkesia. Today you must answer me. His voice slowly echoed mixed with a little despair. That night, why did you abandon me? Hilon's face had become very expectant and looked at Lkesia. Today you must tell me, why did you leave me that night? Lkesia immediately became silent and stared at him after hearing that. That night. She quickly remembered everything more clearly. 5 years ago, not long after I awakened the fairy race's power, in the middle of a quiet night, tired gasps echoed. Lkesia at that time had become very weak and ran forward very fast, gasping for breath. In the end, how long do I have to run away like this? She constantly ran very fast forward with a desperate look. On the night that I was chased by hunters like usual, behind her at this time, those scumbags constantly chased after and shouted, signaling each other, she is almost cornered, do not be afraid, she is just a kid who can't control her power. And she also slowly recounted the story. On that day, I had a strange and strong premonition that She was very desperate. In her head at this time there was only one thought: maybe today is the day of my death. She gasped and ran very fast forward and sank into her own thoughts. I did not want to be born as an elf, I just wanted to live a normal life. While running very fast forward, Lkesia unfortunately tripped. She helplessly shouted. Immediately after that she had fallen to the bottom of the ground. The voices of the evil hunters constantly echoed, "Right now, catch her." Her whole body had become trembling to the point of despair. Her eyes trembled and raised her head to look forward. She thought that this was the end of her life. Will I die meaninglessly like this? While she was still thinking that she was about to die, a movement right in front of her appeared, making her startled. Before her at this time was a guy Hilon holding a sword in his hand. He looked at her with very strange eyes. Right when she first met him, she was fascinated by his appearance, pure eyes like the sea and the sky. This made it impossible for her to take her eyes off him, she surprisingly thought. Looking at him, I suddenly thought that he exuded an incomprehensible divine look. In the most desperate moment, Lkesia had thought of a very scary thought: if dying is my fate, I would rather die at the hands of this person. At least, my body won't be defiled. Thinking of this made Lkesia very weak. She trembled and raised her head to look forward, slowly speaking to beg, "Please." Standing right before Hilon, she repeated her request to him: "Kill me." A long time passed. Lkesia started and widened her eyes, waking up from a long dream. She had become very haunted by this dream. She confusedly looked at her hands that were still constantly trembling. Unconsciously she shed desperate tears. When did I faint? I am still alive. She continued to flip the blanket and saw that her feet had also been bandaged very quickly. Her eyes clearly revealed fear. My feet have also been bandaged. I thought I was definitely going to die. The negative thoughts in her head constantly appeared, making her helplessly shed tears on her face. Or have I been captured alive? The more she thought, the more desperate she became and curled up and constantly cried. If it is like that, is not it the same as dying? Lkesia thought of the scene of dirty black hands constantly reaching towards her. Of course, death is very scary, but this life does not belong anywhere, and always has to run away to survive. She did not know if her choice was right or not, whether it still had meaning or not. She still bowed her head, hugging her face and crying, "I would rather." She quickly remembered Hilon's face looking at her at that time. It would have been better to die right at that time. While she was still sinking into her own negative thoughts, the door suddenly opened, making her startled, a little scared. She hurriedly raised her head to look forward with desperate eyes. She can completely control to make herself die by the hands of those who can harm her, hunters. While she was still shedding helpless tears, Hilon at this time held a bowl of porridge and slowly stepped inside, looking at her with a surprised face. She held the weapon in her hand, trembling, and pointed it straight at him to the point of fear. Looking at his face calmly, bringing the bowl of porridge towards her, she had become very confused. Why is that person here? Her eyes were still full of anger, but the tears on her dry face constantly fell. She trembled, looking at him. Could it be, you are in the same group as the hunters? Seeing that she was still guarding like that, with no other choice, he only put the bowl of porridge and medicine down below the bed and announced to her, "You are probably hungry. Eat something." Your body is still trembling when looking towards him. She quickly looked at him with worried eyes. After that she slowly spoke to ask again, You are in the same group as those people?" Hilon could only sigh and explain to her after hearing her say that, "I am not." He quickly broke off a piece of bread and announced, "Here." He used his warm face along with his ice-cold eyes to put the piece of bread into his mouth. After that he quickly announced back to her, "The food is safe." His voice constantly echoed inside the warm little room, "You can be at ease." Lkesia completely let down her guard and raised her head to look at him after hearing these words. He continued to comfort her, "We have run quite far already, do not worry for now." Her eyes were very worried, but she still glanced at the pile of food that he had brought her. In her head at this time different thoughts constantly appeared. Can I trust him? My trust has always been betrayed, but... After a long time of letting down her guard, she quickly picked up a piece of bread and ate it deliciously. Hilon immediately looked worried and advised her, seeing her eating so well. Eat slowly. She quickly made a decision. Trusting him one more time probably won't hurt, right? While eating she shed very emotional tears. Perhaps it was the first time she had felt the trust that a human gave her. On the inside of the warm room, she while eating shed sad tears, and he was still sitting right next to her, not saying a word, but looking at his eyes was enough to see his sympathy for her. The time after that passed, Lkesia quickly finished eating all the food that Hilon had brought her to enjoy. Seeing that she had finished eating, he slowly picked up the things preparing to leave, and she was still hugging her face and was very embarrassed not knowing what to do. I cried unconsciously before someone I just met, she blamed herself, how embarrassing. At this time she had become very embarrassed and asked herself, how long do I have to repeat this tragic life? Looking at her very contemplative eyes, it seemed that Hilon also had something of sympathy. Immediately after that, he slowly started talking to her. Today, it is very suitable for watching the moon, she surprisingly noticed him after hearing him say that. He continued to turn around and look outside, because it is the day of. Both of them looked towards the full moon on high that was constantly shining brightly, full moon. Although these were simple words, they had completely touched the heart of Lkesia sitting there quietly. She unconsciously raised her head to look towards the moon right before her. She had realized one thing, it has been a long time since I have looked up at the sky. She was quickly fascinated by the illusory full moon. The moon that day was so beautiful that it made me shiver. Lkesia's eyes narrowed, she quickly sank into her own thoughts. I can watch and enjoy the beauty of the moon, all because I am still alive. She slowly turned around to look at Hilon. She surprisingly asked him, did you save me? He quickly nodded in confirmation to her. A gentle smile bloomed on her face at this time. She had completely treated him like a benefactor. She smiled and spoke, thank you for helping me. In a certain moment, Hilon was fascinated by her smile and fainted on the spot, unable to react at all. Feeling a little embarrassed, he hurriedly held the pile of things and hurriedly replied to her, I do not know what happened, I won't harm you, you can rest assured. After that he proudly announced to Lkesia, because I am a knight trainee of the holy nation. Hearing these two words, her face suddenly became serious. She confusedly thought, the holy nation. At this time she had become very confused. She sank into her own thoughts. Isn't that the place that deals with heretics mercilessly? He still did not know that she was an elf. Seeing that she looked strange, Hilon also did not forget to instruct her worriedly, you should rest. Thinking of this made her very confused. She no longer had the mood to continue to stay here. She clenched her hand and made a decision. Yes, I have to run away before being discovered. If that person knows that I am an elf. The scary image in her head appeared. It was the image of a dagger stabbing straight into a little butterfly. This made her even more scared. I do not know, I might have to face something even worse. Hilon's somewhat proud voice slowly echoed, because I am a knight trainee of the holy nation. Lkesia widened her eyes in confusion to the point of being startled after hearing this. The holy nation. She unconsciously clenched her palm. She only opened the wandering thoughts of her own. If that person finds out that I am an elf, I do not know, I might have to face something even worse. This made her very hesitant. She did not know what she should do to be right. I have to quickly run away, but my body has no strength anymore. While she was still sinking into her own rambling thoughts, Hilon quickly noticed her dazed attitude. He gently held the blanket and put it on her body. His eyes had now become very gentle. Seeing this scene made Lkesia a little embarrassed. She blushed and spoke to ask him, what are you doing? He very calmly replied to her with a face that nothing had happened, you should just sleep, I won't harm you, your eyes can't even open anymore, she thoughtfully thought after hearing that. She quickly glanced at him with her red eyes. Thinking of the words he said, her eyes also slowly closed. Yes, running away in this state, sooner or later I will be caught. He still has not discovered it. I should rest and recover some strength. She quickly made a decision. I will sleep a little and then I will leave here tomorrow. Lkesia quickly sank into a deep sleep after thinking of this. Right next to her, Hilon was still sitting there looking towards her. But things were not as good as she thought. Unfortunately, she had a very high fever. But the plan to run away before Hilon woke up had been cancelled because of my sudden fever. She lay in a stupor not knowing anything. He gently placed a wet towel on her forehead. His eyes had become very worried when looking at this poor girl. After a short time of care, finally everything was gradually getting better. After being taken care of for a whole day, I was finally able to regain my strength. On the inside of the small wooden house, Hilon spoke to ask Lkesia, is your body better? She was a little embarrassed and quickly nodded in confirmation again to him, even though she had remembered the things that he had treated her with. In the end she still owed him. Let alone running away. The more she thought, the more she felt that something was not right. She spoke towards him, but, why did you help me? Hearing this question, he turned his head to look at her with a surprised look. He sighed as if nothing had happened. Does helping others need a reason? She was a little confused after hearing this sentence. Suddenly he slowly spoke, Hilon. She was startled after hearing that. What? He continued to introduce his name again one more time. My name is Hilon. He used his moonlit eyes to look up at her and announced, "Just knowing my name is enough." In this moment, Lkesia had a little flutter with him. After that he turned his head to look at her again. "Your name." Hearing him ask her name, she was a little hesitant, not knowing what she should, but the reassuring thoughts in her heart constantly appeared. "Even so, this is the person who saved me. Letting him know my name probably won't hurt." She slowly spoke, wanting to introduce her name. "My name is..." Before she could finish her sentence, there was a commotion on the outside, making the two startled and surprised and turned their heads back. Both of them stood on the high window observing the situation below. Hearing the familiar commotion made Lkesia have a fear and thought, "This sound, could it be?" She continued to look at the group of people constantly running very fast forward. They are chasing some kind of hunt. This made her very confused. Slave hunters. Lekesia's eyes became more and more desperate. She could not believe that in this situation, they had found her tracks already. Damn it, why do I have a fever after times like this? Seeing that she looked so worried, Hilon surprisingly turned his head to look at him. He spoke to ask again, "Are those the people who made you like this?" She nodded in confirmation with a desperate look. "They are slave hunters. You should leave me and run quickly." While she was still disappointed because she could not escape these hunters, his voice echoed asking again, "Why should I do that?" Her attitude quickly became surprised after hearing this sentence. She thought that Hilon had not thought carefully. She quickly turned her head and loudly announced to him, "Aren't you afraid? If they know you are hiding me, they won't let you off. And also, there are 10 of them. Even if we run away immediately, we will be in danger." His next words made her seem to have frozen in place, not daring to believe her ears. "There are not 10 of them anymore. I dealt with half of them yesterday." She was a little startled and surprisingly raised her head to look at him after hearing this. He dealt with the hunters. This made Lkesia very touched. It was the first time she had felt warmth when looking at his face. "I am a person carrying the power of the fairy, and I am not an opponent of them. And he is a knight trainee who is facing them without any injuries." Seeing that she was still worried, he spoke again to comfort her mood, "So you do not need to worry." Her mood lightened after hearing this. She slowly turned to the window observing the situation outside. "If that is the case, that is great, but, even if you help me, I have nothing to repay." He suddenly became strangely silent hearing these words. It seemed that he was still thinking about something. His next words made her seem to freeze. "I do not need you to repay." She surprisingly turned her head to look at him after hearing that. In his hand at this time he was holding a weapon. He used a certain face to turn his head back and comforted her fearful mood. "I will be right back, wait for me." Hilon slowly walked out, leaving only Lkesia standing inside the room contemplating and observing. His face was very certain as he continued to take steps forward. It seemed that he could execute the hunters at any time. The door of the room was closed before her unbelievable eyes. She realized an important thing. Not only saving me, he is also risking his life. This made her very scared when thinking about the danger that he would have to face. She unconsciously looked at his back. Why can he say he does not need to be repaid? Is it okay to leave him like this? After seeing him go to the outside, she quickly opened her window wide. She sank into her own thoughts. But if I want to run away, now is the opportunity. If what Hilon said is true, he will survive. The image of Hilon carrying a sword slowly stepping towards the hunters, that was also when Lkesia sank into her own thoughts. After all, he is someone who will become a holy knight. Getting involved with the fairy, because we are two existences that can't be close. The thoughts kept appearing in her head. She felt like she was standing at the bottom of the abyss. Instead of bringing danger to each other, me leaving is the right decision. After thinking continuously for a long time, Lkesia decided to get out of the window. She quickly lifted her foot and placed it above to run away. Remembering something, she also did not forget to turn her head back and look at this warm little room again one more time. A gentle smile bloomed on her face at this time. Her eyes could clearly see the sadness in those deep eyes. "Yes, I am not wrong," that was what she told herself. She tried to comfort her worried mood. "I am sorry, I hope you are safe." She completely disappeared from this place, returning peace to this place. The image of the moon appeared before Lekesia's eyes, a beautiful but also full of sadness moon, after keeping her life thanks to Hilon's help, ending the life of running away for many years. I was finally able to completely control my fairy power. She continued to look at the hunters constantly crawling on the ground begging for life. A ruthless fairy, but beautiful like a rose. My bad name was spread everywhere. Her red eyes raised her head to look behind. This time her expression had a bit of cruelty, and at some point, the world called me with the name witch. But this name did not matter to her, she still only carried out her own purpose. She continued to walk forward on the high heels. I live freely, swinging my axe as I please. But occasionally I still wonder. The image of Hilon quickly appeared in her memory. This also made her struggle a lot. How is that boy that night? Is he still living well? Has he been officially ordained as a holy knight? After that, she sank into her own thoughts. She had become very hesitant, not knowing what had happened. Does he know I am an elf? Assuming, if he knows already. Does he regret saving me? Does he feel betrayed that I left him and ran away? Until recently, Lkesia had become a witch holding an axe, slowly taking step by step forward. Would he want to kill me at this time? She walked aimlessly, the thoughts constantly appeared in her head. Would he want to kill me at this time? Those questions were always lingering in my mind. She raised her head to look forward. Her eyes had become very contemplative, and my curious nature makes me have the wish that. She raised her head to look at the full moon right before her again. Before I die, I can meet that teenager who once helped me, even if it is just once. A gentle breeze blew, making her hair fly. Until the next time the two met, the two had fallen into a hand-to-hand battle with each other, but the meeting of two people walking on opposite paths. The eyes of both people looked at each other like enemies. Lkesia put in all her effort to be able to defeat the opponent, and Hilon was no exception, yet was not romantic at all. Both people at this time only shared one purpose, and only the appearance of eagerly wanting to kill each other was left. After a long time of fighting, the two once again met each other amidst the full moon scene. Hilon looked at her with very cold eyes, but you could clearly see the anticipation in his eyes. Why, do not answer, can't answer even this time. She calmly raised her head to look at him. After that she slowly spoke to announce, that is a matter of the past. No matter what I say, it won't change the fact that I ran away at that time. She continued to speak and ask him again. The noble inquisitor of heretics came to the underworld to cause trouble, just to provoke me. Hilon looked at her with very contemplative eyes. It seemed that he had something difficult to say. After thinking for a long time, at this time he slowly spoke to ask her, then. He approached closer right before her eyes and asked again, why have you suddenly disappeared recently? Lkesia was a little surprised after hearing this question, not understanding what his intention was. Her eyes had become very confused. She frowned, looking at him, sinking into her own thoughts. Because of kidnapping Hada, I thought I would end everything this time. Why is he asking a question that is not related? She lowered her head and slowly spoke to explain to him, that is my matter. Suddenly she was startled and felt that something was not right in her body. She hurriedly hugged her hand and covered her mouth, trying not to vomit. She felt that her body was having a strange change. At this time she had become very worried. What is it? There is something wrong with my body, this itchy feeling of wanting to sneeze. It is similar to the first time I turned into a child. The more she thought, the more desperate she became and looked at her hands that were gradually glowing. What is suddenly happening? Lkesia worriedly looked at her hands. The more she thought, the more scared she became. She confusedly thought, am I about to transform back into a child? I clearly drank the medicine to return to my old form already. Why is it suddenly? Thinking of this made her even more worried. With no other choice, she gritted her teeth and could only make a decision. No, absolutely not at this time. If I turn back into a child right here. She quickly remembered the image of her as a child right before Hilon's eyes. It was these things that made her even more scared. Hilon will discover that I am pretending to be a child. She angrily slowly reached her hand forward. Her eyes were full of hatred. This humiliation, I can't accept it. While she was still acting, Hada quickly felt her presence, making him startled. Her power made Hilon also startled and felt uncomfortable and could not move. She quickly created an illusionary circle and then slowly disappeared into this illusionary circle. I will retreat to the illusionary region first. Immediately after entering the illusionary circle, Hada worriedly took step by step towards her. He quickly shouted loudly, young lady Lkesia. She was still on one side, gasping wearily. She had returned to her little girl form. She focused very hard trying to perform the fairy power. I almost caused a big problem. I have to quickly enter the illusionary region and return to my true form. Her steps quickly took step by step forward with a certain look. Her eyes were very cold. She had returned to the Lkesia form from before. If the illusionary region disappears, I will transform back into the appearance of a child. I have to solve it in here at all costs. Suddenly the chains rushed through the roses here. Hilon had quickly appeared before her eyes. He slowly spoke, looking towards her, and announced again, I do not know what you are thinking. His certain voice constantly echoed, but, today, do not even think about running away, which, seeing his attitude like this made her have a speechless and worried thought, this is troublesome. While she was still sinking into her own worried thoughts, Hada suddenly appeared behind her. He angrily shouted very loudly warning. She saw that he came out to help her like this and gently rubbed his head. I am okay, Hada, I have my own way. He quickly looked at her with a worried look again after hearing these words. Young Lady Lkesia. This time she did not directly choose to fight, she quickly took step by step straight before him, she then slowly called his name, Hilon. After that she quickly summoned one of her things in her hand. He was a little surprised seeing that. She continued to speak and suggest, don't waste time uselessly. Let us make a deal, how about it? In her hand at this time she was holding a very enormous spear. She held this weapon in her hand. After that she continued to announce to him, I will return the sacred relic that you worked hard to find, our matter will end here and we will go our separate ways. He clearly knew this spear better than anyone else. The image of the noble spear quickly appeared, the spear of Rubius. Before, I had defeated the leader of the Holy Knight Order and obtained the spear as a trophy. The Holy King found. Lkesia approached him even more. She quickly used the spear to press close to him and announced, take the spear and immediately leave the underworld, bring it back. At least you will have a reason to be pardoned. Her eyes immediately became sharp, on her face was a scary smile and announced, and if you do not want to, I will grind this sacred relic into dust. She continued to look at his face very hesitantly. She quickly understood the problem, not only pulling the Holy Knight into the matter of causing trouble in the underworld, but also letting the sacred relic be destroyed. Even if it is him, it will be difficult to escape punishment. This made her immediately become more certain of her suggestion. He was forced to accept this deal, Hilon, but he on one side was still silent, not replying. Time seemed to stop flowing. He seemed to be very hesitant, not knowing what he should do next. He wanted to catch her and wanted to get back the spear. Time continued to pass again. Lkesia had become a little uneasy. She confusedly glanced at him. This gradually made her lose patience. Why are you so silent? After a long time of silence, he suddenly raised his head to look at her and said his thoughts. You always use force to solve everything. Now you are making an action that is not in line with your nature. Even the matter of rushing to deal with the problem is strange. She was startled when she realized that he had analyzed the problem. He continued to step towards her and asked again one more time, someone else is chasing you, right? He used his sky-like eyes and gently lowered them and lifted her chin and declared, only I have the right to arrest you. Lkesia saw that the situation was gradually going in the wrong direction. She hurriedly turned her head to look in another direction and spoke, it is just that I do not have time to care about things like this. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Pretending to be a child is already tiring. After that she continued to speak as if begging him, so, leave me alone for now. He immediately became strangely silent after hearing these words. At this time, he slowly spoke to her, that matter. After that he continued to ask her one more time but wanted to confirm, is it related to your child? She was speechless to the point of being angry, not knowing what to say after hearing this. He is still mistaking it, huh? Lkesia sighed, not knowing how to explain it correctly to Hilon. She then spoke to announce back to him, let us end the talk here, Hilon. She quickly threw the spear towards him and pushed him behind, making him a little startled. She gave a charming smile looking towards him and continued to announce, consider it that you have accepted the deal. The illusion was gradually disappearing. He once again felt the discomfort on his body and angrily called her name, Lee. Halon's desperate voice constantly echoed, Lkesia. He had left the area of the illusion. Inside the area of the illusion at this time only Lkesia and Hada were left. The scene shifted to a very large palace. The time at this time was the next day at the townhouse of the Basilian family. A voice slowly echoed, Captain, please drink your tea. Sitting on the sofa outside, Lkesia immediately acted like a princess and crossed her arms and replied, give it here, I will drink. Hearing the little girl say that, Ishul quickly became happy and laughed and joked with the little girl, it is good that no one found out I went out last night and everything was resolved smoothly. The little girl drank the cup of tea in her hand and announced, it is delicious. He chuckled happily after hearing that, thank you, Captain. She continued to look at the image of three people still happily laughing and joking. The three brothers also returned safely this morning, and Hada's hat store was temporarily closed. Ishul quickly stuffed a cookie into the little girl's mouth. Please also eat a cookie, Captain. Right next to them, Karha, while eating a cookie, surprisingly spoke to ask again. But why is it captain? Isn't it usually prince, princess? The little girl quickly replied to him, I do not like it, I am the captain. He nodded in understanding after hearing these words. Okay, I obey. The little girl held the cup of tea in her hand and then sank into her own thoughts. Not being discovered and returning safely is a good thing, but I encountered a few problems. The little girl quickly remembered the strange antidote that made her return to her original form. First, I drank Hada's medicine but still returned to the appearance of a child. Hada said that it was a completely manufactured product, so why? The little girl quickly remembered everything. This problem will probably have to wait for Hada to manufacture it again before I know. Last night, Hada while crying hugged Lkesia explaining. Hada will make the medicine again, madam. She quickly nodded in understanding with him after hearing that. Okay. Returning to reality, the little girl quickly glanced at Karha, although Ishwal on one side was very angry because he had eaten all the cookies. Hey, do not eat anymore. If you eat it all, what will the captain eat? The little girl quickly understood the problem. Second is Karha. The little girl remembered Karha that night when entering Hada's hat store to search. Karha, who suddenly went out, went to Hada's hat store, but the underworld is not a place that you can casually enter. This made the little girl very hesitant and thought, there must be some kind of purpose. A shadow of the snake symbol of power quickly appeared in the little girl's head. Indeed, it seems that the Basilian family is hiding more things than I thought. The little girl quickly sank into her own thoughts. I can't be careless like last time. I will investigate as soon as I have the opportunity. Really, you have to wake up. Seeing the little girl's surprised attitude, Karha on the side was a little confused. He smelled a strange scent on the little girl's body and suddenly realized something. He quickly spoke to the little girl, the scent of a dog. The little girl was a little startled after hearing this. The little girl continued to look inside the bushes and thought, the scent of a dog. Immediately after thinking of Hada, Lekesia's face suddenly became strangely worried and she surprisingly thought, wait, could it be? A puppy suddenly appeared from inside the bushes at this time. This puppy quickly rolled straight towards the three people making all three people immediately freeze. Before everyone was a very cute puppy, it looked towards the three people radiating a sparkling light and barked. Lkesia was frozen on the spot by this scene. The little girl did not know what to do next and dropped the cup of tea in her hand. Why are you here? Thinking made the little girl even more desperate. Hada, right next to them. Ishwal also seemed confused and asked again, a puppy. At this time the little girl had become very panicked not knowing what she should do. The little girl quickly remembered the evening yesterday when closing the store. I thought that kid was just joking. At that time Hada looked at her with very sparkling eyes and begged. The store is closed, I want to go with young lady Lkesia. The little girl slowly stood up and replied to him after hearing that, don't talk nonsense. This made her very confused and thought. But he actually came, what should I do? Thinking made the little girl even more confused. The little girl quickly hugged this little puppy and angrily wanted to scold but could not. What is this place that you dare to come to? This troublesome kid. She softly whispered into his ear, what are you planning to do? It seemed that he understood and constantly barked in reply to the little girl. Suddenly at this time, the little girl was startled and realized that something was not right. The little girl turned her head to look at her two older brothers. The little girl felt that something was not right. I can feel the eyes from somewhere. Both Ishwal and Karha looked at the little girl with very surprised eyes accompanied by judgment. This made the little girl very worried. This is not good. The little girl quickly signaled the little puppy, Hada, run quickly. Ishwal at this time also slowly spoke, that dog. A gentle smile appeared on his face. He smiled and looked towards the little girl. You seem to really like it, huh? Karha on the side also quickly turned his head to look towards him and taught him, after all, little kids like things like puppies. He also nodded in agreement. That is right, it looks dirty, but it will be fine if we wash it. Both people at this time had become very confused and discussed with each other about this little puppy. Should we raise that dog, or how about we do that? Lkesia became confused after hearing the words the two were discussing. What? Wait. A scary thought appeared in the little girl's head. Could it be that they want to adopt Hada? Hada right next to her was still happily hugging the little girl and constantly barking. Hada at this time had become very happy and jumped up into the air full of excitement. Inside the room, he constantly ran around from the surroundings. While running he excitedly spoke, I am finally going to be together with young lady Lkesia. On the other side she was very troubled not knowing what more to think. Lkesia sighed wearily. She boredly thought, in the end, Hada was able to enter this house. Time had shifted to a few minutes before. Kieran surprisingly looked at the little puppy in Lkesia's arms. He surprisingly asked the little girl, Chaisha, what is that? Ishwal also smiled and spoke, little one wants to adopt that dog, Dad. Karha also surprisingly spoke, they are already close so fast. The little girl hesitantly held the little puppy in her arms. Puppy, although in her head at this time she had become more panicked than anyone else, please say no, Kieran. His eyes seemed to be judging. He quickly glanced over this puppy to check the situation. His face immediately became happy. He quickly nodded in agreement and also did not forget to announce, if Chaisha wants to raise it then let us adopt it, however. You have to like Dad more than the dog. Hearing these things made the little girl very desperate. She did not expect that Kieran would allow it. She returned to reality and quickly glanced at Hada. It is like this anyway already. Let us just consider that I have one more ally. Right at this moment, suddenly Hada spoke to the little girl, but young lady Lkesia. He continued to say his thoughts to the little girl. Have you prepared for the banquet yet? Hada also received an order for children's hats from the store that specializes in sewing for Basilian. Hearing this made the little girl remember something, thinking back. The little girl remembered Kieran's cold face when he had instructed her. This made the little girl very hesitant. During the meal last time, Kieran said the upcoming banquet will be organized at the Iberol family. It is also time to try on the clothes, but I have not heard anything about it. So what happened? This made the little girl very confused. What happened? The scene shifted to another place. Ishwal angrily spoke in anger, Your Majesty. He had become very angry to the point of slamming his hand hard against the table and shouted, This is definitely looking down on our Basilian. Hearing him being so angry, Karha very calmly asked him again, what happened again? He continued to shout loudly and he became even more angry hearing this. He constantly shouted, What nonsense are you saying? You are telling me to wear those rags. He quickly realized that in the middle, someone had stolen our outfits. He sighed and spoke to soothe his mood after hearing that, You are exaggerating. But he was still very angry and constantly shouted, slamming the table in anger, How can you wear that thing? Lkesia sitting on one side was still quietly eating and drinking and thought, There is also a problem like this, huh? The more he thought, the angrier he became. He threw the bowls and chopsticks around and loudly taught them, How can you wear that thing? Little sister has to wear a dress. He quickly then looked at him with a calm look. But until much later, he still could not calm down and loudly shouted, Do you want to see our little sister wear that cheap dress and be looked down on at the banquet? Thinking of this made his mood suddenly become worse and nodded in agreement, We can't let little one be looked down on. Karha continued to speak to Ishwal, but according to the schedule, we do not have time to sew new outfits. How about compensating with accessories then? I know a hat store that is quite good. He quickly became happy after hearing this and hurriedly spoke to ask again, What? Where? He calmly explained to him, A store in the underworld. I went there last time. And it was a little messy. After that he continued to announce to the two people, That place is Hada's hat store. Lkesia on one side immediately froze after hearing these words. The little girl had become very confused and sank into her own thoughts. Why is it that store? Moreover, he is talking calmly about the underworld with Ishwal. In the end, what is the connection between the underworld and Basilian? The little girl quickly continued to eat and drink with Hada and tried to reassure herself, since the store is closed anyway, if he stays put then the matter will be resolved, right? With no other choice, Ishwal could only quickly sigh helplessly, There are only a few days left, fixing it up a little will be fine, tomorrow we just need to go find hats and accessories. Immediately after that his face had become very serious. He continued to announce, This is the first time Basilian will be debuting before high society. I do not want anyone to despise us. He quickly made a decision, I will definitely resolve this matter. Very quickly time had shifted to a few hours later. After going to several luxury stores, Ishwal had become very bored and opened the door and walked out with Lkesia and sighed. They are really unbelievably unsophisticated. It is good that I am the one who chose the fabric, if not I would have thrown it all in the trash. The little girl's eyes looked towards another direction and quickly realized something. This time the little girl had quickly noticed the beautiful outfits placed neatly inside the room. The little girl remembered everything, like Karha said, the outfits are good, but not really satisfactory. It is the first time debuting before high society. Ishwal wants to be perfect, so he got angry. The little girl quickly looked towards Ishwal who was struggling with the new outfit. Of course, It seemed that only Ishul in the house cared about this matter. He was still constantly struggling with the accessories on the dress. Adding lace to this place would be. The little girl unconsciously remembered the first time the two had met. From the first time we met, I had felt that Ishul liked beautiful things. At that time he had once told the little girl. It is the first time I have seen something as beautiful as myself. After hearing that sentence, the little girl had become very surprised. The little girl remembered the smiles on his face. He also said that he has to use an umbrella every day because he is afraid that his skin will get sunburnt. How can a child who grew up in the gloomy Snake City without any aesthetics like to dress up? Thinking of this, Lkesia slowly carried the little puppy Hada and stepped forward and called out, "Brother." He smiled and turned his head to look towards the little girl after hearing that. Chesha. After that she quickly said her thoughts to him. Why do you like to dress up? He quickly put on a contemplative face after hearing that. Let us see. He recounted everything. Now I find joy in dressing up. The little girl still quietly listened to all the words that he said, but at first, I did that. He smiled and pointed towards himself and smiled and announced, because I did not want to look like a child without a mother. After that his voice suddenly became sad. Before, when my mother passed away, the image of the gloomy castle quickly appeared under a heavy rain. At that time, I did not understand what death meant. He slowly recounted the story, so I thought that mother had just disappeared. Ishul at that time was very weak and found his eldest brother and spoke full of sadness. Brother, I do not see mother. Kar has said that he can't smell mother's scent. Belzian immediately became silent after hearing that and did not reply to him. He quickly turned away. This time he had noticed Kieran, who was standing outside the grave refusing to leave. Seeing his eldest brother leave, he had become very confused and hurriedly called out, "Brother, brother." The more he thought, the angrier he became. He frowned, trying to suppress himself from shedding tears. Mother suddenly disappeared. You do not bother replying. And father is always sitting outside. What is everyone doing? After that, he quickly looked towards another direction. Why is not anyone going to find mother? He quickly turned around and, hearing this, he quickly replied to his words happily confusedly. I looked already. I did not see her. He angrily frowned. At this time he had become completely angry. He tried not to let himself shed tears and hurriedly turned his head and scolded. Before Karha's surprised eyes, he quickly clenched his hand and slowly turned around and left. I will go find her myself. Do what you want. He on the side saw him acting like that and could only sigh, not knowing what to say. On the inside of the luxurious mansion, his voice echoed, I am also going. On the outside, it was still raining heavily non-stop. Like that, Karha and I went out every day to find mother. A long time passed under Ishul's witness. Not long after that, guests came to visit the snake mansion. He was still constantly looking for the shadow of his mother around the mansion. While searching he boredly thought, Mother, I can't find you. A voice slowly echoed, Did you see the clothes the children are wearing? He quickly stopped and listened. After hearing that, the person on the other side quickly explained. Oh well, do not mention it. The appearance of the Basilian young masters walking back and forth is really... When he raised his head to secretly listen to the conversation, a young lady quickly whispered to her duke, After all, they are a renowned family in the East. The man also quickly nodded and spoke, It seems that they do not know what shame is. The woman chuckled and mocked after hearing this, Well, there has been an event that happened recently, we should feel sorry for them. The man chuckled full of delight after hearing that. That is right. Their next words made Ishul, who was standing on one side listening, seem to freeze in place. Because they do not have a mother, that is why they turned out like that. He continued to go to a mirror and looked at himself. Is it because I do not have a mother that is why I turned out like this? At this time he was caught seeing his pitiful appearance inside the mirror, making him very confused. At this time he slowly spoke and realized that something was not right. While he was still dazedly standing there, Karha stepped towards him. He surprisingly spoke, Hey, why are you acting like you have lost your soul? He quickly turned his head to look at his brother. It turned out that it was not just him. The appearance of his brother at this time had also become very slovenly. He surprisingly asked him again, Aren't you going to find mother? This made Ishul even more helpless. He shed desperate tears. Standing right before him, he constantly covered his face with his hands and cried and screamed, It is not that I do not have a mother. No. This made him on one side very surprised. He slowly reached his hand towards him, who was still trembling. Hey, what is wrong with you suddenly? He tremblingly cried and recounted, I have a mother. He still stood there shedding tears of despair. He constantly screamed in helplessness, I hate you guys. Ishul sat slumped there constantly shedding tears of despair. He while wiping away the tears shouted, "I hate you guys," and that was also his story, for that reason. Later, I never wanted to be despised by others, me, and my entire family. Recounting up to here, Ishul had become very calm. He quickly spoke to ask Lkesia, so in general, it is because of that reason that I care about dressing up. It is simpler than you think, right? After that his voice constantly recounted, actually, at first it was a feeling of obligation, but it is not now. When he started paying attention to it, he found it interesting. The little girl was still quietly hugging Hada sitting there quietly listening. Saying this he smiled and turned his head to announce, "Now Chaisha is also my family." He quickly approached and reached his hand forward teasing the little girl, "I want to make you wear the most beautiful dress." His slender fingers quickly poked Lekesia's face making the little girl a little surprised. He continued to speak to comfort, "So, do not worry and believe in brother." Hearing this, the little girl hugged the little puppy Hata even tighter in her arms. After that Ishul quickly announced again to the little girl, "This is also the first time I have told this story. I have never even told Karha, this is our secret." The little girl quickly nodded and slowly turned around and left. "I am going back to my room." He was a little confused after seeing that and surprisingly asked, "Why, are you not happy talking anymore?" The little girl shook her head quickly replying, "It is just that, I feel tired so I am going to sleep early." He nodded in understanding after hearing that. "Okay, I will lead you back to your room." After leading the little girl inside the room, he quickly said goodbye. "Well, good night little sister." Lkesia at this time was lying on the bed. Hada was still happily jumping towards the little girl. Thinking about Ishul's sad story, the little girl sighed. Behind a hobby is a story. Why did I suddenly ask now? I feel so uneasy. While the little girl was still hesitating and thinking, suddenly Hada spoke to the little girl, "Young lady Lkesia, something is very strange." Hearing that made the little girl a little surprised and asked again, "What?" He quickly said his thoughts to the little girl, "The children's hat that I delivered is not there, because I knew who would be wearing it. I worked very hard to make that hat." This made the little girl quickly pay attention. The little girl remembered the words that Ishul had once told her, clearly in the middle, "Someone had stolen our outfits." This made the little girl very hesitant. Could it be that Ishul's speculations are true? Hada's skills are so good that even the most high-end fashion stores in the capital come looking for him. There is no reason why Hada's product would be rejected due to quality or design. Thinking of this made the little girl very hesitant and sank into her own thoughts. I had intended not to care about the banquet, but, daring to steal my things, how insolent. After that, the little girl quickly sat up and spoke to him, "Hada, contact the Mia clothing store," and, he was a little surprised and listened after hearing that. A very smug smile quickly bloomed on the little girl's face. It seemed that the little girl had a new plan in her head. "Let us reopen the store for a bit." Very quickly time had shifted to the evening the next day at the enormous mansion of the Basilian family. Ishul's voice slowly echoed, "Chaisha, we are leaving and will be back. I will choose a very beautiful hat and bring it back. You have to be good, okay?" Right when the two were preparing to leave, Lkesia hurriedly reached her hand towards her two older brothers and spoke, "Wait, brothers." At this time the little girl's eyes had become very expectant and begged her two older brothers, "Can I go with you today?" Karha was a little surprised after hearing these words from the little girl. "Go." Ishul also confusedly spoke to ask again, "To the underworld?" Feeling uneasy for the little girl, he hurriedly spoke to comfort her, "No, it is very dangerous there. Let us go somewhere else next time." The little girl quickly reached out her hand in response. "It is okay, I have you guys protecting me." Hearing that, he nodded understandingly. But bringing a baby to the underworld is a bit. The little girl's eyes became extremely expectant. She moved closer to him, "I really want to go." The little girl quickly put on a pitiful face, speaking to her two older brothers with pleading eyes, "I want to go with you guys too." Hearing these heart-fluttering words, the two older brothers' moods immediately changed. Cute, so pretty. With no other choice, Karha quickly turned his head to look at Ishul and announced, "Take her along." Hearing that, he was startled and turned his head to look at his older brother, "Are you crazy?" His face became extremely worried as he voiced his thoughts, "We have never taken her out before. And, letting her directly wear a hat will help her choose the right one." Hearing that, he nodded in agreement, "But, the first time out, we are taking her to the underworld." Seeing that her two older brothers seemed willing to let her go, Lekesia's face immediately became happily smug as she thought, "Nice, strategy successful." The little girl continued to look at her two older brothers, who were still racking their brains, not knowing what to do. She quickly sank into her own thoughts and calculations. If I go to the underworld with these twins, maybe I can find out the connection between. A very smug smile bloomed on the little girl's face, as if she had calculated all of this beforehand. I must crush the arrogance of those who dare to steal my things. Very quickly, the scene shifted to below the underground city. Finally, they went together. A luxurious carriage carried all three of them to this place. Ishul sat in the carriage, constantly telling Lkesia, "Going with us is a secret, understand?" Karha quickly announced, "Absolutely do not tell anyone." Lkesia, sitting on one side, quickly nodded in understanding, "Yes." After a long journey, he quickly stepped down first. He announced to the two people in the back, "We are here." The scene here was extremely quiet and desolate. It seemed that no one in the underworld wanted to come to this place. The three people quickly walked into this place. Lkesia was gradually carried in the arms by her brothers in a doting manner. The scene shifted back to Hada's hat shop. The little girl raised her head and looked at the hat shop, asking her two older brothers in surprise, "This is the hat shop you were talking about?" Karha nodded in confirmation. Stepping inside, Ishul looked at everything around the shop and said in surprise, "Looking at the outside, it looks like the most ordinary shop, especially in the underworld. But the accessories are quite beautiful." Karha continued to turn his head and look at everything in this place, as if trying to find the figure of the shop owner, but he did not see him. There is no one in the shop. He quickly stepped forward and then said in frustration, "Could it be that they are not open today?" At the same time, Hada gradually walked to this place. He took off his hat and stood in front of the three people, greeting them, "Hello, welcome." The three people, seeing the appearance of the shop owner, were a little surprised and stood still. Immediately afterwards, Karha continued to approach him, "Are you the shop owner?" He was a little startled, but quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly announced to the three people, Yes, please feel free to browse." Lkesia continued to look at Karha, who was trying to sniff out a scent, which made her a little worried. She thought, he would not notice that Hada is the puppy at home. Would he? To be safe, I used my fairy power to hide Hada's scent, but he is still constantly using his nose to sniff something out. Immediately after sniffing out a strange scent, his eyes became extremely unsightly as he stared at Hada. Then he quickly said to him, "Looks like a dog." All three people, hearing these words, were so shocked that they could not speak. He quickly said, "I do not know why, but he looks quite like the dog at home." Hearing these words, Ishul quickly reprimanded. Ishul coughed a few times. After that, he slowly asked, "Anyway, shop owner." This time, he noticed the very beautiful hats placed on the shelf above the shop. He quickly asked, "Do you have hats for mature gentlemen, teenagers, and hats, accessories for little children?" Hearing that, Hada quickly replied, "Yes, of course. I have hats for babies, and accessories too. Would you like to try them on directly?" Hearing that, he laughed and quickly glanced at the little girl. "That is right." This time, he quickly chose a wide-brimmed hat for the little girl, which made her even more elegant and noble. He continued to change to a different style of innocent hat, which also suited her very well, until a small hat right in front of her. Everything suited her. Immediately after seeing that the little girl looked good in all three hats, Ishul immediately became happy and praised, "Beautiful, beautiful." Even Hada and Karha, right next to him, blushed when they saw that the little girl looked so good in these beautiful hats. "Baby, it really suits you." Then Hada quickly put on a happy and excited face, announcing to the two people, "So cute. Because the baby is already beautiful, everything suits her." Hearing that, he was very proud. Then he burst out laughing excitedly, "The shop owner has a good eye." He quickly acted domineeringly and declared, "I will buy them all." Lkesia, hearing these words, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. These kids like it as if they themselves were praised. He quickly took a pile of money out in front of Hada and announced to Hada, "The craftsmanship here far surpasses the famous artisans in the capital. Include our portion too." Hada hurriedly scratched his head and replied, "It is fortunate that our goods are to your liking. I will deliver the goods to your house." Even so, Karha still looked at Hada with a judgmental eye. He slowly called out, "But this shop owner." He was startled and turned his head to pay attention, "Yes." Immediately afterwards, he quickly asked the question in his heart to him, "Does this hat shop also make medicine?" Hearing this, he was startled and confused. Yes, this made Lkesia on one side immediately become scared and confused. Why suddenly? Next, his face was very calm as he recounted everything. "Last time, I accidentally saw the inside of the shop and saw a bottle of medicine with something written on it about a fairy baby." The more he heard, the more confused Hada became. He hurriedly explained, I do not know what you are talking about. Ishul could not stand it anymore. He quickly approached his older brother and questioned him, what is wrong with you since just now? Why are you suddenly looking for a fairy baby? There is one here already. The more he said, the more angry he became. He constantly taught his older brother, don't bother the shop owner with these nonsense words. From now on, he will be making hats for us. Karha, seeing this attitude, was a little startled and confused, not knowing how to explain. Lkesia at this time breathed a sigh of relief. She thought in surprise, at that time, this kid even discovered the laboratory. I almost got exposed. It is lucky that there is Ishul. She glanced in another direction and thought, hats and accessories are done. Take action, before I get questioned further. Hada, seeing her signal to him, quickly nodded in understanding. Hada continued to ask these two people in a happy manner, I do not know if the young masters are interested in clothing. Hearing this, the two people looked at him in surprise. He quickly pointed forward and announced, I know a pretty good clothing store. Ishul, hearing these words, immediately lit up, clothing store. He quickly confirmed and announced to the two people, yes, it is called Mia's clothing store. If the young masters like it, I will show you the way. Hearing this, Ishul immediately revealed a happy expression, great, of course we have to go if it is recommended by an owner with a good sense of style. Lkesia on one side smiled smugly, among the stores I know, Mia's is the best. Then she quickly glanced in another direction, thinking, the problem is. The time at this moment was gradually shifting towards morning because the three people had been out for quite a long time. An image of a precious carriage along with the signboard of Mia's clothing store quickly appeared. A woman with cat ears quickly came over. She smiled and greeted, young nobles have appeared at the clothing store in the underworld. These innocent children probably do not know how scary this place is. She quickly happily threatened the three people, in the name of the underworld, I won't let you kids off. This made the three people speechless, not knowing what to say. The shop owner Mia is not normal. The little girl helplessly glanced at her, she has always been such a weirdo whenever I see her. She on the other side kept laughing excitedly and announced, I will let you kids take on the cruel scent of the underworld. This made the little girl speechless, turning her head to look in another direction, she is an actual person acting like a beast man. I can't stand it. Seeing her acting strangely, Ishul and Karha quickly discussed with each other, why does she look like she is mentally ill, should we just go outside, seeing the three people preparing to turn around and go out. At this time she shyly took off the equipment on her body and smiled to explain, that is too much. Before turning around and leaving, Ishul did not forget to observe all the clothes in Mia's store. He quickly praised, even so, the craftsmanship here looks pretty good. He smiled and looked up at Lkesia, asking her, what do you think? The little girl quickly replied to him, I like it. Hearing the little girl say that, with no other choice, Ishul could only turn his head back and announce to the shop owner, we want to order outfits for a party in 5 days. We do not have enough time to make new clothes. Can you alter old clothes? She, hearing that, immediately hesitated, quickly pondering and explaining, 5 days later is a bit difficult. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she glanced at the two people and suggested, however, young masters, let me see your faces. Hearing her suggest that, Ishul had no other choice but to slowly take off his cloak and nod, suddenly like this, but it is okay. After all three people took off their clothes and looked at Mia, all three people looked at her with sparkling eyes. After witnessing the appearance of all three people, at this time she became very surprised. She opened her mouth wide and said, oh my god, what kind of crazy beauty is this? Mia's eyes suddenly lit up. She excitedly clenched her hands and looked at the three people, asking again, so cute. Anyone taking them would be beautiful. I should have taken off the hoods earlier. At this rate, the will in my body is burning again. Her happy voice kept ringing out, although it is a bit rushed, I will definitely finish it by that morning. She quickly discussed the outfits with Ishul, the design will be like this. This young master will suit this style. Karha quickly noticed something. He glanced with cold eyes towards the back. Looking outside, it was still pitch black, he became very surprised and asked again, am I wrong? After a long time of discussing the outfits together, Mia smiled and said goodbye, beautiful young masters, be careful on your way back. Ishul carried the little girl Lkesia in his arms. He smiled happily, what a great walk. Then the two people continued to speak, before older brother finds out, let us go back quickly. Before he could finish speaking, Karha on one side had noticed something unusual. He quickly used his sword to slash straight forward. Even Ishul hurriedly held the little girl Lkesia in his arms. He asked in surprise, this is. Looking at the net right in front of him that was falling to the ground below, This made him very surprised. Iron net. An angry voice shouted loudly, "What is this? That bastard cut the net with just a sword." The three people at this time were completely surrounded by a group of strange people. They kept signaling to each other, "What are you doing? Shoot the arrows already." "No, if the arrows hit, the goods will be damaged." Lkesia, hearing these things, immediately sighed. It seemed that she was too used to this. No wonder it was so quiet. She quickly looked at the robbers along the road right in front of her. This is what the underworld should be. In front of the three people was a group of thugs surrounding them. It seemed that she had predicted these things. Originally, the underworld is a gathering place for trash. The robbers, looking at the three people, immediately became happy. "We are in luck. It has been a long time since we had a big haul." This made her speechless because of her impulsive decision. It is only natural for children wandering around in a place like this to encounter this. They kept discussing excitedly with each other. "Where did these cute young masters come from? If we sell them at the slave market, I will set a pretty high price." Lkesia quickly recognized these scumbags, slave hunters. The image of the slave hunters approached the innocent children in this place. Notorious people specializing in hunting mysterious races. Those who target humans are just amateurs. She continued to look at Karha, who was holding his sword and standing still. Karha can definitely handle this. On the other side, Ishul had become very angry with these scumbags. He quickly held the little girl tightly in his arms and said, "It has been so hard to come out with my younger sister, but we have encountered such troublesome things." Then he quickly instructed his older brother, "Karha, do not let blood splatter on her. There is my younger sister here." He quickly nodded in understanding. "Okay." He held his sword firmly in his hand, preparing to face this group of hunters. His eyes were very cold as he raised his sword high in front of him and announced, "Baby, close your eyes." All the hunters were panicked by this gaze and stood still. One of them quickly pointed at him as he charged up and announced to his companions, "Wake up. The opponent is just a kid. What are you hesitating about?" He did not forget to shout to his teammates, "Charge." Before he could finish speaking, the blade quickly passed through his body. He was completely pressed by Karha's sword against his neck in panic. Then he slowly lowered the sword forcefully. At this moment, a voice slowly rang out, "Stop." Hearing this voice, Karha widened his eyes in disbelief. This time, another person slowly walked to this place to participate in this battle. It turned out that the person who appeared at this time was Jahan. He calmly looked forward and announced to everyone, "The master does not want any more chaos." Lkesia looked up at him. She thought in surprise, "What? Why is Jahan here? It is just a trivial matter, yet a big shot like Jahan is getting involved." Seeing that he had appeared, these hunters immediately became panicked and scared. They hurriedly bowed their heads and apologized. "I did not know that Sir Jahan was supervising around here. We were a little greedy." They hurriedly turned around to look at the back, constantly begging, Perhaps we made too much noise, causing you discomfort. Let us go quickly." They did not forget to say loudly, "Please say a word to the master for us." After seeing these hunters turn around and leave, Jahan slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to turn his head to look at Karha and instructed, "I said that if you cause a disturbance, you will get into trouble." He calmly put away his sword and nodded in reply, "Sorry." But his voice was a little angry as he announced, "But they attacked first." Hearing this, both Ishul and Lkesia glanced at each other. He continued his teachings. "If only the two of you came here, it would not matter, but there is someone following along. This time, it won't be easily forgiven." Seeing the atmosphere being a little strange, Lkesia panicked and suddenly realized that something was wrong. What is it, this atmosphere, could it be? She continued to look at all three people, who were still standing still. Do all three of them know each other? The image of Jahan quickly appeared before her eyes. Jahan, the master's highest-ranking subordinate. Information about him was constantly displayed. This emotionless man like a doll is the executioner of the underworld, specializing in using a whip that can be transformed into a sharp hook. If something happens and you have to face him, the end is usually death. The image of the Grim Reaper holding a scythe quickly appeared. In the underworld, he is a symbol of disaster, the embodiment of misfortune and bad luck. Thinking of this, Lkesia became very hesitant. Such a disturbance happening on the streets is common, yet the master sent Jahan to stop it. This made her even more surprised. Moreover, I have only met Jahan once, yet the two of them are so close. Jahan on this side was still constantly teaching Karha, "Please pay more attention next time." He quickly nodded in understanding, "I know." The little girl was still sinking into her own thoughts. Clearly, Basilian has a close connection with the underworld. This made her very hesitant and surprised. In the end, Basilian. Before she could finish her story, suddenly she realized that Jahan was staring at her with a surprised look. This made her a little panicked. Our eyes met. With no other choice, she could only greet, "Hello." Jahan was still just thoughtfully looking at her. Karha, seeing her greet him, immediately became surprised. He quickly taught her, "Younger sister just greeted him. You can't just greet a strange person casually." The little girl immediately turned her head to look at her older brother in surprise. "Why can't I?" This made her very hesitant. They have been talking comfortably with each other since just now. At this time, he slowly stepped in front of the little girl. He replied, "Being greeted by you is my honor." Standing in front of the little girl, Jahan bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest with a reverent expression. "I am Jahan." His face became very calm as he listened to the words the little girl introduced. "I am Lkesia Basilian." Hearing that, he nodded in understanding. Then he did not forget to instruct, "It is a pleasure to meet you, but next time, I hope we do not meet again." This made the little girl a little surprised and confused. Normally people would say, "See you again." Does the underworld have a different way of thinking too? The little girl surprisingly raised her head to look at him. "Why, do you hate to meet me?" He shook his head to explain, "It is not like that." He quickly spoke gently, "Because meeting someone like me will bring you bad luck." This made the little girl Lkesia stand still in surprise. The little girl continued to look at his cold and emotionless face, standing still. "I do not know why, but I deeply feel that he hates himself. I did not expect Jahan to be this kind of person." The image of his lonely and dark figure quickly appeared before her eyes. That is right, Jahan is an outcast, even in the underworld. Therefore, he is always alone. She unconsciously recalled the image of herself being shunned and criticized by people, like me, who was once ridiculed as the daughter of a crazy fairy. This made Lkesia become more withdrawn and think, "Because of that, I became a loner." Thinking of this, she became even more pensive and once had thoughts of hating herself. But the little girl raised her head and said to Jahan, "But I am okay." A warm smile quickly appeared on the little girl's face. She continued to announce, "Next time, I still want to greet you." At this time, she had her own sympathetic thoughts for him. "Both I and you. It is unfortunate, is not it?" He, hearing these words, immediately became silent and thoughtful. Jahan slowly turned around and left, under the surprised eyes of everyone. He had become extremely calm and speechless. Then he continued to walk forward, not forgetting to instruct, "It is late, go back." He just kept walking forward, under Lkesia's surprised eyes. She still watched his lonely back as he stepped forward. The scene shifted to another place in the underworld, at night that day. Desperate screams kept ringing out, and blood kept splattering on the walls. A slave hunter quickly trembled, clasping his hands together and loudly begging, "Please, please spare me. I was wrong." But no matter how he begged, Jahan did not care at all. He coldly killed this slave hunter in an instant. He held the whip in his hand, then he sank into his own thoughts, for the first time. He recalled the happy face of Lkesia who had greeted him then. Someone smiled at me like that. The corners of his mouth suddenly became strange. Perhaps he remembered unpleasant memories about himself, but the image that appeared was the image of him lying miserably on the ground, and the scolding words for him kept ringing out, "Get out, you monster." People always shunned him and ran away. "No, I do not like it. Don't come near me." He still held his blood-stained whip tightly in his hand. "Therefore, it is not right. A lowly person like me, meeting such a noble young lady is already a terrible thing." But this time, his thoughts had completely changed. He quickly stood still. "Even so, I want to see that smiling face again. This is indeed my greed." While Jahan was still sinking into his thoughts, a mysterious person slowly walked over and surprisingly asked, "You greeted the baby?" Hearing this voice, he was startled and turned around. He looked at this strange person and continued to speak, "You have come, master." This person laughed and continued to ask, "Super cute, right?" He quickly knelt down on the ground and nodded in response, "Yes, master." This strange master continued to step forward. "I wondered who dared to make trouble. It is just those ordinary slave hunters." Hearing this, he just bowed his head, "I apologize." This strange person quickly put his hand on his head and comforted, "Really, I am not blaming you." The figure of this master was a little familiar. The master slowly put his hand forward and announced, "The finishing touch, let me do it." The slave hunter, witnessing this whole scene, had become so trembling that he was desperate. His eyes were full of fear. Immediately after the master snapped his fingers, a change immediately appeared. Screams rang out in the air along with drops of blood splattering on the walls. The master continued to ask, "Have you found the whereabouts of the enchantress?" Jahan shook his head and replied, after the time at the mansion, she disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, the master seemed surprised and thought, she is not the kind of person who lives a peaceful life. Thinking of this made the master laugh, turning his head in another direction and announcing, even the dignified high-ranking administrative officials have to personally welcome her. She is indeed an extraordinary fairy. I will soon use her. The master did not forget to order, investigate the details of the enchantress's movements for me. Jahan quickly nodded in understanding. It turned out that the person who controlled the entire underworld and was also the master was Kieran. He smiled and stepped forward. The scene shifted to the late evening at a large mansion, at the same time, the Basilian townhouse. At this time, both Karha and Ishwal had become very worried and shared the same thought, we are dead. Lkesia stood below, unable to say a word. She sighed speechlessly, I knew this would happen. A very scary voice slowly rang out, Karha, Ishwal. Hearing their names called, both of them had become very scared. Standing in front of his two ignorant younger brothers, Belzian had become very angry. He loudly questioned these two, what were you two thinking? With no other choice, Ishwal could only quickly explain, it is just that I thought it would be good to go out with my younger sister, so that is why. We have never gone out together. Right next to him, Karha quickly nodded in agreement, that is right. Hearing that, he continued to glare at his two younger brothers with a judgmental gaze, you said you were going out, but you took her to the underworld. She is just a normal child, you have to be careful. Karha was very embarrassed and uncomfortable, immediately looking in another direction, but I am confident that I can protect her, so that is why I took her. Before he could finish speaking, Belzian interrupted him, that is not the point. With no other choice, Belzian could only sigh in frustration. Then he raised his head and announced, that child is not a Basilian. Hearing this sentence, Lkesia was immediately startled and confused in disbelief. Even Karha had become very confused, brother, what are you saying? Ishwal also replied angrily, but now she is our younger sister. Moreover, our younger sister is listening. It could be clearly seen that Belzian did not say much more. He used his scary eyes to look forward and criticize, enough. Am I wrong? His angry voice kept ringing out, that child has no blood relation. Immediately the two older brothers did not dare to say anything more. Feeling that it was not enough, he continued to speak, she is just an outsider. You two are talking nonsense. Lkesia had been silently listening from just now, not replying to anything. She sank into her own thoughts, that is right, from the beginning, Belzian had the intention of kicking me out. Belzian's eyes had become very cold as he looked at her and announced, therefore, do not be too close, because I will quickly take you out. It seemed that she had also predicted these things, especially since this banquet is the first introduction of the members of the Basilian family. Belzian wants to kick me out before that happens. She unconsciously recalled the scene when she comforted him, even though I once cared. And she even cared and gave him a bouquet of white flowers in his hand, I will go and receive a little affection from each other. This made her a little disappointed, but we were never a real family with each other. Returning to reality, she still sat there without any movement. Lkesia clenched her small palms, she was still sinking into her own thoughts. I told myself to leave immediately, yet I thought about attending the banquet like an idiot. She criticized herself, yes, I was too stupid. She quickly remembered the purpose she had done before, to kill Count Rudin because he humiliated the Basilian family. Then it was the scene when she looked at Ishwal very angrily when she knew she was looked down on, preparing outfits for the banquet so that the Basilian family would not be looked down on. It seemed that Lkesia was herself in the present, it is all not related to me. But while she was still sinking into her thoughts, she quickly remembered the scene of how sad Belzian was. When I saw Belzian's lamenting appearance, I thought that this kid was easily emotional. It was all just that she was wrong about these things, he is completely not like I thought, but it turns out that I am the child. Just because of a little affection, I am acting as if I am a member of the Basilian family. She still looked up at Belzian's cold eyes. She unconsciously recalled the scary memories in her heart, and the critical words for her kept appearing, what does an orphan like you know, get out of here. Her eyes at that time had become very desperate. Lkesia continued to look down at the front with a very thoughtful face. But instead of being sad, a very strange smile bloomed on her face at this time. No matter how lonely you are, you should not do that. You are acting too immersed in the role. She quickly looked at the shoes right below her feet. She quickly reassured herself, that is right, just follow the original plan. Wake up and prepare to leave. The image of a noble Basilian family symbol along with the snake symbols was displayed. Based on the current situation, Basilian is involved with the underworld. And there are too many suspicious points. Then Lkesia linked everything together clearly. I must finish investigating the Count Basilian family before the banquet takes place. When I am kicked out by Belzian, I just need to disappear with Hada. She quickly made a decision which was also her goal. I will completely leave this family and return to my original form. An image of a gloomy castle quickly appeared. Time had passed to a few minutes later. After entering her room, Lkesia sighed very tiredly. She had become very worried and sad, looking down at the ground. I have become a child, and my thoughts have become immature too. I am in such a bad mood. She sighed and slowly stepped outside to receive the sunlight. She was slowly stepping forward amidst her very gloomy mood. Noticing something strange in the back, she surprisingly turned her head to look with a confused expression. After seeing the dark air rising, she had become very surprised. Her eyes had become very panicked when she saw this dark air, this magic. Immediately after that, Kieran appeared before her eyes, making her a little surprised. Kieran. He smiled and approached Lkesia. His face was still gentle as ever. Hello, Kieran. He continued to bend down to look at her. My daughter, what are you doing? When she saw him approaching, she quickly smelled an unusual scent, the smell of blood. She did not say these things, but just raised her head to look at him. I am not doing anything. Hearing that, he laughed and used his hand to press on her nose, teasing, what is with this expression of yours? Did Belzian scold you badly? She, hearing that, was startled. Lkesia put her hand up to cover her nose. She shook her head and replied, no. Although she had predicted this, so he knew that we went to the underworld. He continued to ask her again, was it fun going out to play today? She shook her head and sadly replied, it was not fun. He, hearing that she was a little disappointed, smiled slightly. He then nodded in understanding. He gently picked her up high. Then he continued to comfort her mood. You were scolded by your older brother like this. How about your father tries to play the role of comforting you? Lkesia, hearing that, was a little confused. Then he used his magic to move to another place. He smiled and chatted, let us go see the flowers with your father. Her eyes turned to look at the magic that was constantly covering her eyes. Immediately after Lkesia opened her eyes, witnessing the scene in front of her made her a little surprised and confused. It turned out that Kieran had taken her to a garden full of roses. This made her seem surprised. This is a rose garden. She quickly looked at the roses right in front of her. Smelling the fragrance in this place, she quickly blended into the garden and then sank into her thoughts. This place is full of the scent of roses, so fragrant. While she was still blending into this place, Kieran's smiling voice slowly rang out, how is it? Do you feel better? She, hearing that, was startled. Then she realized that she had just been too negligent, unconsciously indulging in the scent of flowers until she was absent-minded. She quickly put on an innocent expression and surprisingly asked, again, father, but where is this? He just smiled and looked at her. Then he continued to explain, the royal palace garden. Hearing these things, Lkesia immediately froze. She could not believe it and stared forward. What, this is okay too? Kieran slowly put her down on the ground. He smiled, reached out, and picked the roses, saying to her, to be exact, it is a detached palace. There are no guards now. You can be comfortable. She, hearing that, understood something. I see. She quickly looked at these roses. He gently tucked the roses into her hair. After seeing this scene, he had become very happy. He smiled and praised, just like your father thought, it really suits you, my daughter. She looked at this scene with a little emotion, but she still looked forward with that tired face. It could be clearly seen that Kieran was still worried about her. He surprisingly asked her, were you scolded by your older brother, so you feel heartbroken? His voice kept ringing out, comforting her mood, but your father also does not want Kieran to go to that place, because there are many bad people. Hearing this, she seemed surprised. She continued to ask her father, did father also go there? He, hearing this, immediately became startled and realized that she knew more than he thought. Do you mean the underworld? She quickly sadly nodded to confirm. Hearing that, he laughed. Why are you curious about that? She continued to speak to him. Everyone goes except for Kieran. He laughed and gently stroked her head. Seeing that he did not say anything, she was a little disappointed. She quickly clenched her hands, but it is okay if father does not say anything. Standing in front of him, Lkesia immediately pretended to be spoiled. She quickly recounted everything, because I am not a Basilian. He, hearing these words, immediately froze. The look in her eyes clearly showed unspeakable sadness. Looking into her deep eyes, he seemed to freeze for a moment, not knowing what to say in this situation. Although Lkesia outwardly showed that, in her heart at this time, she had become very panicked. I just wanted to be a little sulky, but I accidentally said the truth. Kieran, hearing that, slowly picked her up and laughed teasingly. So you are very sad, huh? No wonder. He continued to think for a moment and then told her the truth. Then only Chaisha knows about this. Okay, she, hearing that, was startled and silently waited. Then he whispered in her ear, saying very incomprehensible words, your brothers are helping father. Of course, it is not anything dangerous, so do not worry. His next sentence made her seem to freeze on the spot. Actually, father is doing some work in the underworld, to be exact, management work. Hearing this, she immediately fell silent, unable to speak. He did not forget to announce again, take care of the people there like you take care of Chaisha. She widened her eyes in disbelief at everything she had just heard. She suddenly realized that everything was gradually going off the normal track, and all the pieces fit together. The image of a letter quickly appeared. Kieran, who obtained a report about the enchantress, holds information that only people in the underworld know, and that was also the reason Lkesia found her report in Kieran's library. The master knows clearly about my mark. She recalled the words he once said to Hilon. The mark she left in a hidden place on that holy night. You do not intend to say you do not know, do you? And everything was very coincidental. The three siblings always went to the underworld to work. The day Kieran and the three siblings left the mansion because of something important was also when the underworld fell into a dangerous situation because of Hilon. Then there was the scene of the two older brothers sitting in the carriage with Lkesia, exploring the underworld. When I went directly with them, I realized that this was not the first or second time they had come to the underworld. And next was the image of Jahan when he met the two siblings. Even Jahan, the master's subordinate, has a strangely respectful attitude towards the twins. This made Lkesia tremble even more strangely. She did not know what to say in this situation. No way. A very scary thought appeared in her head. Is Kieran the master? The image of a chair and a table that had been prepared in a room she had entered appeared. Her face at this time had become very scared. She paled and thought, that means the person I have been deceiving all this time is the master of the underworld. I am doomed. The more she thought, the more scared she became. If the master wanted to, taking my life would be a small matter. She continued to look at Kieran's face, who was still smiling at her there. A thought quickly appeared in her head, urging her even more. Before I am discovered, I must escape from here immediately. Returning to her large room, Lkesia had become very pensive. She did not know what to do in this situation. Sitting quietly on her bed, she quickly sank into her own thoughts. This is a big deal. The person I have been deceiving with this childish appearance is none other than the master. If I am discovered, I will definitely die. The more she thought, the more scared she became. She quickly thought of the scene of herself helplessly squatting in a corner. Moreover, the underworld is the only place I consider a safe haven. If even that place turns its back on me, I really have nowhere to go. Thinking of this, she quickly stepped outside and then sank into her thoughts. That is right, Belzian's plan is to kick me out before the banquet takes place. I will take advantage of it to escape. While she was still sinking into her thoughts, Hada happily ran in and called loudly, Miss Lkesia. He was still very happy to announce, Hada has finished making the hat and is back. But the look in her eyes quickly changed. She looked at him and called his name, Hada. He, hearing that, immediately became scared. Her face at this time had become very worried. She quickly announced, we have to run away. Hearing this made him immediately panic as if he did not dare to believe his ears. What? The scene shifted to the morning of the next day at the large Basilian mansion. A voice of praise rang out, very good. The girl standing in front of the two twin brothers smiled and chatted, let us stop the dance practice here. Now we will start with the etiquette lesson. All of this was observed by Lkesia. She happily thought, nice, it is in the middle of the lesson, the twins won't pay attention to me. She quickly hugged Hada, intending to quickly find information in this place. Even if I leave, I have to clean out the information. The look in her eyes had become very determined as she stared forward. Last night, I searched the entire mansion and the tower, the remaining place. A very scary place quickly appeared in her head. Is the Basilian territory full of monsters? This dark place with no one passing by, full of danger, was the Black Forest. Everything in this place looked very scary and mysterious. Lkesia quickly used her magic to appear inside the Black Forest. Appearing in the middle of the Black Forest, the first thing she did was observe the surrounding situation. She quickly hugged Hada and then surprisingly spoke to him. This forest makes me feel creepy. He quickly nodded in agreement. That is right. She gently put him down on the ground. Her eyes continued to search the forest. Not to mention the demonic energy that fills the place. We are more powerful imaginary creatures than humans, so there probably won't be any problems. If humans stay here for too long, they will hallucinate and become crazy. She quickly recalled the scene of Kieran when he lulled her to sleep. At that time, Kieran looked like he was losing consciousness after returning from the forest. Perhaps it was because of the demonic energy. While she was still sinking into her own thoughts, suddenly Hada noticed something strange and frantically spoke in panic. "Me, Miss Lkesia, over there." She, hearing that, surprisingly turned her head to look at him with a confused look. He at this time had become very scared, continuing to look at the mysterious animal that was looking at them with red eyes. "There is a monster over there." Lkesia's face had become very calm, as if she had predicted this. She sighed and said, "The rumor that monsters appear is true." This made her very confused. "Kieran, what exactly are you doing in a place like this?" While she was still hesitating and thinking, a monster suddenly made a strange movement right next to her, making her a little surprised. Seeing this monster pass by her made her a little confused. It just passed by like that. It seems like it does not want to attack. Seeing that it did not want to attack her, she quickly winked and made a decision. "It is even better if no one bothers us." She quickly turned her head and signaled, "There is a lot of time, let us take the opportunity to investigate and then sneak away." She clasped her hands together, her whole body emitted a strange light, as if she was concentrating on doing something. Butterflies quickly appeared and flew around the forest. She used her fairy power to summon the butterflies to fly away. Thinking of the butterfly as performing its mission, they kept flying into the middle of the forest as if searching for information. While she was still waiting for news, a small butterfly had found information, making her seem surprised. Lkesia quickly turned her head and signaled with Hada, "I have already found something." She quickly went along, both people quickly followed the big butterfly, leading them forward. This time the scene that appeared was a lush green forest with gentle breezes blowing through. Witnessing this scene made Lkesia surprisingly raise her head to look forward. This place had become very beautiful with sunlight shining throughout the scene here. Seeing the sunlight shining into this place, Lkesia revealed a clear surprise. She admired it to the point of disbelief and thought, "I did not expect there to be a place like this inside the black forest." Looking at the strange coffin lying in the middle of a beautiful place made her a little confused. And what is that thing lying in the middle, a coffin? Because she was too curious, she quickly approached the coffin to examine the situation. She looked in surprise at the inside. "This is." Her eyes became even more surprised when she looked at the person inside the coffin. She suddenly realized something. "I see." She continued to look at the roses that were placed on the coffin. "This is the coffin of the late countess." She looked at everything that was being taken care of in a precise and meticulous manner. This made her quite surprised. From fresh flowers to the landscape, everything is carefully taken care of. It seems that Kieran still takes care of this place very regularly. This made her very confused. She continued to glance at the butterflies that were flying around in this place. But why put the countess's coffin here? Seeing the butterfly making strange movements, she seemed surprised. Lkesia quickly realized something. She turned her head and asked the butterfly that was constantly flying in the air, "Is there something else in this space?" The small butterfly quickly flew to a tree. The strange thing was that on this tree were engraved very strange hidden words as if reminding something. She looked in surprise at the trees that were all engraved with words in this place and was surprised. "There are hidden notes in the trees around here." Because she was too curious, she quickly approached one of them and slowly thought, "What does it write?" Her eyes quickly scanned the tree. "Illusion realm." An illusion space is a separate mind space that reflects the subconscious of the fairy race. After reading these lines, her eyes immediately became panicked and widened. This is. She had become very small when standing in front of the large tree that recorded very different information, experimental records about the fairy race. The more she thought, the more she felt that something was wrong. Her eyes widened with disbelief. There is no way to artificially create the illusion realm of the fairy race. Then she continued to read these lines. The dates are all from hundreds of years ago, from the ancient era. She read even more carefully about the words that were carefully written on these trees. "I tried injecting fairy blood into the bodies of men but failed. Injecting it into the bodies of women had a reaction but only lasted for a short time. It seems that the fairy race only exists in the bodies of women. More research is needed." After reading this information, she immediately became confused and quickly realized, this is not Kieran. She quickly noticed a word that was engraved on the tree, "In the name of God." She quickly realized that everything was more serious, but there was still something that Lkesia wondered about. She looked up and looked forward, but it is strange. She quickly remembered a very strange and vast empire. Everything in this place was very magnificent, although sometimes there were hypocritical acts, but the holy country was a place that valued order and justice. In their eyes, the fairy race is a condemned being that needs to be dealt with. not to be captured for experiments. This made her even more surprised when she thought of the ring that the fairy race had left behind. Moreover, they are planning to bring the crown of the fairy queen out. Assuming just for the experiment, surely the crown will be split into hundreds of pieces and used as materials. This made her quickly remember the image of Hilon, more important than everything, that perfectionist Hilon is the heresy inquisitor. With the position of heresy inquisitor, he can have in his hand almost all the information of the holy country. This also made her confused. If he knows about the fairy race experiment, he will definitely not stand by and watch. Then, just thinking of this, Lkesia had completely become so angry that she clenched her palms. You disgusting bastards. Just thinking of the different fairy races constantly being tortured and tormented by them made her become increasingly angry. Illusion realm is the main ability of the fairy race. Relying on mental strength, with a strong will, their spirits will not collapse. But everything was not that simple. The image of Lkesia's mother when she was first born quickly appeared, but the fairy race that gave birth to me was completely insane. Perhaps because she had to endure all kinds of pain, like an animal that was drained of blood, so her spirit collapsed. Thinking of this made her become very confused. Why can the gods do this kind of thing? Thinking of this was enough to make Lkesia hate them more and more. She clenched her palms and made a decision. I will definitely take revenge. Her power quickly affected Hada. He was still about to say something to her. Miss. His screams kept ringing out, Miss Lkesia. Hearing this familiar call, she surprisingly realized that something was wrong. She quickly took a deep breath to regain her composure, then she hurriedly turned her head and explained, I am okay, I was just a little surprised. Her face now had become very serious when she looked at the tree that engraved all the information about the fairy race right in front of her. Basilian is not a family that experimented on the fairy race. On the contrary, it seems that Kieran's position is similar to mine. She quickly thought of the image of the three people who were likely to do this quickly appeared. The rumor is that 3 major families had conducted experiments on the fairy race. Perhaps while Kieran was collecting information about the fairy race, the rumor had been spread incorrectly. Thinking of this made her become very hesitant. She surprisingly asked herself, but what is Kieran collecting information about the fairy race for? Does it have anything to do with the crown of the fairy queen that he wants to have? While she was still sinking into her hesitant thoughts, Hada on one side quickly spoke to her, Miss Lkesia, if this report is true, now we have to investigate the holy country. Right, she, hearing that, quickly nodded to confirm, that is right, because there is no other way. She sighed wearily. She had to go through too many things. A person who is considered a heretic like me is going to personally step into the holy country. It is really difficult. If I continue to attend the prayer meeting as an intruder, I will eventually be discovered by Kieran and the probability of my head being cut off is high. She quickly made a decision. First, let us go back to the mansion and think about it. Hada quickly nodded in understanding with her, yes. Then she quickly used her fairy power to appear inside the room. She sank into her thoughts, but there is one thing for sure. At this time she had secretly made a decision. Now I have no reason to stay in Basilian anymore. It seemed that everything was having a big change in the mansion here. The scene shifted to a large room with all kinds of luxurious and magnificent things. That afternoon, in Belzian's study. He was still working when suddenly someone was knocking on the door outside. He quickly announced, come in. A small voice slowly rang out, hello. Lkesia stepped inside the room, I have something to say. Belzian, hearing that, turned his head to look at her with a confused look, but he did not seem to care much about these things. He continued to step forward. What is wrong? She quickly followed behind, intending to say something, that thing. She looked down and asked him, when do I have to leave? Hearing this sentence, he froze a bit. Her eyes quickly widened, looking forward. She had secretly made a decision with this. Now that I know the person behind the fairy race experiment, I have no reason to stay in Basilian anymore. She continued to look at Belzian who was still standing still. Anyway, Belzian has a plan to kick me out. I will follow it. But his face at this time had become a little strange. Then he quickly announced, 2 days later, early in the morning. She, hearing that, quickly looked down at the ground with a sad look. 2 days, that is fast. She quickly looked up forward and then sighed. Unconsciously, she sank into her own thoughts. That is right. What is the point of talking to a child that can't be convinced? Saying that I do not want to go will only cause more trouble. It is not worth it. This decision is reasonable. Seeing her disheartened face, Belzian quickly announced, you can take anything you want. She, hearing that, surprisingly raised her head to look at him. Money or gemstones, anything is fine. Then he continued to teach her, if your greed wants the whole fortune, I will give it to you. She quickly hesitated and thought, I do not need those things. After a long time of deciding, she quickly picked up Hada and then said to him, I want to take the puppy with me. He, hearing that, was a little surprised. Then he continued to ask Lkesia, only it, she nodded in understanding and slowly replied, yes, having him is enough. I did not bring anything when I came here. She had become very happy, holding the puppy in her hands. On the contrary, the little girl's innocent voice kept ringing out, thank you, Earl, and young masters too. You treat me very well. Belzian, hearing these words, froze a little, unable to say anything more. He slowly clenched his palms, he slowly spoke to her, really? He continued to repeat his question, is that really all? Seeing that his attitude seemed strange, she quickly nodded in confirmation, yes. Hearing this, he became very confused. He continued to voice his thoughts, clearly you also have feelings for this place. His face had become very confused. He questioned her once again, why do not you ask me to stay in the Earl's family? Speaking of this, Belzian quickly approached Lkesia. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. If you think you have lived well in Basilian for the past time, you should at least feel regret or even cry, but why? He continued to look at her face, why can you be so calm? Seeing that his attitude seemed strange, she quickly realized the problem. What, all this time, this kid was pretending not to care. This made her quite surprised, so he also has feelings. She could see Belzian clearly revealing a reluctant expression when he heard her say that. She quickly stood in front of him and voiced her thoughts, how would I know, because I can't just stay if I want to. She quickly picked up Hada and walked out of the room, it is okay, I am used to it. Although these words were sincere. Hearing this, she also remembered a not-so-good memory of herself. Children who were adopted at the orphanage were expelled after only a few months, so returning is also common. The time had shifted to more than 10 years ago. Little Lkesia stood outside the door with a worried expression. She slowly reached out her small hands and kept knocking on the door as if begging for something. But waiting for her were only very desperate scolding words. The nobles constantly looked down on her and loudly taught her, how dare you dirty my carpet, I should not have adopted garbage like you. Get out of here. At that time, she had become very desperate. She trembled and looked at her thin hands that were always trampled on, how can I say this to her? She bit her teeth and tried to endure this pain, not letting herself shed any tears, because I made a mistake, so I have to return. This made her very sad and sank into her own thoughts, the orphanage's situation is difficult, my return will definitely bring trouble to her. Immediately after opening the door and witnessing the scene of Lkesia trembling and standing outside the door, the headmistress had become very surprised and asked, Chesha. She slowly spoke in surprise, how? Before she could finish speaking, Lkesia had become so scared that she shrank back. But it turned out that she was just thinking too much. The headmistress had quickly hugged her in her arms as if trying to comfort her. The headmistress had become very touched and continued to ask her, why are you hurt like this, why did not you come back sooner? Hearing these words full of love, she immediately became touched, teacher. Lkesia became very sad and explained, I am sorry for coming back. It is just that Before she could finish speaking, the headmistress angrily asked her, it is okay, do you think that I won't be able to raise you? Before her surprised eyes, she had gently comforted her mood, if you do not want to, you do not need to be adopted anymore. Continue to stay at the orphanage with me. If you still do not want to leave when you grow up, then become a teacher at the orphanage at that time. The next sentence of the headmistress immediately made Lkesia become touched, because this place is your home. She tried not to let herself shed any tears. After suppressing her emotions, she quickly helplessly bowed her head to the headmistress and kept shedding tears. The headmistress, seeing her crying, hurriedly approached and comforted her mood. I at that time was a lucky child. But until the day that the slave hunters constantly targeted Lkesia, they had destroyed her peaceful life, they completely burned the orphanage. But now, I have become a person who can't meet her again. Returning to reality, Lkesia fidgeted and looked at her shoes at her feet, because the situation is the same. I remembered the old days. Thinking of this, she quickly explained, I am really okay. A smile quickly bloomed on her face, as if she was familiar with these things. She smiled and explained, I am prepared. Belzian, seeing her behaving so well, also could not bear it, but there was no other way. He sighed and nodded in understanding. Then he quickly instructed her again, I understand. Then 2 days later, early in the morning, when the Earl and the twins are not home, go out through the main door. She quickly nodded in understanding. He continued to instruct, even if you go out, I will give you a prosperous life, so do not worry. Hearing him, she revealed a happy face in her heart. Good, after going out, I will take the medicine and return to my adult form. The people in this mansion won't be able to find me. The next image that appeared was the image of a pitiful little girl kneeling on the ground and praying. Originally, Kieran adopted me to get the crown, I just need to manage until the prayer time ends. And it will be over. Surely he won't come looking for me again. Thinking of this, she smiled gently. She quickly stepped forward. Yes, it is good to end everything like this. Lkesia still did not know what was going to happen to her next. At this time, I still have not remembered that after coming to the Basilian mansion, my plans have always failed. Very quickly the time had shifted to the morning of the next day. The image of Lkesia wearily greeting the dawn with the dog Hada appeared. She had become very expectant, looking down at the mansion here. Now I will really leave this place. She continued to sink into her thoughts, looking at the large garden right in front of her. Will I miss this garden? And she quickly caught sight of the twins right in front of her. The twins, no. Karha quickly recognized her. Baby, Ishwal on one side quickly waved his hand to greet her. Chesha, she, seeing this, was a little disappointed and sighed. It is a pity that I can't properly say goodbye. She quickly waved goodbye to the two twin brothers. Even so, if the three siblings continue to enter and exit the underworld, we will be able to meet again. Thinking of this made her become very uncomfortable. It is best not to meet the master Kieran. Suddenly remembering something, Lkesia raised her head to look at the sky. No matter what, a thought appeared in her head. Perhaps I want to confirm whether everyone is living well or not. Very quickly the time in front of her had passed. Finally, the time that she had promised with Belzian had arrived. Outside, the carriage had been waiting there. Lkesia quickly stepped down here as if preparing to leave. After carefully dressing Lkesia, Belzian quickly instructed, right now, the three of them are not home. If you leave at this time, no one will notice. She, hearing that, nodded in understanding. She did not forget to say goodbye to her older brother. Yes, I am leaving. Thank you for everything. Seeing that he was still standing still without moving, she seemed surprised. Why do not you say anything? Seeing the look in her eyes, he calmly announced, I will also go with you. This made her very surprised. She had become very panicked, pointing at herself and asking again, what, you are running away from home with me? This was that she had become confused to the point of incomprehension. What is it, why suddenly? He had become very pensive and silent, not replying to anything. He quickly remembered the bouquet that Lkesia had once given to him, because I want to comfort you. Speaking of this, he calmly stepped into the carriage. I also want to try it once. She, hearing that, was startled and surprised. I am not crying, so what is there to comfort? This made her become very angry. She hurriedly explained, but you have work to do. He laughed as if nothing had happened. Let us see, that thing. Belzian's face at this time had become exactly like his father. He smiled and announced, that damn old man knows how to deal with it himself. Witnessing this scene made Lkesia unable to smile. She thought in confusion, what is wrong with this kid? It is almost the end, and he is still making people annoyed. In front of Lkesia, he quickly announced, I will also go with you. She, hearing that, was startled and confused in disbelief. His face now had become very calm as he reached out his hand and announced once again, I have always been given all the work. It is time for him to do the work himself. Even though I am the successor, he himself is still an earl. Hearing this, Lkesia understood something. Thinking back, that is right, this kid has been holding back for a long time. She quickly raised her head to look at him. Then you will go with me. He quickly nodded to confirm and then explained, until the prayer of the little saint begins. His voice kept ringing out, voicing his plan. Eventually, the earl will find you, but if I go with you, he won't be able to catch you until the prayer. She, hearing these things, nodded in understanding. That is right, because Kieran is the master of the underworld, he will use all means to find me. She had quickly remembered her appearance when she returned to normal. Moreover, right now, I still have not found the reason why I still turn back into a child even though I have taken the medicine to transform into an adult. The more she thought, the more hesitant she became, and Hada needs time to make the medicine again. There is no way, I will be allies for now. She nodded in understanding, then I am in your care. The carriage quickly led the two of them slowly away from the mansion here. Inside the carriage, looking at the mansion that was gradually disappearing from her eyes, Lkesia thought with a little regret, I feel quite familiar with that townhouse. She continued to turn her head to look at Belzian. Leaving like this, I suddenly feel wistful. Seeing him a little strange made her surprised. It turned out that he was holding a round object that looked very strange in his hand. This made her a little curious. What is that? It looks like a magic device. It looks. A scary image appeared in her head. She thought of the scene of a large explosion taking her life. It is also like a detonating device. Thinking of this, she sighed and dismissed this thought. There is no way, right? She continued to hesitate and think. Belzian would not be that crazy. As soon as she thought that, this time he quickly decisively pressed hard on this strange object. A loud explosion rang out. This explosion clearly affected the entire place a lot. It turned out that the object in his hand was the detonator. The horse that was going forward, hearing this explosion, immediately became panicked and urgently roared. The carriage quickly had a shift. Lkesia on one side was speechless, not knowing what to say in this situation. She helplessly looked at the scene of the thing in front constantly burning and immediately became speechless. It is a real bomb. While she was still stunned, Belzian became very calm, threw away the object in his hand, and then turned his head to explain. It will be difficult for him to track us by tomorrow, because he has to worry about cleaning up the mess behind. She, seeing this, speechlessly looked at him. Can a person change to this extent? The more she thought, the more scared she became, hugging Hada tightly in her arms. After the carriage passed, completely everything had been erased. That is right, this kid is also a Basilian. After the carriage slowly left, at the same time, in another place in the forest, the sounds of battle kept ringing out. The corpses of innocent people were scattered on the ground. Kieran, after defeating this group of people, panted. He wearily smoothed his hair and then said in frustration, "This is really endless." Right next to him, Jahan slowly stepped forward and spoke to him. "Master, if you look at the assassins who have been coming all day today." Before he could finish speaking, he had quickly nodded in understanding. "That is right, perhaps those close to me have sold my information." Thinking of this made him become very angry, staring forward and thinking, who exactly is it? While he was still sinking into his own thoughts, a subordinate quickly appeared and hurriedly reported an important matter to Kieran. "Master, an emergency, the mansion in the west is on fire." Then this subordinate had become very anxious and recounted everything. Fortunately, all the servants had left that area and there were no casualties. However, the explosion caused a large fire. Seeing that this was not very important, Kieran he continued to step forward. "Bring the twins back." He in the back quickly nodded in understanding. "Yes." Very quickly Kieran had moved back to his burning mansion. The servants were constantly rushing to put out the fire. He looked at everything that was gradually burning with a very suspicious look. There were more and more people, making him only be able to helplessly stand still. He sank into his own thoughts. There are too many people watching. I can't solve it with black magic. Even if the fire is extinguished, I have to go around the mansion to deal with the aftermath. It is very time-consuming. The more he thought, the more angry he became. He quickly thought, arson and assassins, who can hold me back skillfully like this? He quickly raised his hand to smooth his hair. It is Belzian. He turned his head and hurriedly asked the servant, "Where is Chesha?" The servant, hearing these words, immediately became scared and hurriedly explained, Earl, I have not seen the young lady since just now." Hearing this, he understood everything. He quickly turned around and left, not forgetting to order, "Just stay there and hope that I do not get too angry." The servant, hearing these words, immediately became so scared that he could not say anything more. Seeing him go deep inside the sea of fire, everyone had become very panicked and screamed, "Sir Earl." Kieran quickly went deep inside and opened the door to Lekesia's room to see if there were any strange situations. But it seemed that everything in this place was empty, no one was left. Suddenly he seemed to become very silent, a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He quickly summoned his dark magic. His eyes had become very scary. He raised his head and looked forward, and then asked again, "Where have you gone, my daughter?" Very quickly the scene had shifted to a peaceful and beautiful city, the afternoon of the next day in the area near the capital square. Newspapers were constantly reporting and were placed on the table. Belzian's voice quickly rang out, "I hired children who look similar to us, put them in carriages and took them out of the capital. All of these things were calculated carefully." He quickly explained everything to her. "If it is the Earl, he will quickly catch up to us, so we do not leave the capital but stay right in the center of the capital. Tonight, we stay at this inn and start moving early tomorrow morning." Lkesia, hearing this, nodded to show that she understood what he said. "Yes, I understand, young master." He, hearing that, just silently thought about something. Belzian very quickly ordered her, "Call me brother." This made her a little surprised. Then he quickly explained to her, "It is not necessary to be a biological brother to call someone brother, just call me that, it does not matter." She, hearing that, A smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. She quickly nodded in understanding. Yes, brother. At this time, the light had shone into the warm room of both of them. Feeling hungry, both of them went to eat together. After enjoying the porridge here, Lkesia happily announced, I am full. After eating, she and Hada quickly lay around on the bed. She sank into comfort. I am so full. This life on the run is not as bad as I thought. I am in a baby's body, so I do not have any strength. Her eyes quickly widened, glancing in another direction. Because Belzian is taking care of me, that is why I feel this comfortable. She continued to look at Belzian, who was still carefully wiping his sword. He is always working. This is the first time I have seen Belzian holding a sword. He is so skilled in taking care of his sword. It seems that his skills are also very good. Thinking of this made her surprisingly recall the image of Kieran. Thinking back, Kieran's blade is quite special. She quickly approached her older brother and examined it. Because he is from the Basilian family, is his sword also made special? Seeing her being so curious, it seemed that Belzian had read her thoughts. He quickly explained, this is a magic sword made by the heir to the Basilian Earl title. Hearing this made her seem surprised. A magic sword, he quickly nodded to confirm, yes. Seeing that she still seemed confused, he patiently explained to her even more, to eliminate monsters in the Black Forest. This time, the scene that appeared was the Black Forest with full of dangers from different kinds of monsters. The Black Forest inside the Basilian territory covers the entire eastern continent. Although there are rumors that there are terrifying creatures inside the forest that are against the will of the gods, almost no one dares to go there, so these word-of-mouth stories are seen as a terrifying legend. And according to that, the story was slowly told more clearly, but the monsters living inside the Black Forest are a truth that very few people know. Creatures that are like beasts, humans, and legendary species that are now almost extinct. The image that appeared was a dark castle intertwined with moonlight. The holy country Hildred calls those monsters demonic beings. Living at the Holy Snake Tower, located inside the Black Forest, and managing the demonic beings, is the long-standing task of the Basilian Earl family. This time, Belzian's image had become very strange. He calmly explained, a lot of blood is needed to create a magic sword. Lkesia, hearing that, continued to look at the sword with an ordinary appearance but was very dangerous. Let the sword drink the blood of the owner for 100 days. The blood of other creatures prepared by the servants for 100 days, and the blood of the demonic beings living inside the Black Forest for another 100 days. After letting the sword drink blood for 300 days, finally, stick it into the ground inside the Black Forest and let it stay for another 10 days. Finally, the blade will drip out blood-red colors. The blade will change color and be born as a magic sword. Speaking of this, Belzian quickly wiped his sword more carefully. Creating a magic sword and possessing it means having to take on the responsibility of eliminating the monsters living in that place. His face had become very serious, looking at this sword, because it constantly causes countless deaths. Accepting that duty is no different from a curse being placed on the Basilian family. Lkesia, hearing these words, focused and silently listened to him. She also had to be surprised and thought, so there is also this kind of thing. Speaking of this, he slowly turned around and left. He did not forget to instruct, but do not worry about it, later, you will be grateful to escape from Basilian. She, hearing that, thought in frustration, later, I probably won't think about anything special. Remembering something that needed to be done, he quickly instructed her, I have said too much, we have to leave early tomorrow, let us go to sleep. She quickly nodded in confirmation, yes. Just like that, both of them quickly fell into a deep sleep. Belzian did not forget to carefully put a blanket on Lkesia. Looking at her who had fallen into a deep sleep at some point, this made him seem surprised and asked himself, is it because she is still young? She fell asleep really quickly. His eyes had become very thoughtful looking at her. At this time, he also intended to say something more. He gently approached her and then hugged her, falling asleep. If you were my younger sister, how good would that be? The scene shifted to a large mansion. This place was the Basilian family townhouse, Chesh's room. The scenery here was very peaceful. Kieran was sitting there alone. He had become very pensive, sitting silently in this place with a very strange look. His eyes revealed a clear dark circle. It seemed that he had not slept for a long time. He raised his head to look forward at the bed. This time he unconsciously recognized the image of his wife still sitting quietly in that place. He panicked and reached out his hands, calling his wife's name, Rose. This girl also quickly reached out her hands to him. But until he clenched his hand, at the same time, his wife's image also disappeared into the air. At this time, the room was only left with Kieran sitting quietly in that place with a desperate look, unable to say a word. In his despair, he quickly remembered the image of Lekesia's face along with her smile. In some moment, he was clearly moved by his own adopted daughter. Thinking of this, Kieran's hand quickly clenched the armrest of the chair with anger. He hugged his face, sitting quietly in that place, looking at the empty bed, disappearing on her own, not saying a word is what I hate the most. He quickly looked outside with a thoughtful look, thinking about something. The sunlight outside gradually shone throughout the place. He sighed and spoke to himself, I have to go see my teacher, it has been a while. Very quickly the image of a noble mage quickly appeared, Duke Syria from Betrayal, a great mage with top-tier strength on the continent, and also one of the 3 great nobles of the great empire Palin. But this person has a very large build, she has a height of exceeding the average and a body that is more solid than men, followed by long brown hair with a smile on her face. Is the owner of a special and attractive deep voice. These things make her even more prominent than anyone else, she clearly knows her appeal, making the upper class admire her, so she does not hesitate to organize or participate in balls or banquets. Everything about her is also being recounted, thanks to cultivating magic, her body has stopped aging, and she has a youth. Betrayal sighed very wearily, holding a glass of red wine in her hand. She glanced outside and then said in frustration, asking herself, am I hallucinating? Right when she was still sinking into her own worries, Kieran quickly appeared before her eyes. He smiled and greeted, Duchess Your Highness. Seeing that he had appeared, she had become very desperate and screamed, not a hallucination. She kept screaming, scolding angrily, you devil, get out of here. Kieran calmly received her attacks. He laughed and replied, it has been a long time since we have met. But you are treating your son like this, that is really sad. Betrayal felt that she could not argue with him. She angrily looked at him and then asked, what exactly is it? Don't tell me you rushed in here and told me to go put out the fire. He, hearing her say that, laughed. It seemed that his smile had become very scary. His expression became strangely pensive. He quickly clenched his palms and then recounted everything to her. I have lost my youngest daughter, please help me. She, hearing that, was startled in surprise. He did not hesitate and knelt down on one knee in front of her. He did not forget to hold her hand and beg, teacher. Seeing him being so humble, this made her a little surprised. She panicked in disbelief. Unconsciously remembering the time before, Kieran had once smiled and held Betrayal's hand, calling her name, teacher. Hearing this, she suddenly laughed strangely. It has been a long time, and you have come to ask me for help like this. Moreover, you are addressing me like in the old days. It is hard to refuse. She laughed and called, this cunning snake. Betrayal quickly pointed at Kieran and suggested, okay, I will help. In exchange, give me your 3rd child. He, hearing that, surprisingly raised his head to look at her, you mean Ishuel. She quickly pointed forward and spoke her thoughts to him. I have said it before, that kid has talent in magic. If he is born a gem, he must be honed to shine brightly. Hearing that, he laughed and quickly nodded in agreement. I have also said it to you. He still does not want to. If he wants to learn, I will immediately send him to you. Hearing this, she quickly sighed in frustration. Those with talent are often troublesome. It is too wasteful to let such talent rot. Remembering something, she quickly raised her head to look at him. She surprisingly asked again, then, the missing daughter is the child you adopted? Kieran quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is right. His eyes revealed a clear disappointment, but a smile still appeared on the corners of his mouth. He smiled and recounted everything to her. You also know, the house was on fire. So I have to stay and deal with it, I can't go anywhere. Of course, I also intend to let people go find her, but if teacher uses magic to help, would not it be easier? Hearing the story that he told, Betrayal quickly sighed as if she understood the story. She quickly glanced at him standing with his arms crossed in that place. She sank into her own thoughts. Kieran's use of hack magic is a secret art. If he uses hack magic on a large scale like tracking, the heresy inquisitor will definitely catch his tail. Thinking of this, she slowly stood up. She asked Kieran, did you bring your daughter's hair? Tracking magic needs the bloodline or a part of the body of the person you need to find. He laughed and shook his head at her. I do not have it. A very smug smile bloomed on his face. He quickly brought the knife to his hand and then made a decision. I will use my blood. Hearing that, she was a little confused, but she is adopted. What effect will your blood have? He quickly brought his blood to her. The youngest is with my eldest son. Betrayal looked at the blood that was constantly flowing into the vial. She laughed and mocked, running away from home. It is because you could not restrain your hot-tempered nature. So the little ones ran away, right? She quickly used her magic power to bring it up high, preparing to find traces, then she quickly announced, "That is enough, okay, I have to handle it quickly so that I can chase you away." The scene had shifted to another place. Belzian along with Lkesia were still sleeping soundly, not knowing anything. A stream of dark power quickly rushed straight towards the two people. The two people were still sleeping soundly, not knowing what was happening. Feeling that there was something unusual, Lkesia quickly opened her eyes and woke up. She immediately sat up, created a barrier, and then hurriedly called, "Wake up, Hada." Even he had realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted her name, "Miss Lkesia." He kept warning, on the ceiling. A very strange barrier had appeared in this place. She quickly nodded to confirm, "I know." She continued to look at the magic circles that were constantly appearing right in front of her. This is tracking magic. Thinking of this made Lkesia become very serious and sat up. She quickly sank into her worried thoughts, but looking at the pure power or the color of the magic, this is definitely not Kieran's magic. This made her very hesitant. She unconsciously clenched her palms. The person who can use tracking magic that is so sophisticated, as far as I know, there is only one person on the continent. The image of a woman quickly appeared with a devilish smile on her face, that is Betrayal. While she was still standing still, observing the entire magical scene in front of her, her face became even more serious. Lkesia panicked and glanced at this tracking mark. She did not know what to do next. It is not Kieran, but Betrayal is using magic to track me. Why? Thinking back. The first time Basilian made its debut to the upper. Thinking of this made her become very angry. There is no other way. She quickly made a decision. I can't let myself be caught like this. Her feet quickly ran forward. If I use similar magic, I can't be a match for the great mage Betrayal, so. She quickly made a decision. I will use the power of the fairy race. This time, she had become very focused, using her power. She looked at the magic circle right in front of her. In her head, she was only thinking about the plan to break this layer of magic. A very mischievous smile had appeared on her face at this time. It is worth a try. Thinking is doing, Lkesia quickly raised her hand high forward, preparing to use her magic to prevent these things. She turned her head to look at Belzian, who was still sleeping soundly, not knowing what was happening. She thought in surprise, because he has a good night's sleep. Even if it is noisy around, he still sleeps comfortably. Feeling that all the obstacles were gradually being cleared quickly, she continued to jump down to the ground, slowly facing this magic circle, although the opponent is a very formidable person. She has never faced the power of the fairy race, because the fairy race is a species that is on the verge of extinction. Even if they meet, they will use the power of the fairy race to escape because the nature of the fairy race is to avoid fighting. But she clearly understood all of these things, but I am different from other fairy races. She quickly summoned her familiar axe weapon. I do not mind attacking others. Her thoughts made her become even more determined. If I can break this formation, I will break it into pieces and then run away. She shouted loudly, holding her axe, and quickly broke towards the magic in front. After a long time of trying, Lkesia's axe quickly fell to the ground. She at this time had a very mischievous smile as she looked at the magic circle. Let us let the Duchess taste the power of the fairy race. She quickly used her fairy wings to fly high up above the magic circle, tracking it. Lkesia took a deep breath, gaining strength. She quickly jumped high into the air, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. A loud noise was descending. Her axe quickly struck a powerful blow at the magic in this place, breaking all of Betrayal's effectiveness. On this side, realizing that something was wrong, Betrayal suddenly coughed blood out of her mouth with a very panicked expression. Her eyes widened, looking forward with an expression of disbelief. She broke it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was unbelievable. She had once thought that this was impossible, her magic in just one blow. Both Betrayal and Kieran, witnessing this entire scene, immediately froze. She was startled and realized something. That means. She hurriedly turned her head to look at him standing still in that place, Kieran. At this time, she had become very worried, wiping the blood on her mouth. Who exactly is Belzian with? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong and announced, I think the person next to that kid has power equal to mine. After a long time of breaking the tracking traces, Lkesia had become very tired, slowly going down to the ground and panting. She continued to put away the axe in her hand, then she quickly sank into her own thoughts. For now, I have broken the tracking magic, but surely Kieran will use other magic to find us. Thinking of this made her become very hesitant. Even Belzian probably did not expect Kieran to seek help from a third force. While she was still thinking, Hada quickly ran to her and asked, Miss Lkesia, should we find another way? She quickly nodded in understanding, perhaps. Hearing this, he quickly suggested a bold idea of his. Then this time, Hada will go to the snake tower and set it on fire. What do you think? She immediately became serious and replied to him. No, I can't. Although she understood his feelings, it seems that he really wants to try. Lkesia was a little hesitant, not knowing what to do correctly. She just sat there thoughtfully. No matter what, right now I am in the appearance of a child. I also think that attracting a third force to be a shield is the best choice. She quickly sank into her own thoughts. Let us see. In order for Kieran not to act arbitrarily, I have to find someone with authority and a high position like Duke Betrayal. The image of a man quickly appeared in her memory, and he possesses strong abilities. Thinking of this made Lkesia feel a little speechless. She did not know what to say in this situation, only that guy is suitable. Returning to the other side, Duke Betrayal had become very hesitant. She put her hand on her chin and voiced her thoughts. Even I do not know how to break my magic. Is Belzian with the youngest from your house? Thinking of this made her a little curious. Then does not that mean your daughter has extremely large magical potential? Because sometimes a great ancient magic can unleash its power unconsciously. Kieran, hearing this, laughed and calmly replied to her, but according to me, she is just an ordinary child. Hearing this, she became even more delighted. She excitedly stood there and kept cheering. No, I am sure. Living 68 years of my life, this is the first time I have seen magical potential this great. You, going to adopt a child and also bringing back a gem like this, what is the deal? The more she thought about it, the more interested she became. Her eyes lit up with a strange look. I can't miss this child. I have to actively help you. In the back, Kieran quickly became very serious. His eyes had become very strange. He told himself, the person who is able to be next to that kid has abilities that are even stronger than the Duke. Thinking of this made him immediately become worried and sink into his own thoughts. If that is the case, my daughter is in danger. Very quickly the time had shifted to the morning of the next day at a large villa. This place was the temporary residence of the Basilian family, the Carmine Hotel in the center of the capital. The two twin brothers were sitting there waiting for news. At this time, Kieran slowly stepped inside. Seeing this, both of them slowly stood up. Ishmael spoke and asked, Father, you summoned us. Before he could finish speaking, he had quickly thrown a stack of documents towards the two brothers and announced, you two read this. It is a letter that Belzian left behind. The two people, hearing that, quickly put their heads together and read this letter together. The expressions on their faces became even more confused. I will not let the family commit an unforgivable crime. The two people quickly held the letter in their hands, reading each content, and will not let any child who is not a Basilian be involved in this matter. I am doing this as the heir of the Basilian clan. If I am accused, I accept the punishment. After reading this letter, Karha had become so surprised that he could not believe it. It seems that he is telling the truth. We are doomed. Hearing this made Ishmael also feel a little bothered and think, a child who is not a Basilian. While both people were still focusing on thinking, he quickly raised his head to look at his father and then asked again. Before that, older brother also said similar words to my younger sister. So did older brother Belzian take my younger sister away? Kieran nodded in confirmation. Perhaps so. A gentle smile bloomed on his face. He smiled and announced, therefore, we must bring those two home safely. Hearing this made him seem confused. He raised his head to look at his father. Doesn't that mean father is not angry? Older brother and younger sister must return safely. Karha on one side was just silent, unable to speak. Then he calmly threw the letter down to the ground below. His face at this time had also become very serious. Father, I have something I want to ask. He continued to voice his thoughts. Did father really have the intention of bringing that child into our family? Kieran nodded without hesitation. He quickly announced, yes, I will still raise that child as a Basilian. He looked a little confused and raised his head to look at his father with surprised eyes. Why? Following that, his eyes seemed to search all over his father's body. Wasn't it originally that you wanted to use and then throw away? Hearing this sentence, Kieran's eyes immediately became very scary. Not only that, he still continued to criticize his father, a person who used to think like that. Why are you treating that child better than necessary? I want to know the reason. He, hearing these words, quickly fell silent. Karha continued to raise his head to look at his father, he quickly said his thoughts directly in front of his younger brother and father. It is because she looks like mother, so you want to continue to raise that child. Seeing that his older brother had slipped up a bit, Ishmael hurriedly called out, Karha, but he still did not stop these words. He quickly raised his head to look forward, continuing to announce, I really want to know why father is doing this. If it is only to get the crown of the queen, then find another child. His voice kept ringing out, along with criticism for him. Anyway, I do not think father can bring mother back to life. Since you are not God, how can you revive someone who has died? Kieran, hearing these words, laughed in surprise. This kid thinks like that. Speaking of this, he started to clench his palms again, quickly announcing, even so, our family needs that child, but not to save mother. Karha suddenly became silent to the point of being abnormal. Then he quickly voiced his thoughts, but because being next to her, the memory of mother can be eased a little. The image of the pitiful Ishul running through the hallway to find his mother quickly appeared, and Belzian was still just standing there, looking out at the rain outside with desperate eyes. And Kieran at that time was pathetic beyond words. He never left his wife's coffin. All of these things were witnessed by Karha. When he was young, he understood this more deeply than anyone else. Returning to reality, he continued to turn around and leave. He did not forget to announce to his father, and now we are all laughing, no one is crying. Only Kieran was standing in this place, very thoughtfully thinking about the words that his son had said. It turned out that he was not as sad as that. At this time, a strange smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He thought in surprise, I always thought that this kid was the most difficult to understand. Thinking of this made him a little surprised. Is that what he has been concerned about all this time? Karha's face was very calm as he slowly stepped outside. He gradually closed his eyes, remembering the words that his son had once said, Karha is not wrong, Rose, lately I feel very strange. The image of him happily lulling Lkesia to sleep was displayed in his memory. She is just a child I brought to save you. If I can win this child's heart, everything will go more smoothly. But everything went too far from his thoughts. He had gradually become closer to her, but she is too similar, making me unable to stop thinking about you. At that time, the look in his eyes when he looked at her had become very strange. I had started to treat the child better since I did not know when. He had also quickly paid attention to Lekesia's expression, little by little, seeing her sad appearance. This made him, like a father, also feel a deep sadness. I unconsciously feel uneasy. He quickly remembered her innocent face along with her smile, and more importantly, the moments when I showed a sincere smile in front of her. Kieran did not hesitate to smile in front of her. He was not embarrassed at all. If it was you, what would you say? He did not know how to explain the current situation. How should I talk to these kids? Thinking of this, Kieran nodded in confirmation. Right. His voice rang out, with that child, father also. Karha calmly looked forward. It seemed that he had predicted these things. While the fathers and sons were confiding with each other, a voice slowly rang out, Master. He, hearing that, was startled. Jahan had quickly appeared behind him. What is it? He quickly turned his head. He reported everything. We have found Miss Che Shah and young Master Belzian. His voice anxiously continued to report everything. They say the person who took the young lady and young master away was a holy knight. Hearing this, all three people immediately became panicked, and hurriedly turned around with incredulous eyes. Kieran continued to ask Jahan, a holy knight. He anxiously quickly nodded and recounted, yes, that is right. This time, the image that was displayed before everyone through his words, a holy knight, that is Hilon. Hilon was taking the two children and continuing to step forward. At the same time, in a forest, a close associate reported that a third of the mansion had been burned down. He also added that it seemed the members of the Basilian family had moved to a temporary residence. Fortunately, the fire was not caused by an attack or any external factors. The man wearing the monocle was Lkesia, Hilon's assistant. Receiving no response, he made a slight assessment. It seemed that lately, Darren believed Hilon was becoming increasingly unusual. With just a glance, Hilon turned around and ordered, let us go. Darren followed closely behind, though his mind remained skeptical. As soon as Hilon heard news of the fire, he had hurriedly led the knights here. Watching Hilon's tall back before him, Darren could not help but think, the Basilian family was currently under investigation, and although Hilon was assigned to escort them for the prayer ceremony to serve the investigation, were not his actions a bit excessive? He briefly recalled the figure of Lkesia. Could it be because of the Count's adopted daughter, the one rumored to be the child of the enchantress? Hilon was usually so cautious, yet whenever it involved the enchantress, he would recklessly turn the entire underworld upside down. Thinking this far, Darren let out a helpless sigh. He thought Hilon would calm down upon learning that the enchantress was still alive, but since things had reached this point, Darren was at his wit's end. Originally, Hilon was just a puppet who did whatever he was told, but after meeting the enchantress, he seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. and since then, 5 years had passed. It all began 5 years ago in the Holy Kingdom. In the damp prison cell, a clear voice echoed, "As a holy knight, I vow to uphold justice and protect all that is good." These words reached Hilon's ears, causing him to pause. To punish the wicked and condemn all sinful acts. He walked down the long corridor as the voice continued, to have compassion for the weak and perform deeds of kindness. In the name of God, for the honor and glory of God. Darren then stopped in front of the cell where Hilon was being held. The Holy Knight's oath, something he had grown sick of studying back when he was a trainee. He took out a loaf of bread and handed it toward Hilon. "Eat this. For the sake of our friendship as classmates, the guards let me sneak in." Darren continuously poured out words of pity. "I heard you left without permission while on duty and were sentenced to a week of solitary confinement, plus 3 months of cleaning the main hall. It is truly pitiful." Without letting him answer, Darren curled his lips teasingly. "Are you reciting the oath to repent? That does not sound like you at all." The next sarcastic remark made Hilon swallow the words he was about to say. "After all, you do not even know what on earth compassion is, and you have never done anything with all your heart." In Hilon's mind at that moment, there was only the smile of Lkesia. Hilon pursed his lips tightly, his head slightly bowed, unable to utter a word. After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke. "No, it seems that now." He looked at the bread, his cheeks flushing slightly. "I finally understand what it feels like to give without needing anything in return." Darren's eyes widened at Hilon's thanks. Thank you. I will enjoy it." Recalling that look, Darren thought to himself, that was the first time I saw him make such an expression. Since then, Hilon became the fastest heresy inquisitor in the history of the Holy Kingdom. Naturally, he always completed his assigned tasks perfectly without a single mistake. Thanks to that, Hilon's status rose steadily. Hilon was perfect in every way, yet he could never catch the enchantress Lkesia. Moreover, he caused an incident that made the enchantress the only stain on his record. As the memory ended, Darren felt a bit of regret. At that time, he never imagined Hilon would actually meet that enchantress. Of all people, why did he have to meet her? Suddenly, Hilon spoke in a stern voice. "Are you listening, Darren?" Darren was startled. "Ah, yes. Hilon asked thoughtfully once more, "So, are we going to meet the members of the Basilian family now?" Darren quickly confirmed, "That is right." After walking a few steps, Hilon spotted a butterfly in the sky. "I am a guardian. I must pay attention to that girl's whereabouts." He stopped abruptly as a wave of emotion surged within him. That butterfly. Hilon could not stop questioning himself. Is it Lekesia's butterfly? No, the power is different from the enchantress. Despite his hesitation, he still spurred his horse forward. However, Darren called out in surprise, why are you going that way, Lord Hilon?" In the middle of the alley, Darren's voice rang out in distress, "Lord Hilon." Hilon ignored everything, focused solely on chasing the butterfly. Hilon followed the butterfly out to the main road. Darren finally caught up and shouted, without saying a word, "Where on earth do you plan on going like this?" Hilon did not answer, silently keeping his eyes fixed on the other side. A small figure was buying flowers with her older brother. "What should we do? Just buy the whole basket then." Hilon immediately dismounted, his mind filled with a dozen thoughts. "I was chasing the enchantress's butterfly, though." His gaze landed on Lkesia. "Why is this child here?" Just then, she happily turned around. "Oh." To his surprise, Lkesia excitedly called out, "Mr. Knight." Even Darren was taken aback. "What is with that child?" Hilon said the enchantress had a daughter. Is it true? He could not help but admit the girl looked exactly like the enchantress. Her eyes were round and her cheeks were plump as she said, "I have met you again." However, this chance meeting had been calculated by Lkesia beforehand. "Hilon, I knew you would chase after it regardless." She recalled what she had done. Last night, feeling she needed an ally, she sent a butterfly to Hilon. As someone with superior power who could make Kieran hesitate to act recklessly, she thought of Hilon immediately, because he would not easily hand them over to Kieran. The more she thought, the more Lkesia admired herself. "Of course, I adjusted the power so he would not know it was an enchantress's butterfly. So, this man obsessed with me will definitely follow." At this point, Belzian spoke up curiously, "Do you know him?" She nodded in confirmation, "Yes, it is that knight, brother." Lkesia added further, "Before, he said he would help me." This immediately made Belzian suspicious. Help? Belzian's scrutinizing gaze was so obvious that anyone could notice it at a glance. Hilon half closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. To save him from further confusion, Hilon introduced himself, "I am Hilon, the holy knight assigned to protect the child who will attend the little saint's prayer ceremony." Hearing this, Belzian looked at him with a different light. A holy knight. Someone that father cannot easily lay a hand on. He quickly glanced at Lkesia. Assuming we receive help from this man, as the little one said, she won't have to live a miserable life on the run anymore. After weighing the pros and cons, Belzian bowed in greeting. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Basilian of the Basilian Count family. Mentioning his family made Hilon frown. Why is the heir of the Basilian Count family present here? Belzian replied honestly without hesitation, is it truly the right thing for a child who has not even adapted to the family to— Hilon only nodded slightly. I see. Internally, he speculated, so he wants to evade the count. A few seconds later, Hilon made an offer, if you wish, I can help. I will protect both of you at the temple. However, Belzian chose to refuse, that is not necessary. I cannot trouble the Lord Knight. But Hilon did not seem willing to let it go. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a knight. This is my goodwill, unrelated to the prayer ceremony. There is no need to be shy. With such reasoning, Belzian could say no more. If you say so. It is embarrassing, but please help us. Lkesia stood to one side, rubbing her chin and evaluating. Belzian's social skills are quite impressive. Immediately after, Hilon turned and ordered Darren, we will go to the nearest capital temple now. Lkesia was overjoyed. Great, it worked. The corners of Lekesia's lips curled up meaningfully. Just as well, I also need to investigate the Holy Kingdom. She told herself, this experience of walking straight into the lion's den is not bad at all. A morning at the great temple of the Palan Empire's capital. The scenery here opened Lekesia's eyes. Whoa, it is frighteningly gorgeous. The truth was, temples managed by the Holy Kingdom were spread across the continent. In particular, the knights and priests stationed there were individuals personally sent by the Holy Kingdom. Furthermore, it was common knowledge that even while existing here, the temple maintained a close relationship with the Holy Kingdom. Hilon gave a brief introduction, official guests staying at the temple will wear this cloak. Lkesia touched the edge of the cloak, feeling a bit of self-mockery. An enchantress like me staying at the temple as a guest. She resolved to herself, I cannot let Hilon discover my true identity. Even if I stay at the temple, I must keep a certain distance from him. Before leaving, Hilon left a comment, I will go prepare dinner first. A moment later, Lkesia was helplessly scooped into Hilon's arms while eating. Why am I sitting like this? Unable to take it anymore, the corners of her mouth twitched. Furthermore, looking around, so many eyes were focused on the three of them. Isn't the attention on this direction a bit excessive? Whispers broke out loudly, Lord Hilon is personally taking care of that child. I thought he was a colder, more rational man than that. Belzian glanced at him and reminded him, she is my sister. I can take care of her myself. Surprisingly, Hilon politely declined, you are a guest, just enjoy your meal comfortably. Besides, the table is quite high. Belzian said nothing more, just feeling that something was strange. Every move Hilon made was captured by Belzian's gaze. He seems to be taking care of the little one very attentively. Let us leave it be for now. Hilon handed her a piece of strawberry and said, eat. Lkesia flatly refused, I can eat by myself. Her cheeks puffed out in protest. Just how much of a child does he think I am? Hearing her use a formal tone, Hilon asked back, just eat. Lkesia was so angry her face turned red, but there was nothing she could do. I am an adult and yet I am letting someone spoon feed me like this. It would be a miracle if I was not mocked. Those whispers rose again, isn't he wiping the child's mouth too hard? Someone even boldly speculated, maybe Lord Hilon has not adjusted his hand strength yet. She grumbled and cursed silently, really, it seems because he is a knight, he does not consider these things important. Suddenly, Hilon made a suggestion, after eating, shall we go look at the flowers? Lkesia was startled and wondered, why flowers? Hilon never cared about things like this. I do not have a problem with it, though. Before she could respond, he glanced toward Darren and said, your brother has something to discuss with my assistant, so only the two of us will go. On the other side, Darren was indeed starting a conversation. After the meal, I would like to ask the young master a few things. Lkesia snapped her head to the side. Is he trying to separate me from Belzian? That is suspicious. He is not taking me to an interrogation room, is he? Thinking this, she made an excuse, I do not like flowers. Hilon stiffened and bluntly exposed her, I saw you buying flowers earlier. Lkesia was so annoyed she wanted to scream, this guy interrogates people as if it is natural. Conversely, in his heart, he was guessing, it seems the girl is still afraid of me. Which is why she is so guarded. Then Hilon sighed and used a softer tone, you do not need to fear me, for I will fulfill my duty. His words became a few degrees warmer. Am I not your escort knight? Her eyes wavered slightly at the words she heard. Therefore, I guarantee on my honor that I will protect you at all costs. At this point, Lkesia could only reconsider. She felt a bit of self-pity in her heart. It is just a temporary duty, but he talks as if he will protect me for a lifetime. Finally, Lkesia reluctantly agreed, then let us go. Throughout the walk, she could not stop glancing at him. To think there would be a day I would walk in a garden with Hilon. Memories suddenly came rushing back. Before, whenever they met, they would fight. Because she never had a chance to look closely, she had not realized it. Lkesia had to admit to herself, looking closely now, Hilon truly is a handsome man. To break the silence, he decided to speak first. From now until the prayer ceremony, we will meet frequently. I thought it would not be bad for us to talk a little, which is why I brought you here. Saying that, Hilon turned to look directly into her eyes. I am very curious about something regarding you. This accidentally made Lkesia feel guilty. What is it, mister? He hesitated for a moment before inquiring, do you remember your biological father? She was quite surprised by such a mindless question. What? Lkesia stammered, feeling that something was off. But, what is this feeling? She realized there was murderous intent radiating from Hilon's emerald eyes, an atmosphere that felt like he wanted to tear her biological father to pieces. So Lkesia forced herself to lie, I do not know my father. He patiently asked a few more times, do you really not remember? After a while, Lkesia became somewhat curious. But she asked a question that made Hilon look deeply sorrowful. Why are you asking about my parents? He did not hide a single word. There is a woman believed to be your biological mother. I will help you and that woman meet each other. Hilon was silent for a moment as if reminiscing. And, if I meet that woman again? A certain memory surged within him. It was the day after a fierce battle. Hilon had returned to his room. But something had left him stunned. Because the bed was empty, and the window was open. Witnessing this scene, Hilon felt as though a part of his heart had been lost. The sword in his limp hand simply fell to the floor. He approached the bed and gently touched the pure white blanket that left no trace. The person lying there had silently vanished from Hilon's sight. Thinking of this, he instinctively clenched his fist. I must know. Until now, what were her intentions toward me, and what is she thinking now? Lkesia was quite surprised by Hilon's depth of emotion. You must hear these things. Unconsciously, she grabbed hold of one of his sleeves. Lkesia was moved but completely confused. What am I thinking now? Why does he have such a question? Until now, you were just my prey. Of course, although I always had the chance, I never acted to kill you, and not because I received help from you. But because I wanted to shatter that face, which was always cold and emotionless, as if nothing could ever move you. And then I forcibly bound you, making you fully feel the pain of being branded. Only then could I make your icy shell drown in anger. Her mind gradually became muddled. Other than this, I had no other intention. I just wanted to play with you. Without knowing when, Lkesia had reached out and gently touched Hilon's cheek. It was just interesting to watch your face in pain. Suddenly, his deep voice spoke up. What is wrong? Blushing quickly, she retracted her hand. I forgot, I am currently in the form of a child. At this point, Hilon was also doubting himself. But why am I talking about this with a child? Is it because there is a child in front of me that I spoke so easily? Lkesia made up an excuse for herself. Well, since we are talking about it, can I ask one more thing? So she hesitantly spoke, then. The awkward question was asked. What is your relationship with my mother? Hilon's lips moved as if he were about to say something. He decided to speak, that woman and I. But unexpectedly, a loud call interrupted him, Lord Hilon. Darren arrived with his breath slightly disordered. So you were here. Lkesia was frustrated internally. Why is he so tactless? He reported directly to Hilon. It seems the young master of the Basilian house knows nothing. As soon as the words were out, Darren faced Lkesia's glaring daggers. What did you say? You have already interrogated him. He flinched several times. Ack. Darren waved his hands, quickly explaining, I was just asking if he knew anything about the little lady's biological mother, that is all. I just wanted to help. She was a bit curious, help how? So he casually made up a reason to trick the child. We are speculating that perhaps because the lady's biological mother encountered an emergency so severe that she could not care for you. She hid the little lady in an orphanage. Darren even added more to bolster his credibility. We know a little about that person. She is not the type who would abandon her child to flee. It can be said that cherishing those close to her is her nature. Not stopping there, he embellished further. In any case, she will come back for the little lady. Our goal is to help your biological mother so that it becomes a reality. Lkesia puffed her cheeks, knowing the real reason. Your ultimate goal is to capture me, is not it? After talking for a while, Darren rubbed his chin and sighed, that is right. If we could find the little lady's father too, that would be great. Honestly, I am dying of curiosity. In a moment of slip-up, he blurted out, just what kind of man is he, to be able to? With the enchantress, the thing is. But upon catching Hilon's gaze, Darren changed his mind. Thinking back, I have not finished talking with young Master Belzian, so I will take my leave first. As soon as he ran off, a chill down her spine returned. Eek. Hitting Lkesia's eyes now was Hilon's fiery gaze. If you remember any memories of your biological father, tell me. He emphasized every last word, anything at all. She had no choice but to respond obediently, yes. Sitting in Hilon's arms, Lkesia felt too much pressure. Ugh, it seems there is a deep misunderstanding here. Thinking it over, she set it aside for now. I can't explain it anyway, so I will worry about it later. Every day, Lkesia would carry Hada and walk around the grounds. Since leaving the orphanage about 5 years ago, her time at the temple was the most peaceful moment she had ever experienced. Hilon was busy and could not meet her often. Others gave her just the right amount of attention, which made her feel very comfortable. For example, at mealtime, someone would run out and ask her, does the food suit the young lady's taste? Each time, Lkesia would happily reply, yes. Not only that, but we were given the best room at the temple. Belzian was always busy going out to grasp the situation, so he only returned late at night or near dawn. When we met, he did not forget to pat her head a few times. Over time, I feel like I have become much closer to Belzian. Throughout the day, I only took leisurely walks with Hada inside the temple. After that, I would return to the room to read a few books and take a nap with Hada. When a relaxed day like that passed, by night or early morning, I would lull Belzian to sleep, just as I had done with Kieran. In a few accidental moments, Lkesia whispered to herself, this is exactly like Kieran. Looking out the window, she could not help but hesitate. If this continues, I will feel strange having to sleep alone. Seeing this boy sleep so soundly, it seems the smoke bomb really worked. And naturally, I lived like that for several days straight. On a day like any other, Lkesia turned pale as she reviewed her comfort. On the contrary, I feel even more uneasy. I plan to investigate something, but at this temple, there are no useful documents at all. To find valuable information, I will probably have to go to the Holy Kingdom myself. She pursed her lips, her brows slightly furrowed. And more importantly, the person Lkesia thought would take action showed no sign of life at all. Why has not Kieran made any move? Lying lazily on the bed, she was so restless that she sat bolt upright. Even if Belzian was an obstacle, he should know by now. Why has not he come yet? Belzian has not said anything at all. Lkesia's eyes drooped slightly. This is like. She even doubted herself because, I am waiting for Kieran. Thinking this far, Lkesia slumped back onto the bed. I am crazy. She made up an excuse. It is so peaceful it is boring. Bored to the point of going crazy. Hada had gone out to prepare medicine to help return to adult form, so he was not here. In the large room, Lkesia was all alone. Lkesia stayed lying like that until the sky turned to evening. Her thoughts flowed like spring water. At times like this, I remember the time I lived alone. I do not know how long passed, but it was now covered by the night sky outside. Lkesia scrambled up, still groggy. I fell asleep. Suddenly, the door burst open, giving her a slight start. Wait, someone is coming outside. Who is it? The gate does not seem to be Belzian's. The person who appeared was none other than Hilon. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Lkesia was quite surprised by his appearance. Hilon. Without saying another word, he naturally decided, you must always stay close to me, because we do not know what kind of things he will do. Her eyes widened in confusion. What are you talking about all of a sudden? The next words made Lkesia realize. Count Basilian has come looking for you. A moment later, she was carried out to the living room by Hilon. In the moment she was about to meet them, Lkesia's eyes widened. Because before her were two figures both familiar and strange, Kieran and. Lkesia glanced towards Syria and wondered, who was the person beside him. At this moment, a representative priest stepped forward to greet them. Duke Betrayal, is there a reason for your visit to the temple? She removed her hat to reveal a smile. Coming so late at night, I apologize. I heard my goddaughter was here, so I had to be so impolite as to seek her out. He heard this with an indifferent face. The Duke's goddaughter is at our temple. This is the first I have heard of it. Syria shrugged with an air of nonchalance. Of course you have not heard, because this truth has not been announced yet. Calmly but deliberately, she pointed directly at her, Kieran Basilian. Syria then nonchalantly declared, "That child is my goddaughter." It felt like a bolt from the blue for her. Lkesia grimaced, thinking to herself, what is this nonsense she is suddenly spouting? The priest present stared intently at her and whispered, "Is the child Lord Hilon brought back actually a daughter of the Basilian house, and what is more, the goddaughter of Duke Royal? Just what is going on here?" At this point, she turned her attention toward Hilon. "You over there, if you are not deaf, return the girl to me." Hearing himself mentioned, he let out a sigh, looking utterly bored. Hilon then placed Lkesia on the ground and declared, "Our temple has never forcibly detained anyone." Hearing this, Syria let out a cold smirk. Ho! Next, he knelt beside her and said, "Whether she is your goddaughter or not is irrelevant. She will go with you only if she wishes to." Despite his diplomatic tone, Hilon gave a cold warning, because no one can impose their will upon this child. She understood his meaning and only slightly curled her lips into a smile. A moment later, Syria lowered her face as if preparing for something. Suddenly, she put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly in the middle of the hall. "Ha ha ha ha, that is an interesting statement." But before long, Syria questioned him with a sharp gaze, "Daring to be insolent in my presence. Just who do you think you are?" Yet Hilon introduced himself with confidence, "I am a first-class holy knight of the Holy Kingdom, and the escort knight for this child." She hummed softly and remarked, "Rank 1, I did not expect my goddaughter to be escorted by such a high-ranking figure." Syria's attitude became more cordial. Of course, no matter how talented the escort is, could she possibly be safer anywhere else than in her own home? She then addressed the girl, "Kieran, let us go home, dear. You like puppies, do not you? I have prepared a cute stuffed puppy for you." She stammered for a long time, "That. I." Suddenly, another person stepped closer, catching Lkesia's attention. Syria glanced back and secretly cursed under her breath, honestly. She watched Kieran, feeling utterly helpless. "I told you to stay back." Kieran knelt down, smiled faintly, and called out, "Kieran." He emphasized further, "Father has come to take you home." With a deep, warm voice, Kieran whispered gently as if into her ear, "Let us go home now, my daughter." Syria thought darkly to herself, Kieran. He finally showed himself. Recalling a few days ago, he had received news from Jahan. Did that holy knight named Hilon take Kieran away? Kieran's face darkened as his rage flared up. That dog of the Holy Kingdom. My family, yet again. He asked a brief question, "Where was she taken?" The man answered honestly, "We are still tracking them, but I suspect she is being taken to the temple." Upon hearing this, Kieran immediately left. "Father, where are you going, father?" At that moment, Syria blocked the door. "Just as I suspected, Kieran." She exposed him directly, "I saw you leaving in such an unusual manner, so I followed you. I knew you were planning to go there." However, Syria seriously reminded him, as a black magician, if you crawl to the temple and cause a scene, you won't just lose your daughter, you will never see your other children again. Not even that beloved wife you have been yearning for. She bluntly listed the risks: you might end up imprisoned in a heresy interrogation cell, rotting away for the rest of your life. If things get worse, you could be executed on the spot. Taking a few more steps, Syria made a proposal, "So, do not be impulsive. While I handle this, stay behind me." Kieran was on the verge of exploding but restrained himself to listen to it all. "Remember this well, you must absolutely not use magic inside the temple." Back in the present, she crossed her arms, feeling completely powerless. "That is exactly what I requested." Looking at Kieran's demeanor, Syria told herself, "But why do I feel so uneasy?" He reached his hand out toward Lkesia. "You must have been terrified because of Belzian, right? Let us go home now, child." Her eyes widened as if drawn in by Kieran. "Kieran, you are a Basilian." But then Lkesia clenched her fists as if to remind herself. In her heart, she remained deeply skeptical. The reason he is trying so hard to convince me is because he wants the elf crown, like a cunning snake. Lkesia puffed her cheeks in hesitation, but when she looked at his face, she could not bring herself to turn away. Once again, he called out softly, "Kieran." She reached out and grabbed Hilon's cloak. "If I would known it would be like this, I would have preferred to just stay in my room." Lkesia stood before the difficult choice, looking utterly helpless. Finally, she forced herself to refuse, "I am sorry." As the words reached his ears, Kieran's spirit almost collapsed. He went limp, his voice tinged with a pleading tone, "Please, Kieran." The entire atmosphere became heavy at Kieran's words. "You have done nothing wrong, so why are you apologizing to your father?" A priest nearby felt something unusual. "What is this?" Isn't Count Basilian not a magician? Isn't he just an ordinary noble? Why can I feel it? It was something everyone had to avoid, the overwhelming pressure emanating from this man. Kieran asked in a low voice to confirm once more, so, it was not Belzian who dragged you away, but you who abandoned your father, Lkesia. Lekesia's face turned pale for a moment. This is bad. One slip up and he will resort to black magic. In that moment, a thought flashed through her mind, but why is the cold and ruthless master of the underworld acting as if he has been personally wounded by me? His eyes were dazed as he asked, what did father do wrong? Suddenly, a surge of anxiety washed over Lkesia. She could only stand still while his aura shook violently. Should I slap him and tell him to calm down? Then Lkesia turned to look for help. Hilon also understood the atmosphere at that moment, yet why was not he on guard or stopping it? Perhaps it was because he was busy glaring intensely at Kieran. Seeing this, she suddenly realized something. Could it be? A scheme was being laid out. Was Hilon intentionally waiting for Kieran to use black magic? I have to stop this. He kept mumbling, Lkesia, why? She waved her hand and interrupted him directly, the Count did nothing wrong. Lkesia repeated it once more, you are not wrong. Kieran reached out to cover his own face. If. He then collapsed and stammered, if. Kieran's emotions became even more chaotic. Seeing this, Syria called out loudly, Kieran. He did not care. His hand began to emit a pitch-black aura. Then why? The original light had vanished from Kieran's eyes. Why did you abandon me? Lkesia panicked and dashed forward. No. She knew all too well that if he used black magic, Hilon would. Right at that moment, a figure blurred through the corridor. Count. Belzian appeared just as Lkesia rushed in. She stood there, jaw dropped at his actions. Seeing his gasping state, Lkesia found it hard to believe. Belzian. Belzian spoke up to remind him, get a hold of yourself, do you even know where you are right now? Kieran made him jump in surprise. Again. He muttered dazedly, falling. Without stopping. Belzian could not believe what was happening before his eyes. He was about to interrogate him further. Count, are you really? When Lkesia suddenly spoke, brother. She pulled on Belzian's hand and urged, I am tired. I want to go to sleep. Let us go back to the room. He bit his lip, frowning in silence. Finally, Belzian compromised. All right. Syria thought to herself, thanks to the eldest brother, the danger was avoided. She forced a smile. Haha, looking at the situation, it seems my goddaughter is not ready to go home yet. Syria looked at Hilon. On second thought, I think we adults should have a talk first. How about it? She had made her decision. Count Basilian, the Holy Knight, and me, just the three of us. Lkesia let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was a close call. Fortunately, Belzian stopped it in time. But she could not help but worry. Kieran. Lkesia was confused. If she had Hilon's protection, the master of the underworld would not pursue her anymore. She should have felt relieved. She could not understand herself. But why was I so worried just now? Lkesia could not stop wondering. Furthermore, the image of Kieran smiling gently, let us go home, my daughter. She herself was stunned. She did not know why she kept thinking about Kieran's expression. Belzian carried Lkesia to the door of the room and suddenly stopped. He suddenly slumped down onto the floor. She noticed something unusual. Brother, Belzian kept rubbing his eyes. Damn it. The rain. He could not accept the reality. What the hell, it is all nonsense. Lkesia remained silent, understanding. After all. She knew clearly but did not say it. The Basilian family appeared normal on the outside, but deep down, their hearts were all shattered. Lkesia raised her small hand to comfort him. Belzian felt it too. He gently closed his eyes. Belzian was still holding her tightly. Lkesia thought to herself, it seems Belzian has calmed down a little. She heard a sound from outside. Who is at the window? Karha entered through the window. Brothers, Ishuel smiled brightly. Hello, little sister. Lkesia was a bit surprised. It is the twins. He was overwhelmed by the luxurious sight. What is this? Since it is a temple, I thought it would be old and worn out. I did not expect the room to be this beautiful. Karha agreed, exactly. It would be great if we could take stuff like this back to the mansion. Belzian suddenly drew his sword. He pointed the tip of the sword at the twins. Ishuel hesitated, speechless. Brother. He immediately ordered them away, go back. Karha was driven mad with anger by Belzian. He was not one to be pushed around either. It has been a while since we met, and you are truly making us sad, big brother. Karha laughed scornfully, blowing up the Count's mansion, leaking information to assassins. Thanks to that little stunt of yours, Ishuel and I almost met our ancestors. Lkesia was at a loss with this situation. Did Belzian really hire assassins to stall Kieran and the twins? This kid is terrifying. Belzian maintained his cold attitude. Leave, if you do not want to die this time. But the more Karha heard, the more unpleasant it became. Oh, you are really planning to kill us, that is what I should be saying to you. If you do not want to die, then be a good boy. She had to step in to intervene. Stop it. Lkesia was in a fluster. Both of you, put your swords away now. Karha immediately complied. I am sorry. She put her hands on her hips with an angry look. Lkesia said, I am not going back. Ishmael tried to explain, little sister, you have misunderstood. He kindly tried to persuade her, you are a Basilian. Father also sees you as a Basilian. Everyone thinks so please come back with us. Ishmael whispered piteously, this is the first time I have had a sister. I wanted to treat you better. Lkesia quickly waved her hands. It is not what you think. What is this? Why that heartbroken expression? Karha stared intently at her. Little one. He poked Lekesia's cheek. Without you, I am so bored. The house has become quieter than usual. Karha pleaded earnestly, can you come home with me? Lkesia was momentarily moved. I thought these kids only saw me as a toy that just escaped. She could not help herself when she saw the twins. Why are you putting on such a pitiful look to make me weak? If an enchantress like me gets caught by the master of the underworld, I am dead meat. Belzian adamantly refused. That is enough. He immediately picked Lkesia up. To get what you want, you two act so cunningly with an innocent child who knows nothing. Belzian criticized, truly shameless. Karha defended himself, but we are being sincere. He analyzed the current situation. Think about it again. Resurrecting a dead person is impossible. Father is not a god. Karha continued, as long as we cooperate well and do not let outsiders get suspicious, it will be fine. That way, we will have a little sister, and father will give up on that unrealistic dream. It is a win-win. Lkesia was surprised. Did Karha really think that far ahead? He kept the sadness deep in his heart. Besides, resurrecting mother would not mean anything. It is not like she would want it anyway. Karha lowered his head. He said painfully, because she was the one who abandoned us. She was confused. Wait, what exactly? Lkesia had a question, what does he mean by that? Flashback to 5 years ago, at the Snake Castle. Karha happily held the bouquet of flowers he had just picked. It is done. He was excited. Since mother is always sick and stays in bed, she can't go out for walks. If she sees these fresh flowers, she will be very happy. Karha smiled brightly. So, this time. He imagined a happy scene, mother will also smile joyfully. Karha quickly brought the bouquet to his mother's room. For some reason, Kieran was raising his voice. Why do you always say that, huh? He immediately recognized it. It is father's voice. Kieran continued to interrogate, please answer me, Rose. He sat by the bed with an air of helplessness. If I did something wrong, if I made you angry. Rose reached out her hand as if trying to touch something. She gently comforted her husband, you did nothing wrong. Rose stated firmly, not at all. Kieran was trembling so much he could not speak. He quickly grabbed his wife's wrist. Then. Karha opened the door slightly and heard the conversation, die before me. Kieran screamed in panic, even if you die, you must die before me. He refused to let go of Rose's hand. Kieran knelt on the floor. I beg of you, Rose. But she did not say a word. It took a while for Rose to finally say one sentence, I can't. She whispered, even if I can't see you and the children again. Rose had already made her decision. I will also leave this place. Hearing the news, Karha was stunned. Mother. He was dazed. She wants to leave this place. A sprig of flowers fell to the ground. Karha rushed out of Rose's room. He ran as fast as he could out to the garden. Karha tripped and fell from exhaustion. Sob. Karha's tears were about to burst. Why could mother suddenly be so cold? Karha still remembered her words vividly. Mother even said she could not see us again. He picked up a flower stalk. Perhaps. Karha told himself, mother was not truly happy when she received this. He clenched his fists. While in such agonizing pain that she was about to die, mother said she wanted to leave the Basilians. Karha had long since stopped expecting anything. She does not want to come back anyway, so what is the point of saving her? Lkesia remained silent. I thought the love story of the Basilian count and his wife was a beautiful tragedy. Lkesia suddenly remembered Kieran's expression. Kieran's reaction earlier. Just looking at it was enough to see it was abnormal. Something must have happened between him and his wife before. Karha did not want to waste any more time. Whatever. Let us just take our sister home. Belzian was uneasy. But, if others find out about using resurrection magic, Karha did not dare be reckless either. Forget resurrection magic, just the fact that father is a black magician being exposed is enough to get our heads chopped off. Ishul agreed with Karha's opinion. Brother, Karha is right. He had considered the worst-case scenario. Suppose the fact that father is a black magician is exposed and the Basilian family collapses. At least we will be responsible for getting our sister out. Ishul was a bit worried. Besides, you saw it earlier, did not you? If we keep running, father will truly go insane. And he is not exactly sane right now anyway. Belzian completely agreed. You are right. Father can Karha let out a sigh. Also, I was not planning on saying this. He dared to speak the truth. But honestly, would not it be much harder, since she was not even human? Lkesia was frozen in shock. Just now. She raised her hand. Wait a minute. Lkesia was puzzled. What, not human, Karha wondered, this is something she should know, right? She has decided to become a Basilian after all. Even though she did not understand yet. When did I decide that? But I am also very curious. Belzian nodded slightly while she listened even more intently. I have to hear what he says. Karha hesitated for a long time before he dared to utter, actually, our mother. He continued. Was an elf. Lkesia immediately stood there dazed. What? The ground beneath the siblings suddenly shook violently. She could not help but be afraid. What is happening? What is this sudden booming sound? Rewinding the clock back to a few minutes ago, at the temple meeting room. Syria did not show any expression. She thought to herself, compared to those who flaunt their power, the ones who truly make my skin crawl are those who control their aura perfectly. Syria evaluated Hilon. This guy is that type as well. No wonder. I feel like his entire body reeks of the thick smell of blood. Kieran finally spoke up. Lord Hilon. Who would have thought he was only thinking of Lkesia? What did my daughter say to you? Did she say she hates me? He did not know what to say to Kieran. Hilon explained briefly, the child said nothing about you, nor did she show any sign of missing you. He did not consider this abnormal. Fleeing from the count is only natural, is not it? Hilon felt responsible to handle it. No need for long speeches. The temple's duty is to protect the vulnerable. Therefore, from now on. He gave a guarantee, I will raise the child at the temple. Kieran's entire body went stiff for a long time. He clenched his fists. In the end, Kieran tried to keep his composure. What the hell are you talking about? He directly cursed. Have you lost your mind? Hilon replied calmly, I am perfectly sane. He asked bluntly, in this situation, is not the child's desire to leave home the most important thing? Hilon did not care about the pain in Kieran's heart at all. Since the count behaves so recklessly, it is understandable that you have been abandoned. Kieran screamed, are you finished? Syria felt that things had gone too far. This is bad. She grabbed his wrist to stop him. He could not endure it any longer. Master, let go of my hand. Today, I must kill that bastard. Kieran continued, Master, you saw it too, he wants to die first, which is why he is acting like a madman. Syria adamantly disagreed. No, endure it. Hilon slammed his hand on the table. Even at this point, you still refuse to reveal your true nature. Hilon suddenly called out his name, Count Basilian. He drew the sword at his side. Hilon challenged him, you want to take my life, try it. According to Syria's knowledge, the holy sword. They say a holy knight's sword changes its power and form depending on the owner's holy power. But it was already shining this much just from being drawn. She did not dare imagine it. Is he really planning to settle this here and now? Kieran did not even care about the sword's power. Is that all? He had noticed it long ago. That thing on your hand has probably been starving for a while. It looks like it is going crazy trying to capture me. Hilon shouted a threat, Count, if you want to be properly convicted, you would better put all your strength into it. He wanted a fair fight. Don't hold back. Hilon lunged toward Kieran. Show me everything you have got. He poured all his strength into the sword strike. Syria panicked. Damn it, this is too dangerous, my apologies, Lord Hilon. She was forced to act. I can't just sit by and watch. Lkesia thought to herself, that noise just now. Could it be, father did not actually use black magic, did he? She was tense. What on earth happened to cause the temple to explode and become so chaotic? Then again, it is no wonder since no one here is normal. The three brothers brought Lkesia out safely. She suddenly froze in place. Lkesia never thought this would happen. Betrayal and Hilon were fighting each other. She carefully assessed the situation. Although Betrayal is very strong, her days as a war hero were decades ago. Hilon, on the other hand, is in his prime and accustomed to real combat. The chance of him winning is very high. If this keeps up, she remembered Karha's words, actually, our mother. He continued. Was an elf. Lkesia found a glimmer of hope. If the late countess was an elf, then perhaps the truth I want to know is in Kieran's hands. She could not hesitate any longer. I have to save Kieran. Throw me. Lkesia came up with a risky idea. Throw me over there. Karha screamed loudly. What, are you crazy? Ishul quickly stopped her. No way. She felt guilty. But they are fighting because of me. Lkesia said in a pitiful voice, I do not want it to be like this. Belzian advised, of course, if you go there directly, you might be able to stop the fight, but jumping into that fierce battle is too dangerous. Ishul could not help but worry. Exactly. If it is them, they will be able to catch you, but even so. Lkesia racked her brain. TCH, the situation is urgent. She jumped down from Belzian. Fine, I will go myself. He was stunned. Belzian frantically called her name, Chesha. Lkesia decided to take a gamble. No matter how I am thrown, the three of them will easily catch me. That is the only way to stop this fight immediately. She suddenly fell because a rock ledge cracked. Huh. All three brothers fell into a panic. Everyone simultaneously turned their eyes toward Lkesia. Chesha. Someone screamed for a magic circle to be set up immediately, but it was too late. Magic caught her body just in time. Lkesia was pulled upward by the spell. She was dazed. Ishul finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness. Confused, she let out a soft huh. Karha called out repeatedly without getting a response, sister. She did not understand what was happening. She had not intended to fly like this. Hearing the scream, Ishul looked up at the sky and let out a startled cry. He blamed himself, thinking, I can't let this happen. She is my sister. Ishul hurriedly acted, I must deactivate the magic circle quickly. He became tense, praying, please. Beneath the night sky. Syria was startled to see something strange. Hilon felt a strange sense of familiarity from that scream. Lkesia was about to fall straight to the ground. Kieran froze for 5 seconds at the sudden appearance of his daughter. He finally recognized her, Chesha. Hilon prepared to use his chains to save Lkesia. Just as her back was about to hit the ground, someone lunged forward and caught Lkesia in their arms. She slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was safe. It turned out Kieran was the one who saved her, huh? Despite his exhaustion, he was happy. I caught you. Seeing him, she was instantly moved. Kieran, what? Lkesia had not expected Kieran to use dark magic just to catch her, you fool. She was at a loss for words. She had planned to reveal herself to hide his identity as a dark mage, yet here he was, you idiot. He pulled Lkesia tightly into his embrace. Syria felt helpless. Now is not the time for this. The Basilian family is on the verge of collapse. It is hopeless. Hilon lashed out his chains. They wrapped around both Kieran and his daughter. He quickly pulled Lkesia away from him, as expected. The Count is a dark mage. Kieran smiled brightly, and you are the Heresy Inquisitor. I have heard the rumors that a new Inquisitor appeared who can control a holy relic no one else could. Hilon's subordinate suddenly arrived, Lord Hilon. Kieran remained silent while being bound. Suddenly, Kieran's eyes widened. Before him stood Hilon's men. The subordinate kept staring intently at Kieran. Hilon immediately questioned him, what are you doing? Kieran showed no fear, as expected. It does not work on Lord Hilon. Lkesia was stunned. He had just tried to cast a mind manipulation spell on the Inquisitor. Syria was speechless, this madman. Kieran explained gently, don't misunderstand. I have no intention of harming the priests or knights. I simply wanted to create a space for us to talk. If I had not, you probably would not have listened to a word I said. Hilon showed no expression. He agreed to Kieran's request, I will listen to what you have to say. The Count continued, I want to make a deal. Kieran was ready to assist the investigation. I will provide information regarding the witch Lkesia, whom you are so interested in, and also. He spoke cryptically. Information about the horrific experiments performed on the elven race. Hilon froze, that took place in the Holy Kingdom. He was bewildered, experiments on elves in the Holy Kingdom. He was skeptical, elven experiments, what are you talking about, if you are planning to speak nonsense? Kieran remained calm, in such a serious situation, why would I speak nonsense? He did not reveal everything immediately, if you want to know more, you must accept the deal first. The chains around Kieran's body were removed. He rubbed his wrists, haha, well then, I will take that as your agreement to the deal. Kieran used magic on Hilon's subordinates. He channeled mana into their bodies. Kieran explained, I have manipulated their memories. When they wake up, they will only remember that the two of you fought, leading to the destruction of the temple. Lkesia knew better than anyone that manipulating the memories of those with holy power must consume a massive amount of energy. She was certain Kieran's power was terrifying. Kieran followed the agreement, then we shall have a temporary truce. I will bring the documents to the temple soon. He added mockingly, the temple is completely destroyed. We will have to meet outside of it. Kieran pulled Lkesia into his arms. Furthermore, I do not think it is right for my daughter to stay here any longer. For now, I will take her home. She guessed his intent. Didn't you intentionally cause this much damage to the temple just for this? Hilon disagreed. No, I will continue to protect the child. Kieran grew angry. You mean taking her hostage? Hilon emphasized once more. I said protect. Lkesia fell into a state of confusion. I found out the countess was an elf, and I need to investigate the Basilian family, but she had her own plans. Perhaps this is my last chance to leave the Basilian family peacefully. I will stay here. Kieran pretended not to hear clearly. Stay where? In your father's arms. Lkesia did not know how to explain. She touched Kieran's cheek to comfort him. Lkesia replied, as for becoming Chesha Basilian, I still do not know. He nodded slightly as if he understood. She could not do anything but distance herself from Kieran. That hurt expression again. But I have my own reasons. He gently kissed Lkesia's forehead. Surely, she must have realized Kieran's feelings for her. Hilon pulled Lkesia back to his side. He stated firmly, on the day of the deal, I will bring the child along. Hilon did not want to waste more time. We will continue the unfinished conversation then. Kieran dropped his hands. He had no choice but to agree. I will wait. Syria could only sigh. That fool, he is completely stunned by a single blow from his daughter. She had a headache, and how do we deal with him running away from home? Suddenly, someone approached Syria. Auntie. That person made her freeze in surprise. Syria recognized the familiar face. Ishuel. She rushed over to check on him. What is wrong? Who bullied you? Was it Kieran? Syria promised, whoever dared to upset you, I will give them a piece of my mind. Ishuel looked down at the ground. I am just disappointed in myself. He kept hesitating. I do not. When he was young, Ishuel had told his father frankly, yes, because I do not see the point. Kieran was not surprised. Is that so? He had agreed without hesitation. Then follow your heart. Ishuel could not believe it. Really, father? Kieran nodded. Of course, do whatever you want. Ishuel, you are a Basilian. The efforts others take a lifetime to. And just a few minutes ago, Ishuel had experienced that feeling of being unable to reach someone. Ishuel could not stop blaming himself. Because I used magic incorrectly, my sister was in danger. It is all because of my inadequacy. That was why he decided to see Syria, Grand Duke. Ishuel desired to become stronger. Please, teach me magic. Time passed. Following the incident where the temple was destroyed by Hilon, Kieran, and Count Betrayal, Lkesia felt she still had many worries. Until Hilon and Kieran meet again, I have to decide whether to live as a Basilian. If Kieran was not the master of the underworld, the decision would have been much easier. Lkesia had to think carefully. If I keep living like this and never return to the Basilians, I will be separated from them forever. She had to keep waiting. If only Hada would finish the adult transformation potion soon, I would have a clearer choice. And, more importantly, Lkesia glanced at Hilon with annoyance. Where on earth is this guy taking me? She observed her surroundings. Is he taking me to another temple near the capital, since the other one was destroyed? But this place looks more like a residential area than the city center. He finally noticed Lkesia. Did I not tell you where we are going? Hilon introduced the place. You will live with me in my private residence. She was shocked by the news. Hilon's house. The scene inside the mansion on the following evening. Water droplets still lingered on Hilon's body. He was soaking in the bathtub. Hilon thought to himself, the followers are members of the Holy Kingdom. The image of a deity statue appeared in his mind. Hilon always remembered the teaching. Followers must always keep themselves clean, down to every strand of hair. He never forgot a single word. Every wound, scar, or external blemish must be completely purified with holy power. Hilon meditated. The body and soul of a follower belong to the god. He put on a robe and stepped out of the bath. The lights in the mansion were somewhat dim. Hilon stood before the mirror to tidy himself up. He straightened his collar. Hilon touched the flower mark on his collarbone and fell into deep thought. He dressed formally before leaving the room. Darren stepped forward to announce, Lord Hilon, the Holy King is looking for you. Hilon initially determined. It seems he does not remember anything from last night, just as the Count said. He decisively refused to see him, tell him to wait. Darren tried to persuade him, but, would not it be better to please him just this once? After all, this involves the destruction of the temple in the capital. He was just worried for Hilon. Is that not possible? If this continues, the Holy King will lecture you again. Hilon made a decision. Next week, after I meet the Count, I will return to the Holy Kingdom. He asked about Lkesia. How is the child? Darren replied, she is playing with. He was a bit surprised. I do not know if it is because she is so beautiful and adorable, but everyone seems to love the young lady. Hilon could not stop thinking, the girl is the child of a stranger, yet she resembles Lkesia so much. He recalled memories from years ago. Yes, she used to be the center of attention, anyone could be. A few years ago, Hilon had been hunting Lkesia, surrender, which. He bound her with chains. You attacked innocent people and caused casualties with heretical power. As a heresy inquisitor, I am taking you into custody. Lkesia sneered, innocent people, how ridiculous. She used her power, how can a phantom beast hunter be innocent? Lkesia appeared right behind Hilon. I only pretended to be caught because I wanted to see who was coming to get me this time. When he turned his head, his hood was blown back. She smiled, as expected, it is you. Lkesia made an assumption, could it be you are chasing me because you want me to repay the favor you did for me back then? Hilon did not flatly deny it. Why would that be the case? He stared blankly at his hand, wondering when she had. She reached out to caress his face. In that case, I should give you a little something in return, should not I? Hilon's eyes widened. Lkesia actually gave him a kiss. She whispered into Hilon's ear, if I feel like rewarding you more, next time, I will leave a special mark on you. It will prove that you are my prey. Lkesia's appearance was enough to enchant anyone, and so. She challenged him, come and catch me, Mr. Inquisitor. Hilon could never forget Lkesia's image. I thought that no matter who was by her side, her feelings for me were the deepest. It turns out it was just my own delusion. He did not say it, but he had truly fallen in love. I won't allow her to end the hunt halfway. Hilon was determined to find her. You must take responsibility for marking me, Lkesia. He told himself, I will catch you, even if I have to use that innocent child as bait. The maid asked Lkesia, do you like that book, my lady? She chatted happily with the maid. Yes, this one, she thought comfortably, since Hilon rarely shows up, I feel so relaxed. Hilon had no ill intentions. Compared to letting a child become the daughter of that dangerous family, keeping her by his side would be safer. Tell the Holy King I am taking a week off. He was careful in every action. I must convince the child skillfully so she does not return to the Basilians. She raised her head. Lkesia locked eyes with Hilon. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He asked, has the child had her nap yet? The maid was startled. Not yet, sir. I will prepare it immediately. Lkesia, who already disliked Hilon, thought, why is he asking that? He replied, no need, I will take her. This left Lkesia stunned. Wait, what? She was tense. A nap. With Hilon. Lkesia never imagined she would have to sleep next to this guy. He advised her gently, for now, the Count has retreated quietly, but Count Basilian is still very dangerous. So, even if it is a bit inconvenient for you. Hilon concluded, even when sleeping, we should sleep together. She sighed deeply, how am I supposed to sleep soundly like this? The golden sunlight had turned into a warm orange. The Holy King looked out the window. He could no longer remain patient. It seems Hilon has forgotten his place. In that case, I will engrave it into his mind so he never forgets again. Night fell over the Holy Palace. That night. It was supposed to be a nap, but when she opened her eyes, it was already night. Did I sleep that well? Lkesia opened her eyes and looked beside her. Hilon was still asleep. Suddenly, he called out softly, are you awake? Hilon requested calmly, it is not fully light yet. Go back to sleep. She grumbled, but I am not sleepy anymore. They stared at each other. He was at his wit's end. Hilon sighed and pulled the blanket over Lkesia. That stubbornness is exactly like your mother's. You resemble her so much, she must miss you dearly. Seizing the opportunity, she probed, it seems you knew my mother very well, Sir Knight. Lkesia asked directly, what was the real relationship between you and my mother? She intentionally brought it up. She had not heard the answer back then. How would Hilon respond now? Recalling the day they walked in the garden, his eyes looked incredibly complex. How she felt about me then, and how she feels now. Hilon took a deep breath and gave an ambiguous answer. I once thought we had a special relationship, one that words could not describe. Lkesia listened intently to his next words, but it turns out it was just my delusion. We have no relationship at all. This answer was completely unexpected. What, weren't you close? You both did not have any other friends, yet you act like strangers. He glanced around then continued, if I had to define it, I suppose I was her prey. Because your mother is a predator. Lkesia crossed her arms in annoyance, this is unbelievable. Nonsense, she teased him like a child, how could my mother catch a big, tall knight like you? Hearing this, the corners of Hilon's mouth curled slightly, haha, is that so? He smiled, a warm smile, that is right, I am much bigger than her. Lkesia's eyes wavered, Hilon. He is smiling, it was her first time seeing him like this. He tucked his legs under the soft blanket, what do you think? Hilon's hand casually touched the tip of Lkesia's nose, if we meet again, should I eat your mother up? She turned pale, clearly misunderstanding, ugh, why would you say something so scary? He pulled Lkesia into his arms despite her whining, why do not you and mother just live together in harmony? Hilon did not answer, only advising her tenderly, go back to sleep. It is still too early for you to be up. Her face flushed and her heart raced, why does he keep acting so gentle, it does not suit him at all. The faint moonlight shone in from outside. She still was not used to seeing this side of him. And so, for days passed since I started living at Hilon's mansion. I did not know if Hilon was truly worried about Kieran causing trouble, but he had stayed by my side constantly for days, just as he said he would. It will be awkward if I get too attached in this form. Those Basilian boys were enough of a headache. Adding this guy might drive me crazy. But no matter how much I annoyed him or how grumpily I acted like puffing my cheeks and saying, I do not like pudding, Hilon would only reply plainly, is that so? He patiently switched to something else, you do not like this either. Lkesia frowned at her favorite food, wait, is not this the peach shaved ice I love most? She decided to ignore it and closed her eyes to take a bite. Seeing this, Hilon tilted his head and smiled. That is the problem. He is smiling more and more, and I do not know what to do. Lkesia was puzzled, unable to understand, why is he being so good to me, does Hilon actually like children? Just then, Darren appeared, Lord Hilon. He quickly announced, the Holy King has arrived in the capital of the Palan Empire. She tilted her head in confusion, the Holy King came here personally, but... Lkesia glanced at Hilon's darkening face, why did the atmosphere turn so sour? She wandered off, thinking, the Holy King came all the way to the capital just to see Hilon, even though Hilon was returning next week. He could not wait. Lkesia rubbed her chin thoughtfully, it seems the Holy King either loves Hilon very much, or... A terrible thought crossed her mind. Or he is afraid. And perhaps, Hilon's scars from back then. They might have come from the Holy Kingdom. Just speculating made her heart feel heavy. A few seconds later, Lkesia slapped her chubby cheeks, oh, stop thinking about it. It has been a while since I have been alone. I can't waste this chance. First, I must call Hada and check if the medicine is finished. A magic portal appeared at her will, come quickly, Hada. A foot wearing a dress shoe stepped out. Hada appeared cheerfully with a briefcase in hand, Lady Lkesia. He looked around curiously, is this the white-haired guy's cave? Lkesia nodded and got straight to the point, yeah. How's the medicine coming along? Hada excitedly patted the briefcase, hee, of course. He opened it and introduced his work confidently, it is finished, and there are many types, all of them are potions to turn someone back into an adult. Just in case, while waiting for your call, I made them in several different ways. Lkesia checked them over and praised him, good. So I can drink any of these, right? She sighed in relief, if Hada's... Lkesia picked a mango-colored bottle and opened the cap. She squeezed her eyes shut and drank it all in one gulp, please work this time. Time passed, but nothing changed. Lkesia looked at herself and panicked, what, why am I still the same? She roared, Hada, give me all the other bottles. A while later, Lkesia lay on the ground, sobbing, why is not anything changing? He stammered with tears in his eyes, that is so strange. Hada clearly tried it, turned small, and was able to return to normal. She felt helpless but tried to reassure him, then it is not Hada's fault. Suddenly, something subtle happened, my body feels very strange. Lkesia imagined the worst-case scenario, what if I can never return to my adult form? I can't fully use my power in this child's body. Even though I can temporarily grow larger in a phantom realm, just creating the realm consumes a huge amount of energy. I can't maintain that state for long. She closed her eyes with anxiety, if this continues, both Hada and I the one protected under my name will struggle to stay safe. I must find a way to gather information and infiltrate the Holy Kingdom, easily. A way to receive protection from an ally stronger than anyone else. Lkesia had now calculated a new path, living as Basilian. After the failed trial, Hada hurried back. I will go remake the medicine. She sat on the bed, deep in thought. Lkesia started to worry about her own safety. Even with Hilon, he is ultimately a man of the Holy Kingdom. Hilon alone is dangerous enough. If staying here is risky, it might be better to return to Kieran, who has the same goal. Suddenly, her eyelids drooped, and her mind recalled Kieran's tender expression, I caught you. She became flustered and her face turned red. Thinking of this, Lkesia lowered her head pensively. Even if it is just for a little while, I could stay with the Basilian family in this form. Her hands clenched, her eyes full of determination. Yes, this is just a temporary measure. Hada and I will move into the Basilian house. When I need my adult form, I will just use the Phantom Realm. A child who does not grow will raise suspicions. My time limit is probably about a year. Thus, a decision was made. In that time, she must find a way to transform back permanently. One morning in the courtyard with the angel statue. The Holy King sat silently on a bench, watching the children play. Suddenly, a ball came rolling towards him. Ah! A boy standing nearby shouted towards him, Father, please throw the ball back to us. The Holy King leaned over to pick it up and laughed. Ho ho, you little rascals. After receiving it back, the boy cheered excitedly. Wow, thank you, Father. As soon as he turned away, the smile vanished from his face. The Holy King's eyes accidentally fell upon his prosthetic arm. Right then, Hilon was slowly approaching from a distance. He walked calmly and knelt on one knee. Hilon finally spoke to introduce himself. I am Hilon, the Heresy Inquisitor. In the name of the Lord, it is an honor to meet the Holy King. He smiled in greeting. The weather is lovely today. The Holy King gazed out at the children and remarked casually, it is indeed a good day to meet my knight again after so many years. Suddenly, Hilon's voice rang out low and deep. Did you come all this way just to lecture me? He was quite surprised by those words. This is the first time you have ever asked me such a question. Hilon immediately changed the subject. I requested a week of leave. He emphasized even further, Holy King, please allow me to rest. The Holy King responded calmly to each question. Lecture, a child who never made a single request before suddenly wants leave. I was worried, so I came to see you. He revealed more news. The matter with the temple has been settled. Grand Duke Betrayal and Count Basilian sent letters to me personally. They apologized sincerely for the grave misunderstanding and offered a donation to rebuild the temple. More importantly, we have no evidence to prove they are heretics. Return the adopted child to her family's arms. At this, the Holy King's brows furrowed slightly. Whenever it is something you dislike, you keep your mouth tightly shut, just like before. He sighed, recalling the past, choosing punishment over speaking the truth. You are far too stubborn. The Holy King stepped forward and patted Hilon's shoulder. Nevertheless, I understand you, Hilon. You are the finest sword I have ever forged. A strange light emanated from his hand, because I poured all my strength into creating you. After a brief check, the Holy King could not help but marvel. Your holy power is as strong as ever. He withdrew his hand and smiled faintly. I trust you, Hilon. From now on, do as you wish. With those words, the Holy King departed, leaving him alone. What I truly want. You have no idea. Hilon's sharp gaze followed the retreating figure. The one who committed those horrific crimes and defied justice, I will be the one to punish him with my own hands. He made a firm vow, even if that person is my master. Time flew by. After a week of living at Hilon's house, the day Kieran came for her finally arrived. Hilon stood by the windowsill, parting the curtain and muttering to himself, he is here. He then turned back inside and gave careful instructions, stay in your room for a moment. I will go speak with him and return. Lkesia glanced away and summoned her signature butterfly. Humph, did you think I would just sit here quietly? She used stealth magic to follow him. If this is about the elves, I can't be left out. A moment later, Hilon read what Kieran had brought. This is actually. Speechless, he could only marvel. These are very detailed and accurate experimental records. After skimming a few lines, Hilon was certain, the signature and the reporting style both follow the Holy Kingdom's format. This is a document an outsider could not possibly forge. Even so, he did not give in easily, even if we assume all this information is true. The Count has no reason to be interested in elven experiments. Kieran stated without hesitation, my wife was an elf, but she was abandoned in the Black Forest and lost all her memories. Recalling this, a shadow of sadness appeared in Kieran's eyes. Something must have happened to her before she was thrown into the forest. I have been searching for those who abandoned my wife in the Black Forest ever since. Hilon frowned and questioned him. If she lost her memory, the Countess would be no different from a normal human. How did you know for sure she was an elf? Upon hearing this, the corners of Kieran's mouth curled up slightly, right before she died. His next words startled Lkesia, who was hiding nearby. She used her elven powers to show me a phantom realm. Kieran continued with a dark aura. I witnessed it with my own eyes until the scene faded. That appearance. Compared to a normal human's death. There was no way I would not know. The aura radiating from Kieran made Hilon feel uneasy. Does the thought of his wife's death shake him this much? Within seconds, Kieran's attitude returned to normal. That is enough explanation for my part. Since our goals align, would not it be better to join forces? Lkesia, listening from outside, found it somewhat ridiculous. She knew it was a lie. A dying elf could not possibly do such a thing. Creating a phantom realm requires a massive source of power, unless Kieran's wife possessed power equal to a queen's. Hilon quickly gave his answer. I will never join hands with you, Count. If I take you to an interrogation room right now, I can get all the information I want. The Count waved his hand, reminding him, but last time, did not I politely see you off, regarding the noble heresy Inquisitor's intrusion into the underworld? Kieran intentionally made an offer. As the master of that place, I will keep it a secret. Hilon seemed surprised by his boldness. To avoid wasting time, Hilon got straight to the point. Are you ready to talk seriously now? At this moment, Lkesia hurried away. Seeing the atmosphere shifting toward an alliance, receiving help from both of them would be perfect for her. Perhaps the Countess created a phantom realm to deceive Kieran and escaped before the power faded. She analyzed silently, so, the scene Kieran saw likely was not her actual death. Suddenly, Lkesia's brows furrowed in distress. Kieran's kindness flashed through her mind again. You do not have to be that similar. Lkesia quickly tucked away her little butterfly, feeling troubled. But why did Kieran say I look so much like his late wife? It is starting to bother me. It is not like the Countess could be my mother, since I was born before Kieran even met her. Based on what she knew, the Countess was entirely different from her mother. The Countess surely passed away with dignity, not in a state of madness. Remembering that warm hug, Lkesia flatly denied it. My father could not possibly be someone like Kieran, either. Her sense of insecurity rose once again, because I was a child born of an unwanted relationship. Years ago, after leaving the orphanage and being all alone, I searched everywhere for traces of my parents. Among them, at the place where I was found as an infant, there were only stories about a mad elf that everyone found disgusting. And obviously, that mad elf's power went against nature. Because of it, plants withered, soil rotted, and clear lakes turned into foul sewage. Not just animals, but even hunters became corpses. They said my mother walked towards some unknown place while humming a song. They said that song played continuously until that elf died. Lkesia asked herself, is that the only lullaby from my mother that I can still remember? Her hands instinctively clenched. No matter where she went, she found no traces of her father. Given her mother's madness, Lkesia could not help but speculate, if mother escaped the lab and took me with her, I might have been a child she never wanted. Just thinking about it made her feel worthless. It was the same in the past, and it was not much better now. However, overthinking was useless. Lkesia sighed and skipped away. Oh well, there is no point thinking about it now. That is all in the past. I am doing fine on my own anyway. She reached for the door handle while calculating, if I give Kieran a plausible reason for running away and then go back. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ear, Chesha. Kieran knelt down and asked gently, are you doing well? Lkesia remained silent, her head slightly bowed. Seeing her silence, he patiently asked again, did you not miss your father? Kieran smiled, though his aura was wavering violently. If you did not miss me, what should father do? Lkesia turned her head and looked at him with her large, round eyes. Then, she dropped a bombshell, I did miss you. Kieran's face instantly lit up with joy, really? But a few seconds later, he composed himself. I see. Kieran whispered softly, you do not have to force yourself to lie, Chesha. She lowered her head, her eyes brimming with slight emotion. Without a word, Lkesia naturally stepped forward. She threw her arms around Kieran and hugged him tightly. His hands trembled slightly as he embraced her back. Kieran held her tenderly, as if afraid she might reject him again. Lkesia felt it too. This hug was even more careful than before. Even though there are other reasons to stay with the Basilians, truth is, I am bothered by the thought of leaving them forever. She told herself, because I miss them too. Not a lot, just a little bit. Suddenly, Lkesia's lips moved, Chesha. Her eyes sparkled as if seeking confirmation. Can I really become a Basilian? Lkesia's voice made Kieran's heart melt. Father. He gently nuzzled her cheek and pressed his forehead against hers. That is what I have always hoped for. Kieran's tone suddenly became much softer, and, I beg of you. Don't ever run away again, Lkesia. She puffed her cheeks and leaned into his large hand, thinking, seriously. I only plan to stay for a year and then leave. But Kieran's desperate look made it seem as though someone important to him had left behind a massive scar. Since he is so unstable, I should take good care of him first, and then later. Lkesia was suddenly startled. Kieran was shamelessly being dramatic, without Lkesia. Father can't sleep, father can't eat. She grumbled like a little old lady, you can't do that, father must sleep well and eat your meals properly. He laughed and nodded firmly, from now on, I will do just that. With everything settled, Kieran took the chance to suggest, well then, shall we go home now, my child? Before Lkesia could answer, Hilon interrupted, wait. He would not allow Kieran to take her, taking the child was not part of the deal. Under the care of a dark mage, I fear she will be negatively influenced. It would be better if I looked after her. Hilon added a few more words, exchanging information and not arresting the Count is the best I can do. But the Count just sighed casually, sigh. Holding Lkesia in his arms, Kieran was ready with a sarcastic remark, a knight being this clingy is truly an eyesore. Lkesia, tell him straight, my child. She was flustered. If this continued, they would probably start round 2 right then and there. After some thought, Lkesia waved her hand and announced, I want to go home. After dealing the blow, she immediately softened it, but I will miss the Sir Knight too. Sir Knight, please come visit me at home. Lkesia made the promise regardless of whether Hilon liked it or not, I will come play with you too, uncle. He turned away, avoiding her big round eyes, that. Well. Kieran's face darkened with annoyance, humph. This is what my daughter wants. If you are so curious, come visit occasionally. Since Kieran had said that much, Hilon had no way to keep Lkesia any longer. He gently took her small hand. He kissed it lightly and said, I will visit often, for I am your knight. Kieran smirked and used teleportation magic on the spot, this is enough of a goodbye. Before disappearing, she smiled and waved farewell. In contrast, Hilon's eyes showed a lingering sense of longing. He stood silently, watching the two of them vanish into space. That afternoon, the Basilian carriage rolled down the road. Lkesia fell fast asleep, curled up in Kieran's lap. Kieran's gaze was warm and tinged with nostalgia. On the first day we met, she and I sat in a carriage just like this. Back then, he was certain that her daring nature was a perfect fit for the Basilian family. She looked exactly like Rose. She is a perfect child, as if she were tailor-made for me. Even though she slept beside him every night, Kieran still could not fully believe it. He could not help but feel suspicious. Since the moment she appeared, Kieran had smiled much more. Subconsciously, he had come to treasure her and wanted to keep her by his side. Looking out the windowsill, Kieran mocked himself, and yet, it seems I have dug my own grave. Thinking this, he smiled faintly, even if I am being deceived, I will just have to accept it. Kieran pulled Lkesia closer. Because now, I can't live without her. She remained fast asleep, looking just like a little puppy. In her dream, a woman's lullaby echoed softly. The image of the woman, tattered and disheveled yet still enchanting, appeared vividly. The woman's scarred hand never left her small child for a second. As the dream ended, Lkesia woke up. She rubbed her eyes and thought to herself, I think I just dreamed of something. Suddenly, a voice called out, Sister. Her 2 brothers ran out from the house to hug her. Ishuel could not hide the joy in his eyes, you are really back. Seeing them like that, she felt a bit of warmth in her heart. And so, I have officially become a Basilian. She greeted them, I am back. From the moment Lkesia stepped through the door, the mansion seemed to burst back into life. Karha ruffled her hair and said, Kid, thanks for coming back. Ishuel, standing beside him, added a careful warning, don't ever run away again, you hear. Lkesia let her brothers pinch her cheeks helplessly, yes, but. She questioned them, making them freeze, why are you 2 carrying swords? He quickly came up with a lie, I was just bored, so I decided to wear it. Kieran, sipping tea nearby, thought, honestly. He reminded them casually, just do not let your sister misunderstand and think she was forced back here. Be careful from now on. Karha nodded obediently, yes, sir. She snacked on something while thinking, it was forced, what misunderstanding? After a while, realizing someone was missing, Lkesia asked, where did brother Belzian go? Karha let out a loud ah. He explained briefly, he is off receiving his punishment. This confused her, punishment. Karha caught her drift and added, father said he would let it slide, but because of our eldest brother, we almost met our ends. So, he decided to take over all our duties in the underworld. Before he could finish, footsteps were heard outside the door. Anyway, he should be back any second. Hearing the movement, Lkesia glanced toward the door. The person standing there was none other than Belzian. His breathing was slightly heavy. When he saw Lkesia's figure, Belzian's footsteps faltered for a beat. He instinctively reached his hand forward. Then, he gently patted her head. "You are back." Lkesia smiled, her cheeks turning as red as a tiny tomato. Finally, the chaotic running away incident concluded with my return to the Basilian family. At night, she still tossed and turned restlessly. "I have gained a powerful ally. Now I can rightfully enter the Holy Kingdom as a member of the Basilian family." Lkesia meticulously listed each step of her plan. "The little saint's prayer ceremony lasts for a week. During that time, I just need to find information regarding the elven experiments." She could not help but recall Kieran's words, "Don't worry. Father will do everything to make sure Chaisha comes in first." Lkesia's eyelids grew heavy. "I wonder if an elf like me can receive the elven queen's crown during the little saint's ceremony, since it is usually given to a pious child." Setting that thought aside for now, she snuggled into his arms and fell asleep. Kieran will probably handle it. On a beautiful morning, a large ship set sail across the sea. On the deck, people were shouting to each other, "Hurry up and sail, we must reach the Palan Empire as soon as possible." The crown prince of the Skaya kingdom, Itar Skaya, was the one leading this ship. "I must return to Lady Lkesia's side quickly." He kept muttering her name under his breath, "Lady Lkesia." Itar gazed at a wanted poster and wondered, "Why are you hiding? If there is any danger, I will eliminate it all. I will save you." He fantasized to himself and blushed, "And if I do, please marry me as a reward." Suddenly, a bird flying past dropped a stink bomb on him. Itar looked at the corner of the frame, his voice dropping an octave. "Lady Lkesia's portrait has been damaged." His face darkened as he called out, "Guard Captain." The man bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." From deep within Itar's eyes, a bright red fire burned. "Shoot that bird down immediately." The guard captain was terrified by the order, but it has already flown far away. His rage was fueled even further. "Then I must cut off the hands of the useless fool who failed to protect Lady Lkesia's portrait." The young man heard this and screamed in despair. I am sorry, Your Highness." Aaron, inside her room, could only sigh helplessly. The girl ordered her attendant, "Samad, close the window. It is too noisy out there." The attendant quickly obeyed. "Yes, princess." After escaping the auditory torture, Aaron rested her chin on her hand like a little old lady. "This is why I did not want to share a ship with my brother." It turned out she was the princess of the Skaya kingdom, Aaron Skaya. Flipping through a few more pages of her book, Aaron grumbled incessantly, always obsessively chasing that witch. How pathetic. I will ignore my brother and focus on my own tasks. Samad just smiled silently and watched. She had her own calculations. The holy relic at the little saint's prayer ceremony in the Holy Kingdom was said to be given as a reward to the child who proved to be the most pious. But a huge loophole existed. If it were the Holy King, he would not miss this opportunity. He would surely choose a child willing to offer up the holy relic in exchange for money and influence. Naturally, understanding this, they had made arrangements in advance. Therefore, the Elven Queen's crown would fall into the hands of Princess Aaron, the princess of the wealthy maritime kingdom of Skaya. Suddenly, the girl paused for a moment. It took a while before Aaron could speak. "I have a bad feeling." Samad looked confused. "Pardon?" A rare sharpness flashed in the girl's eyes. "At this little saint's prayer ceremony, I have a premonition that something terrible will happen." Aaron's voice trailed off hesitantly. "Perhaps," she predicted grimly, "that witch who disappeared will appear once again." On the other side, Karha was worried because Lkesia sneezed. "What is wrong, kid? Are you hurt somewhere?" She shook her head. "No, I just sneezed." However, she thought differently. "Why did I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Is it just my imagination?" Suddenly, a handkerchief was held out toward her. Ishmael gently wiped away the dirt for Lkesia. "Stay still, sister." He took the chance to tease her. "It has only been a week and you are already used to using magic." Ishmael acted proud. "Master said that practicing during daily activities is very important." She interjected, puzzled. "Master," he smiled and explained thoroughly, "Lately, I have been studying magic every day from Grand Duke Royal." Ishmael added a self-assured comment. "That way, next time I absolutely won't make a mistake with you again." Lkesia suddenly remembered the free fall incident from before. So the boy was still troubled by that situation. Just then, he spotted something outside the window. Ah! Ishmael was so excited he scooped her up in his arms. Thank goodness, they arrived just in time. Lkesia was still confused. "Who arrived?" Then, a cat-like hand reached out, young masters, and young lady. Having finished her costume, Mia was incredibly playful. Mia has finished the outfits and brought them to everyone. I kept my deadline, you see. Seeing this, she finally understood. Oh, it is about the banquet outfits. Suddenly, Lkesia froze for a beat. Wait a minute. She tried to recall all family activities. How many days until the banquet? Karha rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and said, come to think of it, I forgot to tell you something, sweetheart. Without waiting for Lkesia to ask, he announced, today is the day Grand Duke Betrayal is hosting the banquet. This news hit her like a bolt from the blue. What, you completely forgot to tell me. Lkesia cursed silently to herself, this is crazy. A moment later, Mia was trembling with excitement. Mia, have created the greatest masterpiece of my life. It is enough to make the entire banquet explode. She could not hold back her tears. In my life as a tailor, you all are the most wonderful models. Even Ishul blushed as he commented, this. It looks even better than I imagined. I have only just put it on, and it is already this beautiful. Her eyes widened as she asked again, is it really necessary to go this far? Kieran adjusted his sleeves and added, Chesha, father is very eager to see you wearing your hat. At the same time, Mia was whispering emotionally, I was able to complete this masterpiece all thanks to young Master Ishul, who carefully selected the colors and styles that suit everyone in the house. He replied with enthusiasm, no, I am the one who should be moved by such an exquisite combination of capital fashion and the Basilian family crest. Only Karha stood there looking dazed. What are those two talking about? Ishul was so happy he grabbed Mia's hand. Shopkeeper, thank you. I think thanks to your outfits, we will have the wonderful banquet I have always dreamed of. She was so moved that tears wetted her eyelashes. Young master. Mia's cry reached Lkesia's ears. I want to make clothes for the young master for the rest of my life. The maid buttoned up her dress. Young lady, let us go do your hair. Lkesia felt a mix of confusion and weariness. Is all this fuss really necessary? Out of curiosity, she took a peek, and indeed, standing together like that, they were undeniably handsome. And these men were to appear by her side as family. This was truly the most anticipated banquet. Before long, the banquet hosted by Syria began. She strolled leisurely through the venue. Syria's presence drew significant attention. Goodness, it is the Grand Duke herself. She even went as far as checking the freshness of the garden plants. Once satisfied, Syria's expression relaxed. Good, I am pleased. This banquet was held to celebrate the Little Saint's prayer ceremony, decorated with an elven forest theme to honor the gifted item, the Elven Queen's crown. Betrayal's banquets were famous in high society, but this one particularly attracted attention due to rumors that the Basilian family would attend. While socializing with esteemed guests, she could not stop thinking, finally, it will be perfect once the center of attention arrives. When are those kids getting here? Everyone at the party was eagerly awaiting the members of that family. Syria recalled Kieran's demeanor and marveled. Accurately speaking, everyone was looking forward to the appearance of Count Basilian. Thinking of this, she let out a long sigh. Her heart recalled events from long ago. The last time she attended a banquet, Kieran had arrived with the Countess. Syria remembered Kieran's pretentiousness. He acted so composed in front of his wife, but inside, he was incredibly jealous. Anyone who interacted with his wife at a party would be thoroughly investigated by him. What a troublesome fellow. Having been by his side long enough to know him well, she knew Kieran appeared gentle on the outside but was actually cold and indifferent. She had not expected him to fall so deeply in love with someone. Despite losing his parents early and inheriting the heavy responsibilities of Count Basilian, Kieran remained careful in everything. Perhaps he was lonely after all. She had thought Kieran found the love of his life and would live happily ever after, only for her to leave so soon. Thinking of this, Syria's mood dampened. It was cruel. If one leaves, the one staying behind must rely on fleeting memories to live out the rest of their days. She remembered a night when the rain poured down like a deluge. Master. Kieran had come and knelt at her feet. Please. He was so helpless that he had to find someone to cling to. Please, help me. That scene remained a powerful shock to Syria even now. Kieran looked absolutely miserable then. Even when his parents died, he had never shown such weakness, yet he wore such an expression that day. Her hand instinctively reached forward. Was it because seeing her student in such a state had stirred her compassion? And so, going against the natural order, that day, I broke a mage's taboo. Syria lowered her eyes, her heart filled with a touch of sadness. It seemed it was not yet time for Kieran to accept his wife's death. Although she could not stop him at the temple, she would absolutely not let anything dangerous happen during this banquet. Just then, a voice caught her attention. Goodness, I read it in the newspapers. They say that clothing shop has the highest revenue in the capital. Marquis Milton introduced it with confidence. This is my son's high society debut. How could I not pay attention? He tried to gain more fame by adding, besides, perhaps that Basilian family also ordered their outfits from the same shop. Standing nearby, Syria could tell his intentions just by the way he breathed. By saying that in the banquet hall, people would naturally compare the two families. The Basilians had a third son who poured his soul into fashion, whereas what did that man have to be so confident about? By the way, the third son of that house was obsessed with fashion and grooming, while the eldest only cared about maintaining the family. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. She could not understand why those temperaments seemed directed at her goddaughter. It was quite a predicament. Thus, Syria made a decision. I must raise that child to be a great mage. Inside the carriage, Karha asked anxiously, Sister, you did not catch a cold, did you? Here, take this handkerchief. Lkesia was at a loss, explaining repeatedly, I really do not have a cold. However, Kieran did not seem to. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped. We have arrived. Let us get out. He picked Lkesia up in his arms and stepped out nonchalantly. On the contrary, she was very concerned about what was to come. This banquet was very important for the Basilian family. They had to show everyone that the family was still strong to maintain their diplomatic influence. Furthermore, the day before, she had heard Hada's warning, Lady Lkesia, I noticed something very strange. Lkesia was a bit surprised, what is it? He shared his suspicion, the child's head I delivered was not there. I poured my soul into making it, thinking Lady Lkesia would wear it. Thinking of this, she let out a small giggle. Surely the ones who stole Hada's hat were present in this banquet hall. We often remember favors as long as we remember enemies. It is simply human nature. Lkesia had clearly planned ahead. To those who dare take what is mine, I will make you pay. At the same time, inside the grand hall, melodious music was playing. From the entrance, a person with an arrogant aura stepped inside. Everyone fell silent, their eyes following in one direction. Syria was slightly surprised. She knew the whole family would come looking formal, but on the other side, Kieran's lips curled into a slight smile. Both men and women were captivated by his beauty. To this extent, he clearly intended to be the protagonist of the banquet. Lkesia, too, was harboring a scheme. Well then. In a certain forest, chaotic shouts rang out, chase her, she has no strength left, catch her quickly. The girl ran with all her might, not daring to look back. But unfortunately, she tripped over a stone at her feet. The girl fell and slid along the ground. Her scratched hands trembled as she tried to sit up. Her lips were dry as if she wanted to say something more. Looking toward the bright moon, she softly uttered two words, Queen. As it turned out, after the Basilian family entered the banquet, all eyes were focused on them. People admired her grand welcome. Indeed, people of all classes were eyeing the Basilian brothers as potential sons-in-law. Somehow, they all grew up to be handsome. The eldest son looked so dependable that the count probably did not have to worry. But they were also a bit infatuated with the count's beauty. Even though he was married, he was still so popular. Earlier, I even saw him busy politely declining all sorts of proposals. When Lkesia was brought over, she was greeted, my goddaughter, welcome. Syria happily embraced her beloved, come here, let me give you a hug, oh my, how can you be so small and precious? Then she even performed magic for Lkesia to see, look at this, dear. While doing so, Syria excitedly turned to ask, sparkling and shimmering, is not it beautiful, daughter, do you want to learn to do this later? Looking at her, Lkesia was confused and tried to grasp the situation. Is she trying to teach me magic? But Lkesia reconsidered past events. Since she had broken the tracking magic last time, Syria must have mistakenly thought she had talent. She thought with a hint of dislike, anyway, mages love teaching others. I do not want to. Upon hearing this, she asked in a panic, why? Seeing this, Kieran stepped in to de-escalate. Instead of that, I heard Master has someone she wants to introduce to you. Then Syria handed her to Ishwal and instructed, what a shame, I will talk more with you next time. The performance is about to start, you must watch it. She greeted and wished them well. All right, enjoy the banquet, children. Stepping inside, Lkesia glanced around searching, but could not find the ones who took Hada's hat anywhere. She was determined to find them. Those people are definitely the ones who stole my things. He said cheerfully, I think the performance is about to start. Just then, a glamorous singer stepped onto the stage. Watching her sing, everyone marveled in praise. Isn't that the most famous singer in the capital? Oh, my God. She continued singing her song, you bestow blessings even upon those who do not believe in you. Please help me realize the power I hold, which is but a trivial talent. Hearing this, Lkesia realized this is a song about the legend of the elven queen who offered her crown to the holy king. Afterward, the singer held up a flower wreath and said sincerely, as your servant, I offer up my most precious possession. She held it high and smiled, may the glory of the gods endure forever. The two of them just stood there silently. The banquet guests applauded this wonderful performance. Ishul also thought the song was very good, but Lkesia had a very strange expression. It turned out she was busy remembering a story she had heard. Legend says that hundreds of years ago, the elven queen offered her crown to the holy king, but from what I know, the holy kingdom had already begun experiments on elves at that time. However, Lkesia questioned herself, in that case, did the elven queen truly praise the holy king and offer her crown? What she wanted to know was, what if the queen did not offer the crown herself, but it was forcibly seized by the holy kingdom? Thinking of this, Lkesia had her own thoughts. Unexpectedly, she could not accept it, clutching her skirt and trembling as she said, disgusting. He noticed this and checked on her, Chesha. Lkesia squeezed her eyes shut and said, I feel sick. Seeing this, Ishul turned and said, what now? The youngest feels unwell. It is probably because there are too many people here. But he refused and said, no, I am staying here. We can't all suddenly disappear. Then Ishul turned away and added, besides, while you are away, if you clumsily ruin your outfit, I will kill you. He did not want to argue back and replied confusedly, ah, right, okay. Karha understood why Ishul reacted so strongly. Honestly, whenever fashion is mentioned, he overdoes it. Then the two of them went outside to sit and feel more comfortable. Once outside, Lkesia let out a sigh of relief. I feel much better now. He turned to her and suggested, let us sit here for a while before we go. Okay, she smiled back, yes, I am better now. Hearing Lkesia's response, he felt relieved. Then Ishul turned and asked, just now, did you notice everyone was staring at us? They kept asking which shop we ordered our clothes from. But he complained immediately, catching the attention of a mysterious person passing by. I hope Karhead does not ruin any outfit or accessory until the banquet is over. He is agile during swordsmanship practice, but normally, he is terribly clumsy. Hearing this, the mysterious person smiled with a hint of interest. Over here, Ishul was still pouring his heart out. It is rare for me to find an outfit I like this much. The hair accessory is so beautiful. He turned and poked her cheek, praising her, and the youngest is just so lovely. Just as Ishul was about to give some advice for future parties, a shadow approached, making Lkesia look over in confusion. Suddenly, this person holding a glass of wine splashed it toward her. Ishul reacted quickly, stepping in to take the entire splash of wine on himself. The droplets of wine brushed past him, catching him off guard. Seeing this, the boy found it even more amusing. Oh. Then he spoke up, pretending, oh dear, whatever shall we do? Lkesia still did not understand what just happened. Suddenly, she realized something and froze. Wait a minute. Looking at the boy's hat, Lkesia knew immediately, that is the hat Hada made. The boy then used a mocking tone, sorry, my hand slipped. Seeing this, she was furious, that brat, how dare he lie so blatantly. Lkesia stood up in indignation, how could his hand just slip? This is the outfit he worked so hard to prepare. It is lucky I met you here. I will split you with an axe. Meanwhile, Ishul stood still, looking down. But his hands were tightly clenched as if he had a certain intention. Ishul's face changed, becoming more soulless than ever. Seeing that expression, the boy paused and thought, what is this, a beautiful face but such fierce eyes. He turned back and said simply, glaring at someone over such a trivial matter, I said it was an accident. I will just pay for the outfit, okay, Ishul only asked coldly, pay. In that instant, he threw an object that shattered behind the boy. Seeing what had just happened, the boy slowly and tremblingly turned to look. Huh. Ishul declared coldly, money is not enough. He added straightly, just that won't satisfy me. Seeing that expression and attitude, she standing beside him also understood, it seems the boy is overly agitated. Lkesia was a bit scared, he is not planning to. Unexpectedly, Ishul gave a savage smile. That terrifying gaze made her a bit anxious. Is he going to cause trouble like last time? His actions made the boy tremble in mortal fear. But Ishul still said nothing more, his face just darkened. Then he turned away and said, but since today is a banquet, killing you would be too much trouble. Ishul poured a glass of wine over the boy, making him shriek, ah. Then he added, consider this my mercy for you this time. Being bullied, the boy started to tear up. Hick. After he ran away, Ishul turned to check on her. Sister, are you okay? Knowing the situation, she turned and said, there are many eyes watching here. Let us go somewhere else. A noble lady passing by said worriedly, I just heard someone crying over there. They moved to a quieter fountain. He rubbed her head and said with relief, fortunately, no dirt got on you. Ishul said softly, that is good. But Lkesia asked worriedly, are you okay, your clothes? However, he did not respond and remained sad. Seeing that, she called out, brother, but Ishul, still somber, said, I am sorry. Having said that, he stood up and said, I will take you to Karha, then I will go home first. Because when he was young, everyone talked about him a lot, that look. Clearly he has no mother to teach him. And he shared his true feelings, I always want to look perfect in front of everyone. Then Ishul touched his clothes and said, I absolutely do not want. He felt insecure about anyone seeing him in this state. But she held him back, don't go, stay with me. However, Ishul still hesitated, but the outfit turned out like this. I am even ashamed to take you into the banquet hall. Seeing this, Lkesia turned and spotted a flower pot nearby. Seeing it, she found a solution for her idea. Then Lkesia turned and said, stay here for a moment. He was a bit startled and asked, sister, where are you going? Going to a quiet corner, she felt happy, great, no one's here. Then Lkesia began to use her power. In just a moment, she returned and called him, brother. Lkesia ran over and handed him what she had just created, here it is. Seeing her helping him so much, Ishul was unexpectedly moved. I can just cover it with this. Suddenly, Lkesia tripped. Whoops. As she fell, she sighed helplessly amidst the flowers. He went over to check and said worriedly, you almost got hurt. But Ishul now used his power, closing his eyes to use the flowers Lkesia brought. He began to arrange the flowers in the most suitable way. Seeing the flower on Ishul's chest, Lkesia cheered, wow, it is covered. She smiled and went to Ishul's side, now you are not going home, but staying with me, right? He looked at Lkesia for a moment then spoke, you are truly strange. Lkesia asked in surprise, pardon, how am I strange? Ishul leaned down near her and replied, but, because of you, I am gradually becoming strange too, even learning magic. Something I had no interest in. He bumped foreheads with Lkesia and smiled, I am in deep now. Immediately after, he smiled and took her hand, from now on, I can't live without the youngest. At the same time, Kieran and Syria walked together. Syria said, Marquis Milton is worth knowing, so I want to Kieran lowered his eyes and thought to himself, the finest paladin becomes a heresy inquisitor, and the most faithful priest is elected as a cardinal. He thought, although I have pulled that inquisitor to my side, building a relationship with a cardinal would be safer. Thinking thus, he smiled faintly, the one who wins the little saint's prayer ceremony must be Chesha. Syria pushed open the door and whispered an instruction, do your best. Inside the room, Marquis Milton and his wife were already waiting. Seeing them, Syria smiled and introduced, here are Marquis and Marchioness Milton. This is Count Basilian. Kieran smiled in greeting, glad to meet you, I am Kieran Basilian. Marquis Milton replied with a smile, I am Marquis Milton. Beside me are my wife and my secretary. Once everyone knew each other, Syria turned to leave, you all talk now. I hope this meeting leads to a good relationship. Marquis Milton frowned slightly while observing Kieran. He looked at Kieran's smiling face and marveled inwardly, I do not know why, but the Count's gaze feels hostile. In this situation, it will be hard to have a smooth conversation. Suddenly, Lewis ran in through the door screaming, Father, Mother. He heard the boy's voice and scolded, Lewis, barging into a place where adults are talking is. But when Marquis Milton saw his state, he was stunned. He looked at Lewis, who was soaking wet, and asked worriedly, what happened to you? The Marchioness cried out in concern, good heavens, drenched in fruit juice, what shall we do, son, calm down and tell mother what happened. Kieran, standing to one side, could not help but feel weary. Causing such a scene at a meeting. How rude. Suddenly, the voices of Lkesia and Ishul rang out from the door, Father, it is Ishul. I am Chesha. Hearing Lekesia's voice, he instinctively smiled. He spoke, come in. Hearing Kieran's approval, the two of them entered and bowed. Lkesia let out a sigh and thought, we followed because we feared something might happen. When she saw Lewis, she was not too surprised. As expected, he ran straight to find his parents. Seeing them, Lewis angrily pointed at them, they poured fruit juice on me. Ishul sighed and replied, speak accurately, will you? You were the one who splashed water on our youngest first. Lewis angrily pointed at his face and questioned. My hand just slipped, what about you, using dangerous magic on me? He placed his hand on his chest, feigning innocence, my hand slipped too. He put on a weak face and said, I have only just started learning magic, so my skills are very poor. Lewis, seeing Ishul's innocent act, screamed in anger, ah, you liar, father, do something to him. Lkesia snorted coldly in her heart, humph, do you think you are the only one with a father? She clung to Kieran's leg, father, Kieran suggested gently, I am here, Chesha. Let father hold you. She thought, in these family disputes, giving them a taste of their own medicine is the best revenge. Once picked up by Kieran, she whispered in his ear, that guy bullied Chesha and my brother. I think he even stole my hat, father. Kieran's gaze turned cold as he asked, should father kill him? Lkesia replied softly, no, father should handle it moderately. He heard this and said, Marquis Milton, seeing this, asked with angry laughter, what kind of game are you playing? He continued, didn't you want to make a good impression on me? Your current attitude won't do. Kieran sighed and replied, I did plan to. His voice was filled with contempt, but looking at the children, one can tell what kind of people the parents are. Marquis Milton, hearing this, shouted in anger, what? He mocked with rage, and your child, isn't she the one whose origin and parents are unknown? He questioned loudly, you dare bring someone of unknown origin into high society and then preach to me? Kieran then walked toward him. Aha! Seeing his expression, Marquis Milton could not hide his terror. Kieran questioned coldly, so the Marquis thinks that way? He smiled with disdain, let us see. If we judge that way, is not your son quite similar? Milton asked in surprise, what? He questioned angrily, what on earth are you talking about? Kieran looked at Lewis and said, that son over there does not resemble Marquis Milton in the slightest. Immediately after, he dropped news that stunned everyone, on the contrary. He looks much more like the son of Baron Kaler, the Marquis' secretary. Upon hearing these words, Marquis Milton could not contain his fury. You. What did you say? He asked angrily, groundless words, are you insulting my family? Kieran looked away and replied, not at all. He continued, Marquis Milton, as if realizing something, turned to look at his wife. He asked coldly, could it be that the thought never crossed your mind? At this moment, the Marchioness spoke up in terror, Marquis. Seeing her guilty expression, Marquis Milton believed what Kieran had said. He trembled with rage, you madwoman, get out of my sight. The Marchioness said in fear, it is a misunderstanding. At this point, he was completely enraged and questioned, how could it be a misunderstanding? You dared to deceive me all those years. We are divorcing immediately, and I will cast you out forever. Lewis tried to intervene in fear, no, father, the secretary also tried to stop him, Marquis, please calm down. Marquis Milton roared in a fit of rage, I do not care about this banquet or anything else, right now. The Marchioness let out a faint smile, but Marquis. Trembling all over, she asked, if you kick me out, then what? He gnashed his teeth and snapped, what? She continued, everything I did was for you, Marquis. The Marchioness revealed the truth to him, you know the truth, do not you? The reason you have been married 3 times and still have no children, even if you kick me out and marry a 4th wife. The result will be exactly the same. She continued, because from the very beginning, you were the one who was infertile. Upon hearing this, Marquis Milton fainted on the spot. Seeing him collapse, the secretary rushed to support him, Marquis. Lewis cried out in terror nearby, father. Lkesia witnessed the scene and thought, exposing him so casually like that. Terrifying. He truly lives up to his name as the master of the underworld. On the way back, Kieran said cheerfully, what if Marquis Milton's scandal hits the front page tomorrow? The entire capital will know the truth about his family. That would be quite entertaining. Ishul replied from beside him, of course, father. He suggested with a smile, I will discuss it with my eldest brother and prepare immediately. We will make sure the Marquis' family never dares to show their faces in high society again. Hearing this, Kieran happily agreed, that sounds good. I will take care of Chesha. You go around the banquet and take action later. Ishul smiled and replied, yes, sir. Lkesia marveled to herself, their coordination is incredibly seamless. Lkesia and Kieran stood there, watching Ishul as he walked away humming a tune. Kieran spoke to her with great tenderness, it has been a while since I intended to appear in high society, but things turned out like this. Well then, shall we tour the Grand Duke's mansion together, Chesha? He added gently, if there is anything you want to take home, just let me know. Anything at all. She thought to herself, he is acting like he owns the place. While touring the mansion, Lkesia could not help but ask, "Are you close with the Grand Duke, father?" He nodded and replied, "Yes, that is right. When I was young, I studied magic under the Grand Duke." He continued happily, "We have both played the role of savior for each other once." Lkesia repeated in surprise, "Savior?" He answered gently, "MHM. More importantly, Grand Duke Betrayal was the one who helped me become a dark mage." Kieran began to recount, "Because originally, I was not a dark mage. A few years ago, I failed to use resurrection magic, which caused my mana to become completely distorted, and I nearly succumbed to mana deviation." At that time, he had knelt before Syria and pleaded, "Please, help me." He said sincerely, "If it is you, Master, you can suppress my power." Hearing those words, Syria bit her lip tightly. She asked angrily, "Have you lost your mind? You used resurrection magic and still dared to show up before me in this state." She raised her hand to cast a spell, "Foolish boy." Immediately after, Syria cast a spell on him, "This is the last time I will indulge your whims. You must have prepared yourself for the pain before coming here, right?" While using the magic, she cursed under her breath, "This damn persistent snake." Speaking of this, Kieran's face was full of gratitude toward her. "Thanks to the Grand Duke, I safely became a dark mage." He continued excitedly, "Suppose I had lost control. The East probably would not even be on the map anymore. Of course, a few years later, I repaid the favor with money." He turned and plucked a tulip. "Compared to that amount, it is no big deal if you take this much." Kieran held it out to Lkesia and advised her gently, "So, if anything ever happens to me, just go to the Grand Duke. She is Chesh's godmother, do you understand?" He added, "No matter the situation, the Grand Duke will take good care of you." Lkesia reached out to take the flower from his hand, thinking, those words sound like. An ill omen stirred in her heart. Was something bad about to happen? The shocking scandal of Marquis Milton's family, the affair between the Marchioness and the secretary, and the only precious son the Marquis had after 3 wives turns out to be someone else's. Is Marquis Milton truly infertile? After reading the newspaper, Lkesia could not help but marvel, wow, they exposed everything without missing a single detail. The Marquis must have fainted again from the shock. She flipped through the pages, telling herself, anyway, that is one less concern. The banquet ended smoothly. Now only the prayer ceremony remains. As the little saint's prayer ceremony draws near, the Basilian house is getting busier. In the morning, Kieran met with nobles. At night, he returned to being the master of the underworld. "I heard he is going to deal with the monsters in the Black Forest today." Both the twins and Belzian were constantly out, presumably for work. Belzian walked up to her and said, "I have to leave right away." Suddenly, a servant entered, "Young master, a letter has arrived." He picked Lkesia up with one hand while taking the letter. "Is it from the Holy Kingdom, if they sent a letter at this time?" He looked at the letter. "It is likely the certificate of participation for the little saint's prayer ceremony." Belzian looked at her and smiled faintly, "Since you are participating anyway, it is best if you just win. Sister, I think you would look great with that crown." Lkesia lowered her eyes and thought, calling me sister has become so natural for him now. Immediately after, he stepped out the door. "I am heading out now. I will be back soon." Lkesia rubbed her chin and thought, everyone is gone. Maybe I should pay a visit to Hada. She thought to herself, I could go directly, or just send a butterfly. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door caught her attention. "Is this the residence of Count Basilian's family?" Nemia introduced himself. "I am from the Capital Guard Force. I have an urgent matter, so I hope everyone will cooperate." Lkesia walked curiously toward the door, thinking, the Guard Force, what on earth is going on? "Oh, young lady." She pushed the door open to look outside. When she saw the person outside, she could not help but be amazed. Whoa. Lkesia watched Nemia salute outside and marveled to herself, he is as big as a bear. Just as he was about to leave, Lkesia spoke up, "Talk to me." She stepped out and introduced herself. "I am a Basilian, Chesha Basilian." Seeing her, Nemia was overjoyed. "Ah." He bowed and introduced himself. "I am Theo Nemia, belonging to the Capital Guard Force." Lkesia muttered his name to herself, Nemia. If it is Nemia. Suddenly, she let out a small "oh." She thought, isn't that one of the 3 noble lineages of the Palan Empire? I heard Nemia is a Marquis family. Lkesia thought to herself, famous for generations for their swordsmanship and strict family rules. She could not help but wonder, why is the young master of the Marquis family here? Nemia spoke up, "I need one of the Count's family members to come with me to the Guard Force to verify the identity of a person currently in custody." He continued, young Master Karha Basilian has been arrested by the guard force and is currently being held in jail. Hearing this, she cried out in shock, what? Lkesia was absolutely stunned, Karha is in jail. She looked down and thought, what on earth happened? Even if that boy acts before he thinks, he would not go as far as to. In her mind, she imagined Karha smiling coldly, hey, watch your words. He held a sword to a woman's neck, there are people listening. Thinking of this, Lkesia thought, do something illegal enough to be jailed. Inwardly distressed, she clutched her head, thinking, ugh, and of course it is when no one else is home. What kind of bizarre situation is this? She frowned and asked. But why is he in jail? Nemia answered hesitantly, I heard the young master got into a scuffle with some mercenaries. It happened while I was away, so I am not entirely sure of the details. He lowered his eyes and continued, young Master Karha is at an age where he does not have official identification papers yet. In this case, by rule, a family member or acquaintance must come forward to verify his identity, so I had to come here to seek cooperation. He explained to Lkesia, I am part of the guard force, so by rule, I cannot personally post bail for a detainee. However, I can vouch for young Lady Chesha, and then young Lady Chesha can bail out young Master Karha. She frowned and thought, there is no other way. I am the only one home right now. Lkesia agreed, then take me to my brother. Hearing this, Nemia picked her up, yes, please excuse my rudeness. Immediately after, he placed Lkesia on his shoulder. She asked in surprise, why put me on your shoulder? Nemia asked fearfully, is it uncomfortable? When I do this, my younger cousins really like it, so. She answered hesitantly, it is not uncomfortable, but. He explained, if I hold your hand, I am afraid I won't be able to control my strength. If the young lady does not mind, please bear with me. Lkesia crossed her arms and thought, well, sitting like this is not so bad. She suggested, all right, let us go. Nemia replied, yes. The servant advised her, please come back safely, young lady. The scene shifts to the Capital Guard force. Nemia led her down to the jail cells. I have met young Master Karha in the east before, so I recognized his face. He glanced at Lkesia and smiled as he recalled, remembering that meeting, I do not think the young master is someone who acts without reason, so I think there is some misunderstanding. He was once very kind to me. Hearing this, she thought, this gentle bear has actually been to the Basilian house, he is lucky to have come out alive. She observed Nemia and marveled to herself, but even though he is the young master of a marquis family, he is working as a captain in the Capital Guard. Normally, children of high-ranking families join the Imperial Knights. Does he have his own struggles? When they arrived, he set Lkesia down. First, I will take the young lady to meet young Master Karha. She walked up and pushed open the cell door. She and Nemia walked toward Karha's cell. When she saw him, Lkesia suddenly froze. She spoke up, brother. Karha, sitting in the cell, was surprised to see her, sister. He walked to her side and asked, what, why are you here? Were you arrested too? Lkesia raised her hand and replied, no, I am not, I came to find you. Seeing that she had not been arrested, he let out a sigh of relief. Karha spoke gloomily, I probably can't get out of here for the time being. He gripped the iron bars and recounted, I thought I was just picking a fight with some mercenaries, but I did not realize they were the escort for foreign royalty attending the little saint's prayer ceremony. Ironically, they were touring and got caught up in this. He continued, now I am being accused of insulting royalty. Hearing this, Lkesia could not help but cry out, what? She turned pale and thought, insulting royalty, right at this time, that is incredibly unlucky. She thought, for the most part, those attending the ceremony will tour the Palan Empire first, because the nearest port to Hildred is the Palan Empire. Moreover, having many nobles and royalty gathered in one place is a great opportunity to build relationships, so countless people attend with the goal of socializing. If they are royalty who gained the right to attend the ceremony, they must not be ordinary royalty, but royalty from a powerful and wealthy nation. Even Kieran cannot casually touch those attending the ceremony, so this incident won't be easy to settle. Lkesia used a handkerchief to wipe her tears and advised him, brother, stay strong and be well. I was very happy during the time I spent with you. Karha screamed in terror, hey, don't just send me off like that. He explained hurriedly, listen, I was framed, I did not do anything, they were the ones who bumped into me first. She put her hand to her forehead and replied, are you a carriage? How did they just bump into you? He made an assumption, they probably coveted my sword. She answered in surprise, pardon. Karha recounted, earlier I was at the weapon shop, planning to change the leather grip on the hilt. The blacksmith's voice rang out, "Welcome, customer." Itar spoke up, "I heard this place sells the best weapons in the capital." The blacksmith replied respectfully, "Yes, please take a look at our products." He picked up Karha's sword and praised it. "Wow, the rumors were true. I found something useful the moment I walked in." He handed the sword to the blacksmith. "I like this sword. I will take it." "Customer, that belongs to another guest." Karha walked up and said coldly, "That is my sword." Hearing this, Itar suggested, "Oh, is it your sword? I will pay a high price. Sell it to me." Karha replied coldly, "Not interested." Hearing those words, Itar was stunned. "What?" Itar asked in surprise, "I have not even offered a price yet." Karha answered coldly, "No matter the price, it is not for sale." He was incredibly surprised. "Huh." The guard, hearing Karha's words, threatened him angrily, "Hey kid, we could just take it, but since we are offering to pay, just take the money like a good boy." Seeing him glare, the guard angrily knocked him on the head. "Ha, you dare glare like that? Do you have any idea who is standing before you?" The moment he was knocked on the head, Karha's eyes filled with murderous intent. Recounting up to that point, Karha held his head and said, "In the end. As you can see." He groaned. "As it turns out, those mercenaries were hired by royalty." Lkesia asked wearily, "Which royalty was it, brother?" She thought, if it is royalty from a small country, Kieran could probably handle it. Karha softly spoke a name, Crown Prince Skaya. Hearing that, she froze. The image of Itar appeared in her mind. "My lady witch, please marry me," she thought. "It is that marriage-obsessed freak. No matter how many times I rejected him, he kept chasing me." Lkesia felt incredibly uneasy. "I have a feeling that getting involved with him now is a bad idea." Suddenly, Itar's voice rang out behind her. "I heard you were locked up here." He teased, "Aha, exactly, we meet again, young man." Hearing his voice, Lkesia crouched down immediately. "Ugh." Inwardly, she screamed, "Speak of the devil and he appears." "Why now?" Itar walked up. "I was told you got into trouble because of me, so I came here directly." Lkesia clutched her head, thinking, if he sees me, looking exactly like the witch, he will charge at me without a moment's hesitation. Karha replied coldly, "My name is Karha Basilian." "Not young man." Itar laughed, "Haha, is that so? Have you reconsidered?" Karha replied coldly, "I have." Itar asked with a smile, "Still do not want to sell." Suddenly, he noticed Lkesia. Itar knelt beside her and asked in surprise, "Who is this child? Is she the young man's sister?" He smiled and reached out to pat Lekesia's head. "Hello, little one." "Wait." Seeing her avoid him, Itar was surprised. "Why are you avoiding me? Let me see your face, child. What do you think you are doing?" Karha angrily punched the iron bars and shouted, "Don't you dare touch my sister." Itar quickly picked her up. Heave-ho, got you. When he saw Lekesia's face, he froze. He could not help but gasp, a tiny version of the My Lady Witch. Lkesia sighed inwardly, "I knew this would happen." Itar burst into a joyful laugh, "Ha ha." He turned to Karha and apologized sincerely, "Young man, I do not need the sword anymore. It seems it is an important sword to you. I apologize for trying to take it." He laughed and suggested, "In exchange, I want to take this little one back to my kingdom." Hearing this proposal, Karha was stunned. He immediately called Nemia, captain of the guard force. Nemia replied respectfully, "Present." Karha said coldly, "Drop the charge of insulting royalty." His voice was filled with rage as he drew his sword. "I will just take the direct charge for murdering royalty instead." The three of them were stunned by Karha's action. He kicked open the cell door. Itar teased, "Ho, planning a jailbreak this time." Karha replied angrily, "I will be jailed for murder anyway." Nemia stepped in to stop them. "Stop, both of you." He added, "Whatever the case, you are royalty. You cannot go around kidnapping citizens." Itar asked in surprise, "Kidnapping? I will give this child a life of luxury and comfort." He asked calmly, "Think about it, is it better to live as a common noble lady, or as a royal princess?" Suddenly, Lkesia raised her small hand. She spoke up, "I want to be a princess." Itar smiled faintly. Nemia was incredibly surprised by her agreement. "What?" Karha's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Itar blushed and asked, "Are you serious, little one? Good, I will treat you like a princess. You are going to love the Sky Kingdom." Lkesia replied without hesitation, "But let us stop by my house first. I have to say goodbye to my father and pack my bags." Karha stood behind them, completely stunned. "Little one." Itar happily agreed, "Of course, I will reward them handsomely for taking care of you." He set Lkesia down on the ground. "I will prepare a carriage to take you home. Take your time." With that, he walked away from the jail cells, humming a tune. By now, Karha's eyes were brimming with tears as he asked, "Do you really want to be a princess?" Lkesia gripped his hand firmly and replied, "Let us run away." Hearing this, he turned joyful again, "Chesha." He immediately became cheerful once more. "I thought you were leaving us." She sighed inwardly, "I would have to be crazy to follow that Etar guy." She thought, Skya is a nation founded and settled by former pirates. They believe that using strength and power to take what they want. Lkesia turned to Nemia and pleaded, "Captain, I do not want to go to that kingdom. Please help us." He replied softly, He sighed inwardly. The crown prince of Skya would surely cause a riot. Then he told himself, well, I should help the one in urgent need first. Nemia led the way for them. "All right, you two follow me." Nemia pushed open a door and said, "This was supposed to be secret information for the security force, but this is an emergency." He turned and explained, "This is a back door hidden by illusion magic. You two go this way." The three of them hurried down the street. Lkesia, in Karha's arms, asked, "But where should we go? The Prince of Skya will definitely chase us. We can't just keep running forever." Karha replied, "You are right, little one. Where should we go? Even if we go back to the residence, father is not there today." She frowned and thought, "Think. First of all, the Nemia Marquis family." She looked at Nemia and told herself, "I still do not know this bear's status within the Marquis family. If I go there blindly." Lkesia remembered someone, Grand Duke of Royal. But that could escalate into an international dispute, which is too troublesome. Suddenly she gave a wicked smile. "I have thought of it, someone who can make Etar cry." She cried out, "I thought of a place to hide." The fact that Etar entered the underworld for a long time just to propose to me is something everyone in the underworld knows. Because of the Lady Witch. As a result, Etar is also considered a heretic like the witch. And he was stopped by the Heresy Inquisitor. Hilon's private residence. The servants gathered around asking, "You have finally arrived, young lady. I have been waiting anxiously for when you would visit again. Do you still remember reading comics with me?" Nemia let out a sigh of relief. "Phew. Hearing our situation and yet they still welcome us. I am relieved." He looked around and remarked, "This mansion looks very expensive." "Just who lives here?" Karha explained helplessly, "A captain of the security force does not need to know. If you find out, you will just want to hit your head to forget it. The identity of a heresy inquisitor is a secret. If it is discovered, you could be executed even for a small offense to keep that secret." Inwardly, he thought, normally, if someone finds out the identity of an inquisitor, they must sign a non-disclosure agreement. If they violate it, they are sent straight to the execution ground. But that inquisitor did not make our family members sign anything. Finally, he reminded himself, but the fact that he wants to take the little one away is the same as that other guy. At the very least, I must not let my guard down. Thinking this, he turned and reassured him, "Anyway, it should be safe here, so do not worry." Nemia trusted him and added, "Thank you." Karha evaluated inwardly. He was just dragged into this. He is actually quite kind-hearted. Lkesia, in the servant's arms, called out, "Brother Karha, you two rest here. I am going to my room to sleep." Karha screamed in anger, "What?" He even made a separate room for the little one. "That thief, young Master Karha, please be patient." Karha's voice still rang out, "Let me down, where did that guy go?" The servant reassured them, "I will contact the master immediately. He is busy with work, but he will be back before dark." Hearing that, Lkesia began to calculate, the Skya kingdom leads pirates and collects tributes, so they are very wealthy. They probably hire high-quality mercenaries. He will soon realize I am here. Her heart was full of determination. Since I will be discovered anyway, I might as well send him to hell right here. Lkesia stood by the window and thought, the bait has been released. Her plan had moved to a new stage. Now she just had to set the trap. The space quickly transformed into a gloomy color. Lkesia's hair also changed accordingly. Her hand grasped the staff from the air. Then, she struck a powerful blow. Lkesia laughed with delight, the adult body is truly the best. She gave a cunning smile, "Now then, let us wait leisurely for the prey." Elsewhere, Etar was in a state of total panic. "What? That child disappeared. I do not care if you have to mobilize every single person, find her for me." Just then, someone announced, "Your Highness, there is news that the child has been found." He was overjoyed, "Really?" The person provided more information, "Yes. They say she is at the residence of a certain paladin." This made Etar freeze. "What?" His hands clenched in resentment. Damn it, why does it always have to be somewhere related to the Holy Kingdom? Inwardly, Etar had long blamed himself. "I simply fell in love with the Lady Witch, but just for being near her, I was arrested under the name of heresy. I chased the Lady Witch because I love her." The Inquisitor would not listen to my explanation. In the end, my parents had to use their power to help me escape that horrific interrogation room. His gaze became even colder. If I could, I would not go anywhere near those disgusting holy people. But as for that child, I must take her to the mansion immediately. How dare you trick me and run away? The more I remember the Lady Witch, the more I crave her. A moment later, they stood there dazed. What on earth is this? Before the palace stood rows of guards, along with a line of elite paladins as if preparing for war. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching made him jump. Itar's whole body trembled as he stammered, "Why you?" Hilon appeared majestically amidst the whispers. "It is the Inquisitor from back then. Do not lay a finger on that child, Crown Prince Skaya." Something suddenly made Itar freeze in his tracks. The red and black butterfly that Lkesia had released appeared in the sky. Why is there a butterfly all of a sudden? Hilon also found it strange. He speculated to himself, Lkesia's butterfly. Could she be nearby? Itar moved to reach out and touch it, causing Hilon to stiffen. He cast a warning spell, "Do not touch it." A second later, a series of chains wrapped around Itar's body, making him gasp for air, guh. However, the butterfly still landed on Itar's shoulder, causing Hilon to freeze in place. Seeming to understand the situation, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it." A blinding flash of light appeared at the same time. Itar had been transported into an unknown space. He looked around in bewilderment. Itar sat up, his face flushed. Could this place be? The surrounding scenery made him realize, the Lady Witch's phantom realm. Itar was overjoyed. That means the witch is here. In his heart, he imagined, they say a phantom realm is an illusionary domain created by the elven race with mysterious powers. Itar shouted loudly, "I do not care, as long as I have her, I would stay locked in here for life. My Lady Witch, where are you?" But a second later, he was bound by those familiar chains again. Gah. Hilon appeared beside him, leaving him confused. The Heresy Inquisitor, why is he here too? Itar cursed silently, "Damn it, the Lady Witch only invited me into the realm. Did he use his chains to latch onto me and follow me in the moment I set foot here?" Just then, Lkesia's voice rang out, "Fresh prey seeking me out on its own, I see." Itar turned his head, blushing with embarrassment. "Ah." He cried out repeatedly, "My Lady Witch." Itar was so infatuated he spoke sweet words, "My Lady Witch, I missed you so much." She only replied coldly, "You have not changed a bit." The next moment, Lkesia's gaze turned razor sharp, but still. She was highly curious. "Why did you come in here, Hilon?" He stepped closer and countered, "Did I go somewhere I should not have?" Lkesia corrected him, "You came somewhere you were not invited." Hilon repeated, "Me." She confirmed again, "Yeah, you." Suddenly, Lkesia broke into a cunning smile. "Well, it works out perfectly." She stepped forward and lifted Itar's chin to accuse him, associating with a witch, and plotting to attack the private residence of a Heresy Inquisitor. Lkesia leaned her face close to his. Itar remained completely smitten. "My Lady Witch." She continued, "That is enough." Lkesia's voice was firm as she charged him, "That is enough to throw you into the Holy Kingdom's Heresy interrogation room. If you are taken there, you won't be able to attend the little saint's prayer ceremony." She then turned to Hilon, "Watch closely, Hilon. I will brand him with a heretical mark so he has no way to escape." However, as she raised her arm, he caught it. "Stop." Hilon questioned her with a hint of displeasure, "Do you brand everyone you meet?" Lkesia's face unintentionally turned a bright red. Huh. She was utterly confused. She thought she could brand anyone she felt like. Inwardly flustered, she thought, it does not mean anything. Why is he being so intense? Hilon used his chains to manipulate the situation. Let this guy be bait for your flowers instead. Help. Lkesia sighed at the sight. What on earth are you doing, Mr. Inquisitor? Hilon's gaze suddenly dropped, filled with a sense of hurt. Then, he stated firmly, I will help you. I will let you hide at my private residence until your safety is guaranteed. Hilon added carefully, if you tell me who is chasing you. Lkesia sighed helplessly, still misunderstood. She advised him gently, you can't help. Dragging that guy to the interrogation room is helping me enough. Hilon's footsteps stopped. Lkesia. He asked hurtfully, am I no longer your prey? This left Lkesia completely stunned. What? She thought in surprise, what is going on? We have no relationship. You were the one who said we had no connection whatsoever back then. Lkesia was deeply confused. According to you, we are not hunter and prey. So what is the relationship between us? She asked herself. What are we to each other? The next second, Hilon moved even closer. He looked as if he had been abandoned. You start things when you like, and end them when you do not, is that it? Lkesia looked up, staring directly into his face. Her heart wavered slightly. Hilon. Her heart pounded. Why is he making such a pained, resentful face? As her mind began to drift into romantic thoughts about him, Hilon interrupted, "You still have not answered me." His hand gently stroked Lekesia's hair. Then, the two of them shared a passionate kiss. Even she herself could not believe it. The space became strangely quiet. A moment later, it took on a fresh, vibrant color. It seemed to represent Lekesia's mood. The scenery became even more poetic. Hilon finally pulled away. "Prioritize me, Lkesia." He pointed to his chest and declared, "Even if you have kissed countless people, consider me the most special. No matter how many others you brand, I will always be the most important person to you." He then took her hand and placed it on his chest. "You must take responsibility for making me this way." Hilon's tone was incredibly serious. "Our relationship, I will absolutely not let you end it on your own." The scene shifts to the Capital Guard headquarters. "What?" An anxious voice rang out from within. "You can't find Karha and Chesha." Ishuel clenched his fists, sparks of lightning flickering around his hands. "Find them at all costs." He ordered angrily, "If either of them is hurt, I do not care if you are the guard force, I will not let this go." Everyone tried their best to persuade him. "Young master, please calm down." Elsewhere, someone ran up shouting, "Young master, I just received news." Belzian's face darkened as he listened to the report. "Skaya's mercenaries are fully armed and searching for them." His hands clenched with every word. "Mercenaries under the Crown Prince of Skaya." "Skaya, huh?" Belzian drew the sword from his hip, an action that made the butler freeze in place. He thought fearfully, "This is more serious than I thought. If that prince touches even a single hair of the young master or young lady, this will definitely turn into an international conflict." Inwardly trembling, he thought, "It is the first time I have seen the young master draw his sword himself." Scene shift, another side, voices conversing. "I did not know the Basilian family was acquainted with the Sir Paladin." Nemia was chatting happily, "And a first-class Paladin Corps member at that, that is wonderful. I will put on some cream, and jam too." Lkesia sat in Karha's lap, eating heartily. Fortunately, everything was settled. Somehow. She recalled Hilon's frantic words, "Our relationship, I will absolutely not let you end it on your own," after Hilon initiated that kiss. "My mind went blank, yet I still had to provide an answer." He possessively declared, "This pray mark. Only leave it on me." "That is how I answered, was not it?" Lkesia. "Well, I still remember throwing Itar into the interrogation room and closing the Phantom Realm. After the realm closed, Itar was immediately seized by the Paladin Corps. Since everything was handled, we decided to enjoy some tea together." Thinking this, Lkesia looked over at Hilon. "I was so confused earlier that it felt like time flew by." He gave a warm smile, leaving her puzzled. "Why are you smiling all of a sudden?" Lekesia's face turned red with embarrassment. Because of what happened earlier, she was suddenly more conscious of him. "Karha," Hilon countered shamelessly, "is there any reason why I should not?" Nemia chimed in, "Young Master Karha, what is wrong?" He laughed sincerely. "When I lock eyes with the young lady, I smile the same way. She's just too adorable." Karha felt awkward but grateful. Thank you for coming to our rescue, but we are only asking for a favor this once." Hilon made light of it. "As the child's escort knight, I was only doing my duty." He was very welcoming. "If this happens again, feel free to come here." Nemia once again soothed the atmosphere. "When I was a kid, I dreamed of being a paladin too. Seeing the good deeds you do, it seems my admiration was not groundless. If possible, would you spar with me in the future?" He spared no praise, thinking back, young Master Karha is also very skilled in swordsmanship. "I wonder if you have sparred with the Sir Paladin yet." "I have not, and I have no intention to." Those words made Hilon fall silent for a moment. He dropped a sentence that made Karha stiffen. "I believe you need more training." Hilon commented arrogantly, "You are too weak to protect others." His voice rang out relentlessly, "Karha Basilian, besides running away as you are now, what else can you do?" Suddenly, Karha remembered a past conversation. "Ishuel, you said you would only do noble deeds all your life and would not learn." Ishuel paused to think. He recalled the scene where he helplessly tried to draw a magic circle but failed. His face then had been filled with panic because he was backed into a corner. At that time, Karha did not understand why. But then he started thinking, "I do not really know either." Karha, standing in the position of the strong, was always indifferent to everything and never truly put effort into anything. Because of his natural talent for swordsmanship, Karha swung his sword easily and never failed once when helping Kieran in the underworld. Therefore, Belzian taking risks for his sister and Ishuel suddenly wanting to learn magic were things Karha could not comprehend. But even so, a new kind of emotion had been welling up inside Karha for a long time. He began to train frantically. Only when he saw monster corpses scattered everywhere on the ground did Karha stop. He panted heavily, exhausted. New thoughts surged in his heart. I have never had this thought before. Even though I swung my sword, why do I still feel so inadequate? Karha used to be like that. Just a few swings of the sword could brush away all unnecessary emotions, and his mood would return to its usual calm. The scene of his brother's distress when Lkesia was taken away. Yet, he could not forget his own appearance of incompetence that day. A sense of determination rose within Karha. If I were stronger, would things have been different? Returning to the present, Hilon's words pierced his heart once more. Besides running away as you are now, what else can you do? Karha lowered his head and fell into silence. He looked sadly at his hands, feeling powerless. Hilon coldly pointed out Karha's shortcomings: weak ability but too much ambition. You will face a great disaster someday. He scolded this weakness without emotion. If you had suppressed those mercenaries on your own from the start and left, you would not have been taken to the guard center. Hilon directly questioned him. If you want to raise a child in Basilian territory, you must at least have the ability to protect her. Am I wrong? Karha grit his teeth at those remarks. Finally, he spoke up. Basilian needs the little one. Karha held Lkesia tightly, asking with determination, what do I need to do to protect her? Hilon said nothing more, only observing him quietly. Finally, when the matter was settled, they said their goodbyes. After tea, Theo from the guard force returned to handle his work, as there were rumors the Basilian brothers were about to flip the entire guard center upside down. Lkesia waved goodbye, feeling relieved. With Theo back there, nothing big should happen. She, in her small form, hid behind a pillar and watched carefully, and Karha repeatedly panted and collapsed to the ground, looking very distressed. He had decided to stay at the mansion for another day to study swordsmanship under Hilon's guidance. Hilon ignored everything else and simply said in a low voice, "Get up." He quickly nodded and followed the order, "Yes." Seeing this, Lkesia could not help but feel annoyed. Hilon is a good teacher, sure, but why treat a child so roughly? Training like this, he might end up cleaning up a corpse one day. It looks like they are almost done. She suddenly changed the subject of her thoughts. Humans. Everyone likes receiving flowers, right? Lkesia created a flower while calculating. I need to prepare some snacks and healing ointment too. Time passed quickly in front of a room. A moment later, she spoke up politely, "It is Chaisha." The person inside quickly responded, "Kid." Lkesia carried a small basket, looking up excitedly, "I brought some relief supplies." Karha was deeply moved by her concern, "Little one." The two of them sat next to each other in a quiet atmosphere. Karha fiddled with the flower in his hand and shared, "In the past, when I first learned swordsmanship from father, mother also prepared things like this for me." Hearing him speak, Lkesia could only let out a sigh. "Back then, I was also beaten to a pulp like crazy." She kindly asked about Karha's wounds. "Does it hurt?" He quickly denied it to reassure her. "No, it does not hurt at all." She clenched her small hand into a fist, wanting to retaliate. "Let me get revenge for you. I will go give him a beating and come back." Karha could only laugh at her innocence. "Haha, what are you saying?" Gentleness appeared in his eyes. Karha looked at Lkesia and sincerely bared his thoughts. "Perhaps because you care about me so much, I feel like I can't just stand still forever." He gently kissed her pretty hand and reminded her, "So, little one, do not do anything dangerous. Just leave things like that to me." Karha was very firm as he said these words, "Because I will become strong and protect you properly next time." Elsewhere, the sound of knocking on a door echoed at the Nemia Marquis residence. Nemia stood stiffly, sounding a bit tense. "I am back, Lord Marquis." Marquis Rudin looked up, appearing incredibly angry. His body trembled as he criticized loudly, "Theo, what on earth have you been doing?" Marquis Rudin shouted without mercy, "You can't even handle the position of guard captain. Do you dare bring shame to the Nemia name?" Then, loud noises echoed throughout the room. Nemia, with a swollen red face, bowed to apologize. "I am sorry, Lord Marquis." Marquis Rudin sat on his chair and coldly ordered, "Stop being the guard captain for now." He wanted to ask why, but the Marquis interrupted, "Reassign Theo elsewhere. Instead, go and escort the Basilian family to the Little Saint's prayer ceremony." Marquis Rudin grumpily forced him to work. "Take the opportunity to build a relationship with those Basilians, and report back to me periodically. How did that cunning snake seduce the Emperor and Grand Duke Abroyal? No matter what I say, they won't listen." He clenched his hands, suspicious of everything. He clearly has some scheme. Who knows when he will harm this family? We must be wary of him. Nemia still wanted to persuade Marquis Rudin, and then fell silent before the words were spoken. Nemia helplessly accepted the order. Yes, I understand. Please excuse me. Before he left, Marquis Rudin added a hurtful remark, "TSK, you idiot." Nemia could only remain silent in this awkward situation. His face could not hide his sadness mixed with reluctance. Inwardly, Nemia constantly lamented this order. Because he had become close with everyone on the force, that place was like a peaceful home for him. Yet, his father was forcing him to leave that place, to monitor another family. Despite his resentment, he did not dare resist. But father will absolutely not listen to my opinion. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, "Theo." Nemia quickly recognized the person before him, Sister Shional. Shional worriedly reached out to examine his wound. "Your cheek is all swollen." He gave a forced smile to reassure his sister. "It is because I am inexperienced that I made father angry." Seeing this, she could only believe him. "Is that so?" Then Shional led Nemia away for treatment. "Let us go to the treatment room." He immediately followed. Yes. Sitting on the bed, she kept asking about her brother's situation. "So, you are going to the Holy Kingdom as a Basilian escort?" Nemia calmly confirmed the info with Shional. "Yes. They are kind people, so I think this escort job won't be boring. Their youngest daughter is very adorable." His face was heavy with worry as he expressed, "I am just afraid I will be a nuisance." "Because I am." Nemia frankly admitted his own shortcoming. "Stupid." Shional, beside him, could not stand this and sighed. "I have told you many times, Theo." She placed a hand on Nemia's shoulder, her tone comforting. "You are not stupid. You are kind-hearted, and that kindness is an invaluable quality." Shional asserted confidently to him, "More precious than anything." Nevertheless, Nemia's mood did not improve. "But sister." Because no one had ever truly acknowledged him. "No one else thinks that way." She crossed her arms, unable to hide her unease. "The Basilians, I am worried." Shional also understood the tension between the two sides. "Of course, the truth is the Basilian family is very suspicious, so we need to watch them." So Shional seriously advised her brother, "But if possible, do not get involved with Count Basilian. Don't even go near him. You are no match for that man, Theo." Time quickly passed in a certain garden. A few days later, Lkesia lay on a chair, frowning seriously. "It is already awkward facing Hilon. And yet, I have to come to this place." Currently, she and Karha were temporarily staying at Hilon's. The jail riot had been settled smoothly, and Karha had decided to study swordsmanship periodically from Hilon until the day of the Little Saint's prayer ceremony. His entire body was messy because he spent most of his time training. Karha was putting all his heart into training more than ever. Lkesia was puzzled by Hilon's strange request. Everything was fine, but the condition for the training was that she had to be brought along. Why? Her eyes were pensive as she thought about this. "Of course, I could just say I do not want to come, but..." Lkesia remembered when she curiously asked Karha why he trained so hard every day. He also thought seriously before answering. "Well, let us see." Karha hugged her tighter and replied with all sincerity, "Because I want to become strong enough to protect the things I treasure." He gently spoke of the past. "Before, my mother was pregnant with a fourth child. If they had been born, maybe they would have looked a lot like you. It is not because of that I see you as a replacement." Karha gently pulled up the blanket for Lkesia, saying happily, "From now on, I want to protect you with my own strength." That sentence kept echoing in her mind. "Because you are our family," making Lkesia very uneasy. Family. She gently gripped her skirt, lacking any belief in her heart. Family, it is only temporary. Attaching meaning to it will only bring more disappointment. Because Lkesia had her own direction for herself. Because one day, I will leave the Everything gradually became smoother and more stable. Just like that, the Basilians returned to their busy lives, and I, in my free time, went to see Hada. Hada, in his beast-human form, clutched his head looking utterly dejected. Impossible. He felt helpless after trying many methods: shrinking potion, giant potion, cat transformation potion. Hada and Lkesia tried very hard in this plan. Wing-growing potion. I have drunk 31 other kinds of medicine. But the final result only left them both exhausted. Why is it only the adult reverting potion that does not work? She crossed her arms, her face wrinkled in speculation. As I thought, the problem lies within my own body. Nevertheless, Lkesia did not want to give up and ordered him, "We must continue to investigate." Suddenly, Hada lunged into her arms. "Even so, Lady Lkesia." He asserted very seriously to Lkesia, "If you have to live in this child form for the rest of your life, Hada will always protect you." She gently ruffled his hair, deeply understanding Hada's heart. Lkesia held him tight and comforted him. I will protect you too, Hada. For now, after temporarily pausing the research, Hada decided to return to the Basilian family with me. She was relieved that no one noticed Hada. Fortunately, the Basilian men were not very interested in Hada. When Karhas then everything flowed peacefully until a new event occurred. Time flew by, and finally, the day arrived to depart for the Holy Kingdom of Hildred to participate in the Little Saint's prayer ceremony. The butler stood stiffly and respectfully announced, due to the limit on the number of people following, only a few servants will accompany the group. The remaining servants will either move to the new townhouse or return to the countryside after handling the aftermath at the residence. Karha complained about his own outfit. I intended to dress formally since we are going to the Holy Kingdom, but I do not look pious at all. Ishmael immediately countered him. Well, our family's eye color has nothing to do with piety anyway. But Karha still. Suddenly, a voice caught the attention of the three, Count Basilian. Ah, Theo. Kieran led Theo toward Lekesia's group and introduced him. Chesha, the son of Marquis Nemia, has been assigned to escort us. They said this mission is part of his reflection period. He chatted amiably with Nemia. The reason does not matter. What matters is that we are traveling together, right, Theo? Theo quickly replied to Kieran. Ah, yes, I think so too. Meanwhile, she narrowed her eyes, warily observing Nemia. Marquis Nemia would not send someone for no reason. This bear seems gentle, but I should keep an eye on him. Suddenly, Kieran glanced elsewhere and let out an impressed, oh. From afar, Hilon and Darren were approaching on horseback. The escort knight has arrived as well, I see. Lkesia looked toward him and evaluated their side, Adjutant Darren. So those three are also from the first-class Paladin Corps. Then she looked at her own side for comparison. On this side, we have one dark mage, two swordsmen, and one mage. Lkesia observed everyone, gauging their abilities. Hada can also fight on his own, and Theo looks quite capable. Then she felt a sense of helplessness at the sheer scale of it. Just to escort one child, and the lineup is this intense, isn't this overkill? Furthermore, Lkesia was well aware of the clashing relationship between the two fronts. It is the Basilians versus the Paladins. I can already see problems arising. Inwardly anxious, she prayed, I hope nothing happens on the road. Behind Lkesia, Kieran was mocking Hilon. I trust the Paladin here won't kidnap a child halfway. Though Hilon was a man of few words, he was not easily pushed around. I am not the type to break a promise. Seeing that scene, she helplessly gave up on everything. Sigh, I would better prepare myself mentally. Then, everyone set off for the meeting point. The Basilian group departed for the Holy Kingdom of Hildred. In the dense forest, a group of mysterious people discussed, this prey is quite persistent. Usually, they are exhausted and show themselves within 10 days. Hang in there a bit longer. High-quality goods are hard to find lately. One of them sighed, having missed an opportunity. I found one. If only it were an easy-to-handle prey, that would be great. The person they were targeting was Lkesia. Are there no lost little elves around? The event Lkesia was about to join was very significant. The Little Saint's prayer ceremony was a prayer event exclusively for children. Over 10 days, children would offer their prayers to the gods at the great temple of the Holy Kingdom and undergo various tests. Everything in that ceremony was very formal. Even though it was for children, the prize was the Elven Queen's crown, a holy relic. Thus, the winner would be decided through the debate of 99 people, including the Holy King, cardinals, heresy inquisitors, high-ranking priests, and the paladin commander. Therefore, many things needed to be prepared carefully. The internal power struggle to build relationships with high-ranking figures became intense right before the ceremony, which was why Kieran met with others and attended banquets, things he had never done before. Lkesia sat obediently beside Ishmael but could not stop thinking. The heresy inquisitors and the paladin corps. I have already pulled Hilon to my side, so I do not need to worry. They are people who follow Hilon. They would even die if he told them to. She seriously considered the potential for conflict. The problem is the Holy King, the cardinals, and the priests. Many people have already established ties there. If we are not careful, this could lead to a struggle between the priests and the knights. Suddenly, a doubt arose in Lekesia's heart. I have come this far, I might as well win. Later, when Kieran finds out my true identity, maybe he will be a bit more lenient. She looked up at the scenery outside, determined. Of course, investigating is still the top priority. This time, I will uncover everything related to the elven experiments. The wheels rolled slowly along the dirt road. Beside the two carriages was a group of mounted escorts providing protection. Suddenly, Kieran glanced in another direction. Then he acted cheerful but spoke with a sharp edge toward Hilon. I have not seen the witch appear, have I? Is it because of the Sir Knight here, you two broke up? but one side is still clinging on. Hilon was annoyed, trying to suppress his anger as he reminded him, if you want to cooperate, watch your damn mouth. But Hilon fell into silence, speculating to himself. He acts so arrogantly. I also want that child to win. Could he have realized my goal? He also had a reason for this plan. I have seen the Elven Queen's crown with my own eyes, and I suddenly thought it would suit Lkesia. Finally, Hilon put aside his grudge and shared information with Kieran. The priest's opinions are gradually unifying but contrary to that good intention, Kieran remarked cryptically, can't the Holy King just order the crown to be given to Lkesia and be done with it? You are quite close to the Holy King. After all. While talking, both of them sensed danger. Inside the forest, they noticed someone following. There is someone. Not just one or two, but nearly a dozen. Hilon immediately made his judgment, slave hunters. He grasped the sword at his hip and continued, it is obvious just by looking at them. With paladins around, there is no reason for them to touch our group. Perhaps the prey fled in this direction. Kieran did not reply, staying silent and calculating. The aura of someone strong. It seems they are not just hunting humans. Even seeing paladins, they are still heading this way. They must be chasing a phantom species. Then the two headed in that direction to investigate. If that is the case, is it a beastman, or? In the air was the image of a girl with long black hair. Around that girl was a dense swarm of butterflies. Kieran looked at the scene, feeling suspicious, an elf. Despite being far away, Lekesia's body was significantly affected. She could not understand the heavy feeling that had just occurred. What was that? Thousands of questions appeared in Lekesia's head. Suddenly, emotion surged. This does not seem to be my emotion. Whose is it? She opened her eyes in surprise mixed with unease. An intense fear is welling up inside me. Then Lkesia turned toward the window and shouted a warning, everyone, move away. But it was too late. That elf had already begun using her power. In this situation, she could only curse silently, damn it, I have fallen into a phantom realm. Lkesia was stunned as she witnessed what was happening. She could not believe it when everything was in a desolate state. What is this? Why is the phantom realm so ruined? Lkesia closed her eyes tightly, feeling uncomfortable. It is the first time I have met and entered another elf's phantom realm, yet I can feel all of the owner's emotions. Through the emotional link, she sensed something wrong. This elf. She is about to go mad. A frantic cry rang out from somewhere as a hand reached toward Lkesia, Lkesia. Kieran easily caught her small body. His gaze was full of tenderness as he doted on Lkesia. If you fall one more time, my heart might drop out. Lkesia. She could only reply softly, Father. Lekesia's body trembled as she spoke weakly, I do not want to be here. Kieran nodded slightly, agreeing with her plea. He held Lkesia and stated firmly, I will get you out of here immediately. Kieran carried her, observing this strange place. Before he could finish his sentence, Hilon stepped up to explain, it is an elven phantom realm. He proposed a plan to leave. This phantom realm is no ordinary one. We must fulfill the owner's wish to get out. Based on this situation, Hilon could speculate, this elf is being pursued. She must want help. Kieran gave an insincere smile and asked suspiciously, on what basis should we trust her? Hearing that, Hilon glanced at Lkesia and thought, that child. Could it be? Seeing her so weak, Hilon had a vague realization. She must be sensing the presence of her own kind. Moreover, she called the strongest people in the group into the realm. Finally, he emphasized again in a cold voice, whatever the case, this elf has chosen us. Our only option is to fulfill her request if we hope to leave. It is the fastest and safest way out. Kieran remarked without hesitation, this situation is no different from a threat. Suddenly, the sound of an angry shout caught both of their attention, we almost had her, damn it, what bad luck. Those mysterious people grumbled incessantly with regret, it has been a long time since we caught an elf. I do not know why she is hiding so persistently. Just then, one of them spotted Kieran's group, They had not expected others to appear inside. There are others here, Lkesia quickly recognized them, slave hunters. Seeing her strange behavior, Kieran asked worriedly, Lkesia. Every cell in Lekesia's body felt numb. It hurt so much. The voice did not stop. The image of the elven girl appeared again, what did I do, why chase me like this, I do not want to be caught. I hate hunters. Pushed to a corner, resentment welled up inside her, I hate hunters, I want to kill them. Lekesia's eyes widened as those fragments of memory flashed through her mind. And she deeply empathized with that elven girl. I understand that feeling. In the past, those people had relentlessly tortured Lkesia. She could only silently endure the lashes of the whip. Lkesia had tried to escape from those people despite her body being covered in wounds. Those people did not let her off easily, pursuing her relentlessly. Lkesia had struggled desperately to escape and save her own life. She felt that sense of despair very clearly. I completely understand. That is why Lkesia empathized so much with the elven girl's pain, because she had gone through the same thing. Suddenly, a series of thorny rose vines appeared. They headed toward the hunters and bound them tightly. Kieran was also stunned to witness this scene. Because Lkesia was the one casting the magic to control the rose vines, Chaisha. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth, constantly lamenting. Chaisha is an elf, what kind of cruel joke of fate is this? Kieran had adopted her for the goal ahead. The child I adopted for the purpose of obtaining the elven queen's crown. She was so perfect that it felt tailor-made for me. But he had not expected the truth unfolding. It turns out she is an elf, just like Rose. This caused Kieran to sink deep into suspicion about the connection. There are too many suspicious points here, although. Despite that, he could not stop worrying about Lkesia. Suspicion and questions followed one another, but his heart did not stop worrying about the child in pain before him. Finally, Kieran called her name softly, Chaisha. He wrapped his arms around Lkesia, gently reassuring her, "It will be okay, my child." Kieran tenderly comforted her like a precious gem. "It is because of those hunters that you were scared, right?" The hunters were not afraid and even targeted Lkesia. That child seems to be an elf. To have met a little elf. This trip has— He squeezed the small body in his arms tightly. "Chaisha, stay still in father's arms. You do not need to use your power. This matter." Kieran radiated dark magic to settle the issue. "Let father do it for you." In an instant, the hunters were reduced to gasping corpses. Ugh. Ack. Hilon, witnessing this from the side, frowned and stopped him. "Stop those cunning tricks." But Kieran did not care to argue back. "They are all going to die anyway." Hilon was annoyed by that stubbornness. "Don't be so quick to conclude." Kieran let out a sigh, constantly mocking. "Aha, facing these trivial fools, is the heresy inquisitor here He used magic to deal with the last hunter. I am worried the count is the one who missed one." Then Hilon retaliated. "My strength is beyond question. The count's, however, is not so certain." Hearing that, he could only burst out laughing. "Ha ha." Kieran looked at him, silently evaluating this cold-bloodedness. Right, if this guy were not a heresy inquisitor, who— He cast a spell toward the corpses. "Since it is someone else's phantom realm, I should clean up before leaving." Next, Kieran gently dispelled Lkesia's fear. "The people who scared Chaisha. Father has eliminated them all. It is okay now." She did not react, only hugging Kieran a bit tighter. Immediately, he became tense, constantly blaming himself. "Chaisha, was father too brutal that it scared you?" Finally, Lkesia looked up when Kieran said he was sorry. "Father is sorry." Her eyes glistened as a few warm tears rolled down her cheeks. Both he and Hilon were stunned by Lkesia's expression. She could not help but let tears stream down both sides of her face. Lkesia remembered her own painful past. "After leaving the orphanage, I was all alone. To avoid hunters, I had to run for many years." She had been forced to awaken her powers to protect herself. "In the struggle to survive, I awakened my power and gained control over the phantom realm. From that starting point, Lkesia's life gradually improved. Only then could I escape danger on my own." She had enough strength to take revenge on those who had tortured her. "Later, I took revenge on the hunters to forget the agony of that time." Despite that, Lkesia was no longer as she was before. "I thought that would be enough." So she could not understand why she had become so weak. "After that, I never cried even once. Why am I crying like this now?" Kieran saw Lkesia crying and felt guilty. "Chaisha, why are you crying? Is it because of father?" She quickly shook her head. "No." Lkesia hurriedly wiped her tears, thinking to herself. To show such a weak side over nothing. "I am so embarrassed," she replied softly and obediently to Kieran. "I do not know." Then Lkesia whispered a question to him. "What do you think, father?" Kieran was confused and confirmed. "What story?" She hesitated as if not wanting to face it. "About." Lkesia struggled to find the courage to answer him. "I am strange." She squeezed her eyes shut, regretting it in her heart. Having used elven power, Kieran must have realized I am an elf. Lkesia's small hand clutched Kieran's close tightly. "Surely he will find something suspicious. I could." She did not want to lose this familiar place, to lose where she belonged again. He was very sad to see Lkesia's appearance. Kieran patted her back as he affirmed sincerely, "Chaisha, father does not care what kind of existence you are." He lowered his head and touched Lkesia's soft hair, "Because Chaisha also likes father, no matter what kind of being I am." Kieran was very gentle, dotingly asking for her opinion. "Right. Lekesia's face was full of bewilderment, unable to react to this attitude. Her lips trembled, pressing together as if she wanted to say something. The emotional scene was interrupted by Hilon's voice. Count Basilian, I understand the Count's heart, but we should find a way to escape the Phantom Realm first. Kieran withdrew his tenderness and coldly probed him, not planning to interrogate my daughter as a heretic. Hilon frowned slightly, replying with a serious demeanor, I have known she was an elf for a long time. I just did not expect her power to awaken so quickly. He also recognized the resemblance in Lekesia's face. Doesn't she look exactly like the witch Lekesia's daughter? Kieran let out a breath and mocked sharply, you said fulfilling the realm owner's request would end it, but even after killing the hunters, nothing has happened. Maybe I should kill the paladin here instead. Only then did she speak to explain the situation, it is because that person is still angry. Lkesia clasped her hands together, trying to change the situation, I will try. She looked at the surroundings with sympathy. This realm is desolate because that person has suffered too much. Lkesia thought of a way to heal that elven girl. I do not know how to soothe an elf who is going mad, but... Following that, thorny rose vines appeared again. But this time, the petals easily blew away in the wind. Lkesia wanted to comfort that girl's parched soul. It is okay now. No one will torture you anymore. The petals carrying her magic fell all over the land. In a moment, the place turned into a lush, colorful meadow. The space where they stood was no longer suffocating. Lkesia looked at the change and instinctively felt regret. Suppose if I had been by Mother's side while she was suffering, would I have been able to do something for her like I am now? Though she knew she could not do much, she still did it. Even if all efforts to save her mother failed, at least. Lekesia's greatest wish was to be by her mother's side. I could still be there, so Mother would not pass away alone and in pain. She was so lost in thought that her mind wandered. Only then did Kieran speak to praise Lkesia. This time, it is thanks to you helping me, Chesha. Receiving that recognition, she could not hide her happy expression. Lekesia's high-pitched voice, mixed with joy, replied to him, yes, let us go back, father. Lkesia closed her eyes, her heart as still as water. She stood in a barren land with dry branches reaching out above. I hear singing. Then she stepped forward softly while those mysterious sounds still echoed everywhere. Where is this? Lkesia hid behind a large tree trunk, her eyes showing confusion and suspicion. In her sight was a woman with billowing golden hair, her body smeared with mud, leaning against a tree not far away and humming a gentle song. Lkesia stood watching her for a long time, feeling uncertain. Mother. Just then, her eyes slowly opened, and Lkesia woke up from the old dream. Before her eyes were two brothers who looked exactly alike. She told herself, so it was a dream. It is just the twins. Karha asked his brother anxiously, hey, why is not she saying anything? Is she okay? Ishuel also replied in confusion, I do not know. Only then did Lkesia casually ask about the identity of the two strangers, who are you? Karha was flustered for a moment, hey, what? What is going on? Ishuel also rested his chin in his hand, Then he placed a hand over his heart, an aura seeming to radiate around him, we are the best people in the world, especially me. Lkesia gave them a bright smile, so it is you guys. Hearing that, both of them immediately let out a sigh of relief. TSK, phew, my heart almost leaped out of my chest. And she was still bashfully covering her blushing face, her eyes still stinging. I am like a child, sobbing right in front of others. Every memory of the past flooded back. Kieran even found out I am an elf. I intentionally acted like Lekesia's daughter, but now the others probably know I am an elf too. At that time, Karha spoke in a low, serious voice, Sister, what happened only took half a day, but being dragged into a phantom realm like that must have been terrifying, right? He then immediately turned to Ishuel and exhaled, in all my years, it is the first time I have seen an elf jump out into the road like that, dragging a child along. How pathetic. But Lkesia was still hiding hundreds of thoughts. This atmosphere. It seems the boys do not know yet. Her face hardened. For years, she had searched incessantly and never once seen an elf with her own eyes, yet now she suddenly encountered one. It was a bit strange. Suddenly, a kingdom covered in greenery appeared in Lekesia's mind, with sunlight shining everywhere. I heard they do not leave the elven kingdom to ensure their safety, so why was she there? Could she also not know how to return to the kingdom, just like me? And I must find out why she was being pursued like that. It is also possible she escaped from an elven experiment. Thinking this, she looked up and asked, Brother, what happened to that elf? Karha, who was sitting cross-legged comfortably, stammered when asked, Well, father is questioning her. Lkesia was curious, questioning. Ishul sighed, glancing at her with a doting voice. Since she touched you, he won't let her off so easily. That elf is being personally interrogated by Father and the Heresy Inquisitor. At the same time, in another place, Kieran was standing in a room, radiating an ultimate pressure. This is the second time, is not it? He slowly recalled each old memory that had been gathering dust in his mind over the years. I met an elf in the forest once before. Count Basilian happened to meet his wife in the Black Forest. The two fell in love at first sight and got married. This was a famous love story known to many. However, the Count and his wife's first meeting was in a certain forest. Far from the romantic imagination of humans, what was before him at that time was a young girl lying motionless on the lush green grass. Back then, Kieran was just like anyone else, somewhat stunned by the sight, a woman appearing in the middle of the Black Forest where not a single path existed. He noticed the dress covered in dirt on the young woman. It did not seem to be an illusion, bare feet and strange attire. Nevertheless, he calmly stepped closer, wondering, is this a new species of monster? But I do not sense the dark aura of a demonic creature. Kieran then knelt before the young woman. Even if she were human, he could not let his guard down, thinking they might be using a honey trap against him. But just then, Rose suddenly woke up with a soft groan. She slightly raised her head, revealing a portion of her exquisite face. The young woman possessed a face of heart-wrenching beauty. She asked gently, "Who are you?" At that, Kieran froze. He did not know what to say in such a situation. Watching her look around anxiously, Kieran finally concluded, that is a face of genuine ignorance. How troublesome, he thought. At that moment, she spoke hesitantly, "Where is this?" Kieran replied coldly, "The Black Forest." She questioned in confusion, "The Black Forest?" He explained, "It is a dangerous place." "How did you get in here?" Rose clutched her head and said helplessly, "I do not know. I do not remember anything." Hearing that, Kieran had no choice but to immediately use magic, saying, "Then, what must I do for you to remember?" He launched a sudden attack toward her, but fortunately, it only grazed the side of Rose's face, leaving her utterly terrified. Plumes of smoke from the previous strike filled the air. Kieran coldly pressed for an answer. "This is not a place just anyone can reach." As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Rose's neck. "So, it would be better if you stopped talking nonsense and spoke the truth. If not." He flashed a smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "I will have to play dirty with you." Rose remained dazed, looking at him without any defense or resistance. Having spoken, Kieran waited silently for her reaction, assuming she would be frightened enough to confess everything. However, Rose took hold of his hand and said, "What I said is the truth. I truly remember nothing." She warned him sternly, without showing any deference. "More importantly, those threats won't work on me, because I am not afraid of you." Then she turned to look at the pool of blood on the grass not far away. "But, that thing you just killed. What was it?" Rose's eyes flickered. She fell silent and said no more. She then slowly stood up to Kieran's surprise, saying, "I will be leaving now." But she had barely stood up when a bone-chilling pain shot through her feet. "Ah!" Just as Rose was about to fall forward, Kieran stood up in time to catch her. Rose did not know what else to say at that moment. Kieran glanced at her, thinking to himself, the scent of flowers. Rose was flustered. "Why won't my feet move? Wait, let go of me." He immediately released his grip as she requested. Instantly, Rose slumped to the ground. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not manage to stand up. After a long while of failing to stand on her own feet, Rose could only look up at Kieran in resignation. She bashfully made a request, "Hey, you. Take me to a place with flowers and grass." In response, the man before her simply shook his head and sighed, wondering if she was bold or just naive, asking the person who had just threatened her for a favor without hesitation. His head shaking led Rose to misunderstand. "If you are too weak to do it, then never mind." "Sorry for asking," she said. Kieran smiled. "The problem is not that I can't." His eyes slowly opened, his mind filled with his own schemes. "It seems her memory loss is real. But it is still suspicious in many ways. I will have to take her to the Snake Castle for interrogation." Despite his doubts, Kieran took Rose's hand and pulled her up. "I will take you to a place with flowers." He then picked her up in his arms. Kieran did not want to linger there much longer. He quickly turned to leave. "Not only did I spare this woman's life, but I am even doing this for her." By then, it was late at night. The moonlight filtered through the leaves. "I truly do not understand myself," he thought. Returning to the present, Kieran gazed downward pensively, his heart filled with an unceasing sorrow. "Back then, I thought it was an illusion of the Black Forest that made my mind momentarily unstable." When he unconsciously called out the name of the person he missed with all his heart, Rose, the wounded girl before him suddenly moved. She let out a pained cry, ugh. Kieran broke into a cold smile. His voice was utterly indifferent, ah, so you are awake now. But before he could finish, the girl spoke up without emotion, why? Her eyes were filled with resentment. How has the queen fallen into the hands of humans again? Hearing this, Kieran froze and did not respond immediately. The atmosphere in the room grew even colder. You are not talking about my child, are you? The woman answered with silence. In that small room, her voice echoed everywhere. That person was meant to sit on the throne of the queen. Do you humans intend to steal our queen as well? Kieran stepped forward after hearing this. Aha, so that is it. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. You want to take my daughter back to the elven kingdom. She noticed Kieran's clenched fists and said, it is not taking her away. The queen is simply returning to where she belongs. At this point, though he said nothing more outwardly, his mind was in a total mess. She is saying she will blatantly snatch the child away. But no matter how arrogant she is, I can't kill her immediately. Since she is an elf, who knows when we will meet another. Meanwhile, the girl still clung to a shred of hope. Please, let me see her. Kieran smiled and nodded gently. Of course you shall see her. However, traces of his magic suddenly appeared in the air, but before that. Kieran leaned his face close to hers, his eyes seemingly glowing. I have a few things I want to ask first. A wicked expression also flashed in the woman's eyes as she asked, will you answer me? Questions were fired off one by one among the elves. Do you know of anyone who resembles my daughter? At the same time, outside the room, the silence stood in stark contrast to the events unfolding within. Karha and Ishuel, who was carrying Lkesia in his arms, arrived from somewhere. She is inside this room. She stared intently at the door, feeling a bit uneasy. I can sense magical energy inside, but Kieran needs information about the elves, so he won't kill her. Just then, the door opened, and Kieran noticed the movement on their side. His expression changed completely from when he was conducting the interrogation. Kieran joyfully called her name, Lkesia. He pulled her tightly into his arms, nuzzling her face. Are you awake? You slept for so long. You had father worried sick. Lkesia smiled and nodded in response. Even though he knew she was an elf, Kieran still treated her the same way. Thinking this, she answered brightly, I am very healthy, it does not hurt one bit. So, I want to see her. Upon hearing these words, Kieran's expression immediately darkened. Lkesia quickly noticed the abnormality and froze instantly. She thought to herself, a colder reaction than usual. Meanwhile, Kieran looked saddened. Father is so sad. The moment you wake up, you go looking for that elf. Ah. Lkesia quickly explained, I am just curious, that is why I want to see her. He smirked, then, father will go in with you. Because of that thing, Lkesia almost got hurt. How could I let you go in there alone? Lkesia felt troubled by this. I guess I have to accept it. The things I can't say in front of Kieran, I will have to find her and say them later. So she agreed to his proposal. I understand. Let us go see her together. Since I am meeting an elf, I must ask about the elven kingdom. Perhaps in that kingdom. Lkesia and Kieran stepped into the room. She thought, maybe I can find out the reason why I am stuck in this child's body. Immediately after, she stepped in front of the woman. After evaluating the person before her, she paused. Seeing the girl's dazed and dreamy state, Lkesia understood part of the situation. So, Kieran has performed a brainwashing spell on her. Kieran, standing beside her, pretended to be ignorant and smiled. She looks very tired. Be quiet, dear. Seeing this, she did not expose him immediately. How shameless. What on earth is Kieran trying to hide that he had to brainwash her? Just then, Kieran's gentle voice came from behind her. Let us go home now, Lkesia. But Lkesia was still busy with her thoughts. She could not miss this chance to talk to a fellow elf. As she thought, she reached her hand toward the woman's bruised face. For a normal person hit by Kieran's dark magic, I could not dispel it. But, I can dispel a brainwashing spell on an elf. Fragments of memories from a previous time flooded back, as she had already restored the woman's phantom realm to its original state. Lkesia immediately unleashed her magic. Ripples of power with a pink hue filled every corner of the room, acting on instinct just like before. The flows of magic were like 1,000 elegant roses embracing her body. Petals drifted through the air, landing on the young woman's shoulders. Her eyes, which had been controlled by Kieran's power and had long since lost their life, regained their light in just a few short moments after being enveloped by Lkesia's mana. Lkesia was overjoyed to see this. It worked, ah. But as the young woman spoke, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned eerie. The queen. Even Lkesia was a bit confused by this strange title. What? She observed the girl's appearance, feeling somewhat stunned. She is looking at me and calling me the queen. Right then, a call from behind made Lkesia shiver. Lkesia. Kieran leaned down to face her, his expression completely blank. What did you just do? Lkesia panicked and immediately explained. Haha, I saw she was injured, so I just healed her a bit. He went along with it. Is that so? Meanwhile, the girl gritted her teeth and cried out. You wicked man. She possessed a resentment that had been suppressed for years but could no longer be contained. You are the one who covered the queen's ears and blinded her eyes. Please, come back to the kingdom with me, your majesty. The throne has been empty for far too long. Lkesia was stunned. Queen, the throne. She recalled what she had read before. In the history of the continent, there was only one official record of the elven queen. Hundreds of years ago, the queen personally offered her crown to the holy king, the rest were just legends imagined by humans. And yet she calls me the queen of the elves. I do not know on what basis, but I need to hear more. While Lkesia was deep in thought, Kieran stood behind her with crossed arms, smiling as he advised her. Lkesia, you do not need to listen to this nonsense. His voice carried a hint of anger. She is so injured she is gone mad. But she gently patted his arm. Father. Lkesia turned to face him, soothing him softly. I want to talk to her. Who knows when I will get to meet another elf again. Kieran, hearing the daughter he had cherished for all these years say such a thing, was silenced, not knowing how to respond. I am begging you, father. But in the end, he could only let out a sigh. As soon as Kieran left, Lkesia turned her head back. She then stepped forward toward the girl. Seeing Kieran had gone, she immediately lowered her voice and reported to Lkesia. Please, listen to my story, your majesty. According to her account, hundreds of years ago, humans invaded the elves and kidnapped the queen. To save the queen, the elves fought against the humans. Despite their peace-loving nature and lack of combat experience, countless elves were injured, captured, and killed. Ultimately, those desperate efforts vanished with the death of the queen. That period was a nightmare for the elven people. The queen and all elves were interconnected, so we felt her death and were plunged into sorrow. That was also when Lkesia was born. She was just an innocent child then, but when the queen passed away, she gave birth to the successor queen who inherited immense power, so we tried to protect the successor queen. However, for some unknown reason, although we felt the birth of the new queen clearly, we could find no trace of her. Back then, the elven kingdom was gloomier than ever. After trying everything and failing to find the queen, the elves decided to enter a hidden kingdom created by a phantom realm to hide from humans, and live on without a queen. As time passed, while elven power weakened due to the absence of the queen, a strange existence appeared in the human world. Neither human nor elf, that thing gradually grew stronger over several hundred years, to the point of affecting the elves who had already left the human world. The painful memories stopped there. The girl closed her eyes, because that energy could disturb elven minds. Some elves, including myself, left the kingdom to begin an investigation a few years ago. During that time, there was a moment where my memory was completely cut off. She recalled her most desperate moment. When I woke up, I found myself on an unfamiliar road, as if I had been tied up somewhere. I barely managed to escape, my wrists and ankles covered in wounds, and all my memories were gone. Back then, she had to hide everywhere in the dark of night to escape her mysterious pursuers. Since I remembered nothing, the girl's eyes were clouded by something mysterious at that time, and strangely, ever since then. After that night, she was always tormented by excruciating pain. My power began to lose control as if it were a disease. My mind gradually became exhausted, unable to recover on its own. Returning to the present, the girl's voice continued steadily. Afterwards, having been discovered as an elf, I was pursued by hunters. During that time, I instinctively followed the queen's power, and found my way here. She gave a contented smile despite the tears streaming down her cheeks. Meeting the queen is my final stroke of luck, and also my destiny. Yet despite empathizing with her story, Lkesia still hesitated at the proposal. So, please return to the kingdom with me. She began hesitantly, but her voice carried a faint sadness mixed with nostalgia. The previous queen died hundreds of years ago, and I was not born until long after. So, you are mistaken. Hearing this, the girl became agitated, but she still clung to the last shred of hope she had left. Queen, you clearly felt it too. Her eyes were still glowing as if no disaster had ever occurred, the bond between us. At that, Lkesia clenched her small hands. She stammered, I. In her heart, she was actually a bit moved. It turned out the elves had not abandoned her. Remembering her cruel nature in her past life, Lkesia felt somewhat regretful. I was the one who abandoned them first. The nature of elves is to love peace, while I was brutal, never flinching at the sight of blood. Thinking this, she lowered her eyes, her mind filled with 1,000 thoughts. Even if she truly were the queen, upon going to the kingdom, the elven people would be disappointed to discover her true nature. And more importantly, her current self. Lkesia flatly refused. I can't. The girl was stunned, but why? She placed a hand on her chest, her voice so determined that even Kieran standing behind had to nod. I promised my father. But then Lkesia still smiled, however. She spoke with a firm tone. I will definitely come, at some point. I promise. The girl knew she could not persuade her further, and could only give a soft smile with gentle eyes. Lkesia had her own plans all along. I say that, but I will only drop by for a moment to find out why my body is stuck in a child's form. Suddenly feeling something, she froze. Wait. Kieran beside her was radiating an unpredictably powerful pressure. Why was his aura like he wanted to kill her? Lkesia hurriedly reached out to cast magic. I still have many things to ask, but I will wait until I get to the kingdom. As if understanding her intent, Kieran shouted in panic, Kieran, do not. But it was too late. The chains on the girl soon shattered into 100 pieces to everyone's amazement. She gave a relieved smile. Then the girl kissed the back of Lkesia's hand as a farewell. Queen, I will wait for you. After her lips touched her hand, a butterfly-shaped mark flashed. This mark can lead you to the kingdom, whenever you wish. Before completely vanishing from the room, the girl did not forget to say her final words, may our parting be but a blink, and our reunion last an eternity. Her lips moved slightly, and Lkesia's expression was one of amazement. She placed her small hand into Kieran's large one. The girl's voice echoed in her mind, please be careful with that man. For he is a cruel man, as cunning as a black poisonous snake. Kieran asked worriedly about her condition. Kieran, are you okay, my child? He gripped her hands tightly. Did she harm you? No, this won't do, Kieran. Though every word he spoke was for her benefit, they also created a gilded cage to trap Lkesia. You must not follow someone of unknown origin like her. She might be lying to you for some other purpose. You must always stay by father's side. But she still calmly replied to him, I won't be the queen. Hearing this, Kieran could only press his lips together. He then pulled her into a tight embrace. He gently stroked her billowing hair. You must not use elven power in front of others, absolutely not. His voice was partly overtaken by fear. Father is so worried. My little duckling is always so soft-hearted toward weak creatures. Kieran hesitated, but Kieran. His eyes were filled with sorrow. You must also think of your poor father. Do you understand? At the same time, elsewhere, Hilon seemed to notice something unusual. He immediately turned his head. The sound of the chains on her has been broken. Did she take advantage of my distance and weakened power to act? Inwardly, he seemed to have his own suspicions. Count Basilian, a user of dark magic, could not have done this. The one who let her go is none other than that child. Darren saw that he had stopped walking and turned his head back. Lord Hilon, all traces of that elven girl have been purified. Now we just need to take her back to the Empire. However, Hilon's words did not follow that course of action. I will execute her right here on the spot. His words left Darren utterly confused. What? We went through so much trouble to capture an elf alive, why? He thought and thought but could not understand why Hilon had suddenly changed his decision. This has already been reported to the Holy King. But Hilon said nothing more. I am going back to the inn. Nevertheless, he had his own calculations. If he wanted to hide the fact that the child had released the elf, the simplest way was to say he had executed her and she was dead. He could only hope that Count Basilian had extracted enough information. As night fell, Hilon opened the door and stepped into a certain room. Inside, a bottle of wine was rolling across the floor, accompanied by a disdainful voice. Who is there? That person was none other than Kieran. He was reclining in a large chair, sipping red wine. Is it the heresy inquisitor? Seeing him like that, Hilon simply remained silent and did not respond. He criticized him inwardly. What a miserable sight. Kieran acted as if he did not notice and poured another glass for Hilon. He immediately got down to business. Did you get enough information from her? He replied indifferently. Well, more or less. Kieran's cheeks were already flushed from the alcohol. He confessed, I did not like her. I wanted to kill her and be done with it, but Kieran would not like that. Kieran's power is truly extraordinary. Is she really Lkesia's daughter? Hilon felt helpless. Why bring up Lkesia all of a sudden? There were large dark circles under Kieran's eyes from working day and night without rest. He fell into a pensive silence. A moment later, Kieran spoke up. Kieran is the queen. Lkesia did possess extraordinary power, but not that specific kind. Hilon replied, as far as I know, no. Unless the queen's power is hereditary across generations, haha. Right then, Kieran suddenly asked a random question that confused him. does holy power also weaken when committing evil acts against the elven race? Though he did not quite understand. He still answered truthfully, that is correct. I do not know the reason, but a larger source of holy power is required to cause harm to elves. Because of that, when facing Kieran swirled the wine in his glass, yes, magic is the same. However, it was useless. I took matters into my own hands. His mood darkened significantly, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold during the final moments of my wife's life. Hilon frowned upon hearing this. This meant he had intended to use magic to harm the Countess while she was on her deathbed. He continued, I do not want to send Lkesia away, but my strength alone is not enough. Every word he uttered left Hilon speechless. If Lkesia is truly Lekesia's daughter and she goes to the elven world, would not Lkesia likely go with her? Having said that, he raised his wine glass. So, we should help each other when necessary, should not we? Hilon looked at the glass filled with wine without saying another word. He spoke up to remind him, those who dedicate their bodies to God must abstain from alcohol. Kieran grumbled helplessly, oh, please. It is not like you are strictly abstinent anyway. What is a little wine? After a long talk, Hilon finally accepted the glass of wine offered to him. I will cooperate, as long as you do not cross the line. Kieran nodded in agreement, a good idea, Sir Inquisitor. With that, the two of them clinked their glasses. Let us be closer from now on. The next morning, as the dawn broke after a long night, Lkesia poked her head out of the carriage window and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, we have arrived. Before her was a magnificent and majestic castle, the Holy Kingdom. Lkesia had found out that the borders of the Holy Kingdom were surrounded by towering stone walls. The kingdom officially opened its gates to outsiders only 3 times a year, New Year's, Sage's Day, and the Grand Prayer Festival. She looked up at the blue sky. One could say the Little Saint's prayer ceremony was a special opening. The line of carriages was incredibly long. Hilon had arrived at the Holy Kingdom yesterday. I wonder where he is now. Lkesia glanced to her side at Kieran, who was still dozing off after drinking non-stop for the past few days. When he heard the coachman say we were getting off, he finally woke up groggily. Ah. Suddenly, the coachman pulled the reins and steered to one side, making Lkesia wonder, where is our carriage going? Are they giving us priority to enter first? Her eyes widened as she looked ahead. Wait. Lkesia quickly realized there was someone up ahead. She observed carefully. All the knights and priests were performing a formal greeting for a particularly special person wearing magnificent robes. Lkesia gasped in shock, isn't that the Holy King? She was utterly bewildered. Is the Holy King personally coming out to greet us? A voice rang out, please step down from the carriage and pay your respects to His Majesty, the Holy King. After those words, the Holy King stepped forward. Ah, I must have surprised everyone by showing up so abruptly. My apologies. Lkesia could not take her eyes off him. That man was Holy King Sionner. Her mind was racing as she looked at him. How could the man with the strongest holy power look so aged? I thought he would be as young as— Belzian spoke up to offer his greetings. I am Belzian of the house of Count Basilian, from the Palan Empire. In the name of God, I greet your majesty. Lkesia lightly lifted the hem of her skirt. I am Lkesia of the house of Count Basilian. She thought to herself, I absolutely refuse to kneel. Someone gently lifted Lkesia up just as she was thinking that since she was a child, any breach of etiquette would be overlooked. That person was the Holy King. He smiled kindly. So, you are Lkesia. The Holy King continued, Hilon told me a lot about you. That boy is not usually like that. Lkesia grit her teeth in tension. This situation is becoming a real headache. In case you did not know, the Little Saint's prayer ceremony was actually a tug-of-war between those hungry for the crown. For the Holy King to show such blatant favoritism toward me right now. Lkesia glanced at the people behind her and worried, it is no different from making me everyone's common enemy. Not stopping there, she looked at the Holy King with judgment. Furthermore, he dares to call Hilon a child, even if he is the Holy King. How can he openly look down on and treat a heretic inquisitor like a kid? There is something fishy going on here. But after everything, Lkesia reminded herself, either way, I am going to investigate the Holy Kingdom. The true face of this place will be exposed soon enough. Suddenly, a sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Lkesia could not help but be shaken. At the same time, one of the people present wondered, what is that song? Where is it coming from? Before long, they realized it seemed to be coming from somewhere near the castle. People began discussing the song. What language is this, anyway? Even though I do not understand the lyrics, the melody is beautiful. While others were just appreciating it, the Holy King began to tremble. It sounds like a song of happiness. He raised his voice and called out, Hilon. The Holy King spoke firmly, summon Hilon. A knight standing nearby hesitated, Your Majesty, Sir Hilon is. The Holy King screamed, immediately. This startled the knight. Yes, I understand. The Holy King let out a long sigh. Phew. He set Lkesia down on the ground. I have urgent business, so I must go. I will see you at the prayer ceremony. Lkesia frowned, thinking, why is he overreacting so much? The Holy King spoke up to the crowd, Everyone, pull yourselves together. He began to explain, This song is the new hymn of Hildred. The Holy King said with pride, a song filled with holy power that echoes throughout the Holy Kingdom to welcome guests visiting God's empire. I hope you all listen with joy. After speaking, he reached out his hands as if embracing the meaningful melody. Lkesia placed her hand on her chest. This feels so strange. For a while now, her heart had been pounding incessantly as if it were reacting to the song. She tilted her head slightly. Now I understand. This song. Lkesia's eyes widened as she looked up. It is the calling sound from the Fairy Queen's crown. She could clearly sense its location. And the shape of that crown. A moment later, Lkesia was nestled in Kieran's arms. But she could not stop thinking. The Fairy Queen's crown is calling to me. Am I really the Fairy Queen? Lkesia recalled the moment the Holy King held her. And that man called the Holy King. The more I think about it, the weirder it gets. For a Holy King who does not need to hide his power, I could not feel a single trace of holy energy from him. She continued to analyze from another angle. A man who looks down on Hilon, yet frantically searches for him first, perhaps. Lkesia began to realize. The Holy King, who has no holy power, is using Hilon and exploiting his strength to suppress the Fairy Queen's crown. Kieran suddenly let out a sigh, interrupting Lkesia's thoughts. Sigh. Belzian asked, Count, is the Holy King paying attention to us because of the heretic Inquisitor? Kieran lowered his voice. He continued, because the Holy Kingdom itself entrusted us with the mission of protecting the Black Forest. Lkesia was momentarily shocked. Wait. What is this about now? Kieran leaned back in his seat. Belzian, after getting off, take a walk around with Chesha before coming back. That Holy King. He suddenly stopped, making Lkesia suspicious. It seemed like Kieran was about to swear. Kieran restrained himself and said, I do not know what kind of tricks His Majesty will pull at the place we are staying, so I need to check it first. He bowed his head. Chesha. Kieran asked softly, I saw you reacting to that music earlier. Do you know that song? Lkesia thought to herself, well, it probably won't hurt to tell him. Then she spoke, it is a song where a crown is calling out to someone. Kieran was surprised. A crown, could it be calling for Chesha, the fairy? He patted her head. Oh no, my Chesha is just too popular. Kieran grinned. I will have to put in some effort too. Lkesia could not hide her alarm. Effort into what? Suddenly, I feel very uneasy. Meanwhile, in a dark place. Red bloodstains were splattered across the floor. Hilon's hands were tightly bound, his entire body covered in wounds from torture. A person approached him. It was none other than the Holy King. He sighed. What a pity. I do not have enough time to re-educate you, Hilon. The Holy King turned and ordered, release him. Hilon was quickly untied. The Holy King smiled sinisterly. I am sure you know what needs to be done. This time, that filthy heretical song has started echoing through the Holy Kingdom again. He gave a cold command, use your chains to seal the Fairy Queen's crown once more, Hilon. Hilon frowned and thought, he knows full well he can't do anything himself, so he comes to me. He looked up high. The Fairy Queen's crown was singing its song again. Hilon knew exactly what it wanted. It was longing to be reunited with its queen. At the same time, Lkesia, Belzian, and Nemia were walking in the garden. While Kieran was checking the surroundings, we decided to take a stroll. Nemia spoke up, isn't that mysterious and wonderful? He blushed. A hymn not meant for everyone, yet ringing out so all can hear. How gentle. Nemia was full of excitement. Furthermore, to meet His Majesty the Holy King at such a close distance is an unparalleled honor for the family. He looked down at Belzian. Thanks to Sir Hilon, the Holy King seems to be paying a lot of attention to the house of Count Basilian. Nemia chuckled. Who knows, maybe Lady Chesha really will receive the Fairy Queen's crown. Belzian said coldly, are you reporting this to the Marquis as well? Nemia froze, trembling slightly. Then he bowed his head. I am sorry. Belzian did not reply, only letting out a quiet sigh. Lkesia stole a glance at Nemia. So Belzian had been suspicious from the start. She thought to herself, I understand Belzian's position, but that bear-like guy looks so pitiful being forced to do this. Nemia lowered his face as they walked past a group of laughing knights. Suddenly, one of them turned his head. He called out, Nemia. Immediately, Nemia stopped in his tracks. That knight smirked. Hey, it has really been a while. Fearing Nemia might have forgotten him, he stepped forward to reintroduce himself. It is me, Benji. Remember, it feels like just the other day we became holy knights. Time really flies. Belzian and Lkesia stood still as they heard Benji ask, what are you doing here at the Holy Kingdom? Nemia hesitated. Oh, that. He whispered, I came as an escort knight. Benji sneered. Is that all? Even with the Nemia family backing you, you could only manage to be an escort. He stepped closer. You are still as stupid and incompetent as ever. Despite Nemia trembling, Benji continued his mockery. Still, you are lucky someone was willing to hire you. Lkesia found it hard to believe. What is this? He just picks a fight out of nowhere, and also. Looking at Nemia's darkened expression, Lkesia wondered, why is not Nemia reacting at all to those words? The first holy knight in history to receive the Lubius spear actually had no holy power at all. But with his superior combat strength, he was recognized as possessing a powerful source of holy energy through the Holy Emperor's blessing. Hildred was proud of the holy knight they created and spread this story across the continent. Everyone knew the tale, even someone without talent could become a great holy knight if they worked hard and believed in God. At that time, Nemia wondered, if I become strong, will my father eventually acknowledge me one day? And so Nemia made a decision. He secretly ran away from home at the age of 13 and sought out the Holy Kingdom. The training to become a knight was arduous, but it was a meaningful time for Nemia. Unlike at home, no one here cursed at him or slapped him just because he was untalented. Though he was a slow learner, once Nemia grasped something, he never forgot it. He practiced diligently and improved day by day. Nemia believed that if he kept going like this, he would be knighted. Then one day, someone approached him. Hi, you are Nemia, right? It was Benji. He asked cheerfully, from the family of Marquis Nemia. Nemia's life took a new turn until he met Benji. Benji introduced himself, I am also from a noble family, but those titles are meaningless once you enter the Holy Kingdom. He suggested with a smile, even so, let us be friends. Benji was the first person to initiate a friendship with Nemia and took good care of him while he was living in a foreign land. He was also an outstanding student among the trainees and very sociable, so everyone trusted and followed Benji. Nemia tried his best to be a good friend to Benji, and their friendship was very good. But that was until the day Nemia and Benji officially sparred. The judge shouted, Nemia, winner. Everything changed. Nemia was breaking out in a cold sweat. I won, so is Benji hurt. He felt lost. But Benji was the friend who reached out to me first. I do not want him to be hurt. So Nemia decided that from then on, he would just lose to Benji. He could still be knighted if he was in second place. However, that was only his own wishful thinking. When Nemia stayed in second place, the relationship stabilized for a short while. Benji was indeed happier. He reached out to help Nemia up. What is this? As expected, your win last time was just luck. The fact that Nemia was losing on purpose was discovered by the instructors. Benji's malice spread to the other students, and they began bullying Nemia. After beating him black and blue, Benji led the group in cursing at him. You lost on purpose, and now I am being blamed for it. You made the superiors look down on me. He left Nemia alone. Since you are an eyesore, just stay right here today. While the bullying continued, Nemia's father discovered he had run away, and Nemia was forced to leave the academy in disgrace in front of everyone. His face was swollen from being beaten, but that day was the last day Nemia saw Benji. Back to the present, Benji was still the same, showing no regard for their past friendship as he mocked him. You should be grateful to your employer and live properly. Oh, it has been a while, want to go say hi to everyone. Nemia was trembling, breaking out in a cold sweat. I do not know what to say. Memories of being tormented flashed through his mind. Back then, he always. Suddenly, someone stepped in and interrupted Nemia's thoughts. It was Lkesia. She screamed out boldly, don't bully Nemia. Nemia was startled. Lady Chesha. He picked her up, worried. Stepping out like that is dangerous. Lkesia said, if that guy causes trouble, just give. She looked at Nemia and said slowly, Nemia is stronger. Why are you staying silent after those words? He was silent for a long time. Then he realized yes, even a child is gathering all her courage to protect me. Nemia clenched his fists. If he could not even protect himself, how could he call himself an escort knight? He frowned with determination and stepped toward Benji, telling himself, the things from childhood are long gone. I do not need to be afraid anymore. Faced with Nemia's tall and large stature, Benji could not help but feel intimidated. Ho! Even so, he spoke harshly to maintain his ego. You bastard, have you gone crazy? Then Benji swung his hand. Let me wake you up one more time. Nemia quickly drew his sword. He pointed it straight at Benji, making him freeze. Benji grit his teeth, wondering, when on earth did he draw his sword? Benji raised his voice, hey, you are. But before he could finish, Nemia interrupted, don't you dare touch her. His face turned serious. Because I am currently escorting an extremely noble person. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out in warning, causing a disturbance inside the Holy Kingdom is strictly prohibited. Please sheath your swords immediately. Hilon approached and continued, if not, I will forcibly arrest you and take you to headquarters. Stop. Everyone present cried out in amazement, Sir Hilon. Hilon spoke slowly, that child. He continued. Is my daughter. This also startled Nemia. My daughter. Lekesia's heart skipped a beat. His daughter, if he says that, everyone will mistake me for Hilon's child. Indeed, people immediately began whispering, Sir Hilon has a child, but holy knights are not allowed to marry. Suddenly, something distracted Lkesia. But why? She wondered, Hilon does not look very well. Belzian stepped forward. Shouldn't you clarify this misunderstanding, sir? Hilon glanced over. He scolded Nemia loudly, it seems you have forgotten this is the Holy Kingdom. Nemia lowered his voice, I am sorry. Hilon reached out and carried Lkesia. He announced, I will take responsibility for escorting this child during the little saint's prayer ceremony. Benji bowed low. I apologize. It was my mistake for not knowing Sir Hilon was personally escorting this child. He promised, I will handle this myself so you won't be troubled further. Hilon asked flatly, how? Benji froze. Well, that. He whispered, I will talk later. Hilon cut him off with a glare. You intend to decide matters concerning my person on your own. Benji stammered, I did not mean that. Since I caused trouble, I will settle it. Another knight spoke up to question him, instead of obediently accepting punishment from Sir Hilon. You dare utter such insolent words. Immediately after, he barked, kneel down this instant, state your name and rank. Benji knelt down in fear. Yes, I am Benji, of the 28th rank Holy Knight Order. The knight pointed at his face. You will report in detail to Sir Hilon exactly why you caused this disturbance. Benji grit his teeth, thinking, at this rate, won't I be the one to take all the blame? He made up his mind he could not let it be. So Benji spoke up with a tremble, forgive me, but I have something to say. He pointed at Nemia. Actually, that man once participated in training to become a holy knight. Back then, he sowed discord, slandered, and defamed the honor of the holy knights, so he was eventually kicked out of the training camp. Benji shamelessly suggested, I do not think that man should be beside the noble lady Sir Hilon is escorting. Lekesia's annoyance was clear on her face. What? She fumed internally, I want to kill this guy so much. Anyone can see that Nemia left because of some trouble. Hilon finally spoke up and asked, are you sure that man damaged the honor of the holy knights? Nemia tried to explain in fear, I did not. Benji smiled triumphantly, yes, that is right. Hilon stepped forward. Then, will you prove it directly? Benji was startled, yes. Hilon spoke straight. Through a duel. He continued slowly, and wager your honor as a holy knight. Hilon said coldly, if you lose, I will strip you of your rank. At the Holy Kingdom, in the residence of the Basilian family, Kieran asked softly, so Mr. Nemia will participate in a duel the day after tomorrow. Nemia replied immediately, yes, I will duel a 28th rank holy knight. He whispered, I am sorry, it is my fault. Kieran tilted his head. It has already happened, nothing we can do. He said flatly, but your loss is also the loss of the Basilian family. Mr. Nemia must win at all costs. Kieran continued, if you are not confident, just say so. I can send a replacement. Lkesia affirmed with confidence, Nemia will win. Her eyes went wide. I support Nemia. Nemia's heart felt warm. Does the lady trust me that much? He resolved, I can't let the lady down. Nemia bowed. Yes, I will definitely win. The next day, before the official start of the ceremony, the participants gathered to hear simple instructions and greet one another. To avoid chaos, each participant could be accompanied by one guardian. Since Kieran was busy, Belzian accompanied Lkesia as her guardian. Standing before the steward, Belzian announced loudly. Once inside, Lkesia observed silently. Even before anything started, the adults accompanying the children were already secretly dividing into factions. She understood clearly, 99 people would choose a winner through a discussion. Initially, votes might be scattered among many. Recalling the moment the Holy King held her, Lkesia worried. Especially after yesterday's event with the Holy King, she would be seen as a common enemy, so gaining allies was absolutely necessary. She clenched her fists. Because the votes of a candidate from the same side would also serve as her backup votes. Suddenly, someone yelled, "You over there, look at me." Then the person stepped in front of Lkesia. It was Aaron. The little girl strode forward with confidence. Lkesia frowned. Who is this? Why does she look so familiar? A second later, she realized. Ah. Lekesia's jaw dropped. Could it be Princess Skaya? She looks exactly like Itar. Aaron looked Lkesia up and down and mumbled, blonde hair, pink. After confirming, the little girl stated confidently, "It is you. The child who sent my brother to the interrogation room." Lkesia asked herself warily, is she going to settle a score with me now? She dodged the question, I do not know anything. Aaron suddenly grabbed Lekesia's hand tightly. The girl's eyes rounded. I really want to thank you. Lkesia did not understand what was happening. Huh. Aaron happily shook her hand. I am Aaron Skaya. You are Chesha Basilian, right? You are seriously so adorable, let us be friends. Lkesia wondered, you are not furious with me. Hearing that, Aaron's tone shifted in an instant. I have to take this chance to make that guy come to his senses. Then she continued rambling, aside from my brother, I wish I had a little sister like you. If I did, I would hug her and cherish her every single day. Aaron's guardian cleared his throat as a reminder, Your Highness. Aaron sighed. I know, I will stop talking like that, okay. Meanwhile, Lkesia pondered, but what does the kingdom of Skaya want with the crown? They are already wealthy, and this religion is not even their state religion. Unable to help herself, she asked directly, why does the princess need the crown? Aaron repeated the question, why do I need the crown? She leaned in. It is not exactly a secret, since everyone already knows. Aaron said bluntly, it is because of the fairy girl. She began to explain, my brother wants that crown so he can get engaged to Lkesia. Even if he is an annoying, troublesome brother, he is still the crown prince. I can't just ignore him. Aaron shrugged. So, for now, I have to at least pretend to compete for it. Lkesia grinned after hearing that. Oh. She thought to herself, if it is the wealthy kingdom of Skaya, there is a high chance they have been throwing money around and have already gained the support of the cardinals, something the Basilians are still lacking. Lkesia looked at Aaron. Isn't she the perfect person to bring over to my side? Then she called out, Princess. Lkesia lunged forward and gave Aaron a big hug. This sudden hug made the girl blush. Oh, huh. Lkesia whispered into Aaron's ear, make a deal with me. She set the condition, I will let you meet the fairy girl. Lkesia smiled and slowly continued, in exchange. Aaron stammered, what? What are you saying? At that moment, a voice rang out, drawing both of their attention. Welcome, everyone, to the gathering before the Little Saint's prayer ceremony. This ceremony brings together the pure of heart to praise God. Lkesia looked at the speaker and judged him silently. That outfit. He must be a cardinal. Instead of giving instructions quickly, he is just standing there talking about ancient clichés. If the heretic inquisitor was the head of the Holy Knights, then the person with the highest authority among the holy priests was the cardinal. Lkesia searched her memory. According to the rumors, the Holy Knights led by Hilon were supporting her, while the holy priests, like the cardinals, were supporting another child. She scanned the room. That child must be here too. I am curious to see who it is. The cardinal announced loudly again, initially, today was meant to be a simple greeting. However, since this is a mission that requires preparation from everyone, I will prioritize announcing the first task. He raised his hand and continued, the first task, think about what you shall offer to God. The cardinal emphasized, only things that are unique in this world can prove your devotion to God. Wrapping up, he concluded, that is all. I shall see you all tomorrow at the Little Saint's prayer ceremony. Everyone was bewildered after hearing that, and Lkesia was no exception. Huh, the words sound flowery, but they would never ask for something abstract. This is clearly a move to extort expensive items. Belzian sighed. Huh. I need to go back and discuss this with father immediately. He reached out to hold Lekesia's hand. Let us head back now. Suddenly, someone called out, Basilian. Belzian reflexively looked up. A second later, he bowed. Greetings, Lord Cardinal. We are from the house of Count Basilian of the Palan Empire. The cardinal, leading a group of people, approached. Ah, young master, could you spare a moment? He suggested, let us have a little chat. Looking at the child beside the cardinal, Lkesia wondered, is that the child the cardinals are supporting, but what piqued her curiosity was, why does he look so uneasy? The teacups were slowly filled. The cardinal gestured. Come, please help yourselves. Belzian frowned warily. Why did the cardinal suddenly call for us? If it were an official matter, he would have notified the count. He reasoned internally, but calling only me and Lkesia. It seems he has no good intentions. The cardinal introduced himself. I am Cardinal Milton. I have wanted the chance to speak with the Basilian family for some time. Lkesia stared intently at the other child. She could not stop wondering, he looks so weak. Even in this child form, I could easily take him down with a single punch. Milton noticed her gaze and laughed loudly. Haha, you are Lkesia, right? It seems you are quite interested in our remill. He bragged loudly. Are you aware of the kingdom of Hada, the place said to be blessed by God? Milton looked at Remiel. Among the children from that kingdom, Remiel is the most exceptional. The boy possesses holy power so strong that it rivals even a holy priest. He said proudly, therefore, I believe Remiel is the most suitable child for this little saint's prayer ceremony to find the most devout children. Lkesia remained expressionless, thinking, this kind of self-promotion. Is not the intention to suppress others a bit too obvious? If even a cardinal is saying this, it seems I really am a strong candidate. Belzian asked in a low voice, what is the cardinal implying? He did not hesitate to ask directly, are you telling the Basilians to know our place and withdraw? Milton gave a forced laugh. No, how could I mean that? Belzian stated his view, I do not believe holy power is the standard for devotion. Milton was silent for a moment and then said, even if you say so. He added sarcastically, but is not it quite difficult for the Basilians to be considered a devout family? Milton smirked, thinking to himself, I thought talking to kids would be an easy win, but they are not simple at all. He waved his hand, signaling his intent. The only way is to show them something to regain the initiative. A priest behind him immediately sliced his own hand with a blade. Milton patted Remiel's shoulder. Come, Remiel. Quickly show them your power. Hearing that, Remiel got off his chair and stepped forward. I am Remiel Lu Hada, the 9th prince of the kingdom of Hada. The boy gathered a source of holy power and directed it toward the priest's wound. Since God has granted me holy power, I wish to become a testament to the divine. Seeing this, Milton cried out, ah. He bragged with satisfaction, the holy priest has been healed. Milton turned his head with a provocative look. But he was met with the cold stares of Lkesia and Belzian, as both had seen far more impressive things. Lkesia mumbled to herself, Hilon does stuff like this all the time. Milton cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. He then ordered Remiel, show them something else. Immediately, the boy trembled. Yes. Yes. Remiel took out a vase of flowers. I will breathe holy power into these withered flowers so they may bloom again. Lkesia sighed, thinking, this is not a circus, what on earth is he doing? A second later, her eyes widened. Looking at Remiel channeling his holy power, Lkesia gasped. Wait, something is very wrong. Why am I sensing fairy power coming from that child? Lkesia was puzzled. Fairies are only female. That boy could not possibly be a fairy. She grit her teeth, observing and sensing carefully. Feeling that things were going south, Lkesia rushed forward to stop him. She said firmly, stop. Lkesia shouted, I said stop. Remiel stammered, no. No. I can't stop. Lkesia gripped Remiel's hand tightly. She grit her teeth. This is bad. The power is overflowing. If I do not suppress it myself, it will be a disaster. Belzian jumped to his feet and yelled, Lkesia. He decisively pulled Lkesia back and pushed Remiel away. The boy, who had already lost consciousness, fell over uncontrollably. Belzian pulled Lkesia into a tight hug. Milton gasped, young master, what are you doing? Belzian trembled slightly. I should be the one asking that question. He growled, my sister almost died. Milton fell silent, speechless. A few seconds later, he screamed, what kind of behavior is this? That is a member of the Hada royalty. How does a mere count's family dare to lay hands on royalty? Belzian turned and replied calmly, if royalty kills my sister, am I supposed to just stand by and let it go? Milton lowered his voice, that is not what I meant. Belzian picked up a cake knife. It seems you still do not understand the situation. In this case. He pointed it directly at Milton. Even if I were to kill the Prince of Hada, my actions would be considered justifiable self-defense. Milton grit his teeth. What? Belzian shouted in anger, what are you all standing there for? Arrest him at once. Lkesia grabbed Belzian's sleeve. Brother Belzian. She held him tightly, thinking, did the boy lose control? If he does something to Remiel here, it is all over. Lkesia wondered, he knows this perfectly well, so why is he so agitated? Belzian lowered the hand holding the knife. Then he threw it straight toward Remiel. The knife thudded into the chair, just inches from Remil's head. Belzian warned, I will be filing an official complaint regarding today's incident. He glared. In the name of the house of Count Basilian. Leaving that place, Belzian carried Lkesia and walked quickly down the hallway. He remembered his mother. I want to ask a favor of you. Back then, she had stroked Belzian's cheek. You are a Basilian. You must protect your siblings at all costs. Back in the present, Belzian wondered, since then, the existence of the Basilians has been my mission. But why did I lose my patience so easily just now? Lkesia asked softly, are you still angry? Belzian grit his teeth, remembering the words, Belzian, Chesha is a fairy. Kieran had told him, a fairy who possesses power so great she could become a queen. But he had looked at the sleeping Lkesia and continued, because she is still small, she is soft-hearted and not yet cunning enough. Even in situations where she herself is in danger, she will exhaust her strength to help others. Kieran instructed, therefore, we must take care of Chesha and watch over her even more. Belzian had nodded. Yes, I understand. He told himself, now that Chesha is a part of the Basilians, she is a child I must protect. I will absolutely never let her fall into danger again. Belzian could not stop thinking. Because I do not want to lose her like I lost mother. He called out, Chesha Basilian. Belzian's hands could not help but tremble. If you see me as your brother. He was so choked up he could not finish the sentence. After a long moment, Belzian continued. Then please do not do anything dangerous anymore, okay? Lkesia was momentarily surprised. She bit her lip, troubled. This usually calm boy was shaken to this extent because she was in danger. It turns out, Belzian values me this much. Lkesia reflected. It was not actually a life-threatening situation, but Belzian was probably worried she would publicly reveal her fairy powers. She blushed. To be honest, she felt quite happy being worried over by him, but looking at Belzian's constant trembling, Lkesia could not help but feel sad. I do not want to see this child look so heartbroken, especially since this is not the first time he has shown signs of this. She remembered back when things were not smooth between them, and someone said, that child is not a Basilian. Now, Lkesia could see that both of them had changed a great deal. She reached out her hand. I am sorry. I will listen to my brother. I won't do anything dangerous anymore. Belzian's cheeks turned red. He held out his pinky to make a promise with Lkesia. That crown. We do not even need it, so do not overexert yourself, absolutely. Belzian's face darkened. If a scar appears on your body because of that. Lkesia wondered, what would you do? Belzian smiled at her. Then he uttered something shocking. How about I just destroy the great temple this once? Lkesia screamed, what? The next morning, the scheduled duel between Benji and Nemia took place quietly. The result was, of course, an overwhelming victory for Nemia. The referee shouted, the winner of the wagered duel, by order of Sir Hilon, the first-class holy knight. Benji knelt on the ground, helplessly listening to the declaration. I strip Benji of his status as a 28th rank holy knight. Nemia ran toward Lkesia. Lady Chesha, I won, just like you said, Lady Chesha. I really beat Benji. Lkesia laughed happily. I knew Nemia could do it. Kieran lifted her up from behind. Now we can go participate in the prayer ceremony with peace of mind. He leaned in close. Right, Chesha. Karha approached. Father, what happened with that cardinal yesterday? Kieran chuckled. Well, he is still alive. Wouldn't it be a big deal if we handled him directly? After hearing that, Ishuel, Karha, and Lkesia all thought at the same time, so. We are just waiting to kill him later. Kieran patted Karha's head. All right. For the first day of the prayer ceremony, Chesha and I will go and come back. You kids stay right here. Lkesia waved. Then Father and I will be back soon. On the first day of the prayer ceremony, the children gathered at the great temple would provide answers to the question they received earlier and receive a blessing from the Holy King. Being personally blessed by the Holy King was a rare opportunity. The blessing itself was enough to make participating in the little saint's prayer ceremony worthwhile. Lkesia and Kieran sat properly in their seats. She stole a glance at him. I thought Kieran would be furious after hearing about yesterday, but he looks quite calm. Back at home, Kieran had mumbled the question, offer the most precious thing in the world to God. He was not afraid at all. Giving this mission to the Basilians. The Holy King has really gone senile. Kieran rubbed his chin. Chesha, just trust your father. And Lkesia sensed it. It seemed Kieran had some sort of plan. A cardinal stood on the podium and announced loudly, now, from this moment, each person step forward and give your answer. First, Remil Lu Hebaton of the Kingdom of Hebaton. Lekesia's face turned serious. It is starting. She could not help but wonder, what on earth is he planning to offer? Standing before the Holy King, Remil introduced himself clearly. I am Remil Lu Hebaton, the 9th Prince of the Kingdom of Hebaton. The Holy King nodded with satisfaction as he listened to the boy's presentation. Regarding the offering for God, Remil folded his hands. I wish to offer all the holy power I possess. Lkesia frowned, thinking, is he going to perform like yesterday again? Just yesterday he caused a scene because he could not control his power. She puffed out her cheeks and crossed her arms. There are many people here to stop it this time, so even if that kid's power overflows, I should pretend not to notice. Suddenly, Kieran called out, Chesha. He tilted his head. Something very interesting is about to happen. Let me show you. Lkesia did not understand at all and looked at Kieran with wide eyes. Then she turned her head to look forward, to where Remil had his eyes tightly shut, gathering his holy power. The entire room fell into silence as everyone focused their gaze on Remil. Lkesia clenched her fists and waited. A moment later, Remil trembled. Why? Why is this happening? The boy looked at his hands in confusion. He could not manifest any holy power at all.